Wushan Town, nestled in the western reaches of the Finley Kingdom, lies near the first mountain range of the Yulon continent known as the Beast Mountains. As the first rays of dawn illuminate the town, a crisp chill pervades the morning air of Wushan. However, the townsfolk are already bustling about, and even the 6- and 7-year-old children have risen early to begin their customary morning exercises. In an open area to the east of Wushan Town, the warm morning sunlight filters through the tall trees beside the clearing, casting a mosaic of dappled light onto the ground. A vast number of children, estimated to be 100 or 200, stands in formation, divided into 3 distinct teams, each arranged in orderly rows. The northernmost team consists of children aged approximately 6 to 8 years, while the central team is made up of 9 to 12-year-olds, and the southernmost team comprises youths aged 13 to 16. Before this throng of young aspirants stand 3 burly middle-aged men, all clad in sleeveless vests and coarse trousers. To become a great warrior, one must commence rigorous training from a tender age, declares Hillman, the foremost figure among them, as he stands with his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high. His cold, penetrating gaze sweeps over the northern team, causing the 6- and 7-year-olds to purse their lips and focus their wide, sparkling eyes upon him, hardly daring to utter a sound. Hillman is the captain of the protective force belonging to the Baruch family, the owners of Wushan Town. You are all ordinary folk, unable to cultivate the powerful martial arts tomes accessible to the noble elite. If you aspire to rise above your station and avoid being regarded with contempt, you must train through the oldest, simplest, and most foundational methods. Strengthen your bodies and hone your endurance. Do you understand? His steadfast gaze surveys the children before him. Understood? The youthful voices resonate in spirited unison. Excellent. Hillman's eyes exhibit a chill satisfaction as he nods indifferently. The 6- and 7-year-olds appear somewhat bewildered, while the older boys exhibit resolute determination. They comprehend the weight of Hillman's words. In the expansive Yulon continent, every male is expected to train diligently from an early age. Those who fail to do so will be looked down upon. A man's status is defined by his strength and wealth, and a man lacking in strength will find himself scorned by women. If they wish to make their parents proud, to earn the admiration of girls, and to lead a life of glory in the future, they must become great warriors. Being commoners, they cannot practice the esteemed tomes of martial arts that the aristocracy has access to. Their only path is rigorous physical training from early on. They must toil harder and expend more effort than those from noble birth. Morning's dawn awakens life anew. This is the optimal moment to absorb the essence of the earth and sky, enhancing our physical potential. As per tradition, spread your legs shoulder-width apart, slightly bend your knees, and place your hands at your waist, entering the energy-gathering posture. Remember, focus your mind, maintain tranquility, and breathe naturally, Hillman instructs coldly. The energy-gathering posture is a simple yet remarkably effective method of physical training, honed through generations of ancestral wisdom. Instantly, 100 to 200 children align themselves in the prescribed posture. Remember, focus your attention, stay calm, breathe naturally. Hillman strolls through the assembly of youths, his tone unwavering. A glance reveals the southern team of teenagers standing with utmost focus, their breaths steady and deep, indicating their accomplishments in the energy-gathering posture. Conversely, the northern team of 6- and 7-year-olds exhibits varying degrees of knee bending and lack of stability, their legs appearing weak and wobbly. Hillman turns to the other 2 middle-aged men and instructs, "You shall oversee the southern and central teams while I tend to the younger children." Understood, Captain. The 2 men promptly acknowledge, diligently monitoring their assigned groups, occasionally prodding the adolescents' legs to ensure they maintain their balance. As Hillman approaches the northern cluster of 6- and 7-year-olds, a palpable tension arises among the children. "Oh no, the big bad wolf is coming," mutters a golden-haired child named Hadley in hushed tones. Entering the circle of children, Hillman maintains an impassive demeanor, though inwardly he ponders, these children are truly too young. Their physical and mental capacities are still lacking, and I cannot place expectations too high. Still, developing their physical prowess from an early age offers them a better chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. Influencing and engaging with children is the most effective pedagogical approach. Coercion only breeds resistance. Stand tall and straight. Hillman snorts dismissively. Immediately, the children puff out their chests and fix their gazes ahead. A faint smile crosses Hillman's lips as he steps forward, shedding his vest. His muscular physique astonishes the children, who gaze with wide, astonished eyes. Even the older youths look upon Hillman with admiration. Alongside his nearly flawless muscle definition, Hillman's bare torso bears scars from countless battles, a testament to his resilience. The children's eyes gleam with wonder at these marking scars of battle are a man's medals. In their hearts, they idolize Hillman, a formidable sixth-level warrior, forged in the crucible of life and death. He is a figure of great renown, even in the greater cities, but is exalted as a hero in Wushan town. As Hillman observes the yearning expressions on the children's faces, a smile unconsciously creeps upon his lips. He desires for these children to harbor admiration and ambition within themselves, catalyzing their determination. Let's stoke the flames of aspiration a little more. He muses internally and then strides to a massive stone lock weighing 300 to 400 pounds. With a single hand, Hillman effortlessly lifts the stone lock and begins to swing it around as if it were mere wood. The children's eyes widen in awe, jaws agape, as they watch. Too light. Roy, after our training, make sure to forge a few larger stone locks for them. Hillman casually tosses the stone lock, sending it soaring several meters before it lands with a resounding thud beside a massive tree, shaking the ground. Next, he approaches a cluster of boulders. Hillman inhales deeply, his muscles visibly tensing as he punches a large boulder with immense force, the impact slicing through the air with a sharp whistle that draws the children's wide-eyed attention. Boom! The heavy sound of his fist colliding with the stone sends a shudder through every child's heart. That boulder is solid rock. With just a few tremors, the boulder splitters into several cracks before bursting into a dozen pieces, leaving Hillman's fist unscathed. Captain is as formidable as ever, Roy remarks with a smile, joining Hillman. Another of the men, Roger, approaches as well. Typically, while the children practice their energy-gathering posture, these three instructors share a light-hearted moment, glancing periodically to ensure the children do not slack off. Hillman shakes his head with a smile. I can't compare anymore. Back when I was in the army, I trained relentlessly day after day, immersed in the bloodshed of battle. Now, I merely stretch my limbs. It's not the same excitement. The awestruck children gaze adoringly at Hillman. The immense boulder was effortlessly crushed with a fist. What strength! The stone lock was wielded like it weighed nothing. What great power! Turning back to the children, Hillman's heart swells with satisfaction at their wonderment. Remember, even without the aid of martial arts, it is theoretically possible to become a sixth-level warrior through sheer physical training. A sixth-level warrior, joining the military, can easily rise to the rank of mid-level officer and gain access to powerful martial arts manuals. Even if you do not become a sixth-level warrior, merely achieving the status of a first-level warrior qualifies you for military service. Remember, a man who cannot reach even the first-level warrior status is not worthy of the title man. Hillman's expression becomes grave. A man must hold his head high and face challenges without fear. Upon hearing this, the 6- and 7-year-olds can't help but smile, struggling to suppress their giggles. This phrase is Hillman's mantra and a regular part of his teachings. Stand firm and observe how the older boys in the South maintain their stances. Hillman commands. The 6- and 7-year-olds immediately concentrate on stabilizing themselves. Yet, after a while, they begin to wobble, their legs aching intensely despite gritting their teeth in determination. One by one, they succumb to fatigue and collapse onto the ground. Hillman's expression remains stern, but inwardly he nods approvingly at the 6- and 7-year-olds' performance. He feels they have done exceptionally well. Before long, some of the 10-year-olds in the central team also start to falter, dropping to the ground. Endure as long as you can. There's no compulsion from me. Should you fail to measure up in the future, it will be your own doing, Hillman states coldly. Yeah, Roy suddenly exclaims, glancing toward the northern team in astonishment. At this moment, many of the 10-year-olds have fallen to the ground, while among the 6-year-olds in the northern team, one child remains standing. Isn't this Lin Lei's first training session? How is he so formidable? Roy exclaims in surprise, catching the attention of Roger and Hillman, who likewise look over. They find a small boy. Lin Lei's brow furrowed and his eyes resolutely fixed ahead, fists clenched tightly, turning his knuckles white. A glimmer of surprise shines in Hillman's eyes. Good lad, he silently praises, marveling at Lin Lei's ability to match the endurance of older children despite being merely 6 years old. Lin Lei, formerly known as Lin Lei Baruch, is the eldest son of the Baruch family, the owners of Wushan town. The Baruch family is ancient, with a history of prosperity, yet their lineage has dwindled to just 3 members over the millennia. The patriarch, Hav Baruch, and his 2 sons. The elder son, Lin Lei Baruch, is only 6, while his younger brother, Walden Baruch, is but 2. The family matriarch perished following the birth of the latter son, and Lin Lei's grandfather lost his life in battle. Lin Lei's legs quiver despite his immense will. His aching muscles finally give way, and he collapses to the ground. How do you feel, Lin Lei? Hillman inquires with a smile as he approaches. Lin Lei grins broadly, revealing a small gap where his baby tooth is missing. It's nothing, Uncle Hillman. Hillman, as the captain of the Baruch family's protective force, had watched over Lin Lei since his childhood, and their bond is close. Good job, young man. Hillman ruffles Lin Lei's hair, leaving it in a disheveled state like a bundle of straw. Hey! Lin Lei giggles, feeling elated by Hillman's praise. After a brief rest, training resumes. The 6- and 7-year-olds' training is significantly less intense, while the teenagers engage in grueling exercises. The teenagers lay back, balancing their heads and feet on smooth stones, their bodies entirely suspended and relying solely on their core strength to hold them up. Your lower back and hips, the triangular region in that area, Hillman illustrates with his hands, is the core of your body. Whether it pertains to speed or strength, everything centers on this triangular zone. Thus, training this core region is of utmost importance. As he speaks, he moves among the youth, scrutinizing their movements for correctness. Lift your bodies. Keep those hips up, Hillman shouts. Immediately, the teenagers work hard to elevate their hips. It is Lin Lei's first time attempting this with his head and feet resting on 2 flat stones. He can already feel the heat and soreness in his lower back. Hold on in the strongest. Lin Lei mentally encourages himself. Blessed with exceptional physical constitution since childhood, he rarely fell ill, and with great determination, his outstanding performance is hardly surprising. Thud! The first child tumbles down. The flat stones used for support are only about 20 centimeters high, so a child's fall will cause no harm. Thud! Thud! As time passes, more children begin to falter. Lin Lei grits his teeth, acutely aware that his lower back has reached its limit, rendering him nearly numb. I feel so heavy I can't hold on much longer, just a bit more. At this point, Lin Lei is the only one still persevering in the 6- to 80-year-old group. Hillman notices Lin Lei, his eyes revealing a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. Roy, Hillman suddenly barks. Captain. Roy immediately stands at attention. Prepare some dyes for tomorrow's training. During their core exercises, place a branch coated with dye beneath each child's waist. If anyone relaxes and their waist contacts the branch, they'll be marked. The training task will then double, instructs Hillman. Of course, Captain, Roy acknowledges, stifling a grin at the thought. The captain's clever strategies are indeed numerous. Those kids are in for it. Indeed. The teenagers groan at the thought. While it is typically possible to slack off with small movements, implementing Hillman's plan would make such laziness impossible. Hillman's tone remains steadfast as he continues. Let me tell you, once a warrior begins to cultivate martial energy, the reservoir lies just below the navel, about a fist's distance. You should understand that this area Tambin resides in the core triangle. Now you comprehend the significance of core training, correct? This area is fundamental. If it falters, no amount of training elsewhere will suffice. A good instructor is incredibly important for children. Hillman is a formidable warrior. He recognizes the vital points of. Chapter 2. The Dragon Blood Warrior Family, Part 1. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Through diligent training and the cultivation of strength, Lin Lei had traversed the warm embrace of spring, the sweltering heat of summer, and stepped into the coolness of deep autumn. The towering poplar trees lining the open space to the east of Wushan town now shed their withered yellow leaves with every gust of wind. Fluttering gently to the ground, the entire clearing was carpeted with these fallen leaves. The sky gradually darkened. Today, the number of individuals in the eastern clearing was particularly high, nearly 300. The evening's training session was drawing to a close. Hillman smiled as he spoke. Before we conclude, let us first extend our best wishes to the children from Wushan town who are about to enlist. After the autumn harvest, it was the season for military enlistment. In an era that revered martial prowess, every youth took pride in aspiring to become a great warrior. Of course, many also dreamed of becoming wizards, yet the path to wizardry was fraught with challenges. It was said that only 1 in 10,000 possessed the aptitude to become a wizard. With such low odds, it was generally deemed unattainable for the average person. Conversely, the path to becoming a warrior was far more accessible, requiring only that one reach the age of 16 and attained at least the rank of a level 1 warrior. Meeting these 2 criteria would allow for a relatively smooth entry into the military. Thank you, Uncle Hillman. 126 young men, aged 17 to 18, bowed respectfully. Typically, these youths did not participate in training, as they were already adults with their own occupations. However, they had been nurtured by Hillman since childhood, who was akin to a mentor to them. Before enlisting, they had come to bid farewell to Hillman. Observing the vibrant group of young men, Hillman felt a swell of emotion. He understood their fervent desire for a military life. Yet he pondered how many would return after a decade of service. He silently hoped that at least half of the 126 would survive. Looking at the assembled youths, Hillman proclaimed, "Listen closely, you lads. You are the men of Wushan Town, and as such, you must stand tall and face any challenge without fear. Do you understand?" The 17-year-olds straightened their spines, their eyes ablaze with anticipation for their future military lives. And they responded in unison, "We understand." "Excellent." Hillman, his posture unwavering and gaze sharp, exuded the unique demeanor of a soldier. "Tomorrow, you will set forth. Prepare well tonight. I am fully aware of your capabilities. You will all easily secure your places in the military. I, Hillman, will await your glorious return to Wushan Town." The eyes of the 126 youths sparkled with excitement. Returning home as heroes was a dream cherished by every young man. "Now, I command you to return and prepare diligently." "Dismissed?" Hillman said sternly. "Yes." The youths replied respectfully, and one by one, they departed under the expectant and admiring gazes of nearly 200 younger children. Tomorrow, they would embark on a brand new journey. "I have 2 more years until I come of age. Then, I too shall join the military. I yearn for that exhilarating life. To remain in Wushan Town for a lifetime, no matter how long, would be meaningless." A group of 13 or 14-year-olds conversed eagerly, each envisioning a life filled with fervor and valor. They aspired to achieve greatness, to earn the admiration of girls, and to garner praise from their hometown families. This was their dream. "Linley, your father, Lord Hogg, has important matters to discuss. Do not linger here with the other children. Come back with us," Hillman said as he approached Linley. Looking at the boy before him, Hillman felt a surge of joy. Linley was exceptionally bright, having learned many words under his father Hogg's guidance, and could read most ordinary books. Education was a luxury typically reserved for nobility. The Baruch family was ancient and possessed a wealth of literature. "Uncle Hillman, I understand why father has reminded me 3 times today. He has never placed such importance on anything before. I want tea dawdle here," Linley replied with a grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Though one was conspicuously missing, Linley was already in the process of losing his baby teeth. "Ah, your front tooth is gone. You're letting the air in when you smile," Hillman chuckled. "Come, let us return." In the ancient courtyard of the Baruch family estate, after dinner, Linley was playfully engaging with his 2.5-year-old brother. "Brother, hold me." Little Watton, with his pure, unblemished eyes, wobbled toward Linley, extending his chubby little hands in delight. Linley crouched nearby, waiting for his brother to run into his embrace. "Go, Watton. You can do it," Linley encouraged. Watton's unsteady steps made one worry about potential falls, yet he ultimately dashed into Linley's arms. The boy's skin, soft and glistening like water, flushed with excitement as his dark, sparkling eyes gazed up at Linley, calling out, "Brother, brother." Looking at his younger brother, Linley felt an overwhelming affection, with no mother or grandparents, and only their father and the old butler to care for him. The mature Linley felt a profound responsibility to look after his little brother. "Watton, what did you learn today?" Linley asked with a smile. Watton furrowed his brow adorably, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Today, I learned to use the cloth." "The cloth?" Linley chuckled. "What did you clean?" Watton began counting on his fingers. "First, I used the cloth to wipe the floor. Then the chamber pot, and finally the bowl." "Yes, the bowl for eating." Watton looked at Linley with eager anticipation for praise. "You wiped the chamber pot and then the bowl?" Linley's eyes widened. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "What? I cleaned it very well," Watton replied, tilting his head in confusion. "Master Linley, your father is looking for you." "Allow me to take young Master Watton." A kindly old man with a nose reminiscent of a wine cork approached. This was the Baruch family's butler, Uncle Shiri. Linley quickly entrusted Watton to Shiri and made his way to the living room. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Even at a young age, Linley sensed that this meeting was of great significance. Stepping into the living room, Linley noticed a grand clock towering taller than himself in one corner. Such clocks were considered luxury items, typically found only in wealthy or noble households. That moment, Linley's father sat before the fireplace, which crackled with flames, occasionally punctuated by the sound of splintering wood. Why has father changed his clothes? Lin Lei thought in surprise. His father typically wore simple attire at home, but now he was adorned in splendid garments. Hog exuded an aura characteristic of ancient nobility, one that could not be acquired merely through wealth. It was a legacy cultivated over 5 millennia. As Hog turned and caught sight of Lin Lei, his eyes brightened. Lin Lei, come with me to the ancestral hall. Uncle Shiri, you are familiar with my family matters. You may accompany us as well, Hog said with a smile. To the ancestral hall? Lin Lei was taken aback. In the Baruch family estate, members generally resided in the front courtyard, while the rear courtyards were often neglected. Only the ancestral hall, dedicated to ancestor worship, received regular cleaning. Since it was not a time for ancestral rites, Lin Lei was puzzled as to why they were going there. After exiting the living room, Hog, Lin Lei, and the butler Shiri traversed the moss-covered, ancient stone pathway leading to the rear courtyard. The late autumn night was crisp and cool, causing Lin Lei to shiver. Yet he remained silent, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Following his father, Lin Lei entered the ancestral hall. With a creak, the heavy door closed behind them. Lighting a row of candles within the hall, the space was suddenly illuminated, and Lin Lei's gaze was drawn to the numerous ancestral tablets arranged at the front. The multitude of tablets attested to the ancient lineage of the Baruch family. Hog stood silently before the tablets, his demeanor solemn. Lin Lei felt a tightening in his chest as the only sounds were those of the flickering candles, the silence oppressive and heavy. Suddenly, Hog turned to Lin Lei, his expression serious as he said, Lin Lei, there are many matters to discuss today. Before we proceed, I must share some of the family's history with you. Lin Lei felt his heart race. Family matters? What could it possibly be? Lin Lei felt a surge of anticipation within, yet he dared not voice it. A hint of pride adorned Hog's countenance as he proclaimed, Lin Lei, our Baruch family has a legacy that spans 5,000 years. In the entire Finley kingdom, it is unlikely that you will find another family as ancient as ours. Hog's tone was imbued with absolute pride. Antiquity. This is something that many aristocrats hold in great esteem. Lin Lei, do you know that throughout the history of the Yulon continent, there have been 4 legendary ultimate warriors? Hog turned his gaze towards Lin Lei. Lin Lei's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, I know. I have heard Uncle Hillman speak of them. The 4 legendary ultimate warriors are the Dragon Blood Warrior, the Purple Flame Warrior, the Tiger Striped Warrior, and the Undying Warrior. Hog smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Correct. Now I shall reveal to you that the 4 legendary ultimate warriors actually represent 4 ancient families, and our Baruch family is the noble lineage that embodies the bloodline of the Dragon Blood Warriors. Chapter 3. The Dragon Blood Warrior Family, Part 2, A Dragon Blood Warrior Family? Lin Lei felt a sudden buzz in his mind. Lin Lei, his family appeared to be merely an ancient, declining lineage. How could it possibly be connected to the legendary 4 ultimate warriors? Do you not believe me? Hog asked, pride evident on his face. Lin Lei, you may step forward and closely examine those ancestral tablets. Now that you can read, you will see that the back of each tablet is inscribed with the deeds of our forebears. The top 3 tablets represent ancestors who were all Dragon Blood Warriors. Hog took Lin Lei by the hand, saying, Follow me. Hog led Lin Lei to the side of the hall where numerous ancestral tablets were displayed at the back. Hog lifted Lin Lei up, saying, Take a good look at the inscriptions on the back. Lin Lei opened his eyes wide and gazed. The inscriptions on the back of the top tablet were deeply carved and remarkably clear. The ancient characters, bearing the weight of 5,000 years, narrated astonishing tales. Baruch, the first Dragon Blood Warrior of the Yulon continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulon calendar, Baruch confronted the Frost Giant Dragon and the Black Dragon beneath the city of Linen, ultimately slaying both, thus earning renown across the land. In the year 4579, Baruch battled the Hydra King on the northern coast of the continent, as tsunamis raged and cities crumbled. After a grueling day and night, Baruch finally vanquished the Hydra King, establishing the Baruch family, with Baruch as the first patriarch. Ryan Baruch, the second Dragon Blood Warrior of the Yulon continent, in the year 4690, defeated and tamed a Holy Domain Golden Dragon in the Beast Mountain range, becoming the Golden Dragon Paladin. In the year 4697, Hazed Baruch, the third Dragon Blood Warrior of the Yulon continent, born in the year 5360, fought valiantly against the Holy Domain Beast Blood-Eyed Main Lion in the Sunset Mountains, defeating it and forcing it to flee, thus earning his place in history. Each illustrious name and each breathtaking tale stirred a fervor within Lin Lei's blood. And why family is, indeed, a dragon blood warrior family? Lin Lei felt a surge of excitement. Hogg spoke in a hushed tone. The first 3 generations of our Baruch family have all been dragon blood warriors. Once one becomes a dragon blood warrior, their lifespan is significantly extended. The second patriarch, Ryan Baruch, did not marry and have children until he was over 700 years old. And what about afterwards? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Father, why are there no dragon blood warriors in our family now? Hogg nodded and explained, to become a dragon blood warrior, it primarily depends on the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline within one's body. The higher the concentration, the better. As generations pass, the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline in Baruch descendants gradually diminishes. However, it is not absolute, for occasionally, a descendant may emerge with a notably high concentration of the bloodline. After Hayes Baruch, it took about 1,000 years for our Baruch family to produce a 4th dragon blood warrior. Then, approximately 1,500 years later, after numerous generations, we finally saw a 5th dragon blood warrior. Yet, for over 1,000 years since then, there has not been a single dragon blood warrior. Hogg shook his head and sighed. The 5th dragon blood warrior existed for only 200 years on the Yulon continent before vanishing without a trace. After a millennium, our Baruch family has completely declined. In the passage of 1,000 years, even the most illustrious of families may falter. Nonetheless, there remains hope for our family. Perhaps in some future generation, a descendant will possess a sufficient concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline to meet the criteria. Once that condition is fulfilled, years of arduous training would allow them to become a true dragon blood warrior. And our Baruch family could once again reclaim the glory of being the dragon blood warrior family. Hogg's eyes sparkled with determination. Lin Lei, you are now 6.5 years old. According to tradition, once one reaches 6, the measurement of the dragon blood warrior bloodline concentration becomes quite accurate. Today, I shall assess yours. Lin Lei's heart raced. To measure the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline? Mine? Lin Lei understood the significance of his father's actions. This measurement would determine whether he possessed the potential to become a dragon blood warrior. Lin Lei, wait a moment while I fetch the dragon blood needle, Hogg said, slightly agitated, before heading towards the secret chamber behind the ancestral hall. A dragon blood warrior? Will I become a dragon blood warrior? Lin Lei felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. He feared that the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline within him would fall short of the required standard. If he failed, his father would likely be very disappointed. After a brief interval, Hogg emerged from the secret chamber holding a slender, nearly 20-centimeter long transparent needle. The dragon blood needle? Lin Lei surmised as he observed the long needle in his father's hand. All right, Lin Lei, the needle's tip will merely pierce the skin lightly. It won't hurt. Extend your hand, Hogg instructed with a smile. Lin Lei nodded, inhaling deeply to calm his nerves as he extended his right hand. His trembling hand betrayed his anxiety. Not only Lin Lei, but even Hogg was quite tense. With a gentle touch, Hogg pressed the transparent dragon blood needle against Lin Lei's right index finger, effortlessly piercing the skin. Lin Lei felt a sharp pain, and the needle transformed from transparent to crimson. Hogg trembled slightly as he brought the dragon blood needle close to his eyes for a meticulous examination. Lin Lei held his breath, his eyes fixed on his father, anxiously wondering if the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline within him was sufficient. Why was his father observing the dragon blood needle for so long? A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Lei's heart. With a sigh, Hogg placed the dragon blood needle aside. Upon hearing his father's sigh, Lin Lei, who had been tense for so long, realized that the concentration of the dragon blood warrior bloodline within him had surely not met the criteria, and tears flowed freely from his eyes. Lin Lei, why are you crying? Do not cry, be good, do not cry. Hogg immediately embraced Lin Lei, his heart aching for the sobbing child. After all, Lin Lei was only 6.5 years old, a mere child. Do not cry, yes, do not cry. Lin Lei stifled a few sobs, struggling to hold back his tears. Father, I'm sorry, I have disappointed you. Hearing Lin Lei's words, Hogg felt a warmth in his heart and held Lin Lei tightly, saying, Lin Lei, do not be sad. Father did not hold out much hope. It has been over 1,000 years. Not a single descendant has become a dragon blood warrior. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Father does not blame you. Feeling the warmth of his father's embrace, Lin Lei gradually relaxed. That moment, the 2.5-year-old Walton was already fast asleep in the arms of the steward, Hillier. Lin Lei. Now the Baruch family consists only of me. You and your brother. I do not possess grand aspirations. I dare not hope to become a dragon blood warrior, Hogg said with a self-deprecating smile. To become a dragon blood warrior is no simple feat. Lin Lei gazed up at his father. He rarely witnessed his father speak in such a manner. Usually, his father was so strong and stern. Hogg, looking at the row of ancestral tablets, spoke wistfully. My true goal is to recover the treasured heirloom of our Baruch family. The treasured heirloom? What is it? I have never heard of it. Lin Lei inquired with curiosity. Hogg replied with pride. Our family's treasured heirloom, the battle blade slaughter, is the weapon of Baruch, the first patriarch of our Baruch family and the first dragon blood warrior of the entire Yulan continent. Alas, the descendants have been unfilial. Over 600 years ago, due to the family's decline, that generation's patriarch sold our family's treasured heirloom for personal indulgence. As he recounted this, Hogg's body trembled with indignation. To sell the treasured heirloom? Lin Lei felt a surge of anger within him. Even at 6.5 years old, he understood from the books he had read that no matter how difficult the circumstances, one should never part with the treasured heirloom, especially for one's own luxury. Hogg shook his head in resignation. Every subsequent generation of patriarchs has sought to reclaim the battle blade slaughter. However, this goal has eluded us for 600 years. Despite the efforts of countless descendants. After all, that battle blade slaughter was sold for a staggering 18,000 gold coins. 18,000 gold coins. Not only could we not possibly gather that amount, even if we could, others would be unwilling to part with it. As an ancient family of dragonblood warriors, our ancestral treasures have all been sold off. This is a disgrace to the ancient lineage of the dragonblood warriors. Each generation has yearned to reclaim the blade slaughter, yet after 600 years of relentless effort, we have not succeeded. Hogg, as the current patriarch of the family, naturally harbors the same hopes. However, the family now finds itself in dire financial straits. 18,000 gold coins? Even selling our ancestral home would scarcely yield such a colossal sum. The ancestral treasure being out of reach brings Hogg great pain and shame, leaving him unable to face his forebears. Upon seeing his father's expression, Lin Lei spoke soothingly. Father, rest assured. One day I shall bring back the treasure of our family. You? Hogg chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Lei's hair. Yet, within his heart, he silently mused, Lin Lei, how can you know that this statement, I once said the same to your grandfather. 600 years of effort from numerous generations have yielded no success. How could it be so easily accomplished? After all, those who possess the blade slaughter are undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Would they be willing to sell it? Even if they were, the price would surely be beyond the means of the declining Baruch family. Does my father doubt me? Lin Lei looked up at his father, perplexed. I believe, Hogg replied with a smile. The two embraced, the once mighty lineage of the dragonblood warriors now reduced to just these 3 members. When would this ancient family, which has languished for over 1,000 years, reclaim its former glory? In that moment, lying in his father's embrace, Lin Lei's fists clenched tightly. Chapter 4. Growth, Part 1. The spring breeze had turned the white poplar trees surrounding the open space on the eastern side of Wushan town a vibrant green. In the clearing, a group of youths were fervently training. It had been a year and a half since the last assessment of their dragonblood warrior lineage, and Lin Lei was now 8 years old. Over this period, Zierman had clearly observed that Lin Lei was training with even greater diligence. Very well, Lin Lei, persevere. Zierman encouraged from the sidelines. At this moment, Lin Lei was clad only in long trousers. His upper body glistening with sweat, he lay flat on the ground, his hands pressed firmly against the earth like an old tree's gnarled roots, immobile, relying solely on the strength of his hands and the tips of his toes for support. His entire being was taut, static tension training. This was a simple yet effective exercise. If he could maintain this position for an hour, his body would be impervious to ordinary blades and swords. Drip! Sweat trickled from his forehead, tracing down the edge of his eye, causing a sharp pang in his right eye that made him involuntarily squint. Lin Lei is truly impressive. At just 8 years old, his static tension training rivals that of a 13 or 14-year-old. Some of the other children who had given up nearby remarked to one another, "Go, Lin. Cheer for us. Defeat those older kids," Jean Hadley shouted from the side. "Keep it up, Lin," the other children echoed. Lin Lei enjoyed a warm camaraderie with the other youths. Despite being of noble birth, he treated the commoner children with great kindness, often assisting them in their training. Just a bit longer, Lin Lei repeatedly told himself. Meanwhile, his father's words from a year prior echoed in his mind. "Lin Lei, we are the Dragonblood warrior family. As a member of this lineage, you possess both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that even if your Dragonblood lineage is insufficient to become a Dragonblood warrior, your physical condition will still be markedly superior to that of an ordinary person. While others may struggle to reach the rank of a level 6 warrior solely through physical training, you will find it easier than most. However, you also face a disadvantage. The children of the Dragonblood warrior family are prohibited from cultivating the techniques of fighting energy. The Dragonblood lineage is only compatible with the Dragonblood techniques, which are incompatible with any other fighting energy techniques. Furthermore, the Dragonblood techniques can only be cultivated when the concentration of Dragonblood within one's body reaches a certain level, which means you cannot cultivate fighting energy. Moreover, while an ordinary person can theoretically attain the rank of level 6 warrior through pure physical training, such individuals are exceedingly rare in reality. However, we differ. Even with a less potent Dragonblood lineage, we start from a higher point. Through pure physical training, we can attain the rank of level 6 warrior. Your great-grandfather even managed to reach the rank of level 7 warrior solely through physical training. Lin Lei remembered his father's words clearly. He roared within himself. My current superiority over others is due to the Dragonblood lineage in my veins. Yet, I cannot cultivate fighting energy. I must strive and strive again. If my great-grandfather could attain the rank of level 7 warrior solely through physical training, then I may have the potential to become a level 8 warrior, or even a level 9 warrior. Nothing is impossible. A level 8 warrior. A level 9 warrior would be considered the foremost expert in the Finley Kingdom. If I were to become a level 8 warrior, even if I cannot restore the family's former glory from 5,000 years ago, it would significantly improve our family's circumstances. Persevere. Lin Lei gritted his teeth. At that moment, his arms ached as though countless ants were gnawing at them, his entire body trembling incessantly, every muscle vibrating distinctly. After a considerable time, at last, thud, Lin Lei collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His body sprawled on the earth, completely relaxed. He could distinctly feel a tingling sensation throughout his body. The muscles that had undergone rigorous training began to grow slowly. This growth may not be immediately apparent after 1 or 2 sessions, but over time, the progress would become evident. Zierman nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the group of 14 and 15-year-olds. His expression cold. You all need to hold on. Lin Lei is only 8 years old, yet you are on the brink of adulthood. Do not let an 8-year-old outshine you. As the morning training concluded, Lin Lei bid farewell to his friends and returned to the Baluk family residence as usual. Just 8 years of age. Anyone unfamiliar with him would likely mistake him for an 11 or 12-year-old boy rather than a mere child of 8. The children of the Baluk family truly differed from the average populace. "Brother!" the boisterous Woden exclaimed upon seeing Lin Lei, rushing towards him. "All right, Woden, I'm drenched in sweat. Let me wash up first," Lin Lei chuckled, pinching Woden's cheek playfully. Woden huffed. "I know, brother. After you wash up, you'll have to go attend lessons with father. A noble scion." Lin Lei's education began at a young age. The Baluk family, an ancient lineage with over 5,000 years of history, enforced stricter educational standards than those of the kingdom's great nobles. "All right, Woden, I'll play with you at noon," Lin Lei promised. Woden was still a child, while Lin Lei had to be considerably more mature. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Lei entered the living room, where his father, Hog Baluk, sat upright at the dining table. Before Hog lay 3 thick tomes. "Father," Lin Lei greeted respectfully. Hog nodded coolly, and Lin Lei promptly stood at a respectful distance beside him. "Yesterday, I recounted the entirety of the continent of Yulan's nations to you. Now, repeat it back to me," Hog instructed coldly. This was the true nature of Hog. The tender moments shared in the ancestral hall, holding Lin Lei, were exceedingly rare. Typically, Hog's expectations of Lin Lei were nothing short of strict. In every aspect, Hog pursued perfection, allowing no room for error. "Yes, father," Lin Lei replied calmly. The continent of Yulon features three major perilous regions: the first mountain range, the Monster Mountain Range, the second mountain range, the Sunset Mountain Range, and the foremost forest, the Dark Forest. Each of these perilous regions spans vast territories. The Monster Mountain Range, which nearly bisects the continent from north to south, stretches over 10,000 miles and is home to countless beasts, including those with cataclysmic powers. The entire continent has been shaped by the presence of the Monster Mountain Range. To the west of the Monster Mountain Range, there exist 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities. Among the many kingdoms and principalities to the west of the Monster Mountain Range, they are primarily divided into two factions, one being the Holy Alliance led by the Finley Kingdom, and the other being the Dark Alliance led by the Black Lion Kingdom. The Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance are in constant conflict, as one is aligned with the Light Church, while the other is associated with the Dark Church. Meanwhile, to the east of the Monster Mountain Range, there are 4 great empires, 6 kingdoms, and numerous principalities. Among these, the 4 great empires are the most formidable. Unaffected by the influence of either the Light Church or the Dark Church in the 4 great empires, imperial authority reigns supreme, and any one of them can rival the Holy Alliance. Lin Lei took a deep breath after this and felt a sense of relief. Is that all? Hog's expression turned icy. Lin Lei immediately began to continue speaking, but Hog interjected. Tell me, how many kingdoms and principalities are there in our Holy Alliance? There are 6 kingdoms and 10. Lin Lei's brow furrowed suddenly. How many duchies are there within the Holy Alliance? Lin Lei felt somewhat uncertain. It seemed to be 15 duchies, yet perhaps it was 17 kingdoms. For a moment, he could not ascertain the truth. Humph! Hog's expression turned cold as he retrieved a thorny rod from beside him, prompting Lin Lei to obediently extend his right hand. Hog's eye muscles twitched, and with a sharp crack, the rod struck Lin Lei's palm. Instantly, a line of blood appeared on Lin Lei's hand, but he merely gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Lin Lei, you must remember that we reside within the Holy Alliance and must possess an in-depth understanding of its affairs. Hog remarked coldly as he gazed at his son. Throughout the entire Yulon continent, there are fundamentally 6 principal powers, the 4 great empires and the 2 major alliances. Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Although his father's words were succinct, they conveyed a clear understanding. The Holy Alliance borders the O'Brien Empire to the far north, while the Dark Alliance meets the Yulon Empire to the south. The Holy Alliance, under the leadership of the Church of Light, is united to a degree that rivals the 4 great empires. Lin Lei listened to his father's discourse, feeling a sense of agreement. Just yesterday, he had perused numerous texts, and it was evident that the Holy Alliance could indeed be regarded as the artistic center of the entire Yulon continent. Moreover, its economy was comparable to that of the foremost economic power, the Yulon Empire. With the Church of Light backing it, the Holy Alliance was undeniably formidable. Today, we shall study art, Hog stated icily. As a noble. Mastery of the arts is imperative. Art cultivates a noble's inner grace. Subsequently, Hog retrieved a hefty tome from the side and opened it by in the year 3578 of the Yulon calendar. The great master of stone sculpture, Prux, was born in. Hog rigorously instructed from the side while Lin Lei diligently memorized and comprehended, striving to meet his father's expectations. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the clock in the living room chimed 11 times, indicating it was already noon. Is Hog present? A clear voice resounded, as there was no gatekeeper at the Baruch family estate, signifying that the guest had already arrived at the front courtyard. Hog furrowed his brow and set down the thick book in his hand. Lin Lei, that is all for today. With a forced smile, he proceeded towards the living room entrance. Hog, my dear friend, upon hearing the call of the silk-voiced bird that morning, I knew there would be joyous news. Indeed, I received your letter by noon, and I was utterly delighted to see it. Dear Philip, I am equally pleased to see you. Hillman, swiftly bring forth the stone sculpture of the mighty lion I prepared. Philip, come, let us retire to the living room. The sculpture will arrive shortly. Hearing their conversation, Lin Lei felt a pang in his heart. Would they be selling off family possessions once more? Lin Lei knew that the stone sculpture of the mighty lion was one of his father's cherished pieces. Yet the Baruch family, which imposed heavy taxes on Wushan town, was now in dire financial straits. Fortunately, the Baruch family was quite ancient, and thus possessed numerous items of historical significance. Alas, no matter how many items there were, they could not withstand the ravages of time and repeated sales. Now, The family's valuable possessions had dwindled significantly, and Lin Lei glanced at the clock in the living room, pondering when it too would be sold off. In walked a middle-aged man with flowing golden hair exuding an air of nobility, accompanying Hogg into the living room. Lin Lei instantly deduced that this golden-haired gentleman must be Philip. "Ah, this delightful boy must be your son." "Hogg," Philip said, smiling amiably as he regarded Lin Lei. "You are Lin Lei Baruch, correct? May I address you as Lin Lei?" "It is an honor, sir," Lin Lei replied, placing his left hand on his chest and bowing respectfully. "What a charming child," Philip remarked, seemingly pleased. Hogg interjected with a smile, "Philip, do not tease the child. The stone sculpture of the mighty lion you have longed for has arrived." At this moment, Hillman entered the room, effortlessly cradling a stone lion sculpture in his arms before gently placing it on the ground. The nearly 1,000-pound sculpture appeared to be but a trifle in Hillman's grasp, showcasing his remarkable strength. "Mr. Hillman, your prowess astounds me. Do not possess a guard captain as formidable as you in my estate." Despite overseeing 12 towns, Philip remarked with a smile, though his words clearly hinted at an invitation for Hillman. "Wushan town is my homeland, sir," Hillman replied coldly. "I apologize," Philip quickly retorted. He then turned to Hogg, saying, "Hogg, while I admire this sculpture, I must candidly state that the carving technique of the mighty lion is not particularly exceptional, especially when compared to those of the true masters of stone sculpture. Philip, if you are not inclined to purchase it, then so be it," Hogg replied bluntly. Philip squinted his eyes, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Hogg, do not take offense. I am not saying I do not wish to buy it, merely stating a fact. How about this? I offer 500 gold coins for the sculpture." "What do you say? 500 gold coins?" Hogg's brow furrowed. This price was considerably lower than what he had envisioned, as he had estimated it to be around 800 gold coins in the Yulon continent. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which in turn equals 1,000 copper coins. A typical commoner earns about 20 to 30 gold coins in a year for their labor. Even a standard soldier's annual pay amounts to around 100 gold coins. The price was far too low. Hogg shook his head. "You must know, throughout the Yulon continent, there exists a multitude of stone sculptures with millennia of history. The true value of a sculpture lies within its artistic merit. And your sculpture's artistry. Well, I merely have a personal fondness for it. 500 gold coins is indeed my final offer. If you do not accept, then so be it." Philip turned his gaze towards the clock in the living room, his eyes lighting up. "Hogg, if you are willing to part with that clock, I would gladly offer 1,000 gold coins." Hogg's expression immediately turned cold. "Oh, even 2,000 gold coins would suffice. That is my highest offer," Philip quickly added. Hogg resolutely shook his head. "That clock is not for sale. As for the stone sculpture, 600 gold coins. Take it or leave it." Philip scrutinized Hogg for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Very well, Hogg, I will grant you this concession. 600 gold coins. Butler, fetch 600 gold coins." The butler, who had been waiting outside the living room, promptly returned with the coins, presenting them in 6 small yellow bags. 600 gold coins, Hogg. You may count them," Philip said with a smile. Hogg lifted the bags to gauge their weight and volume, confirming that they indeed contained 6 bags of coins, each holding 100 coins. He nodded with a smile. "Philip, would you care to stay and join us for lunch?" "No, thank you. I have matters to attend to," Philip replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Philip's elderly butler had arranged for 2 sturdy warriors to laboriously carry the stone sculpture away. After Philip and his entourage departed, Hogg gazed at the 6 bags of coins before him, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. This time it was the stone sculpture that had been sold. What would the next occasion be? Although the family possessed numerous items, there would inevitably come a day when they would all be sold. "Father, I wish to learn stone sculpture," Lin Lei suddenly declared. He understood well that the renowned stone sculpture masters across the Yulon continent had works valued in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Some even reached into the hundreds of thousands. It was not merely a matter of wealth. Those masters held lofty status. If he became a master of stone sculpture, then perhaps his father would no longer need to sell off their possessions. Lin Lei thought to himself. "Stone sculpture?" Hogg regarded Lin Lei with a cold gaze. "Lin Lei, do you know that among the several 100 million people in the Holy Alliance, at least a few million have dabbled in stone sculpture? Yet, in the entire Holy Alliance, the actual stone sculpture masters can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, Without a good teacher, it is virtually impossible to succeed on your own in this art. The realm of stone sculpture is not one that an ordinary person can penetrate. You only see the masterpieces of those masters valued at thousands of gold coins. But do you realize that the vast majority of stone sculptors earn merely a few dozen gold coins annually? Hog's tone was exceptionally stern. Linley was taken aback. He had only mentioned stone sculpture in hopes of improving their family's situation, and he had not anticipated his father's severe response. Enough! The ancestral hall requires cleaning. After lunch today, you shall attend to it, Hog stated coldly. Yes, father, Linley replied respectfully. Hog looked at Linley, sighing inwardly. Stone sculpture? My child, do you not know that I too studied stone sculpture for a full decade? Yet my works are worth naught. Hog had once aspired to become a master in the field, believing it would greatly enhance their family's finances. However, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. After 10 years of effort, his creations amounted to nothing. The world of stone sculpture resembled a pyramid. The renowned masters resided at the peak, enjoying status and commanding prices for their works in the tens of thousands. While countless sculptors languished at the base, their creations deemed so worthless that they were often purchased by common folk merely as decorative trinkets for a few silver coins. Chapter 6. The Ring, Part 1. As the sun descended in the west, the fiery clouds painted nearly half of the sky in vivid red, casting a warm hue across the entire landscape. The cleaning of the ancestral hall was indeed quite simple. Linley stepped out of the hall, and he could not help but acknowledge that he had overprepared. What he had anticipated would take an hour was completed in a mere 15 minutes. In the Yulan calendar, there are 12 months in a year, each comprising 30 days, with each day consisting of 24 hours, and every hour divided into 60 minutes. Typically, nobles possess clocks that allow them to ascertain the precise time, while those of considerable wealth or high status might even own exquisitely crafted pocket watches. The ancestral hall is maintained monthly, and in reality, there was hardly any dirt to be found after just 1 month. A simple wipe would suffice. With nearly an hour remaining before the evening training session, what was there to do? Bored, Linley glanced around. The Baruch estate, with a history exceeding 5 millennia, boasted a well-kept front yard. Yet the vast back garden was a different story. Apart from the ancestral hall, the other buildings and courtyards were cloaked in dust and even bore cracks. Wild grass and vibrant green moss thrived in the corners and along the stone pathways. Observing these ancient, dilapidated structures, Linley's eyes gradually brightened. Many areas of the back garden had not been tended to for over a century. Perhaps there were some ancient, valuable items hidden within? The mere thought sent his heart racing. If I could find something of worth and present it to my father, he would surely be delighted. Taking a deep breath, Linley promptly made his way towards the crumbling building adjacent to the hall. Carefully stepping forward, wielding a sturdy wooden pole to brush away cobwebs, meticulously searching for any items of interest, upon entering the ancient dwelling, Linley was greeted by a musty odor. Thick cobwebs clung to the corners of the walls, and spiders could be seen scuttling about. Numerous cobwebs covered the surfaces of various ornaments, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be exceedingly old. However, these decorations had long since decayed, barely recognizable as their former shapes. Had they remained intact, they would undoubtedly have been worth a considerable sum. With a resigned shake of his head, Linley continued his examination of the surroundings, using the wooden pole to clear away layers of cobwebs as he scrutinized every object. He checked the floor, the wooden shelves, and the walls for any concealed mechanisms. According to the texts he had read, it was quite common for walls to conceal secret mechanisms. Linley cautiously tapped on the walls. Listening intently to the sounds, he relished the thrill of this treasure hunt in the ancient house. Yet he momentarily forgot that he was not the first to contemplate such an expedition. His father, grandfather, and even the more ancient ancestors of the Baruch family had likely already scoured these relics. At merely 8 years old, despite having been raised in a family that instilled early maturity, Linley still lacked the comprehensive thought processes of an adult. If he found nothing in this ancient dwelling, he would simply move on to the next. Exiting the first ancient house, he proceeded towards the second. The back garden was replete with buildings. After all, the front courtyard they inhabited constituted merely a third of the entire estate. The area behind was far more extensive. If he were to search every nook and cranny, Lin Lei estimated it would take him an entire day. One by one, the decorations crumbled away, revealing not a single item of value. Stepping out of yet another ancient house, he glanced skyward. Estimating that there were still about 15 minutes until evening training, he turned around to observe a particularly grand ancient building in the distance. That would be the one, the largest structure of all. He resolved to spend 10 minutes searching it, and if he found nothing, he would promptly head to training. With determination, Lin Lei raced towards the largest ancient house. The expanse of this building far surpassed that of the living room in the front courtyard. Upon entering, Lin Lei carefully surveyed his surroundings, deducing that this must have been where the Baruch family gathered for meals hundreds of years ago. The decor and layout of the ancient house made it clear that this was indeed a spacious and grand living area. He began his search on the ground, as was his custom. Lin Lei kept his head down and eyes wide, meticulously examining every corner. Whenever he spotted something, he would tap it with the wooden pole to ascertain its nature. If it turned out to be a mere stone, he would abandon it immediately, for he was acutely aware that time was of the essence with training fast approaching. He shifted his focus to the walls and various ornaments, feeling a surge of hope. Lin Lei puffed his cheeks and looked around, silently imploring the ancestors of his family to leave him even a small trinket, anything at all. He scrutinized every inch, even peering behind the decayed decorations on the walls. By the wall stood a wooden shelf with drawers. Lin Lei eagerly opened each drawer, inspecting them closely, only to find them remarkably clean and empty. The only thing within was dust. Sighing, he closed the last drawer with a sense of disappointment. After such a lengthy search, not a single valuable item had emerged, leaving him sweaty and covered in grime. Glancing down at himself, he noted the dirt that clung to his clothes, which only heightened his frustration. Lin Lei's eyes swept across the ancient house. Time to head back. In a fit of irritation, he hurled the wooden pole onto the nearby shelf, as if attempting to vent the frustration of nearly an hour of fruitless effort. With a loud thud, the pole struck the shelf, which bore the weight of many years and had become fragile from over a century of decay. The sudden impact caused the shelf to creak ominously. Hearing the noise, Lin Lei glanced back, only to be struck by alarm. It was about to collapse. Having previously caused several ornaments to shatter while searching the earlier ancient houses, he had gained considerable experience in such matters. With haste, Lin Lei stepped aside. The towering wooden shelf ultimately succumbed to gravity, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering into several pieces and sending a cloud of dust swirling through the air. Amidst the rising dust, Lin Lei failed to notice that, with the shelf's destruction, a black ring, hidden within its layers for an unknown length of time, tumbled out and rolled to the ground. Coughing a few times, Lin Lei waved his sleeve to disperse the dust. What bad luck, he thought, covered in grime just before training. He should quickly wash up and change into clean clothes. With that, he brushed himself off and made his way towards the door of the ancient house. Chapter 7. The Ring, Part 2. The black ring had rolled to rest near the threshold. As Lin Lei took 3 or 4 steps closer to the door, he suddenly halted, for he distinctly felt something beneath his foot that resembled a larger stone. During his earlier inspection, there had been no stone in that spot. It must have been a shard from the collapsed shelf. Recalling the fallen wooden structure, Lin Lei felt a surge of irritation and forcefully stomped on the wooden fragment beneath him. According to his hypothesis, if it were a rotten piece of wood, it should crumble underfoot. However, ow! How hard is this? What lies beneath my foot? Lin Lei realized that the object beneath him was unusually solid. Lifting his foot, he bent down to investigate. There, lying quietly on the ground, was a dark object resembling a ring, covered in a thin layer of dust, appearing rather inconspicuous. A ring, with a twinkle in his eye. Lin Lei eagerly picked up the black ring and vigorously wiped it with his already dirty sleeve. After several rubs, he finally discerned its true nature. The ring was entirely black, composed of a material that seemed akin to wood yet also resembled stone. This black ring was made of a strange substance, and upon closer inspection of the ring's band, he noticed a faintly carved, distorted figure. Was it a worm? Lin Lei gazed at the carving in bewilderment. At first glance, he instinctively deemed the twisted shape to be a worm. Chuckling to himself, Lin Lei remarked, "The craftsmanship is truly abysmal. Even a random person could carve better than this. Alas, what a pity." This black ring bore no precious diamond, let alone the more valuable magical crystals. Typically, rings are adorned with diamonds or magical gems, yet this black ring was merely a solid, dark material, devoid of any sign of precious stones. It was clearly worthless. For some reason, however, Lin Lei felt an inexplicable fondness for the black ring. Perhaps it was simply because it was the sole trophy from his arduous treasure hunt in the ancient house. The ring was slightly too large for his finger to wear. Perhaps I could find a thread to string it as a pendant around my neck. An idea sparked in his mind. Just 8 years of age, Lin Lei's fingers were considerably smaller than those of an adult, rendering him unable to wear the black ring. As for what to name this black ring? Worm ring? No, that sounds too unappealing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lei's eyes brightened. He chuckled softly. The twisted figure could also be interpreted as a dragon. With a dragon coiling around the ring, it shall be named the Coiling Dragon Ring. Though Lin Lei secretly perceived that the twisted creature resembled more of an earthworm, he nonetheless named it the Coiling Dragon Pendant. The Coiling Dragon Pendant? Lin Lei raised the ancient obsidian pendant, his smile radiant with joy. Due to the family's financial struggles, this was the first pendant he had ever acquired, and particularly, it was one he had tirelessly sought after himself, deepening his fondness for it. Alas, time was slipping away. The evening training session was fast approaching. Suddenly jolted awake, Lin Lei felt a surge of urgency. Glancing at his disheveled, dust-covered appearance, he looked like a beggar. How dreadful! Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the ancient dwelling and hurried toward the bathing room. With a splash, Lin Lei doused himself in water, revealing his sun-kissed skin, adorned with aesthetically pleasing muscle definition, a testament to his rigorous training. As the water cascaded down, the dust was swiftly washed away. He hurriedly cleansed himself, and then, with fervor, changed into a set of training attire. Threads. Lin Lei anxiously searched for the string to wear the Coiling Dragon Pendant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a frayed piece of burlap clothing. Without hesitation, he extracted a fine thread from it. Though plain, burlap was sturdy and resilient. The burlap string was robust, and he quickly donned the Coiling Dragon Pendant. Fastening it securely to his chest, he was running late. This was his first tardiness. Lin Lei sprinted out of the house, stuffing the Coiling Dragon Pendant into his clothing, feeling its coolness against his chest, which lifted his spirits. Being late this one time had rewarded him with the Coiling Dragon Pendant, and Lin Lei felt a surge of happiness. He burst through the gates of the Baruch family estate and raced toward the open space to the east of Wushan town. On the streets of Wushan, many laborers returning from their day's work noticed Lin Lei's frantic pace and guessed the reason. "Young Master Lin Lei, do be careful. Don't trip," they called out. "Lord Heilman is quite severe. Young Master Lin Lei might face punishment." The Baruch family's kindness towards the common folk has endeared Lin Lei to them. "I wonder how Uncle Heilman will punish me?" Lin Lei pondered as he dashed, unable to engage in conversation with the uncles and aunts nearby. In no time, Lin Lei reached the open space east of Wushan town. That moment, 3 teams had assembled, and Heilman was speaking. Upon hearing Lin Lei's hurried footsteps, Heilman cast a cold, piercing gaze in his direction. Lin Lei ran to the side of the team and came to a halt, feeling apprehensive as he awaited Heilman's words. "Today's training task will be doubled as a penalty. Fall in," Heilman stated coolly. "Yes," Lin Lei replied with a straightened posture and a clear voice. The young men nearby exchanged glances. Astonished, merely being a moment late had resulted in a doubled penalty, indicating that Lin Lei would likely miss dinner tonight. Just as Lin Lei was rushing to his designated spot within the team, suddenly, rumble! The very ground beneath them trembled ominously, as though a colossal creature was advancing, causing the earth to shake in rhythm. From the east, "It's coming from the east." Lin Lei discerned the direction instinctively. Not just Lin Lei, but even Heilman, Rory, Roger, and others turned their solemn gazes toward the eastern horizon, where the tremors intensified. All the youth sensed that the rhythmic vibrations were undoubtedly caused by a massive entity approaching. Each tremor felt as if it were hammering against Lin Lei's heart. What could this colossal creature be? Lin Lei's eyes widened as he fixated on the east. Chapter 8. The Beast, Velociraptor, Part 1. The gargantuan creature responsible for the seismic disturbance made its grand entrance. At the sight of this colossal beast, Lin Lei and the other children were utterly paralyzed with fear, whereas Heilman, Rory, and Roger reacted swiftly. positioning themselves protectively in front of the frightened children, their eyes warily scrutinizing the monstrous figure. A level 7 magical beast, Velociraptor. Halman's complexion shifted drastically, while Rory and Roger's legs quivered in terror. How enormous! Is this the legendary beast? Linley was overwhelmed. Throughout his life, the largest creature he had encountered was a warhorse that passed through the town, towering at nearly 6 feet. Yet, in comparison to the behemoth before him, the warhorse seemed like an infant before a giant. The disparity was staggering. The creature stood at least 2 stories high, its length stretching 20 to 30 meters. The Velociraptor was a sight to behold, its body adorned with massive, crimson, hard scales that shimmered with an icy metallic sheen, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The Velociraptor's 4 scale-covered legs were astonishingly robust, requiring 2 men to encircle one with their arms. Its entire body blazed a fiery red, save for its claws, which were a chilling, deep black. The tail, nearly half the length of its body and reminiscent of a whip, would carve deep furrows into the earth with each casual sweep. With a low grunt, the Velociraptor expelled 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, reeking of sulfur. Its enormous, jewel-like eyes, as large as lanterns, glowed with an eerie red light. The Velociraptor turned its massive head towards Linley and the group of youths. The cold crimson light in its gaze rendered them paralyzed with fear. With a crunching sound, the Velociraptor chewed, revealing 2 rows of interlocking, saw-like teeth, each tooth gleaming white and exuding an unsettling chill, leaving no doubt about their sharpness. Linley felt as if his heart had stopped. In that moment, the outside world faded into silence. It was terrifying. Could anyone withstand such a colossal beast? Linley was utterly aghast. Simply witnessing this gigantic magical creature left him feeling utterly powerless. He believed that a single swipe of the Velociraptor's whip-like tail could reduce the sturdy stone houses of Wushan Town to rubble. This Wushan Town? A cold, detached voice emanated from above the Velociraptor. All the awestruck youths looked up at the beast's back, where a mysterious figure draped in a purple robe sat cross-legged. The Velociraptor was so massive that its back was broad enough for a person to lie down or even roll around. Magician, this is indeed Wushan Town. Is there anything I can assist you with? Halman's voice rang out. Upon hearing Halman's words, everyone seemed to find their resolve, snapping out of their previous state of paralyzing fear. However, none dared to speak, including Rory and Roger, who stood behind Halman, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the enormous Velociraptor and the enigmatic purple-robed magician. Wushan Town, it appears I haven't taken a wrong turn. The mysterious figure in the purple robe murmured. After that, the enigmatic figure fell silent, while the Velociraptor cast a chilling glance at Linley and the others. It then released another plume of smoke from its nostrils and continued its march forward. As the Velociraptor advanced toward the town, Halman's expression shifted. Everyone stood frozen in place. Having spoken, Halman followed closely behind the Velociraptor. Rory, uncle, what is that? Is it a magical beast? Linley was the first to inquire. Rory swallowed hard, fear glimmering in his eyes, but he nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is a magical beast. However, it's an exceptionally formidable one. A level 7 magical beast, the Velociraptor? Velociraptor? Linley etched the name deep into his mind. The Velociraptor's immense form, its impenetrable scales, its razor-sharp claws, and its powerful tail were all utterly terrifying. Linley was convinced a single Velociraptor could annihilate the entirety of Wushan Town. Its scale armor boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, with an attack power that was equally frightening, coupled with a proficiency for fiercely offensive fire elemental magic. Rory, filled with trepidation, explained to Linley, stating that against a fearsome beast like the Velociraptor, even a 1,000-man battalion would be utterly slaughtered unless a coalition of level 6 or 7 warriors and magicians intervened. Capable of breaching its scales, a shudder ran through Linley's heart. A 1,000-man battalion could be completely wiped out. However, the most terrifying aspect was not the Velociraptor itself, but the mysterious figure in the purple robe. Rory took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Roger beside him nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, to tame a Velociraptor, one must ensure it willingly becomes a servant. This implies that the mysterious figure in the purple robe possesses strength far surpassing that of the Velociraptor. Judging by his attire, he is likely a magician, at least of level 7, perhaps even an 8th-level magician. Roger clenched his fists, astonished that such a prominent figure had arrived in their midst. Lin Lei could sense the palpable fear emanating from his uncles. Rory and Roger, a level 7 magical beast, the Velociraptor, alongside a mysterious magician whose power was greater than that of the Velociraptor. This indeed sent shivers down their spines. A magician might be even more formidable than the Velociraptor? Lin Lei struggled to comprehend. The Velociraptor's enormous, fearsome physique, its hardened scales, sharp claws, and robust tail, contrasted sharply with the seemingly diminutive form of the mysterious magician. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the heart of Wushan town. This is unacceptable. Rory and Roger were taken aback. A sense of worry began to permeate the hearts of Lin Lei and the other youths. Was the furious roar of the Velociraptor a reaction to Wushan Towner, a consequence concerning Uncle Hillman? No one could ascertain the truth. Despite their trepidation, Rory and Roger hastened towards the center of the town. Lin Lei gritted his teeth. Uncle Hillman. He too was deeply concerned for Uncle Hillman and the other townsfolk, and therefore followed suit. This moment, Rory and Roger, their attention wholly consumed by the Velociraptor, failed to notice Lin Lei trailing behind them. In just a short while, Rory and Roger reached the town center, where they spotted Hillman observing from a distance. "What are you doing here?" Hillman admonished. But upon noticing Lin Lei approaching closely behind Rory and Roger, his brow furrowed. "Lin Lei, this place is far too perilous. Quickly return." It was only then that Rory and Roger realized Lin Lei had followed them. "Lin Lei, what are you doing?" They were at a loss for words. "Uncle Hillman, I refuse to leave," Lin Lei insisted. Hillman shook his head in resignation, knowing Lin Lei's stubborn nature made it nearly impossible to dissuade him. "Very well, stay by my side and do not wander off. I still have confidence in keeping you safe." "Thank you, Uncle Hillman. I promise I won't stray," Lin Lei replied, elated. At that moment, Hillman and the group quietly observed the unfolding conflict from approximately 100 meters away from the Velociraptor. Before the formidable creature stood a group of young individuals, comprising 4 men and 3 women. Chapter 9. The Beast-Velociraptor, Part 2, Captain. "What is happening up ahead?" Rory inquired softly of Hillman. A faint smile crept onto Hillman's lips. "That enigmatic mage has clashed with that mercenary squad. We need only to watch and refrain from intervening." Hillman himself was but a level 6 warrior and did not dare to engage. The Velociraptor alone was beyond his capabilities to confront, let alone that mysterious mage. The mercenary squad of 7 was no weakling either, consisting of 5 warriors and 2 mages. Among them was a robust man with a wild red mane, notably accompanied by a massive creature, a dark iron bull. The bull's sharp, ebony horns gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its crimson eyes revealed its identity as a level 5 magical beast known as the bloodthirsty iron bull. With a low bellow, the bloodthirsty iron bull exhaled 2 plumes of white mist. The mercenary party consisted of 4 men and 3 women, with the mages being female, and 1 woman serving as an archer in addition to the bloodthirsty iron bull. The squad boasted another magical beast, a colossal griffin soaring through the air. The griffin, a level 4 magical beast, bore a lion-like head and powerful, expansive wings. With 2 magical beasts and 2 mages, this mercenary squad was evidently not an ordinary crew. "Youngsters, you might as well hand over the Depolo Shadow Diamond." The cold voice of the seated mysterious mage echoed from atop the Velociraptor. "Master Mage, we have no desire to become your adversaries. But this Depolo Shadow Diamond is something we have acquired with immense effort. It is worth 100,000 gold coins, yet you seek to purchase it for a mere 700. This is simply unacceptable," the red-headed man with the explosive hairstyle stated solemnly. From his vantage point beside Hillman, Lin Lei finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the mysterious mage wished to forcibly acquire the 100,000 gold coin worth Depolo Shadow Diamond for a mere 700 gold coins. Is the Depolo Shadow Diamond truly that valuable? Lin Lei pondered, astonished. Its significant worth must signify its importance, or else the enigmatic mage would not be so brazen as to pursue it. 700 gold coins for a diamond valued at 100,000. No wonder the mercenaries are refusing. Lin Lei mused. "Humph," the mysterious mage scoffed coldly. "I possess only 700 gold coins. If you continue to be so obstinate, not only will you receive no coins, but you shall also lose your lives." The mage's voice turned increasingly frigid. With a roar that shook the buildings adjacent to the town square, the towering velociraptor let out a low growl. "Captain, we cannot simply yield this Depolo shadow diamond. Especially not to this cowardly fellow," a black-robed woman interjected coldly. "As seasoned mercenaries, the seven were no strangers to danger and would not easily concede." The red-headed captain spoke in a deep tone. "Respected mage, I am from the Kale family of the Funlight Kingdom." He attempted to leverage his background to intimidate. However, powerful mages typically possessed eccentricities and were often indifferent to aristocratic status. "You seek death?" The mysterious mage retorted dismissively. "Be cautious." The mercenary squad swiftly readied themselves, with the 4 male warriors taking the lead. The female archer drew a powerful composite longbow from her back, while the 2 female mages prepared their spells. With a roar, the massive velociraptor opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flame that surged towards the mercenary squad. The intense heat scorched the cobblestones of the town square, causing them to swell, crack, and shatter, leaving the ground charred and blackened. "Watch out," the red-headed man cautioned, as a red aura of energy enveloped him, while the other 3 warriors similarly summoned their protective barriers. The red-headed man's giant sword cleaved violently into the wall of a nearby stone building, resulting in a thunderous crash as the structure collapsed, sending hundreds of stones tumbling to the ground and a cloud of dust into the air. Simultaneously, the flames from the velociraptor engulfed the 4 warriors. Yet their protective barriers held firm. "Now," the red-headed captain commanded. The 4 warriors simultaneously kicked a massive stone, propelling it towards the mysterious mage atop the velociraptor. Then, with a powerful spring from their feet, they leaped several meters into the air, shooting towards the velociraptor like arrows from a bow. Chapter 10. The Dance of the Fire Serpent, Part 1. The flames spewed from the velociraptor's mouth engulfed a wide radius, transforming the area into an inferno. Yet, with the protection of their ice guardian armor and energy barriers, the 4 warriors could withstand the searing heat. Meanwhile, the female archer had already mounted the griffin, preparing to unleash her arrows from the sky. The bloodthirsty iron bull stood like a fortress, shielding the 2 female mages. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The female archer on the griffin's back, her gaze steely and unwavering, loosed 3 precise arrows aimed directly at the mysterious mage atop the velociraptor. The velociraptor's tail lashed out like a whip, striking with such speed that it surpassed even the flight of an arrow in an instant. It shattered the female archer's triple shot into fragments, while simultaneously sweeping the tail back towards the 4 male warriors. The sound of the tail slicing through the air sent a chill down the spines of the 4 warriors, causing their faces to pale. They immediately evaded with the agility of monkeys. However, the trajectory of the tail was not a simple linear path. It moved in a disorienting, undulating manner, defying expectations. Bang! One of the warriors failed to dodge in time, and the tail struck him mercilessly in the waist, shattering his icy protective armor and energy shield in the blink of an eye. The tail coiled around him, ensnaring his body tightly. "Luca!" cried the burly man beside him, his eyes wide with terror. "No!" Luca screamed in horror. With a violent flick, the massive tail sent Luca soaring directly into the gaping maw of the velociraptor, which opened its cavernous jaws and bit down on him. A sickening crunch echoed, accompanied by Luca's agonized wail before he was obliterated beneath the serrated teeth of the beast. A segment of his crimson thigh fell from the velociraptor's jaws, the stark white of his bone protruding grotesquely from the severed flesh. "Do not look," Hillman urged, positioning himself in front of Linley. The gruesome scene they had just witnessed was far too harrowing. Even an adult would be shaken by such brutality, let alone Linley, who was merely 8 years old. Yet Linley had already seen it. Gasping for breath, he felt as though his heart was being crushed under a boulder. Each inhalation a struggle. His mind was overwhelmed by the horrific image of the young man named Luca being devoured alive. The ruptured belly, the severed intestines, the crushed skull, the fallen thigh. The sheer brutality of the battle was unlike anything Linley had ever witnessed, and the sight of a person being torn apart by the colossal velociraptor was etched into his memory, particularly the image of the fallen thigh. Hillman, Rory, and Roger exchanged worried glances, concern evident in their eyes. Could an 8-year-old child endure such a traumatic sight? Would it cast a shadow over his heart, limiting his potential in the future. Killing is nothing, nothing at all, Linley mentally urged himself, reminding himself that in the future, as an adult, he would have to face death as a soldier. He had to endure. He had to persevere. Linley was indeed intelligent, having read extensively and understood the path he would take in life. In the world of Yulon, it was commonplace for men to confront life and death. Yet Linley was still a child, unaccustomed to such realities. He continued to reassure himself, and gradually, the terror that gripped his heart began to ease. Conversely, in a matter of moments, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. This battle was intense, exhilarating. For reasons unknown, the gruesome, bloody spectacle had ignited a fervent desire within Linley, a thirst for combat and slaughter. Was it the blood of the Dragonblood warriors awakening within him? Linley could not say. But he suddenly realized that he was not afraid. Rather, he was filled with anticipation for such blood-soaked battles. Taking a step forward, he moved past Hillman, focusing intently on the fight unfolding 100 meters ahead. "Linley, do not look," Hillman exclaimed, alarmed by Linley's intent gaze. "I am not afraid," Linley replied, looking up at Hillman. When Hillman caught sight of the fervent glimmer in Linley's eyes, he felt a jolt of surprise and did not attempt to restrain him further. Linley continued to watch the battlefield, where the conflict had reached its most brutal climax. The other three warriors, driven by rage, charged towards the mysterious mage atop the velociraptor. With a roar, the velociraptor turned, its massive jaws snapping towards one warrior while its razor-sharp claws lunged at another. The lightning-fast tail struck at the last warrior. The fighters were compelled to alter their course. The enigmatic mage on the velociraptor's back remained still, merely whispering incantations, allowing the creature to fend for itself. "Dance of the fire serpents," the mage's chilling voice rang out, and 7 serpentine flames, each dozens of meters long, writhed and roared as they shot forth in all directions, each serpent appearing lifelike with scales vividly distinct. The sheer size of these serpents sent tremors through the onlookers. Fire-type level 8 magic, Dance of the Fire Serpents. They realized that the mysterious mage had been quietly chanting a spell, preparing this terrifying level 8 magic. The Dance of the Fire Serpents summoned 7 colossal fire serpents with a staggering attack power, capable of inflicting grievous harm even on the formidable velociraptor. Faced with this onslaught, the mercenary team understood they stood no chance against an level 8 mage, especially not when paired with a velociraptor. "We finally understand. The mage is an level 8 sorcerer. It's the Dance of the Fire Serpents. We must flee." The burly man's face drained of color as he cried out in despair. The remaining 6 members of the mercenary team were engulfed by terror. It's too late. Prepare to embrace death. The mage's cold, maniacal voice pierced the hearts of the 6 mercenaries. Chapter 11. Dance of the Fire Serpents, Part 2. The 7 fire serpents flew at incredible speed, incinerating everything in their path, igniting houses along the streets of the small town and creating a scene of devastation. The townspeople of Wushan, who had been watching from a distance, were struck with grief as they witnessed their homes consumed by flames. The stone houses crumbled like toys before the might of the enormous fire serpents, engulfed in flames. "Let us go." The female archer, disregarding everything else, commanded her griffin to soar into the sky. Sapphire Mage. The range of her control over the serpents was limited. If she could escape that boundary, she would be safe. Sizzle. 2 of the fire serpents entwined, ensnaring both female mages and the bloodthirsty iron bull, resulting in the sickening sound of sizzling flesh as the smell of charred hair filled the air. "Brother Kale, help!" The female mage's piercing scream echoed from within the flames. The bloodthirsty iron bull's eyes glowed with a terrifying red, its muscles twisting in a futile attempt to break free from the serpent's grasp. "Louisa!" The burly man shouted in anguish. The 2 beautiful female mages and the iron bull were reduced to ashes within moments. But there was no time for grief. He and the other 2 male warriors faced a colossal fire serpent. Before the massive serpent, they resembled helpless infants. Even if they could shatter stone with a punch, what could they do when ensnared by the serpent's formidable body? The 3 warriors, enveloped by the fire serpents, let out anguished screams. In an instant, their energy shield shattered, followed by the sound of searing flesh. The muscles of their faces twitched grotesquely, their eyes bulging as their skin, muscle, and bones succumbed to the unbearable heat of the flames. The three powerful warriors were reduced to ashes in mere moments. Gasping for breath, the female archer finally escaped the range of the dance of the fire serpents. "Luca, Louisa, Brother Kale, I will avenge you. I swear," she cried, sorrow flooding her voice as she soared skyward on her griffin. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the heavens, hitting the unprepared female archer, reducing her to ashes. The griffin, charred and twitching, plummeted to the ground, crashing into a civilian stone house and collapsing its roof. "Think you can escape? Humph." The mysterious mage's voice dripped with disdain. 100 meters away, Hillman swallowed hard, unable to conceal the fear that gripped him. An level 8 mage, and a dual element mage at that. Dance of the fire serpents? Linley stood frozen, utterly stunned. The sight of the 7 colossal fire serpents soaring through the air, radiating waves of heat, left him shaken to his core. Each serpent was nearly the size of the velociraptor, their ascent heralding catastrophe. Houses were consumed and collapsed, flames reaching skyward in the blink of an eye. The formidable 4 warriors, 2 mages, 1 archer, and 2 magical beasts, except for the fate of the griffin, which remained uncertain, were all annihilated. The 7 fire serpents had vanished, yet Linley could still feel the oppressive heat lingering in the aftermath of the battle, which had transformed the area into a desolate wasteland. This wasteland, along with the relentless waves of heat, seemed to narrate the tale of the recent conflict. Incredible, simply incredible. Linley's breath remained somewhat hurried, his mind incessantly replaying the scene of 7 colossal fire serpents soaring through the sky, reminiscent of an impending catastrophe. In comparison to that spectacle, the terrifying velociraptor appeared slightly less formidable. Suddenly, Linley's gaze fell upon the enigmatic sorcerer perched atop the velociraptor. In contrast to the dinosaur, the sorcerer was considerably smaller in stature. Was it he who had unleashed the dance of fire serpents? Linley found it hard to believe that someone who seemed to possess a physique smaller than Uncle Hillman's could conjure such a cataclysmic attack. A flicker of trepidation ignited within Linley's heart as he regarded the mysterious sorcerer clad in a purple robe, as though this is what it means to be a sorcerer. For the first time, Linley gained a clear understanding of what a sorcerer truly was. Simultaneously, a yearning burgeoned within him for the power that such a sorcerer wielded. If only I could unleash such an attack one day. The thought sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, igniting an overwhelming excitement within him. In that moment, Linley understood the path he wished to pursue in the future. The quest for the pinnacle, the apex of strength. His father. Linley's gaze suddenly fell upon his father, Hogg, who was engulfed in a sense of helplessness as the town of Wushan faced an unprovoked calamity. "Do not make a sound." Hogg gestured to Linley, urging him to remain silent. Then, he turned his attention to the sorcerer, his heart heavy with despair. A level 8 sorcerer, and a dual element one at that. There were hardly any who surpassed him in the entire Finley kingdom. How could such a figure have come to our humble Wushan? Hogg could only hope that the mysterious sorcerer would depart soon, allowing Wushan to regain its tranquility. Without warning, the enigmatic sorcerer leaped effortlessly from the back of the velociraptor, descending from a height equivalent to 2 stories. Approaching the spot where a robust man had perished in flames, the sorcerer waved a hand, causing the ashes to swirl, revealing a diamond radiating with a mesmerizing purple hue. Known as the Depolo Shadow Diamond. Haha, the Depolo Shadow Diamond. I have searched for you for 10 years. Who would have thought that merely passing through this little town would lead me to you? The sorcerer's maniacal laughter echoed. Meanwhile, the nobles of Wushan, including Hogg, and a throng of commoners stood silently at a distance, too afraid to utter a sound lest they provoke the sorcerer's wrath. This town of Wushan? Whose territory is it? The mysterious sorcerer suddenly inquired. Linley's heart raced with alarm. At that moment, Hogg had no choice but to step forward, bowing respectfully. "Great sorcerer, this town of Wushan is my domain." "Oh." The sorcerer's visage remained obscured by his purple robe, rendering him indistinguishable. He spoke with a detached tone. "The losses incurred by Wushan are considerable. The members of that mercenary squad were all slain by me. They carried quite a bit of gold with them. Even though the gold has melted due to the dance of fire serpents, it can still be exchanged for some coin. Consider it compensation for your town." Upon hearing this, Hogg felt a sense of relief wash over him. This sorcerer might not be intent on further slaughter. Hog, on behalf of Wushan, express our gratitude for your generosity, esteemed sorcerer. Hog bowed deeply. The sorcerer nodded slightly before striding toward the velociraptor, which immediately crouched down, extending its forelegs, allowing the sorcerer to step upon them. With a gentle leap, he ascended onto the velociraptor's back. The velociraptor snorted, releasing 2 plumes of sulfurous mist before continuing its heavy-footed departure from Wushan. The townsfolk watched in awe as the colossal velociraptor and the mysterious sorcerer receded into the distance, finally vanishing at the end of the street. Their anxieties gradually easing. Chapter 12. The Heart of the Strong, Part 1. As the Level 7 beast, the velociraptor, and the mysterious sorcerer departed, Hog finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Uncle Hiri, Hog, turned to his steward. Immediately arrange for some individuals to recover the gold coins that have melted into ingots from the ashes. This mercenary squad was no ordinary group. They likely carried considerable wealth. I hope we can mitigate the losses our town has suffered. Hog surveyed the surroundings, which had been reduced to ruins. Yes, my lord, Hiri nodded in agreement. Hillman, Hog glanced at Hillman beside him, smiling. How do you feel? Hillman returned the smile, nodding. A wave of fear washed over me. Upon witnessing the Level 7 beast and that enigmatic sorcerer, I realized our town possesses no means of defense. A sorcerer of Level 8 is so esteemed that if he were to whimsically destroy our little town, no one would dare to blame him, let alone punish him. Indeed, the status of a sorcerer is exceedingly high. Even a mere ordinary sorcerer holds a rank equivalent to that of nobility, an 8th level sorcerer. When in the presence of a royal king, need not kneel in reverence. He may converse while standing. This illustrates the exalted status of an 8th level sorcerer. Yes, we should be grateful that, at the very least, no residents of Wushan lost their lives, Hog remarked with a smile. That is indeed fortunate. Hillman nodded in agreement. Hillman, assist Uncle Hiri in addressing the housing needs of the displaced residents, Hog instructed. Yes, Lord Hog. Hillman responded promptly. Hog glanced behind him, puzzled. Where is Lin Lei? He was just here, I'm not sure. I didn't notice. Hillman shook his head. My lord. Young Master Lin Lei has already returned, Hiri interjected. However, he seemed a bit distracted when he left. As if lost in thought, Hog nodded thoughtfully to the Baruch family estate. The residence was vast, once accommodating hundreds during the family's heyday, yet now it housed far fewer. Even 8-year-old Lin Lei occupied a suite all to himself. In his bedroom, Lin Lei sat cross-legged on his bed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The horrifying image of the dance of fire serpents haunted him, with 7 serpents, as thick as water barrels and dozens of meters long, engulfing the sky in flames. Instantly, the surroundings transformed into an ocean of fire, and the formidable warriors and sorcerers of the mercenary squad were reduced to ashes in mere moments. Sorcerers are incredibly powerful. A stirring sensation gripped Lin Lei's heart. Although I possess the bloodline of a dragonblood warrior, the concentration of my bloodline is relatively low, and it conflicts with other martial techniques, which limits my potential for growth as a warrior. I wonder if I could ever become a sorcerer. Suddenly, Lin Lei found himself yearning to become a sorcerer. The velociraptor was also awe-inspiring. If I could possess a velociraptor, then Lin Lei's mind conjured the image of the velociraptor. Its lightning-fast tail could easily shatter boulders and demolish houses. Its massive form resembled a colossal battering ram, and once it charged, its size and the hardness of its scales rendered it truly terrifying. Monsters that I wonder how I could acquire one. A desire to possess a monster began to blossom within Lin Lei. For reasons unknown, Lin Lei tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the mighty velociraptor and the sorcerer executing the dance of fire serpents. Lin Lei? What troubles you? A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Startled, Lin Lei sprang up to see his father, Hog, smiling approvingly at him. Father, Lin Lei greeted respectfully, puzzled by his father's unusual expression of warmth. Hog was typically stern with Lin Lei, rarely offering such a kind smile, making this moment all the more surprising. Well done, Hog praised. You truly embody the noble qualities of our dragonblood warrior lineage. If the descendants of dragonblood warriors were to fear life and death, to dread the bloodshed of battle, it would indeed be laughable. Lin Lei understood immediately. His father was referring to his reaction upon witnessing the velociraptor savagely tear apart Luca without flinching. Father, you saw that? Lin Lei asked in astonishment. How could I not? The commotion caused by the velociraptor was tremendous. I stepped out as soon as it arrived in Wushan. Although I was coming from another direction, I observed everything you and Hillman were doing. Hogg replied with a nod. Lin Lei chuckled to himself. At that moment, aside from an initial surge of terror, he had felt a rush of exhilaration, an urge for bloodshed and combat. Perhaps it was due to the dragon blood warrior bloodline. Lin Lei, was today's spectacle so overwhelming that it caused you to forget your dinner? Hogg inquired with a smile. Dinner? Lin Lei blinked in realization. Just then, his stomach growled in agreement, reminding him that he had gone straight to the evening training session without having had dinner, only to encounter the velociraptor and the mysterious sorcerer. According to reason, one should have dinner upon returning. Yet, Lin Lei's mind was filled with the stunning dance of the fire serpent and images of velociraptors. Father, may I inquire whether the descendants of our dragonblood warrior family have any chance of becoming mages? Lin Lei's hands unconsciously clenched the bed sheets, his gaze fixed intensely upon his father. Hogg was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. It appeared that his son harbored aspirations of becoming a mage. It is indeed possible, Hogg nodded affirmatively. Joy flickered in Lin Lei's eyes. Hogg gestured for Lin Lei to calm down, then continued. Lin Lei, throughout the history of our dragonblood warrior family, there have been mages. Though only 2 in total. You must understand that mages place great emphasis on talent. Typically, among 10,000 individuals, only one has the opportunity to become a mage. Merely 1 in 10,000, a hope exceedingly faint. Therefore, do not harbor excessive expectations. However, Lin Lei shook his head resolutely. Father, I will strive for every glimmer of hope. Lin Lei's expression was serious. Observing his 8-year-old son's earnest demeanor, Hogg found it rather amusing yet could not bring himself to smile. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Lin Lei, every year during the military recruitment period, which occurs in late autumn, there is a testing for mage students in the royal city of Fanlai. If you truly wish to pursue this, you may attempt it when late autumn arrives this year. Late autumn? Isn't that merely half a year away? Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. During dinner, the Baluk family, consisting of 3 members along with their butler Shili, enjoyed their meal together. Young Woden caused quite a commotion at the table, filling the living room with laughter. Once dinner concluded and the elderly butler Shili took Woden to bed, Lin Lei began conversing with his father Hogg. By the way, father, which is stronger, a mage or a warrior? Lin Lei inquired. Hogg glanced at Lin Lei, chuckled softly, and then shook his head. Lin Lei, mages and warriors each excel in their own domains. In terms of raw power, a mage of the same level is generally slightly superior to a warrior. Most importantly, the status of a mage is significantly higher, surpassing that of a warrior. For instance, the 8th level dual element mage we just spoke of likely holds a status that even a 9th level warrior would find slightly inferior. Why is the status so disparate if the power is merely slightly superior? Lin Lei pondered in confusion. Hogg smiled. Before we delve deeper, you must first understand the classification of mages. Mages are divided into 9 levels. The 1st and 2nd levels are novice mages. The 3rd and 4th levels are intermediate mages, and the 5th and 6th levels are advanced mages. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are extraordinarily formidable, and of course, above the 9th level mages, there exist the sanctum mages. The reason mages hold such high status is due to their immense destructive capability. Hogg lifted a glass of juice and took a gentle sip. Destructive capability? Lin Lei regarded his father with curiosity. Hogg set down his glass and nodded. A warrior, even one of the dragon blood lineage, can slay nearly 100 enemies with a single strike. Yet when faced with an army of 1,000,000, they may only take down a commander, and with that loss, the enemy can simply appoint a new one. However, what of a sanctum mage? With a single forbidden spell, they can obliterate an entire city, annihilating hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if the commander survives, what good is that? To a nation, a sanctum mage is far more terrifying than an entire army. Lin Lei suddenly comprehended. Not to mention the sanctum mages. Even the 8th or 9th level mages can wield astonishing power in warfare. Thus, the elevated status of mages is entirely understandable. Hogg smiled lightly. Lin Lei nodded in agreement. In the war-themed realm of Yulon continent, it is evident why mages hold such esteemed positions. Oh, by the way, father, I recall reading in a book that mages are comparatively physically weaker than warriors. Yet, I just saw that mage effortlessly leap from the back of a velociraptor. How can you call his body weak? Linley pressed for clarification. Hogg replied. We shall address that question shortly, Linley. You must understand that ordinary individuals in the Yulon continent typically live to be around 120 or 30 years old. Meanwhile, powerful mages and warriors usually enjoy much longer lifespans, generally ranging from 200 to 300 years, with the highest human lifespans reaching 500 years. Only those who attain the legendary sanctum status can enjoy an extraordinarily prolonged life. Nearing the infinite, Linley nodded, having encountered this information in his readings. However, Linley, do you know why powerful mages and warriors possess such lengthy lifespans? Hogg continued to question. Linley was momentarily taken aback. The longevity of powerful mages and warriors, which Linley had taken for granted, had never prompted him to consider the underlying reasons. Hogg, noticing Linley's expression, chuckled. Linley, first I must inform you that the world is filled with elemental attributes such as fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. Whether mages or warriors, they cultivate by absorbing these elements from the world around them, resulting in both magic and combat energy being imbued with elemental distinctions. If you observe closely, you will notice that the 4 male warriors of the mercenary team demonstrated fire attribute combat energy. Among the other 3, there were warriors with wind and water attribute energies. Combat energy is elemental, and so too is magic. For the first time in his life, Linley understood that mages and warriors draw from the same elemental forces of the world. The reason powerful mages and warriors have longer lifespans is that when mages absorb these elements into their bodies and refine them into magical energy, those elements circulate within their bodies, being naturally absorbed by their organs, muscles, and bones. This results in an increasingly robust physique for the mages, leading to greater longevity. Similarly, warriors cultivate combat energy by absorbing elemental forces, refining them within their bodies into combat energy. The elements flowing through their bodies also enhance their physical condition. The more formidable the warrior, the better their physique, and thus the longer their lifespan. Hogg elucidated everything clearly. Linley experienced a moment of enlightenment. According to his father's explanation, mages' bodies also undergo improvement through elemental forces, resulting in excellent physical conditions. Father, if that is the case, then why do others say mages are physically weak? Linley asked, perplexed. Hogg shook his head. Do you still not grasp this? The notion that mages are physically weak does not imply that they are truly inferior. Rather, it indicates that compared to warriors of the same level, their bodies become a weakness. For example, an 8th level mage, although untrained in physical combat, could still match a 2nd or 3rd level warrior. However, when compared to an 8th level warrior, the 8th level mage would indeed be at a disadvantage. Linley slapped his forehead, embarrassed by his oversight. It was such a simple question that he had failed to consider. His thinking had become rigid. Nonetheless, while mages may falter in close combat, they possess methods to counter such challenges. Point 1 is to employ defensive spells, such as Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Wind Shield, or Light Shield, to first withstand attacks before countering with offensive magic. Moreover, powerful mages have another recourse. They can tame magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Linley's eyes sparkled with excitement. He too longed to capture a magical beast, perhaps a mighty velociraptor. A formidable magical beast could protect the mage, preventing enemies from closing in. Thus, the mage could unleash powerful spells, striking down foes directly. Hogg smiled as he spoke. Linley eagerly inquired, Father, how can one capture a magical beast? Hogg, seeing Linley's enthusiastic expression, chuckled softly. To capture a magical beast, 2 conditions must be met. The first is to win the beast's willing submission to you, and the second is to set up a soul contract magic circle, binding the beast as your servant. The first condition is quite challenging. To earn the beast's willing submission, one must defeat it in direct combat. For instance, if you wish to tame a velociraptor, you must first conquer it. Hogg's words left Linley speechless. How could he hope to capture a velociraptor when he lacked the strength to defeat one? The second condition entails setting up a soul contract magic circle, which is rather intricate. At the very least, one must attain the rank of a 7th level mage to possess sufficient power to establish it. Hogg stated solemnly. Linley was taken aback. Father, according to what you said, only 7th level mages or those of higher rank can capture magical beasts? No, not necessarily. If you have sufficient funds, you can purchase a soul contract scroll. At that point, all you need to do is tear it, and it will directly form the soul contract magic circle. However, the soul contract scrolls are quite expensive, Hogg added with a self-deprecating smile. How expensive? Linley pressed for details. The last I heard, a single scroll costs 10,000 gold coins, and even then, they are hard to come by. Hogg's words left Linley with a bitter smile in his heart. To capture a magical beast, the greatest challenge lies in defeating it. That, of course, one could attempt to tame weaker magical beasts, but what use would a weak beast serve? To capture a powerful beast, do you possess the strength to overcome it? If one were to resort to cunning, how could they ensure the beast's willing submission? Securing a willing submission is no simple matter. Moreover, the seemingly secondary condition of establishing a soul contract magic circle ultimately determines that only formidable mages or the wealthy can hope to tame magical beasts. Spending 10,000 gold coins to procure a soul contract magical scroll is a luxury reserved for the nobility. Without sufficient status, one would scarcely dare to indulge in such extravagance. Linley pursed his lips. His brow slightly furrowed. If I truly wish to tame a magical beast, given the economic circumstances of my family, my only path lies in becoming a 7th-level magician and then setting out to subdue the beast. Linley contemplated internally, fully aware that this path is fraught with difficulties. The first hurdle on this journey is whether I possess the talent to become a magician. After all, the odds are a mere 1 in 10,000. Without talent, becoming a magician is utterly impossible. The following morning, a large gathering of children assembled once again in the open space to the east of Wushan town, just as they had in the past. At this hour, the 3 instructors, Hillman, Rory, and Roger, had yet to arrive, and the children animatedly discussed the astonishing battle from the previous day. That magical beast was truly formidable. When Uncle Hillman and the others reached the town center, I trailed behind, secretly observing from a distance. You wouldn't believe it. That colossal beast shattered the stone ground with just a single stomp of its massive claws. The houses crumbled like clay under its might. Among the children, the most articulate, Hadley, animatedly recounted the events, gesticulating wildly as if he had witnessed every detail. The majority of the children listened with wide eyes, captivated by Hadley's words. Hadley, you were in the eastern clearing with us yesterday. You didn't dare to approach, did you? How did you see it? Queried a brown-haired boy who appeared to be around 13 or 14. The older boys were not easily deceived by Hadley, unlike the younger ones. Hadley glared at the boy named Vra and retorted, Vra, you don't believe me? When have I ever deceived anyone? Vra scoffed in response. Who doesn't he know that you, Hadley, are all talk? How many of your words are true? Come on, everyone. When has Hadley ever spoken the truth? Vra directed his comment at the group of boys nearby, who were all around 12 to 15 years old, and they erupted into laughter, agreeing that Hadley often exaggerated. Frustrated, Hadley exclaimed, You don't believe me? Fine, you don't believe me. As he scanned the crowd in desperation, his eyes landed on Linley, and he called out, Everyone knows that aside from Uncle Hillman and the other 2. Only Linley was there. Linley saw it with his own eyes. Surely what he says must be true, Linley. Tell them whether I lied. Young Master Linley? The boys turned their gaze toward Linley. In the eyes of the children in Wushan town, Linley held a significant status. He was the eldest son of the Baruch family and, despite being only 8 years old, his physical training matched that of boys aged 13 or 14. In the martial-oriented Yulon continent, Linley's exceptional abilities earned him the admiration of the other youths in Wushan town. Young Master Linley indeed witnessed it yesterday. Of course, we believe what he says. The boys nodded in agreement. Linley, please tell us if I spoke falsely. What was it like at that moment? Hadley rushed over to Linley, grasping his hand and subtly signaling him. Linley could only sigh. He never intended to get dragged into Hadley's boasting. That magical beast was called a raptor, a 7th-level beast of tremendous power. Its scales were as hard as iron, impervious to blades, and it possessed a tail as strong as a whip and razor-sharp claws. The stones and tiles crumbled beneath the might of the raptor's tail and claws as if they were made of paper. Furthermore, it could breathe fire, scorching the very ground beneath it. Linley recounted sincerely. The children listened intently as Linley narrated. In truth, they could hardly fathom the raptor's ferocity without having seen it for themselves. Linley concluded with a smile. You all should have been able to imagine its strength upon seeing the raptor for the first time. The older boys nodded in agreement, recalling their shock at the sight of the raptor. Its massive form resembled a small hill, and the fiery red scales hinted at its formidable durability. Did you hear that? I told you the raptor is incredibly powerful, Hadley chimed in enthusiastically. That moment, Vraz's eyes widened, ready to speak up, but just then, Hillman arrived. Lin spotted Hillman, Rory, and Roger approaching from a distance and shouted, "Uncle Hillman is here." Instantly, all the children fell silent, lining up neatly into 3 groups. The open space became tranquil, with only the sound of Hillman and his companion's footsteps audible as they approached the children. Hillman stood before the gathered children and smiled. "You all know about yesterday's events, correct?" "Yes." The children responded in unison, eager to engage. "Very well." Hillman's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The colossal beast was a raptor, and atop it stood a mysterious magician. "They are incredibly powerful, but you must understand." Hillman's eyes sharpened as he scanned the children before him. The mysterious magician also honed his skills over many years. To tame a powerful raptor requires immense effort. If you aspire to possess strength akin to that of the enigmatic magician, or to subdue a beast as formidable as the raptor, you must strive relentlessly. Anyone can become strong. The only difference lies in whether you are willing to put in the effort, Hillman declared emphatically, his gaze piercing. Once, the children fell silent, the older boys deep in thought, their expressions shifting. "All right, let us commence today's morning training. As per our usual practice, face the rising sun and engage in chi cultivation exercises," Hillman stated decisively, and the children of the 3 groups began their training in chi cultivation. According to the varying circumstances of each group, Hillman devised different training tasks. Under the supervision of the 3 instructors, the children diligently completed their training routines. The atmosphere during today's training was notably distinct. Hardly any child complained of fatigue. Everyone held their breath, pushing through the exercises with determination. 51. Lin counted internally, currently in a prone position, supporting his body solely with one hand and the tips of his toes. His entire physique taut, he was engaged in one-handed fingertip push-ups, a simple yet effective method to build finger strength and arm power. Aspiring to become a great warrior usually involved training in the techniques of combat energy, the success of which hinged on one's physical prowess. The stronger the body, the more energy one could channel. I possessed the bloodline of a dragon blood warrior, preventing me from cultivating combat energy. Thus, I must focus on physical training to surpass others. Lin resolve was unwavering, his fingers gripping the ground like gnarled roots, performing one push-up after another, evoking envy and admiration from the older boys who had already exhausted themselves. 99. Lin persisted. "Today's morning training concludes here," Hillman announced, observing the children in the 3 groups. After making the announcement, he took a deep breath, pondering what story he should share today. It had become a tradition for Hillman to recount a story to the children after each morning session. "Uncle Hillman, please tell us." A child's voice was abruptly cut off. That moment, Hillman, who was mentally preparing his story, looked up in confusion. All the children from the 3 groups were wide-eyed, gazing up at the sky to the east. And Rory and Roger also turned to witness the spectacle, their expressions filled with astonishment. A puzzled Hillman turned to look toward the eastern sky. There, hovering a mere 200 to 300 meters above, was a black dragon, its length exceeding 100 meters, coiling majestically in the air. The dragon's eyes resembled enormous wheels, and its massive body was adorned with gleaming black scales that glinted ominously in the light. Its colossal wings, spanning nearly 100 meters when fully extended, flapped powerfully against the wind. The creature was none other than the Black Dragon, Chapter 15. The Battle in the Sky, Part 2. The Black Dragon ranks among the apex of magical beasts. Typically classified as a 9th-level beast, members of the Black Dragon clan may even possess the strength of a saint. Neither a 9th-level beast nor a saint could be compared to the raptor encountered the previous day. At this moment, the group of children and the 3 instructors in Wushan Town stood merely a few hundred meters away from the Black Dragon, witnessing the sight of the 100-meter-long creature in such proximity, a visual impact more potent than any words could convey. Most astonishingly, atop the swirling Black Dragon stood a figure clad in gray robes, unyielding against the howling winds, standing as straight as a spear, resolute and steadfast amidst the storm. His gaze was fixed upon a middle-aged man clad in green, who stood suspended in midair, a long sword resting on his back. At this moment, the man in a gray robe, standing upon a black dragon, was confronting the green-clad warrior, go hover in the air. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a 7th-level wind mage wielding the flight spell, or by a powerful being from the sacred domain. The fact that this green-clad man bore a long sword undeniably signified his identity as a warrior, one of sacred domain caliber. Had the gray-robed figure subdued the black dragon? And could there truly be a sacred domain powerhouse capable of flight? The 8-year-old Lin Lei, witnessing this scene, was utterly astounded, even after having witnessed a great battle the day prior. Not only him, but even Hillman, a 6th-level warrior, was left in a state of shock, a being from the sacred domain. Indeed, Hillman murmured, his entire body trembling slightly. It was no surprise that Hillman, who had faced life and death numerous times, was the first to regain full consciousness. Yet, even in this clarity, he felt as if these past 2 days had been a dream. First, an 8th-level dual-element mage appeared, and now, 2 sacred domain powerhouses along with a black dragon. Never in his life had Hillman experienced such overwhelming astonishment. Hillman felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The black dragon was a top-tier magical beast, at the very least a 9th-level creature. To subdue such a dragon, one would almost certainly have to be a sacred domain powerhouse. Furthermore, from another perspective, only a being of sacred domain strength would dare confront another of the same caliber. This all indicated that the gray-robed man was indeed a sacred domain warrior. Hillman and his group were positioned several hundred meters away from the black dragon, and despite their keen hearing, they could not discern the conversation between the 2 sacred domain figures. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the massive black dragon, its enormous wings flapping with tremendous force, releasing a wave of terrifying pressure that left everyone, including Hillman, gasping for breath and weak-kneed. Was this the might of a dragon? Lin Lei felt as though a colossal stone were crushing his heart. Yet he was still filled with excitement, his blood boiling within him. This black dragon was simply too formidable. Rudy, do not go too far, the green-clad man bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the heavens and earth. This single utterance was heard not only by Hillman and his companions, but by everyone in Wushan town. The roar dispelled the dragon's oppressive aura, allowing everyone to breathe normally once more. Hillman froze, murmuring, "Rudy, Rudy." However, just moments later, Hillman suddenly snapped back to reality, turning sharply to face all the children, his voice rising to a commanding shout. "Everyone, go home. Quickly, return home and hide well, now." Hillman's urgent cry and fierce demeanor left all the children momentarily stunned. Hillman understood well that a conflict was brewing between the 2 sacred domain powerhouses, and it seemed inevitable that they would engage in battle. If the sacred domain warriors clashed while a group of children stood in the open, without any buildings for protection, even a slight ripple of their energy could claim the lives of all the children. Sacred domain warriors possessed the capability to destroy heaven and earth. While the phrase destroy heaven and earth might be exaggerated, the destruction of cities and mountains was merely a commonplace occurrence. "Quickly, leave. Don't linger. Return home," Hillman shouted again, pushing some of the children along. Only then did the youths fully regain their senses, although they did not comprehend why Hillman insisted they return. And despite their desire to watch the battle between the sacred domain warriors, Hillman's authority compelled them to hurry home. "Rory, Roger, quickly take some of the 6- and 7-year-olds back. Move faster. If the battle of the sacred domain warriors reaches here, the consequences." Hillman's face was filled with urgency. "Understood, Captain." Rory and Roger immediately grasped their leader's intent. They hurriedly began to scoop up the slower children, carrying 2 in their arms and 2 on their backs. Hillman joined in as well, swiftly gathering up the little ones. "Lin Lei, hurry home," Hillman called out as he ran with the child in his arms, directing his voice towards Lin Lei, who was also fleeing. "Understood, Uncle Hillman," Lin Lei shouted back. Despite being only 8 years old, Lin Lei ran as swiftly as a 14-year-old, occasionally glancing up at the enormous black dragon and the 2 sacred domain figures above. Completely captivated by the scene, "Captain, Lord Hogg has sent us over." A group of 11 or 12 warriors came rushing from the direction of the Baruch estate, calling out to Hillman, "Quickly, take the children back." Hillman ordered immediately, "Yes, Captain." The warriors responded, swiftly gathering the 6- and 7-year-olds and escorting them home, Go home. Hide. Protect yourselves. Hillman shouted loudly. As a figure of great authority in Wushan town, Hillman's commands guided many frightened townsfolk on what to do. The entire town was thrown into chaos, with every child and worker rushing home. At that moment, only the sturdy stone houses could provide them with protection. Lin Lei dashed into his own home. Quickly, hide in the basement of the storeroom, Hog shouted from the courtyard upon seeing Lin Lei. The storeroom's basement was the largest and most fortified in the Baruch estate, ensuring their safety. Yes, father, Lin Lei nodded. Immediately sprinting towards the storeroom, as he ran, he couldn't help but think of the gray-robed man standing upon the black dragon and the green-clad warrior, his gaze drawn to the eastern sky where the massive dragon circled. At that moment, the black dragon was roaring lowly, Tylan, since you are so stubborn, do not blame me. A chilling voice echoed in the sky, and the black dragon erupted in furious roars, spewing forth torrents of black flames. Rudy, today I shall see just how powerful you, a sacred domain mage, truly are, the green-clad man bellowed. Chapter 16. Catastrophe, Part 1. Evidently, the green-clad warrior bearing the long sword was named Tylan, while the gray-robed figure was Rudy. The black flames spewed forth from the mouth of the black dragon beneath the gray-robed man enveloped Tylan entirely. But suddenly, a blinding emerald light erupted from Tylan's body, encasing him in a protective aura, rendering him impervious to the black flames. Simultaneously, the sound of a sword's hum resonated, louder than the roar of the dragon, echoing through the heavens and earth. With his sword in hand, Tylan swung it, unleashing a gigantic sword aura that stretched several dozen meters, cleaving through the air and striking towards Rudy. The gray-robed man remained unmoving, coldly regarding the massive sword aura while silently chanting his incantation. Was this the sword aura? Such a colossal sword aura? As Lin Lei ran towards the storeroom, he turned his head to watch, wondering how the gray-robed man would defend against it. Would he rely on the black dragon? Boom! The black dragon did not resist, allowing the massive sword aura to strike him directly. The gray robe worn by Rudy exploded into fragments. Yet beneath it, he revealed a dazzling suit of protective armor that shimmered brilliantly, akin to diamonds. The giant sword aura struck the armor, leaving Rudy unscathed. How could this be? Lin Lei was utterly astonished. As he ran, he neglected to watch where he was going and stumbled over a stone, tumbling down. Yet he still turned his gaze towards the eastern sky, fixated on the incredible armor that exhibited such formidable defense. Lin Lei, hurry, don't linger, Hog shouted in exasperation upon seeing his son fall. Yes, father, Lin Lei responded, quickly regaining his footing and sprinting towards the storeroom. Suddenly, a terrifying sound resonated through the heavens, followed by a cacophony of terrified screams echoing throughout Wushan town. Lin Lei instinctively turned to look skyward once more. To his horror, he beheld countless massive stones suspended in the eastern sky, each the size of a house. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The house-sized stones, glowing with a yellowish hue, streaked across the sky like meteors, hurtling towards the green-clad warrior. Each stone weighed nearly 10,000 jin. Such colossal projectiles dwarfed the stones used by catapults in wartime. Even the city walls would likely be unable to withstand such a tremendous impact. One stone alone was terrifying, but now, the sky was filled with them, raining down upon Tylan in an overwhelming tide. The sight left the people of Wushan town utterly stunned. Boom! The first massive stone crashed down upon Tylan, causing his emerald aura to surge dramatically. In an instant, he appeared like a green sun, radiating blinding emerald light. The torrent of stones surged relentlessly towards Tylan, and within the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a multitude of boulders. With only the emerald glow visible through the gaps, boom! Amidst the cacophony of thunderous explosions, colossal boulders shattered violently, each fragment sent flying by the terrifying emerald energy. Each stone, comparable in size to a house, splintered into an array of debris, scattering in all directions. From a height of several hundred meters, combined with the force of the energy, the power of the flying rubble was immense, propelling it far and wide. A sense of dread washed over Hogar, whose complexion turned ashen. At that moment, Hillman, still on the streets of Wushan town, also paled at the sight before him. They both understood. Disaster had befallen Wushan town. Countless fragments, some nearly 2 meters in diameter, Others about the size of a human head erupted chaotically from the sky. Each boulder shattered into dozens, even hundreds of pieces, with nearly 1/5 of the debris hurtling toward the vicinity of Wushan town. "Father!" Lin Lei shouted, witnessing the multitude of stones descending from the heavens. "Hurry, get inside!" Hogar barked urgently. At that moment, Lin Lei was still several dozen meters away from the storeroom. Heeding his father's command, he disregarded everything else and sprinted towards the storeroom. The sound of countless stones crashing down echoed like an apocalyptic symphony. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a boulder weighing several hundred pounds grazed Lin Lei's body, crashing to the ground nearby and creating a massive crater. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Lei's back. Had it been just a fraction closer, his life would have been forfeit. The cacophony of stones shattering rooftops, breaking slabs, shaking the ground, and the chilling screams of those struck by debris created a scene of utter devastation. With a whoosh, several large stones plummeted before Lin Lei, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Yet, if he continued to evade, how could he ever reach the storeroom? Lin Lei, quickly! A figure burst from the storeroom. It was Grandpa Hilly. Hilly, enveloped in a radiant red energy shield, rushed toward Lin Lei. "Brother, hurry!" At the storeroom entrance, 4-year-old Wotan cried out, his voice filled with distress. "Wotan, get inside, now!" Lin Lei shouted fiercely. The colossal, nearly 2-meter-long boulder shot down from the distant sky, aimed directly at the storeroom. Lin Lei's mind raced. If that boulder struck the roof, Wotan, who stood at the entrance, would surely be injured, perhaps even killed. Quickly, Wotan, inside! Lin Lei's eyes widened in terror as he roared, propelling himself toward the storeroom at breakneck speed. Disregarding the falling stones, Hilly, facing Lin Lei, was oblivious to the impending boulder, while Lin Lei was acutely aware that if the debris fell, young Wotan would stand no chance against it. "Lin Lei!" Hilly gasped in shock as he witnessed the calamity unfolding. Just then, several stones crashed around Lin Lei. Like a leopard, he darted forward, fixated on Wotan, and lunged into the storeroom. Only when he turned did Hilly realize that a 2-meter-wide boulder was plummeting toward the storeroom, causing his face to drain of color. "Get down!" Lin Lei bellowed, his expression a mask of fury. Wotan, never having seen his brother's face so fearsome, immediately dropped to the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Lin Lei. Stammering, "Brother!" Lin Lei leapt forward, shielding Wotan with his body. At that very moment, boom! The terrifying boulder crashed onto the storeroom roof. Though the roof's stone tiles were sturdy, they shattered upon impact, and the walls crumbled down. "Young master!" Hilly's eyes filled with tears as his energy surged, propelling him toward the scene, forming a protective barrier around himself while simultaneously striking the falling debris. The collapsing stones and Hilly collided, burying Lin Lei beneath them. In mere moments, Wotan, Lin Lei, and Hilly were completely entombed beneath the rubble. Hogar, wielding a gigantic sword in the courtyard, had just deflected a falling stone when he turned to the direction of Lin Lei, only to see his son recklessly dive toward Wotan, with Hilly following to protect him. He stood frozen and shocked. As the storeroom collapsed and debris rained down, Lin Lei, Hogar's eyes brimmed with tears. In that instant, he could not discern whether Hilly had shielded Lin Lei first or if the stones had struck him first. Suddenly, another violent tremor shook the ground, drawing everyone's gaze to the eastern sky. There, a giant, nearly 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a fierce countenance, hovered in the air, its earthy yellow hue contrasting with the emerald energy of the middle-aged man. The clash between them reverberated like thunder, each impact suggesting the monstrous strength of the yellow giant, whose every strike equated to the force of a 100,000-pound boulder. Lin Lei gazed enviously at the spectacle above, deducing that this yellow giant must have been summoned by the gray-robed man. An immensely powerful archmage. "Lin Lei, how do you feel?" Hogar inquired with concern. Lin Lei mustered a faint smile. "I'm fine, just a cut on my head, bleeding a bit." "Young master, you've lost considerable blood. Too much could be fatal." Hilly had retrieved a white cloth from the storeroom, wrapping it around Lin Lei's head wound. Hogar scrutinized Lin Lei intently. "Hilly, how is Lin Lei faring?" Hilly smiled reassuringly. "Yes, all right. Lin Lei possesses remarkable resilience, and hasn't he fainted? He'll simply need to consume more meat to replenish his blood in the coming days." Hogar finally felt a sense of relief. Earlier, witnessing Lin Lei rush to protect Wotan had terrified him. The thought of losing his son was unbearable. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Hillman. By the way, Hillman, you mentioned that the situation in Wushan town is dire. What's the current casualty count? The exact figures have yet to be fully tallied. Herman's countenance bore a heavy weight, yet from what I could discern, it seemed that several lives had been lost in the town, with many others grievously injured and left incapacitated. Alas, the calamity struck with such swiftness. Despite my loud cries, countless individuals failed to find refuge in the cellars in time. It was indeed too swift. Hogg lifted his gaze towards the eastern skies. The formidable beings of the sacred domain existed on an entirely different plane compared to the residents of Wushan town, a mere flick of their wrist. These sacred domain warriors could obliterate the entirety of Wushan town. The recent barrage of colossal boulders and the middle-aged man clad in green shattering numerous rocks were merely the initial probes of their confrontation. Yet, even this probing resulted in a cataclysm that befell Wushan town. The legendary Earth Element Level 10 magic, a forbidden spell known as Earth Guardian, wielded terrifying power, representing the pinnacle of single-target attacks by Earth Domain archmages. Hogg regarded the earthen-hued giant with an expression of icy indifference, as the patriarch of the Dragonblood warrior clan. Despite its decline over the ages, the family's ancient lineage of over 5 millennia endowed it with a wealth of knowledge regarding various magical assaults by the mighty. Hogg could naturally identify it at a glance. Level 10 magic. Lin Lei inhaled deeply. He yearned fervently for the day he could stand upon the back of a black dragon, unleashing cataclysmic level 10 magic. This thought inevitably led him to contemplate the upcoming magical admissions. The royal capital would conduct tests for aspiring magic students in late autumn, a mere 6 months away. Lin Lei's heart brimmed with anticipation for the magical enrollment examination half a year hence. Herman, accompany me shortly to ascertain the plight of the residents of Wushan town, Hogg instructed, then turned to Uncle Sheely. Once these two sacred domain warriors depart, take Lin Lei to change his attire and ensure he rests well. Yes, my lord, Sheely nodded in affirmation. Hogg observed Lin Lei, who was intently watching the fierce clash between the two sacred domain warriors, and chuckled softly. This lad, even injured, still wishes to witness the battle of the sacred domain warriors. Thankfully, that sacred domain mage has called forth the Earth Guardian. This skirmish is likely nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the tumultuous battle unfolding in the skies. Completely oblivious to the pendant hanging from his chest, his dragon ring, which had absorbed blood from the injury he sustained to his head, staining its dark, wood-like surface. The blood, akin to droplets on a sponge, was gradually absorbed by this peculiar dark material, causing the surface of the dragon ring to shimmer with a faint, ethereal glow. However, the ring's glimmer was obscured by Lin Lei's clothing, remaining unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 18. The Spirit, Part 1. In the eastern sky, a figure clad in gray robes stood atop the head of a sinuous black dragon, sporting a confident smile as he surveyed the fierce combat between the middle-aged man in green and the earthen giant. With a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, the middle-aged man in green thrust his sword into the giant's head. A thunderous explosion ensued as the giant's head burst apart, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Delivering a crushing blow to the middle-aged man's body, blood gushed from the latter's mouth, leaving his face pallid. Astonishingly, the giant's shattered head reformed, as if no damage had been done. Tylan, you ought to surrender. The Earth Guardian I have summoned is beyond your capacity to contend with, the gray-robed man coldly declared from atop the dragon. The middle-aged man in green fixed a cold stare upon him before suddenly exclaiming, Rudy, if I cannot possess it, you shall not have it either. On a sudden surge, the green-clad warrior's hands radiated a vibrant emerald light, startling the previously impassive gray-robed man atop the dragon. Halt! A cacophonous roar erupted as the emerald light in the middle-aged man's palms intensified, blindingly bright, akin to the sun. With a thunderous explosion, it dissipated moments later. Tylan, you? The gray-robed man pointed a furious finger at the middle-aged warrior, yet found himself at a loss for words. The middle-aged man, now pale, coldly regarded the equally wan gray-robed figure. Now it is clear, neither of us shall gain anything. Rudy, I may be injured, but if you wish to kill me, it will not be so simple. With a derisive laugh, he transformed into a streak of emerald light, darting northeastward. The gray-robed man watched him vanish into the horizon, his brow furrowed, refraining from pursuit. The earthen giant beside him gradually dissipated as well. The starry sky soared Saint Tylan. Alas, it is not yet time to eliminate him, the gray-robed man mused quietly. Subsequently, the black dragon beneath him, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, flapped its massive wings and soared southeastward, disappearing into the vast expanse of the heavens in the blink of an eye. Yet Wushan town lay in ruins, its streets littered with collapsed buildings, the air filled with anguished groans, furious curses, heart-wrenching wails, and the sounds of sorrowful weeping. In but a brief moment, what had begun as a tranquil morning transformed into a day of calamity. In the parlor of the Baruch family, Hogg sat alone at the long table. His brow furrowed in deep concentration. As the de facto ruler of Wushan town, he was acutely aware of the needs of its inhabitants. The sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of the butler, Shili, who entered the parlor and addressed him. "My lord, how fares Lin Lei?" Hogg promptly turned to inquire. Shili smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, my lord. I have tended to Master Lin Lei's wounds and bandaged them. He has been well fed, changed into clean garments, and is now resting. When he awakens, he should feel considerably better." Hogg nodded, somewhat relieved, though his expression remained troubled. "Are you concerned for the residents of Wushan town?" Shili asked gently. Hogg nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Uncle Shili, the common folk of Wushan town are not like us. While the men are mostly first or second level warriors, the women are not as fortunate. When the boulders rained down from above, they had little chance to defend themselves." Shili nodded in agreement. The number of individuals in Wushan town trained in Duki was negligible, and when thousands of boulders plummeted from the sky, unless they sought refuge in cellars or had shields to protect them, the consequences of being struck were dire. Now all that remained was to await the reports from Herman and the others. Hogg felt a growing urgency within. After a considerable time, hurried footsteps echoed outside the parlor, causing Hogg to look up with renewed hope. Herman rushed in, breathless. "Herman, what is the casualty report from Wushan town?" Hogg inquired urgently. Herman sighed deeply, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The initial tally indicates that over 300 souls have perished, with nearly 1,000 injured. The entire town comprises just over 5,000 individuals. Thus, the casualties amount to nearly 1/5. This is particularly tragic, given the shelter provided by stone structures. Such significant losses?" Hogg's heart raced with anxiety. The sustenance of a nation hinges on its food supply, and a town similarly requires its labor force. The abrupt diminishment of human resources, coupled with the need to care for the disabled, would likely plunge the town's economy into dire straits. Alas, Hogg sighed deeply. He contemplated reducing taxes, yet Wushan town's tax burden was already minimal. Now, even the sustenance of his own family was in jeopardy. How could he extend assistance to the townsfolk? In contrast, other towns imposed exorbitant taxes, driving many farmers to the brink of despair. "My lord, the residents of the town are grateful for your benevolence. They are aware of all you have done, so do not burden yourself too heavily with worry," Shili offered, attempting to console him. Born in Wushan town, Shili, a 6th-level warrior, could have easily been appointed as a captain of a noble's guard in the royal capital. Yet, out of gratitude for the Baruch family's generosity, he had retired from the military to become the captain of the family's guard in its time of decline. "Herman, lead the guard to survey the town. Uncle Shili, you should also take a moment to rest," Hogg directed decisively. "Yes, my lord," Herman replied. The butler Shili bowed in agreement, and together they exited the parlor, leaving Hogg alone with his thoughts. In Lin Lei's bedroom, having sustained a head injury, he was left undisturbed as per Shili's instructions, allowing him to recuperate. While chaos reigned outside Wushan town, Lin Lei's chamber remained tranquil, the young man immersed in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a soft tremor resonated, and streams of light emerged from Lin Lei's chest. The dark dragon ring, enveloped in this radiance, slowly floated out from beneath his nightclothes, hovering 10 centimeters above his chest. The tremors intensified, and the aura surrounding the dragon ring grew ever brighter. Fortunately, no one entered Lin Lei's room. Had anyone done so, they would have been left in awe, while Lin Lei remained blissfully unaware of the ring's levitation. With a swift motion, the glow of the dragon ring abruptly contracted, transforming into a shimmering wisp of light that emerged from the ring and descended beside the bed. coalescing into a figure. This was an elderly man clad in a moon-white robe, his beard and hair white, his countenance warm and kindly. At that moment, the dragon ring fell limply onto Lin Lei's chest, causing him to stir slightly before gradually opening his eyes. Upon the sudden sight of this unfamiliar, elderly figure standing before his bed, a wave of astonishment washed over him. "You? Who are you?" The kindly old man smiled and replied, "Greetings, young one, and I am Derlinkavate, the Archmage of the Holy Domain of the Puang Empire." Lin Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. You are the Archmage of the Holy Domain?" The amiable elder nodded confidently. "But wait, did you just say Puang Empire? The very empire that perished over 5,000 years ago." As a diligent student of the history of the Great Six, Lin Lei was well aware that the Puang Empire had fallen long before his own lineage had even come into existence. In the present age, the four great empires bore no trace of the Puang Empire. Chapter 19. The Spirit, Part 2. The Puang Empire had a remarkably ancient foundation, having been established over 8,000 years ago. It thrived for nearly 3 millennia before ultimately being extinguished. The territory that once belonged to the Puang Empire now comprises the combined lands of the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance. One could say that the 12 kingdoms and 32 principalities to the west of the Beast Mountain Range were once the vast expanse of the Puang Empire. Yet, the empire had long since met its demise. Over 5,000 years ago, the elderly man, his hair as white as snow, paused for a moment before sighing, "In the Earth Ring, I was unable to accurately perceive the passage of time. I had no idea that upon emerging from the Earth Ring, my homeland had vanished for over 5 millennia. Grandfather, what are you saying?" "I am utterly bewildered." At this moment, Lin Lei felt as if his mind were a muddled mass. This elderly figure had suddenly appeared, claiming to be the Archmage of a long-lost empire. Could there be anything more absurd? Lin Lei even questioned whether he was merely dreaming. "Young one," the elder said with a smile, "the ring upon your chest is the artifact I once wielded, known as the Earth Ring." Wait, Lin Lei exclaimed, lifting his chin defiantly. "What Earth Ring?" "The ring that rests upon my chest was bequeathed to me by my ancestors. It is called the Dragon Spiral Ring." "The Dragon Spiral Ring? Its original name was indeed the Dragon Spiral Ring," the elder responded with surprise. Lin Lei was taken aback. "Original name? What do you mean by that?" He looked curiously at the elder. The old man then chuckled. "Ah, the name Dragon Spiral Ring must have been bestowed by you or your forebears. You see, when I first discovered this ring, I scoured countless records but could not ascertain its name. Subsequently, I took the liberty of naming it the Earth Ring. As for its original name, I am unaware. So you named it yourself. Well, since it now belongs to me, I shall call it the Dragon Spiral Ring," Lin Lei asserted stubbornly. "Very well, let it be known as the Dragon Spiral Ring," the elder replied with a smile, refraining from disputing Lin Lei's claim. "But, grandfather, what exactly do you mean by emerging from the Dragon Spiral Ring?" Lin Lei continued to inquire. The elder smiled as he recounted, "In the year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, upon hearing this, Lin Lei's heart raced in astonishment. 4280. This year is already 9990. In the year 4280 of the Yulan calendar, I encountered my old rival, the Archmage Hamlin. We engaged in fierce combat. To my surprise, another Archmage lurked in the shadows, launching a surprise attack against me. Ultimately, I was vanquished, not wishing for my soul to be captured and tormented by my foe. Hamlin, I sealed my spirit within this Earth Ring." The elder recounted the events of that fateful day. The Dragon Spiral Ring was indeed remarkable. At first glance, it bore no trace of aura, yet its power rivaled that of divine artifacts. I sealed my soul within it, and despite Hamlin's relentless search, he could not find me, all thanks to the Dragon Spiral Ring. The elder smiled as he spoke. Lin Lei nodded inwardly. The Dragon Spiral Ring, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, held a certain uniqueness. As the heir of an ancient family, he possessed a discerning eye. Typically, treasures exude elemental auras, yet the Dragon Spiral Ring appeared as lifeless as a withered piece of wood. "Grandfather, you mean that over 5,000 years ago, you were ambushed by an Archmage and another powerful figure, ultimately sealing your soul within this Dragon Spiral Ring. Furthermore, this Dragon Spiral Ring is an artifact of comparable power to divine weapons?" Lin Lei concluded. "Indeed," the elder replied with a smile, pleased that Lin Lei grasped the situation. But how did you manage to emerge from the dragon spiral ring? Linlei asked, puzzled. The elder chuckled, explaining, when I sealed my spirit within the dragon spiral ring, I became a soul residing within it. I could only exist as long as the dragon spiral ring had a master. Unless someone were to reclaim it, I would remain trapped within for eternity. Become the master of the dragon spiral ring? Linlei echoed in confusion. Yes, by allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the dragon spiral ring, the elder replied with a smile. Linlei furrowed his brow. Muttering, a drop of blood on the dragon spiral ring? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled that when a stone struck his head, blood had indeed stained his clothes and neck, likely also reaching the dragon spiral ring. Oh, then I must be the master of the dragon spiral ring now, Linlei concluded with a nod. Yes, only by becoming the master of the dragon spiral ring can I emerge and once again experience the essence of the Yulan continent. The elder assured him with a smile. By the way, young one, I have introduced myself. What is your name? Linlei beamed brightly. I am Linlei Barak. Linlei, a splendid name, the elder smiled. Grandfather, will you forever be bound by the dragon spiral ring? Unable to regain your freedom? Linlei asked with a hint of compassion. The elder nodded with a smile. Linlei, you must understand, when an ordinary person passes away, their soul enters the underworld. However, upon my death, as an archmage, my mental energy had become tangible. I could resist the underworld summons for a brief period, thus seizing the opportunity to seal myself within the dragon spiral ring. Now, the only way to liberate myself from it is to exhaust all of my mental energy. Exhaust all of your mental energy? Linlei questioned, perplexed. Mental energy is a term used by humans, while the undead refer to it as soul power. When mental energy is completely depleted, the soul will automatically dissipate. In other words, when my soul dissipates, that will be the moment I break free from the confines of the dragon spiral ring, the elder stated calmly. However, for now, even though I am bound by the dragon spiral ring and cannot stray more than 3 meters from it, it is still a considerable improvement. Linlei felt a tremor in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a surge of sympathy for the elderly man. Linlei, I am quite content. You cannot fathom, if my soul had been captured by Hamlin, I would have endured a fate worse than death. The elder lamented. Grandfather, may I call you Elder Derlinkavate? Linlei asked suddenly. Derlinkavate, a great archmage of the Puang Empire, had held a prestigious position, ranking among the top 5 in the entire Yulan continent. However, it was due to the treacherous ambush by the archmage Hamlin and another powerful figure that Derlinkavate met his untimely demise. Yet, Derlinkavate had no children or grandchildren in his lifetime. Hearing Linlei refer to him as elder warmed the elder's heart, which had felt desolate for millennia. Very well, Derlinkavate responded with a grin, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Suddenly, Linlei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Elder Derlinkavate, you mentioned you are an archmage. Can you teach me magic? Linlei's heart raced with exhilaration. The figure before him was the archmage of the Holy Domain from over 5,000 years ago. Images of the massive form of the raptor, the terrifying scenes of dance of the fire serpent, and the endless boulders raining down from the heavens flooded his mind, along with the proud silhouette standing atop a black dragon. How he longed for the day when he too could stand atop the head of a black dragon and soar through the skies. Derlinkavate's white beard twitched with excitement as he declared, Of course! Your elder Derlinkavate is the greatest earth archmage, and among all schools of magic, earth magic is the most powerful. Linlei's heart surged with elation, akin to a volcano erupting as he became unable to contain his excitement. Elder Derlinkavate, you truly can teach me magic? Linlei gazed at the elder with uncontainable enthusiasm. Seeing Linlei's fervor, Derlinkavate's white beard twitched once more. Linlei, even if your talent is lacking, as your elder Derlinkavate, I can still guide you in the study of magic. However, if your talent is low, your achievements will also be limited. Were these words spoken by anyone else, other mages would have been astounded. In the realm of magic, talent was paramount. Without it, one could never become a mage. A widely acknowledged truth. Yet, Derlinkavate boldly claimed that even those with unremarkable talent could be nurtured into mages. Such a statement, if uttered by another, might be dismissed as mere boasting, but it was spoken by the archmage of the Holy Domain from over 5 millennia ago. Low talent, low achievements? Linlei's heart trembled slightly. His desire to become a mage stemmed from a wish to restore the glory of the Barrack family. Even if he could not reach that pinnacle, fulfilling the wishes of generations of Barrack family leaders, bringing back the family heirloom, would be enough. However, to accomplish all of this, strength is of paramount importance. Lin Lei, do not fret. Your magical talent has yet to be tested, and who can say whether it is high or low? Perhaps your aptitude will prove to be exceptionally remarkable. Delin Kiwot smiled as he stroked his white beard. The calm demeanor of Grandfather Delin reassured Lin Lei. Grandfather Delin, how is magical talent assessed? Lin Lei inquired, filled with anticipation. Testing magical talent is quite straightforward. Delin Kiwot began, but suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and Lin Lei, sensing the urgency, hastily whispered to Delin Kiwot, Grandfather Delin, you must hide. Someone is coming. If this esteemed archmage from over 5,000 years ago, hailing from the Puang Empire, is discovered, it would be disastrous. Yet, Delin Kiwot merely smiled faintly and remained unmoved. Grandfather Delin, Lin Lei felt a surge of anxiety. The door to the bedroom creaked open, revealing the butler, Shirley, who peered inside and, upon noticing Lin Lei was awake, exclaimed with a smile, Young Master Lin Lei, I did not expect you to awaken so soon. How do you feel now? Lin Lei quickly forced a smile and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Shirley. I feel much better now. However, Lin Lei's heart raced with worry, glancing furtively towards Delin Kiwot, who still stood there, grinning. What is happening with Grandfather Delin? Alas, if he is discovered, it will be troublesome to explain. Young Master Lin Lei, it is time for lunch. Now that you are awake, let us dine together, the butler Shirley said cheerfully. Oh, understood, Lin Lei replied, casting another glance at Delin Kiwot. Feeling perplexed, what is going on? From Grandfather Shirley's demeanor, it seems he cannot see Grandfather Delin at all. Noticing Lin Lei repeatedly looking towards an empty space by the bed, Shirley curiously asked, Young Master Lin Lei, what are you looking at by the bedside? Did something fall? I can fetch it for you. No. No, it is nothing, Lin Lei replied, hastily rolling out of bed. Grandfather Shirley, let us go have lunch. Although the butler sensed Lin Lei's behavior was odd, he thought little of it and nodded with a smile. Lin Lei dressed quickly, still casting glances at Delin Kiwot, who, at that moment, smiled at Lin Lei and vanished from his line of sight. Entering the dragon ring, Lin Lei distinctly felt a soul presence within the dragon ring, a clear elevation of his understanding following the blood oath of allegiance. Lin Lei, there is no need for words. You may communicate with me directly through your thoughts, and I shall hear you. You are the master of the dragon ring, and I am its soul. Our minds can converse effortlessly. Delin Kiwot's voice resonated within Lin Lei's mind, astonishing him. Grandfather Delin? Lin Lei tentatively thought, I can hear you. Came Delin Kiwot's reply. A wave of joy surged through Lin Lei, but in his excitement, he neglected to watch his step and stumbled over the threshold. The butler Shirley turned around with a smile, saying, Young Master Lin Lei, please be careful as you walk. Understood, Grandfather Shirley, Lin Lei responded with a grin, eagerly continuing his mental dialogue with Delin Kiwot as he entered the dining room. Today's lunch was quite lavish, featuring a delicious roasted lamb. Upon seeing Lin Lei, Hogg smiled and said, Lin Lei, come, take a seat. He then personally tore off a leg of the roasted lamb and presented it to Lin Lei. Thank you, Father. Lin Lei was somewhat taken aback. The family typically faced economic difficulties, so their meals were usually quite modest. To have roasted lamb today was a rare treat. Unbeknownst to Lin Lei, during the recent calamity that befell Wushan town, not only people but many livestock had perished, making this feast a rare luxury even for some common folk. Grandfather Delin, why couldn't Grandfather Shirley see you just now? Lin Lei inquired mentally. Lin Lei? I must tell you, apart from you, no one else can perceive my presence. I exist solely in the form of a soul, which is intangible, invisible to the naked eye. Only you, as the master of the dragon ring, can see me, Delin Kiwot explained thoughtfully. Lin Lei's understanding dawned upon him. Previously, Delin Kiwot had mentioned that he was long deceased, and only his soul remained. Grandfather Delin, does this mean you can appear beside me at any time? Lin Lei asked joyfully. Before Lin Lei could finish his thought, he suddenly noticed the ethereal figure of the old man in a flowing light blue robe standing beside him, none other than Delin Kiwot. Meanwhile, Hogg, the butler Shirley, and his brother Woden continued their meal, completely oblivious to Delin Kiwot's presence. Wow! Lin Lei was astonished. Hearing was one thing, but witnessing that the others in the dining room could not perceive Grandfather Dellen was truly remarkable. Not everyone is unable to sense my presence. Those whose soul levels are comparable to mine can feel me. Naturally, if I retreat into the Dragon Ring, others will certainly not detect me. Dellen Kiwote's voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Those whose soul levels are comparable to yours, Lin Lei mused as he savored his food while mentally conversing with Dellen Kiwote. Those on par with my soul level would be the archmages. Only they can vaguely sense my presence. The condition is I must be outside the Dragon Ring. If I enter it, they will not be able to detect me. Dellen Kiwote chuckled. Lin Lei nodded thoughtfully, his hand grasping the roasted lamb leg as he devoured it heartily. Lin Lei, slow down a bit, Hog remarked with a laugh upon seeing Lin Lei's rapid consumption. Lin Lei smiled at his father but continued to eat quickly. In no time, the entire leg of lamb was polished off, and Lin Lei contentedly burped, wiping his mouth and hands before standing up, announcing, "Father, Grandfather Shirley, I have finished eating. I still feel a bit dizzy. I shall retire to rest now. Goodbye, Woden." Lin Lei was the first to finish. "Feeling dizzy? Then you should rest. Go on," Hog urged, his concern evident. The morning's events had left a profound impact on him. He had even feared that Lin Lei might have perished. After this incident, Hog's attitude towards Lin Lei had markedly improved. "Goodbye, brother," chimed the chubby little Woden, waving his greasy hand at Lin Lei. Chapter 21. Earth Magic, Part 2. Lin Lei dashed back to his quarters and promptly shut the door behind him. Swiftly removing his shoes, he leapt onto the bed and settled down. "Grandfather Dellen, come forth and assist me in testing my magical talent," Lin Lei urged eagerly, his mind preoccupied with this matter during lunch. A shimmering beam of light shot forth from the Dragon Ring, materializing Dellen Kiwote beside him. "Lin Lei, do not be anxious. I must first inform you that, due to the lack of specialized testing tools, I can only assess your potential to become an Earth Mage. As for other schools, I cannot test those without the proper instruments. Only the Earth Magic talent can be tested." Lin Lei felt a twinge of disappointment. He had heard that assessing talent required specific tools, but he had hoped that Dellen Kiwote, being an archmage, might possess some unique means. "What is wrong with Earth Magic?" Dellen Kiwote retorted proudly. "Earth Magic is the mightiest among all schools, including fire, water, wind, lightning, light, and darkness." His confidence in Earth Magic was evident, given that he himself was an archmage of the Earth School. Lin Lei found it hard to believe. Each school should be balanced. How could Earth Magic be the strongest? "Grandfather Dellen, I have heard that fire mages have the most potent attacks. It is said that dark magic is exceedingly sinister. How can Earth Magic be the strongest?" Lin Lei furrowed his brow. The amiable Dellen Kiwote seemed to grow somewhat irritated at this point. "Lin Lei, I must tell you, when it comes to magical attacks, each school has its own strengths. For instance, the Fire School possesses the forbidden magic Heavenly Fire scorches the plains and Inferno burns the city. Once unleashed, an entire city can be incinerated to ashes. The Water School has the forbidden magic Absolute Zero. When cast, tens of thousands can be frozen instantly. The Lightning School has Heavenly Lightning annihilates the world. When this spell is unleashed, countless bolts of lightning rain down. Who could hope to survive? The Wind School boasts Devastating Storm. Once this magic is invoked, the air becomes filled with razor-sharp winds, and the outcome. Dellen Kiwote sighed deeply. Lin Lei trembled inwardly. He had previously believed that fire magic was the most potent, but now it seemed laughable. Regardless of the school, once one reached the level of forbidden magic, they wielded the power to devastate the world. What about Earth Magic? Lin Lei wondered, not forgetting it. Dellen Kiwote confidently declared, "How could Earth Magic be inferior? The forbidden magic of the Earth School, meteoric descent, causes countless massive meteors to rain down from the sky, turning a city to ruins in the blink of an eye. And then there is the forbidden magic Heaven and Earth collapse. When this spell is cast, the earth moves like the waves of the sea. Buildings collapse, the ground splits open with gaping fissures, and magma erupts from below, resulting in countless casualties." Lin Lei held his breath, captivated by the discourse. The Earth System, alongside an extensive array of forbidden defensive magic known as Pulsing Guardian, rendered a city's defenses impeccable, impervious to even the might of a heavenly thunder annihilation. Dellen Kiwote spoke with great enthusiasm, adding with a smile, Of course, I am referring to area of effect destructive attacks. Rather than single target spells, Lin Lei nodded in understanding. He recognized that the esteemed elder was discussing potent, large-scale destructive magic. Grandpa Dellen, it seems that the Earth system possesses a greater abundance of forbidden spells. What is the reason behind this? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Dellen Kiwote, with a confident smile, replied, Ah, Lin Lei, you do not yet grasp the essence. In truth, the various magical systems are not vastly different. Their distinctions emerge only in specific environments. For instance, in marine locales, water magic reigns supreme, while in areas beset by fierce winds, wind magic prevails. Lin Lei began to understand. In the vast expanse of the continent, battles among mages predominantly occur upon the ground. Do they not? Thus, earth mages naturally hold the upper hand. A smile graced Dellen Kiwote's visage as he stood firmly upon the boundless earth, fully aware that earth mages draw upon the greatest support from their surroundings. Lin Lei experienced a moment of clarity. Each magical system shines in its preferred domain. The battlegrounds of the Yulon continent, being primarily terrestrial, indeed grant earth mages a distinct advantage. Among the various magical elements, the earth element, when assimilated into the body, yields the most profound enhancements. The Mother Earth is indeed the most benevolent to us. Dellen Kiwote's expression bore a hint of reverence as he remarked. When we earth mages sit upon the ground, we can feel the vastness of the earth, sense its pulse, and perceive its nurturing embrace. In terms of offense, earth mages wield the single-target forbidden spell Earth Guardian and the cataclysmic Heavenly Collapse and Earth Shatter, as well as Meteoric Descent. Regarding defense, the Grand Pulsing Guardian and the singular Holy Armor of Earth Guardian exist, the latter representing the pinnacle of individual defense among earth mages. Confidence radiated from Dellen Kiwote as he spoke. Single-target defense? Grandpa Dellen, is the Earth system's individual defense truly the strongest? Lin Lei queried, his gaze fixed upon Dellen Kiwote. Dellen Kiwote chuckled. Initially, the defensive measures of earth mages were quite rudimentary, employing simple earth shields and walls. However, upon reaching the 5th level of mastery, one can invoke the Holy Armor of Earth Guardian. This is a spell that evolves progressively. At levels 5 and 6, this encompassing armor is composed of rock, while at level 7, it transforms to jade, and at level 8, it becomes crystalline. Upon attaining the 9th level, the armor ascends to platinum, and when one reaches the realm of the Holy Domain, the Holy Armor of Earth Guardian is forged from diamond. The strength of such defense, Dellen Kiwote's face brightened with a hint of pride. Lin Lei could not help but marvel internally. The capabilities of earth mages indeed appeared formidable. The Holy Armor of Earth Guardian, upon reaching the Holy Domain, is entirely composed of diamond. Lin Lei was aware of the exceptional hardness of diamonds, and furthermore, this armor was not comprised of ordinary diamonds, but rather those forged through magic, surpassing the hardness of conventional diamonds. Suddenly, Lin Lei recalled the 2 Holy Domain powerhouses who battled above Wushan town. He vividly remembered the middle-aged man in green who struck the gray-robed figure with a sword light, causing the gray robe to shatter and reveal a dazzling suit of armor reminiscent of diamond within. The Holy Domain mage named Rudy had withstood Thailand's strike thanks to that diamond armor. Could that be the diamond-grade Holy Armor of Earth Guardian? Lin Lei's heart raced with astonishment. If even the sword-light attack of a Holy Domain warrior could be resisted, one could only fathom its defensive prowess. Thus, I assert that the Earth system is the most powerful among all magical systems, Dellen Kiwote declared, his white beard twitching with satisfaction. After all, humanity thrives upon the Earth, engaging in life and conflict therein. Naturally, Earth mages reap the greatest benefits. Chapter 22. The Passage of Seasons, Part 1. In truth, whether it be Earth magic or any other magical system, each possesses its unique effects. As the Earth Holy Domain mage, Dellen Kiwote naturally extols his own branch, while the 8-year-old Lin Lei found himself invigorated by his words. Grandpa Dellen, please assess my potential to become an Earth mage. Lin Lei implored eagerly. Dellen Kiwote chuckled heartily. Very well. I shall conduct the assessment immediately. Let me first inform you that a mage's aptitude primarily hinges on 2 aspects, hence my evaluation will also unfold in 2 stages. At that moment, Dellen Kiwote, having spent 5 millennia in solitude within the Dragon Ring, felt a renewed sense of purpose in instructing this delightful child. The magical aptitude encompasses the affinity for elemental forces and the strength of one's mental faculties. Del and Kiwote embarked upon the preliminary education in magic. What significance do these two aspects hold? Lin Lei inquired, perplexed. Del and Kiwote patiently elucidated. Before I address your question, allow me to ask, what does a mage require to cast a spell? Magical incantations, Lin Lei promptly replied, recalling the mysterious mage on the swift dragon, who had always murmured spells before unleashing magic. Incorrect, Del and Kiwote retorted, stroking his white beard with a hint of amusement. The most crucial elements for a mage to cast a spell are magical power and mental strength. If one's mental acuity is sufficiently robust, it is even possible to cast spells instantly without reciting incantations. The incantations serve merely as an auxiliary function. Oh, instantaneous casting? Lin Lei gazed at Del and Kiwote, intrigued. At that moment, a vast magical realm began to unfurl before him, albeit still shrouded in ambiguity, as Del and Kiwote gradually unveiled the mysteries of this magical world. Del and Kiwote nodded with a smile. Indeed, to cast a spell, one must first ensure an adequate supply of magical energy within, and then utilize mental strength to control the magical power to attract more elemental forces from the world, thereby forming the spell. Elemental forces? Lin Lei exclaimed, astonished. Grandpa Delin, does casting magic require us to absorb elemental forces from the environment? Of course, Lin Lei. Do you believe that a grand spell can be conjured solely from the magical power within? That is impossible. For instance, in the case of a forbidden spell, the magical power within a holy domain mage constitutes merely 1%. The remaining 99% is derived from elemental energy. To put it simply, the magical power within is essentially refined elemental energy. The magical power can be likened to a general, while the elemental forces represent the soldiers. The mage guides the magical power from within while controlling a greater number of elemental forces to manifest a spell of formidable might. Do you understand? Del and Kiwote observed Lin Lei with a smile. Lin Lei furrowed his brow in contemplation. I see now, he replied, a smile breaking upon his face. The magical power within the mage is akin to Uncle Hillman, while the elemental forces resemble a group of youths like us. Uncle Hillman can lead us in training and also guide us in combat. Del and Kiwote smiled and nodded. Precisely. Thus, the quantity of magical power within a mage is crucial. If it is insufficient, spells cannot be cast. Lin Lei concurred. In comparison to magical power, mental strength is even more vital, Del and Kiwote added with a smile. You now comprehend that mental strength essentially embodies soul power, which is a form of control. Lin Lei, consider this. If one possesses a copious amount of magical power and attracts a multitude of elemental forces, yet lacks mental strength to control them, what would the outcome be? Del and Kiwote observed Lin Lei intently. Lin Lei pondered deeply. Grandpa Delin, he began thoughtfully, I once read about military strategy, which stated to capture the enemy, one must first seize the leader. For example, in the case of bandits, if their leader is slain, the bandit horde will inevitably disband and flee. Thus, mental strength can be likened to the controlling authority of the bandit leader over his subordinates. Without mental strength to govern the abundant magical power and elemental forces, chaos would ensue. Del and Kiwote erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Lin Lei, you are remarkably astute. He beamed with delight. Indeed, an abundance of magical power and elemental forces, when harmonized through mental strength, ultimately coalesces into magic. At times, to cast formidable spells necessitates considerable mental strength. Hence the need for the assistance of magical incantations. Del and Kiwote smiled as Lin Lei grasped the fundamental principles of magic. The elder continued, of course, that is merely the foundational understanding. The true realm of magic is far more intricate than you can imagine. Merely possessing magical power without knowing how to manifest magic would be of little consequence. Del and Kiwote sighed deeply, reflecting on the intricacies of the magical realm, a world of profound complexity where the pursuit of magical knowledge proved to be both arduous and perilous. Nevertheless, amidst the fierce competition among nations, countless sorcerers tirelessly endeavored to discover novel forms of magic. In truth, every country was engaged in research, seeking to manipulate magical energies and the elements of nature in diverse configurations to create various magics. However, the experimentation with magic was fraught with danger. The more destructive the spell, the more challenging it became to test. After all, there were times when such endeavors could lead to calamity for the practitioner. With a gentle smile, Del and Kiwote remarked, in most magical academies, one can only study spells ranging from the 1st to the 6th level. the 7th, 8th, 9th levels, and even the sacred domain of magic are shrouded in secrecy. Only by aligning oneself with a particular nation can one hope to learn such advanced spells. Linlei, well-read and knowledgeable, understood this sentiment. What if no one teaches you? Even with immense magical power and high mental acuity, you cannot cast a single spell, Dellen Kiwote continued with a smile. The essence of every spell lies in the mastery of controlling magical energy and the elements of nature to manifest magic. Through countless years of research and exploration, a nearly perfect system of magic has been established. As he stroked his white beard, he chuckled, "Fear not, Linlei, for you shall not need to bow before any nation or influential figures. I can teach you the magic of the 7th, 8th, 9th levels, and even that of the sacred domain." Linlei inhaled deeply, feeling as though he was embarking on a new path. Under the guidance of Grandmaster Dellen, he realized he need not tread the path of a warrior but could instead pursue the more enigmatic and powerful path of a mage. Now, let us first assess your elemental affinity. Please sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and enter a meditative state, Dellen Kiwote instructed gently. A meditative state. Linlei felt his heart racing. What was the extent of his innate talent? Do not worry. Simply focus on your sensations and relay your experiences to me when the time comes. Dellen Kiwote encouraged with a smile. Linlei promptly closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind, and no need to fret. Just follow my instructions, Dellen Kiwote whispered. Meditation forms the foundation for mages, whether it be for absorbing elemental energies and refining them into magical power or enhancing one's mental acuity. It invariably requires meditation. The first foray into meditation can be quite challenging and fraught with danger, yet with the assistance of the esteemed sacred domain mage Dellen Kiwote, Linlei found it relatively manageable. After approximately half an hour of gentle guidance, Linlei finally entered a meditative state. Observing Linlei in his meditative state, Dellen Kiwote smiled faintly and then gestured. Instantly, an abundance of earth elements began to coalesce around Linlei. Typically, the density of elemental energies in any given area remains uniform. However, with Dellen Kiwote's formidable mental prowess, the concentration of earth elements surrounding Linlei surged nearly 100-fold. If Linlei could not sense the earth elements under such conditions, then there would be little hope for him, Dellen Kiwote mused. 100-fold increase meant that even an average individual would be able to perceive it. Completely immersed in his meditative state, Linlei felt a surge of joy and excitement. He had never realized how many wondrous phenomena surrounded him. Countless yellowish-brown specks of light floated around him, densely packed and astonishingly abundant. Linlei, do you sense it? Dellen Kiwote's voice resonated gently in Linlei's mind. Grandfather Dellen, I can feel it. So many yellowish-brown specks, countless, an overwhelming multitude, with over 100 floating on the back of my hand, Linlei exclaimed, elated by the multitude of earth elements surrounding him. Upon hearing this, Dellen Kiwote was filled with joy. Excellent. Now, slowly follow my instructions. Think of nothing else. Just remain still. As if in a trance, Dellen Kiwote guided Linlei back from his meditative state. At the same time, he relinquished his control over the earth elements, causing their concentration to revert to normal levels. Upon awakening from meditation, Linlei felt invigorated, completely transformed from his former self. Even in a conscious state, he could still perceive some fluctuations of the earth elements, albeit not as distinctly as during meditation. Grandfather Dellen, I can now sense the fluctuations of those yellowish-brown specks, Linlei exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, although it is not entirely clear, I can still perceive them in a vague manner. Did you say you can sense them now? Dellen Kiwote was taken aback, for the concentration of earth elements had returned to its normal state. And Linlei was no longer in a meditative state. If you can perceive them while fully awake, your elemental affinity is remarkable. Grandfather Dellen, why are you silent? How is my elemental affinity? Linlei inquired anxiously, uncertain whether his performance was commendable or not. Excellent, truly outstanding. Your elemental affinity is exceptionally high, Dellen Kiwote responded with a beaming smile. From what I know, it would be rare to find even one in 1,000 mages with affinity comparable to yours. Linlei's heart raced with exhilaration. Such a realization was profound. Yet, Dellen Kiwote continued, however, elemental affinity is merely one aspect. Mental acuity is far more crucial. After all, with sufficient time, magical power can always be enhanced. The limitation imposed by mental acuity poses the greatest obstacle to a mage's advancement. Lin Lei took a deep breath and nodded in acknowledgement. Now, let us assess your mental acuity, Dellen Kiwote stated with a serious gaze. Lin Lei understood the importance of mental acuity. What must I do, Grandfather Dellen? He asked, prepared to follow instructions. You need not do anything, Dellen Kiwote replied with a chuckle. I am the spirit of the dragon ring. As your master, I can easily perceive your mental acuity without the need for testing. I can tell you right now. What is my mental acuity? Lin Lei held his breath, as the strength of his mental acuity could dictate his fate. Your mental acuity is approximately 10 times that of your peers, Dellen Kiwote stated with a smile. Lin Lei felt a rush of joy. 10 times was no trivial figure. However, Dellen Kiwote added, in the realm of mages, only 1 in 10,000 possesses such a trait, primarily due to the high demands on mental acuity. The baseline for a mage is to achieve at least 5 times that of their contemporaries. Achieving 10 times merely places you in the middle tier of mages. Lin Lei's initial excitement waned at this revelation. If an ordinary individual were to teach you, you would only reach the level of a 5th or 6th tier mage at best. However, if your mentor is me, it is an entirely different matter, Dellen Kiwote said, raising an eyebrow with a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Lin Lei suddenly realized the significance of this. Dellen Kiwote was a sacred domain mage. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, I have every confidence that you can attain the level of an 8th tier mage. The possibility of becoming a 9th tier mage, or even a sacred domain mage, will depend on your own insights and opportunities. Dellen Kiwote stated firmly, if you do not strive diligently, you may not even reach the level of a 6th tier mage, and then you will have no one to blame but yourself. Having a good mentor is one aspect. Ultimately, it is up to you. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not let you down, nor will I disappoint my father or the Baruch family, Lin Lei declared, his mind filled with the revered spirits within the ancestral hall and the illustrious deeds behind each one. Rekindling the glory of the Baruch family, a fervent heat surged within Lin Lei's chest. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, I shall formally begin your instruction, Dellen Kiwote declared, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Lei that moment. The confidence of the sacred domain mage radiated once more from Dellen Kiwote. From the following day onward, Lin Lei embarked on a grueling journey of rigorous training. Unable to disclose Dellen Kiwote's presence to his father, Lin Lei continued his warrior training in the mornings and evenings, while dedicating his mornings to studies in politics, religion, etiquette, military strategy, geography, and the arts. Only during the afternoons, in what was supposed to be his free time, would Lin Lei ascend to the Wushan Hills in the northeast of the town, seeking a quiet spot where he could absorb magical knowledge under Dellen Kiwote's guidance, diligently studying magic and engaging in meditation to refine his magical power. Additionally, every evening after dinner, he devoted considerable time to meditation. Lin Lei's nightly sleep was confined to a mere 6 hours, with the remainder of his time consumed by warrior training, academic pursuits, magical studies, and meditation. One must not underestimate the adequacy of 6 hours of sleep. In reality, daily meditation and mental training would leave one far more fatigued than usual. Lin Lei's 6 hours of sleep were profoundly deep and restorative. In this fulfilling and intensely packed routine, days turned into weeks, and Lin Lei's progress became increasingly evident, verging on a transformative evolution. During this arduous journey of relentless effort, there was the exhilarating moment of first absorbing earth elements into one's body, refining them into magical power. There were also instances of excessive meditation leading to a near-fainting state from overexertion of mental energy, and the thrill of casting earth magic for the very first time. Even if that initial spell merely caused the ground to sprout a diminutive earth spike, measuring a mere 20 centimeters. With each determined attempt, Lin Lei's perseverance and progress left even the revered Saint Domain mage Dellen Kiwote from 5 millennia ago in awe. Through daily, unremitting warrior training, Lin Lei's physique grew increasingly robust. By absorbing earth elements to refine magical energy and engaging in frequent meditation, his demeanor transformed into one of serene tranquility. The remarkable transformation in Lin Lei astonished his father, Hogg, as well as Hillman and others. As spring faded into autumn, the season had swiftly turned. With less than a month remaining until the magical testing for enrollment in the courtyard of the Baruch family estate, Lin Lei felt a surge of motivation. It's time to practice magic again. I successfully cast Quake yesterday. How wonderful! His spirits were high as he stepped out of the hall, closing the door behind him. Walking along the moss-covered stone path, Lin Lei moved with a lightness and stability that rendered his footsteps nearly soundless. This was a hallmark of earth mages, for the very essence of the earth served as their source, enabling them to tread without a whisper. Suddenly, Lin Lei furrowed his brow. His ears perked up at a sound from a distant ancient courtyard. Intrigued, he stealthily approached, his steps light as air, deliberately making no sound. As he neared the entrance of the courtyard and peered inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. There, he beheld a nearly 20-centimeter-long black mouse gnawing on a fragment of stone. In an instant, the creature darted away, reappearing a dozen meters away at another spot where stones lay, continuing its nibbling. The black mouse, with its soft fur, bright eyes, and fluffy tail, was utterly adorable. Remarkably, it even stood upright on its hind legs, playfully hopping about. How charming this little creature was, and what incredible speed it possessed. Hidden at the courtyard entrance, Lin Lei was taken aback. Mice were generally unappealing, yet this one radiated cuteness, especially with its expressive eyes that seemed almost sentient. Most strikingly, this mouse was astonishingly swift. Its movements were so rapid that even Uncle Hillman, a 6th-level warrior, would struggle to keep pace. Dellen Kiwote emerged from the dragon ring, standing beside Lin Lei, equally intrigued by the black mouse. Shadow Mouse. It is indeed the magical beast known as the Shadow Mouse. Judging by its size, it appears to be a juvenile. A Shadow Mouse? Lin Lei marveled. This was his first encounter with a different magical beast aside from the bloodthirsty Iron Bull, Griffin, Velociraptor, and Black Dragon he had previously seen. Dellen, what makes the Shadow Mouse so unique? And what level of magical beast is it? Lin Lei communicated mentally with Dellen Kiwote, his eyes filled with anticipation. Dellen smiled subtly, clearing his throat before responding. The Shadow Mouse cannot be easily classified by level, as it belongs to a species. Rodent magical beasts are primarily divided into two types, the stone-eating mouse and the Shadow Mouse. Both consume a varied diet, feasting on stones, bones, and even flesh. Lin Lei nodded discreetly, recalling how he had seen the black Shadow Mouse gnawing on a stone. Magical beasts are categorized into 9 levels, with level 1 being the weakest and above level 9. There exist the saint-level magical beasts. Dellen continued, among the stone-eating mice, the weakest are the gray ones, which range from levels 1 to 3, while level 4 ones are silver, and level 7 ones are gold. A golden stone-eating mouse is at least a level 7 beast, possibly even level 8. The stone-eating mouse is a formidable group, primarily due to their overwhelming numbers and razor-sharp teeth, which are considerably sharper than those of the Shadow Mouse. When countless stone-eating mice swarm, even an army of tens of thousands would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Dellen's tone grew somber as he recalled a past disaster. Lin Lei envisioned a horde of stone-eating mice flooding forth like a deluge, devouring countless warriors, sending a shiver down his spine. Terrifying indeed. The two major rodent magical beasts, the stone-eating mouse, renowned for its formidable defense and sharp teeth, and the Shadow Mouse, which, while abundant, was less numerous than the former. What about the Shadow Mouse? How formidable is it? Lin Lei pressed, eager to learn more about the creature before him. Dellen Kiwote, as if an encyclopedia of knowledge, elaborated, the weakest Shadow Mouse is a level 3 beast, its fur black. When it reaches level 5, its fur turns green, and at level 7, it becomes purple. Higher levels may even reach level 8. Lin Lei contemplated this. In terms of rank, the Shadow Mouse was certainly not inferior to the stone-eating mouse. Dellen, based on your description, this little Shadow Mouse must be at least level 3 or 4, given its black fur. Lin Lei surmised. Dellen Kiwote furrowed his brow, stating, the stone-eating mouse is famed for its robust defense and sharp teeth, while the Shadow Mouse is known for its incredible speed and sharpness. Speed.it is a key indicator of a Shadow Mouse's power. Its rapid movements, covering several meters in the blink of an eye, are indeed characteristic. However, for a juvenile Shadow Mouse to match the speed of an adult is rather unusual. Dellen's expression conveyed a hint of amusement. Indeed, a juvenile exhibiting the speed of an adult Shadow Mouse could signify its extraordinary potential. I suspect.it may be the offspring of a purple Shadow Mouse. A purple Shadow Mouse's offspring? Lin Lei questioned. Bemused, noting the mouse's black fur, Dellen chuckled. Regardless of whether it's a purple or green Shadow Mouse, their young are always born black. Only as they grow in power does their fur gradually change color. The color of their fur symbolizes their strength. Understanding dawned upon Lin Leites. Oh, this little shadow mouse's speed is remarkable. I perceive it to be slightly faster than Uncle Hillman, yet you claim it is merely comparable to a level 4 adult shadow mouse. A level 4 shadow mouse would match the speed of a level 6 warrior. Lin Lei marveled at this realization. Dellen Kiwote nodded with a smile. Indeed, if it were otherwise, how could it still be called a shadow mouse? When shadow mice of the same level run, they can easily outpace human warriors of equivalent rank. The shadow mouse is a rare magical beast, especially the purple ones, which are at least level 7. Many mages aspire to tame a purple shadow mouse, but their speed makes it immensely challenging. While juvenile shadow mice are easier to capture, encountering one is a rare event. Lin Lei envisioned the implications. A purple shadow mouse, a level 7 beast, was comparable to a velociraptor. The purple shadow mouse reigns as the king among shadow mice, commanding many of its kin. Though not as numerous as the stone-eating mice, they are still fairly plentiful. Juvenile purple shadow mice are well guarded by their kin until they reach maturity. Dellen glanced at the black shadow mouse still gnawing on the stone, pondering how such a powerful juvenile found itself within Lin Lei's family estate. Seemingly unprotected by any adult shadow mice nearby, Derlin Cowder sighed with a hint of exclamation. Lin Lei nodded in agreement with what Derlin Cowder had articulated. Suddenly, Derlin Cowder's gaze towards Lin Lei took on a peculiar quality, accompanied by a tone that brimmed with temptation as he remarked, regardless of how this little purple shadow mouse came to be here, would you not wish to subdue it? The growth rate of shadow mice is notably rapid. Even the young purple shadow mouse could be expected to fully mature within a decade, that time. You would possess a formidable beast of level 7 or even 8. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei's heart stirred with excitement. Level 7 and 8 beasts are indeed challenging to capture, yet seizing them in their juvenile state is significantly easier. However, the growth rates vary among species. Some magical beasts mature slowly, like certain dragons that require millennia to reach adulthood, a time frame that is far too lengthy for an ordinary human to endure. The shadow mouse, however, belongs to the category of those that grow swiftly. Yet, encountering a young purple shadow mouse is exceedingly rare. After all, the mightier the magical beast, the more fiercely it guards its young. Although Lin Lei could not fathom why this little shadow mouse had ventured into his family's ancient abode, the mere presence of a young purple shadow mouse before him was undeniable. If Lin Lei could acquire a purple shadow mouse, it would be tantamount to commanding an army of shadow mice. Derlin Cowder observed Lin Lei with a knowing smile, highlighting the rarity of the purple shadow mouse compared to other level 7 and 8 magical beasts. Derlin Cowder continued to entice Lin Lei. For the 8.5-year-old Lin Lei, resisting such a lure was a daunting task. Grandfather Derlin, how can one capture this purple shadow mouse? Lin Lei inquired, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he gazed at Derlin Cowder. A wave of joy surged through Derlin Cowder's heart. If young Lin Lei could indeed capture this shadow mouse, it would grant him a measure of peace regarding the boy's future. Derlin Cowder was acutely aware that he was merely a spiritual entity with no magical power of his own. A domain-level archmage devoid of magical energy possesses no offensive capability. He could not protect Lin Lei. Having grown fond of this innocent and resilient child over the past 6 months, Derlin Cowder was determined to find ways to enhance Lin Lei's abilities. Lin Lei, you must remain calm, Derlin Cowder admonished gravely. Even a juvenile purple shadow mouse possesses speed comparable to that of a level 4 adult shadow mouse, and even your Uncle Zierman would be unable to catch it. You lack the strength to forcibly subdue it, and you are also incapable of setting up a soul contract magic array. Lin Lei was taken aback. His fervent thoughts cooled instantly as he bitterly chuckled. I just remembered. To capture a magical beast, one must first earn its genuine submission. And secondly, establish a soul contract magic array, which can only be arranged by a mage of at least level 7. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Lei. Alas, lacking strength means that even if fortune smiles upon him with a young purple shadow mouse, he lacks the capability to capture it. Lin Lei, do not lose heart. I merely stated that you cannot forcibly capture it. I did not say there is no method to subdue it, Derlin Cowder replied with a self-satisfied grin. If it were an adult shadow mouse, I would likely have no means to assist you. However, it is merely a juvenile shadow mouse, and as a domain-level archmage, I do have a way to deal with a young purple shadow mouse that does not require you to set up a soul contract magic array. Lin Lei's heart ignited with hope once more, and his eyes gleamed as he looked at Derlin Cowder. Grandfather Derlin, please tell me, what method is it? Lin Lei transmitted eagerly. Derlin Cowder chuckled. It is quite simple. The soul contract established in the magic array is akin to a master-servant contract. If you can earn the beast's loyalty, you naturally qualify to become its master. However, since we cannot establish a master-servant contract at this moment, we must take a step back and forge an equal contract with the Shadow Mouse. An equal contract? Lin Lei queried in confusion. What is that? I've never heard of it before. It is perfectly normal that you have not heard of it. Even in my time, 5,000 or 6,000 years ago, those who understood the equal contract were exceedingly rare, Derlin Cowder explained with a smile. An equal contract signifies that you and the magical beast hold equal status. While it may seem inferior to a master-servant contract, in reality, the equal contract fosters a closer bond, allowing for more sincere cooperation between you and the magical beast. Lin Lei's heart experienced a sudden clarity. Oh, Grandfather Derlin, if what you say is true, the advantages of an equal contract are numerous. Why is it that most do not utilize it today? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Derlin Cowder laughed heartily, because the equal contract is not arranged by humans. Rather, it is established by the magical beast itself. Established by the magical beast itself. Lin Lei was taken aback. In a wonder, there was no need to arrange a soul contract magic array. It was the magical beast that initiated the contract. Derlin Cowder continued, every magical beast possesses the innate ability to establish an equal contract upon birth. Yet each beast can only forge this contract once in its lifetime. Unlike the master-servant contract, where the master can dissolve the bond, allowing others to capture the beast anew. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. However, getting the magical beast to willingly enter into an equal contract is quite challenging. Derlin Cowder stated solemnly, you must make the beast feel that you are its kin, that it cannot bear to part with you. Only then will it willingly forge an equal contract with you. Lin Lei nodded slightly. The intelligence of adult magical beasts is quite high. It is nearly impossible to convince them that you are family. However, young magical beasts are different, Derlin Cowder remarked. Even human children possess limited intelligence and can be easily swayed. A little treat can win their affection, and this is even more true for young magical beasts. The intelligence of young magical beasts is even lower than that of human infants. As long as you consistently provide them with delicious food and engage in playful antics, it will not take long for the young magical beast to grow fond of you. This is especially true for solitary young magical beasts, which are even easier to subdue. Listening to Derlin Cowder's words, Lin Lei felt a sudden enlightenment. So, it's about charming them like a child, Lin Lei chuckled. He was indeed quite experienced in this regard. Having played and amused his younger brother, Walton, since childhood, he was adept at winning over children. Lin Lei, do not be overly confident. There are many nuances to consider when trying to win over a young magical beast. A single misstep could result in that shadow mouse biting you, Derlin Cowder cautioned. Bite me? Lin Lei felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the distant shadow mouse gnawing on stones. Its crunching sound reminiscent of someone casually eating bread. Lin Lei had no doubt about the sharpness of the beast's teeth. What should I do? Lin Lei's confidence wavered. Do not worry. Just follow my instructions, and there will be no issues. However, employing this simple method requires ample patience. You must not act in haste, Derlin Cowder explained before revealing the simple method. Lin Lei, shadow mice are omnivorous creatures. They consume stones, bones, and even meat, but they have a particular fondness for flesh, especially roasted meat. This is wisdom passed down from my predecessors. Therefore, you should first hunt a small wild animal on Wu Mountain, then roast the meat and place it on the ground at a distance. Remember, do not attempt to approach it directly. Allow it to come to you for food. Derlin Cowder added with a smile, if you approach it, it may become frightened and attack you. However, if it approaches you for food, there is no danger at all. Though the method may seem simple, it is the safest approach. Lin Lei felt a newfound clarity. The method was indeed simple and straightforward. Grandfather Derlin, will this shadow mouse run away? Lin Lei asked with concern. If I bring the roasted meat, but the shadow mouse escapes, there will be no recourse. That is uncertain. It depends on your luck. However, I believe it is unlikely to wander off in the short term. Derlin Cowder replied. All right, I shall go hunt a wild beast now. Lin Lei nodded and hurriedly made his way outside. As he ran, his footsteps were firmly planted on the ground, yet curiously, they made no sound at all. This, after all, is a hallmark of earth mages. Once he exited the cluster of ancient houses, Lin Lei resumed his normal stride, and the sounds of his footsteps returned. Young Master Lin Lei, off to Wu Mountain? The housekeeper, Shili, chuckled as he observed Lin Lei rushing by with a broom in hand. Yes, Lin Lei replied briefly before hastening onward. For the past 6 months, Lin Lei had been visiting Wu Mountain every afternoon to practice magic. While others may not have realized he was honing his magical skills, they were well aware of his penchant for playing in Wu Mountain during his free afternoons. As autumn descended, most trees atop Wu Mountain had shed their leaves. Yet several evergreens remained, alongside fiery red maple trees. A lithe figure darted through the forest. Lin Lei's steps were silent, and he moved with remarkable agility. After 6 months of absorbing earth elemental energy, Lin Lei had not only acquired earth magic but also significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Now, he was comparable to a 15 or 16-year-old youth from Wu Mountain Town, possessing the strength of a level 1 warrior. The mountain was home to an abundance of squirrels and rabbits, while fierce predators were relatively scarce. This was why parents felt at ease allowing their children to roam Wu Mountain. It was merely an ordinary hill with few large beasts, let alone magical ones. Suddenly stopping, Lin Lei's gaze fell upon a pale yellow rabbit nibbling on some grass in the distance. Even the highly alert rabbit showed no indication of Lin Lei's approach. The rabbit was quick to react, yet Lin Lei decided to use magic. He focused intently and began to recite the incantation for his spell. He felt a small surge of earth magic energy beginning to flow from his core. The essence of an ordinary warrior's fighting spirit is typically stored approximately 10 centimeters below the navel, while a mage's magical power resides at the center of the chest, more precisely at the midpoint of a line drawn between the two nipples. As for spiritual energy, or the power of the soul, it is naturally housed within the mind. Regardless of whether a spell is silently recited, whispered, or shouted aloud, the distinction is negligible. What truly matters is achieving a specific state of mental focus that aligns with the magical incantation. In mere seconds, Lin Lei, who had been muttering the spell, suddenly opened his eyes wide, casting a cold glare at the wild rabbit before him. Earth magic, level 1. Earth spike. With a swift thrust, a sharp spike of earth abruptly pierced upward from beneath the rabbit, puncturing its abdomen and causing crimson blood to seep out, staining the soft fur of its belly. Caught off guard, the rabbit began to thrash violently, yet the more it struggled, the faster the blood flowed. Chapter 3. Clumsy Methods, Part 2. Lin Lei dashed forward, seizing the rabbit by the throat with one hand. With a sharp crack, the rabbit, which had been writhing in pain, convulsed twice before falling still. Since witnessing those 2 battles 6 months prior, the bloodthirst inherent in the dragon blood warrior lineage had gradually begun to manifest. I have reached the status of a level 1 warrior and a level 1 mage. Yet in terms of offensive power, magic remains superior. Lin Lei chuckled to himself, holding the rabbit. Mages are primarily categorized into 9 levels, with achieving the status of a level 1 mage being relatively straightforward. However, as one ascends through the ranks, the time required for advancement increases significantly. Indeed, many formidable level 7 and 8 mages may spend a century without progressing a single rank. A level 1 mage with good aptitude can achieve this in just 6 months. Even those with lesser talent can attain it within 2 to 3 years, provided they meet the necessary criteria. Clutching the dead rabbit, Lin Lei made his way down the mountain. Lin Lei, why didn't you roast it? The voice of Darren Kiwote echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Grandpa Darren, surely you have never had to appease a child, Lin Lei teased as he ran. Darren Kiwote paused, taken aback. After all, a venerable archmage would never stoop to such trivialities. Well, no, I haven't, he finally conceded. Lin Lei confidently replied, I often indulge little Woden. You see, when giving children treats, one must not start off too lavishly. Otherwise, they will come to expect such things every time, or even demand better. Right now, that shadow mouse is gnawing on stones. If I offer it raw meat, it will surely be delighted. I'll feed it raw meat for about a week, and then follow it up with roasted meat. It will be even happier. Darren Kiwote instantly grasped the concept. The wise elder understood this principle well, having employed similar tactics in managing subordinates, offering a little sweetness at first, then providing better rewards later. Otherwise, offering too much at once could lead to dissatisfaction in the future. I read a book that discussed this principle in the context of raising monkeys. Morning 3, evening 4 is far more effective than morning 4. Evening 3, Lin Lei chuckled. Darren Kiwote suddenly felt that despite Lin Lei being only 8.5 years old, he was no less astute than many adolescents. It seemed evident that the education provided by the Baluk family was indeed bearing fruit. Darren Kiwote mused silently. Education unlocks wisdom, yet most commoners lack the means to access it. Prestigious mage and warrior academies impose entry requirements and tuition fees that are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Returning home with a wild rabbit in hand would hardly raise eyebrows in Wushan town. In fact, ever since Lin Lei had mastered Earth Spike, he often brought rabbits home. Young Master Lin Lei is truly remarkable. He has caught yet another rabbit, the townsfolk remarked with cheerful admiration. As he walked through the streets, Lin Lei responded with polite smiles. I wonder if the shadow mouse would accept food from others. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lei cautiously approached the cluster of ancient houses behind the family estate, making his way toward the spot where the shadow mouse resided, each step silent. In just a short while, Lin Lei arrived at the previous location. Where is the shadow mouse? He wondered, scanning the courtyard of the ancient house. The yard was littered with rubble and withered leaves, although there were signs of stones having been gnawed upon. The shadow mouse itself was nowhere to be seen. Lin Lei's heart sank with disappointment. Grandpa Darren, the shadow mouse is gone. It's only been an hour. Has it already left? Suddenly, a streak of light flew from the dragon ring, transforming into Darren Kiwote, clad in a moon-white robe, his brow furrowed in concern. This shouldn't be. It's only been an hour. How could the shadow mouse have vanished? Just then, crunch, crunch, the familiar sound of gentle gnawing echoed once more. Lin Lei's eyes brightened, and he quickly moved toward an adjacent dilapidated courtyard. Upon reaching the threshold, he could clearly see the little black shadow mouse tirelessly gnawing at a stone, resembling a sculptor shaping the rock into peculiar forms. Lin Lei stood at the threshold and deliberately kicked the ground to create a noise. The shadow mouse darted away in an instant, retreating 10 meters, its beady black eyes fixed warily on Lin Lei. Come, I have food for you. Lin Lei smiled at the magical creature, tossing the rabbit onto the threshold. Although the shadow mouse might not comprehend human language, Lin Lei understood. Intelligent magical beasts should recognize the meaning behind a smile. After all, magical creatures are not mere beasts. Their intellect is only slightly inferior to that of humans, and some formidable magical beasts are incredibly cunning. Patience, Lin Lei reminded himself, forcing himself to walk away without turning back. As the shadow mouse observed Lin Lei depart, it hesitated for a moment before darting toward the threshold. Once it confirmed Lin Lei had gone far away, it promptly stood up and began to bounce with excitement upon seeing the rabbit. Squeak, squeak, the shadow mouse emitted delighted squeaks as it swiftly began tearing into the rabbit's flesh. Despite its small size, the shadow mouse devoured the entirety of the rabbit, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. With a satisfied gulp, the little creature patted its tummy, clearly elated. Compared to stones, fresh meat was undeniably more delectable. After finishing its meal, the shadow mouse gazed in the direction Lin Lei had taken, feeling an immediate fondness for the boy. After all, as a young magical beast, it still harbored hope that the boy might bring it another rabbit. That evening, just before dinner, Lin Lei strolled through the courtyard of ancient houses, heading toward the spot where he had left the rabbit that afternoon. Lin Lei, don't worry. It's just a young magical beast with quite the appetite. Darren Kiwote's cheerful voice chimed in Lin Lei's mind. Lin Lei nodded slightly. Soon arriving at the threshold, he noticed some bloodied rabbit fur scattered about, but the rabbit's flesh and bones were entirely gone. Seeing this, Lin Lei's eyes lit up. Excellent, he exclaimed, clenching his fist. The first step was a success. Now all that remained was perseverance. On the following afternoon, Lin Lei killed a rabbit and a mountain chicken, reserving the rabbit for Grandpa Sheely to roast for dinner. While the mountain chicken was placed at the old location, the threshold of the previous ancient house, the shadow mouse was indeed watching him. Lin Lei chuckled as he observed the magical creature fixated on him. Lin Lei, it seems things are looking up. Its lack of immediate flight upon seeing you indicates diminished hostility, Darren Kiwote noted, feeling pleased for Lin Lei. Encountering a young magical beast of such impressive strength is indeed fortunate. I wonder what has become of this little shadow mouse's parents. Darren Kiwote pondered in silence. Lin Lei tossed the mountain chicken onto the threshold, exchanged a few words with the shadow mouse, and smiled before retreating. However, this time he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked away while frequently glancing back. Moments later, the shadow mouse sprang forth, scanning its surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Lei in the distance, it showed no sign of fear and immediately lowered its head to begin tearing into the mountain chicken. Days 3, 4, 5 of this routine continued, with Lin Lei persistently meditating and practicing, while also regularly providing the young shadow mouse with wild rabbits and other treats. The entire town of Wushan, including Hog and Zierman, remained oblivious to Lin Lei's magical training. Likewise, they were unaware that Lin Lei was caring for a magical beast with a level 4 power at such a tender age. Only Darren Kiwote, who had witnessed Lin Lei's growth, understood the truth. This small town of Wushan could not contain Lin Lei's potential. Watching Lin Lei meditate to gather magical energy, Darren Kiwote felt a glimmer of anticipation. One day, he would accompany a fully grown purple shadow mouse onto the vast stage of the entire Yulon continent. Chapter 4. Ernst Academy. With the passage of time, the little shadow mouse, which had not experienced much affection, grew less wary of Lin Lei. By the 8th day, when Lin Lei placed the rabbit down, the little creature dashed out to feast, chirping squeak, squeak in delight. On the 10th day, today is the perfect occasion to treat the little shadow mouse to some roasted meat. Lin Lei wrapped a roasted wild chicken in a small cloth bag and joyfully made his way towards the cluster of ancient houses behind the estate. Darren Kiwote walked alongside Lin Lei, though none but Lin Lei could perceive him. With a twinkle in his white-bearded smile, Darren Kiwote remarked, "Lin Lei, it has been 9 days. That little shadow mouse no longer harbors any suspicion towards you. Today, with an even more delectable roasted treat, it will surely be elated, and your bond will grow ever closer." Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle at this, as he approached the threshold of the old house. A sudden squeak echoed. Squeak, squeak. The little shadow mouse darted to Lin Lei's side, standing upright and bouncing while eagerly calling out to him. "I haven't even taken it out yet, and it's already here." Showing no fear of me at all, Lin Lei thought with delight. Darren Kiwote, watching the little shadow mouse with a grin, noted, "It seems this little creature has grown quite fond of you." Squeaked the little shadow mouse. With its shiny black eyes fixed on Lin Lei, chattered impatiently, as if urging him to present the food without delay. "Patience," Lin Lei replied, extracting the roasted wild chicken from the bag. The moment the aroma wafted through the air, the little mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement, followed by a pitiful gaze directed at Lin Lei. This sight made Lin Lei chuckle heartily. It reminded him of the time he had offered delicious food to little Woden, who would plead, "Brother, please," while looking adorably pitiful. "Here you go," Lin Lei said, tossing the roasted chicken to the little shadow mouse. It chirped joyfully and immediately pounced on the chicken, devouring it with fervor in no time. The chicken, nearly the same size as the little shadow mouse, was consumed entirely. "I truly cannot fathom how such a tiny creature can devour so much," Lin Lei remarked with a laugh. The little shadow mouse appeared immensely pleased, hopping around in delight, even attempting to wrap its front paws around Lin Lei's leg. Lin Lei felt a surge of joy. This was the first time the little shadow mouse had shown such affection after eating. "Lin Lei, try grooming its fur. Most magical beasts enjoy the company of those who tend to them," Darren Kiwote suggested. With a gentle hand, Lin Lei placed it on the mouse's head, which showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it closed its eyes in bliss, allowing Lin Lei to comb through its fur, even purring softly in contentment. "This little fellow is simply adorable," Lin Lei mused, growing increasingly fond of the little shadow mouse. "Darren Grandpa, magical beasts are truly remarkable. You mentioned that the raptor is so large with such tough scales, classifying it as a level 7 beast. Yet, this little shadow mouse might also grow into a level 7 beast. How can the disparity be so vast?" Lin Lei pondered while petting the little creature, feeling a sense of awe. One cannot judge solely by appearance. Perhaps you might encounter an ordinary old man on the street who possesses the power to ride a dragon and level mountains with a mere gesture. Darren Kiwote replied with a smile. Lin Lei understood this wisdom, though he still found himself judging by appearances. Just look at the raptor. Its massive size and the cold metallic sheen of its scales speak volumes of its might. "I wonder when this little shadow mouse will be willing to form an equal contract with me," Lin Lei mused, knowing that such a pact could only be initiated by the magical beast itself. Leaving him to wait patiently, Dellen Kiwote smiled. The situation is quite favorable. Remember to exercise patience. Yes, I understand, Lin Lei replied, smiling in return in the blink of an eye. It had been 20 days since Lin Lei had begun feeding the little shadow mouse. Their bond had grown exceedingly close, yet for some inexplicable reason, despite their intimacy, the little shadow mouse showed no signs of initiating the equal contract. Night enveloped the land, casting an air of serenity over Wushan town. In the living room of the Baruch family estate, candlelight flickered, illuminating the space as Lin Lei and his family, along with their steward, Shili, sat around the long dining table enjoying dinner. Lin Lei, I hear you have been frequently bringing roasted rabbits to the ancient houses in the backyard? Hogg, putting down his knife and fork, inquired. Looking towards Lin Lei, a jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Lei. Seemed the time for honesty had arrived. Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Father, I recently discovered a delightful creature in the backyard. So I've been bringing it food quite often. A delightful creature? Little Woden's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hogg nodded. The backyard sees little foot traffic. It's plausible for animals to inhabit it, by the way. I believe the magical testing enrollment in the capital, Finley City, is set to commence in about a week. Aren't you planning to participate? Ah, the magical testing enrollment? Lin Lei suddenly recalled this matter. A stream of energy visible only to Lin Lei flowed from his dragon ring, transforming into the venerable elder Dellen Kiwote, who smiled at Lin Lei, saying, Lin Lei, regarding the magical testing enrollment, you may choose to attend or not, but with my guidance, you would surely fare better than under the tutelage of those academy mages. Lin Lei concurred. After all, Dellen Kiwote was a sanctuary mage, a distinction that few magical academies could boast in their teaching staff. What's the matter? Do you not wish to go? Hogg's previously cheerful demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered how eager Lin Lei had been after witnessing the battle between that level 8 dual system mage and the mercenary squad. Now, however, he seemed hesitant. Hogg hoped for his son to become a mage. Father, I don't know, Lin Lei, promise your father you will attend, Dellen Kiwote interjected, his tone suddenly firm. Lin Lei fell silent, filled with confusion as he thought. But Dellen Grandpa, aren't you teaching me? With your instruction, why would I need to attend a magical academy? Wouldn't that be a waste of our family's resources? No, Dellen Kiwote replied seriously. I have not engaged with the continent of Yulon for over 5,000 years. 5,000 years, Lin Lei. You must understand that countless mages are tirelessly researching new forms of magic. Who knows how many new spells have emerged in that time? Lin Lei felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Furthermore, you must recognize that Wushan Town is not your destined stage. You need to step onto a much grander platform, Dellen Kiwote emphasized. A sense of excitement stirred within Lin Lei at the thought of such a broader stage. Memories of the colossal magical beast, the raptor, flooded his mind, along with the terrifying spectacle of the dance of the fire serpent, and the ease with which the sanctuary mage, Rudy, commanded a deluge of massive stones to rain down. In the future, Lin Lei's heart raced at the prospect of soaring through the skies atop a mighty dragon, wielding the power to obliterate the world. The mere thought of standing at the pinnacle filled him with exhilaration. Lin Lei, what are you pondering? Hogg's tone turned impatient as he noticed Lin Lei's distraction. No, Lin Lei quickly responded, turning to Hogg with a serious nod. Father, I genuinely wish to become a mage. Please arrange for me to attend the magical enrollment test in Finley City in a week. Hogg's expression brightened at this, laughter escaping him to a mage. Oh, is it one of those fire-breathing wizards? Little Woden clapped his little hands joyfully. Woden, that juggling. Do not confuse juggling with magic, Hogg admonished sternly. Oh, Woden huffed, pouting into silence. Lin Lei chuckled, turning to Hogg. Father, there must be several magical academies. Which ones are the most prestigious? By the way, are magical academies mixed with warrior academies? Hogg laughed. Indeed, among the 4 great empires and 2 major alliances on the continent, each boasts its own top-tier academies. You should know that the Aubrey Empire is the most militarily powerful of the 4. Lin Lei nodded, aware of this common knowledge. The most esteemed academy of the Aubrey Empire, Aubrey Academy, is renowned as the premier warrior academy across the entire continent of Yulon. However, when it comes to magical academies, Hogg chuckled. The first magical academy on the continent of Yulon is within our Holy Alliance and is named after the legendary Pope of the Church of Light. Ernst Academy, Chapter 5. The Shadow Mouse Bebe, Part 1. Ernst Academy. The foremost magical academy on the continent boasts that every graduate is at least a level 6 mage, with many reaching level 7. If a level 7 mage emerges from the Baruch family, it would be conceivable to reclaim the family's treasured legacy. A.S. Hogg spoke. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Lin Lei. Lin Lei could feel the weight of his father's expectations. The lost legacy of the Dragon Blood family was a shame that must be rectified. Lin Lei felt a heavy burden settle in his heart. As a descendant of the Dragon Blood warrior family, one takes immense pride in being a member of such an ancient and illustrious lineage. However, the cherished heirloom of the esteemed Dragon Blood warriors has been lost to the outside world, a profound disgrace indeed. Whether it be Hogg or the ancestors of the family over the centuries, the mere thought of this loss evokes endless humiliation. Alas, the family capable of possessing the Battle Blade Slaughter is no ordinary clan. And the current Baruch family is far too feeble. Ernst, the legendary Pope of the Radiant Church? Next to him, Derlinko Water was taken aback. Grandfather Derlink, what is it? Lin Lei inquired, perplexed. The legendary Pope Ernst, known to billions of residents across the 6 kingdoms and 15 principalities of the Holy Alliance, was indeed a figure of great renown. Lin Lei was well aware of the illustrious deeds of the legendary Pope Ernst, who elevated the status of the Radiant Church and single-handedly forged the Holy Alliance. It was unexpected that Ernst, whom he had known, had achieved such greatness and become the legendary Pope of the Radiant Church. Derlinko Water sighed in admiration. Grandfather Derlink, do you know Pope Ernst? Lin Lei asked, somewhat astonished, upon further reflection. Lin Lei recognized that during the time when the Puang Empire was still unified, the Radiant Church, the Dark Church, and the Earth God's Temple were all under the Empire's dominion, and of course, Ernst was a genius who entered the sanctuary before the age of 50. But in my era, he could only be considered a rising star, Derlinko Water remarked nonchalantly. When Derlinko Water was still alive, Ernst was merely in his formative years, while Derlinko Water had already reached the pinnacle of the entire Yulon continent. Ranking among the elite of the sanctuary, Derlinko Water held a status in the Puang Empire that was far beyond what Ernst could compare to. Even Ernst would have to pay his respects upon encountering Derlinko Water. I never expected that after my demise, Ernst would become so remarkable, Derlinko Water mused with a gentle smile. At that moment, Lin Lei could not help but feel a deeper admiration for Derlinko Water. The foremost sanctuary powerhouse of the Puang Empire, the pinnacle of the Yulon continent, now meticulously guiding him. What immense fortune it was. During dinner, the members of the Baruch family were in high spirits. Lin Lei, in a week, I will have Uncle Hillman take you to the capital city of Finley for the magical enrollment test, Hogg said with a smile. Yes, father, Lin Lei nodded in response. Young Master Lin Lei, I believe you will certainly gain admission to the finest magical academy. The butler, Shiri, chuckled. The finest? Oh, the finest, exclaimed little Walton, his hands greasy from food, clapping joyfully. Hogg, however, smiled serenely, stating, becoming a mage is not a simple feat. Perhaps only 1 in 10,000 possesses such talent. Moreover, the requirements to enter Ernst Academy are exceedingly stringent, with all applicants having exceptionally high magical aptitude. If I could become a mage, I would already be quite content. Regardless of which academy I enter. Father, I will not let you down, Lin Lei declared confidently, for he was already a first-level mage. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Lin Lei lay on the grass in the backyard of the family estate, while a little black shadow mouse frolicked around him, chattering incessantly. However, Lin Lei paid it no mind. The little shadow mouse, upon seeing Lin Lei indifferent, stood upright, placing its front paws on Lin Lei's body, squeaking in discontent. Lin Lei gently patted the little mouse's head, saying, All right, enough of that. Tomorrow, I will be leaving home for the capital. And after the Magical Academy enrollment, I will be going to the Academy. I fear there won't be many opportunities to be with you thereafter. The Magical Academy, he could not bring the little shadow mouse along. Within those hallowed halls, no student was ordinary, and many formidable mages resided there. If they discovered the little mouse, they would likely seek to subdue it immediately. The Academy boasted 7th and 8th level mages. And capturing the little mouse would not be difficult, especially since Linlei had not formed a contract with it. Others could easily claim it. Hearing Linlei's words, the little shadow mouse could not help but whimper softly. I tell you, you wouldn't understand, Linlei sighed in exasperation. The duration of his studies at the Magical Academy remained uncertain. Would they still meet years from now? Linlei gently stroked the little mouse's smooth fur. Having come to genuinely care for this adorable creature after nearly a month of companionship, the little mouse, comforted by Linlei's touch, closed its eyes and began to purr. The following day, after lunch, in the front yard of the Baruch family, Hogg stood as straight as an arrow, gazing intently at Linlei. Linlei, our town of Wushan is relatively close to the capital, merely 90 miles away. You should be able to reach the capital before nightfall. Remember, once you arrive, do not cause any trouble. There are many influential figures within the capital. Yes, father, Linlei replied respectfully. Hillman, I entrust Linlei to you. Hogg said, turning to Hillman. Lord Hogg, you can rest assured, Hillman replied with a smile. Very well, you may depart. Hogg laughed heartily. Farewell, father, Linlei said respectfully, then turned to little Walton. Walton, brother is leaving now. Little Walton blinked his eyes at Linlei and, with reluctance, said, Brother, goodbye. Linlei glanced toward the backyard, silently thinking that there would likely be no one to feed the little shadow mouse in the next few days. Hillman then addressed Linlei. Linlei, stop dawdling. Let us go. Yes, Uncle Hillman. Linlei, no longer dwelling on it, followed Uncle Hillman as they left the Baruch family estate. On the roof of the Baruch family's living room, the little shadow mouse watched Linlei and Hillman depart. Its head tilted in confusion and its eyes. Linlei should have been hunting rabbits, so why was he leaving with another person today? The little shadow mouse had grown fond of Linlei. Over the past month, it had come to view Linlei as family, given its lack of kin. With a leap, the little shadow mouse vanished from the Baruch family roof, swiftly reaching the rooftop of another commoner's house, where it observed Linlei and Hillman. The little shadow mouse followed Linlei, and soon they had exited Wushan town. Chapter 6, The Shadow Mouse Baby, Part 2. The little shadow mouse had witnessed Linlei hunting rabbits in Wushan. But this time, Linlei was not heading toward Wushan. Instead, he was progressing along a different path. The little shadow mouse grew anxious. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse dashed towards Linlei. Just as Linlei took a step, he felt something clutching his foot. Looking down, he saw the little shadow mouse clinging to him tightly, its eyes filled with a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Oh, little shadow mouse. What brings you here? Linlei asked, surprised. Hillman turned to look and, upon seeing the little shadow mouse, exclaimed in alarm, a magical beast. Could it be a stone-eating mouse? Hillman was not well versed in magical beasts and recalled a past incident where an army had been devoured by a swarm of stone-eating mice, leading most soldiers to harbor a fear of mouse-like magical creatures. Linlei, be careful, Hillman shouted, immediately launching a kick. Linlei barely saw a blur before Hillman's foot was already near the little shadow mouse. But the little shadow mouse was swifter, darting onto Linlei's shoulder in an instant. Uncle Hillman, stop! Linlei finally reacted. Hillman paused, taken aback. Uncle Hillman, this is the creature I've been nurturing in the backyard. Linlei quickly clarified. Little shadow mouse, tell him, won't you? The little shadow mouse seemed to comprehend Linlei's words and nodded its tiny head. Hillman stared at Linlei in astonishment. Linlei? You mean to say you are raising a magical beast? Uncle Hillman, please wait a moment. Let me persuade the little shadow mouse to return, Linlei said, gently picking up the little shadow mouse and addressing it. Little shadow mouse, I must leave with Uncle Hillman for the capital, and you cannot come with me, understand? The little shadow mouse merely gazed at Linlei with its woeful eyes, as though about to cry. Linlei set the little shadow mouse down and waved his hand, saying, You should go back now, and gestured toward the path he intended to take. I will be going this way, to the capital. As he spoke, Linlei waved his hand and continued forward. The little shadow mouse stood still, watching Linlei. Uncle Hillman, let us go. He is very clever. He understands my intentions, Linlei said to Hillman, who observed the scene with some surprise before smiling and continuing to walk alongside Linlei. As Linlei and Hillman walked further away, the little shadow mouse remained behind, watching them intently. Suddenly, the little shadow mouse let out a sharp squeak and transformed into a black blur, darting forward with astonishing speed. its form flickering. While Lin Lei and Hillman conversed, Hillman suddenly sensed something approaching rapidly from behind and turned around. Before he could react, the shadow mouse had already reached Lin Lei's leg, sinking its teeth into his calf. Lin Lei yelped in pain, leaping up. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small shadow mouse. At that moment, the little creature was gazing at Lin Lei with its large, watery eyes, exuding an air of pitiful innocence. Lin Lei, upon touching his calf, discovered blood seeping from a wound, and his dissatisfaction grew. However, upon witnessing the small shadow mouse's demeanor, he found it impossible to feel anger. "Are you all right, Lin Lei?" inquired Hillman, who stood nearby. "I'm fine," Lin Lei replied with a smile. Suddenly, a dense black light enveloped the little shadow mouse. A trickle of blood emerged from the corner of its mouth, a mixture of Lin Lei's blood and that of the shadow mouse itself. Remarkably, this blood coalesced into two black triangles, forming a peculiar magical array that radiated a rich aura of darkness. Both Hillman and Lin Lei stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Could it be? Lin Lei's mind began to speculate. From within the dragon ring, Derinkavate emerged, his white beard bristling with excitement. "Lin Lei, that little one is establishing a pact of equality. Is it truly a pact of equality?" Lin Lei was momentarily taken aback. Though his surprise lingered, the bizarre black magical array split in two. One triangle flew into Lin Lei's body, while the other entered the small shadow mouse. Observing this, Hillman grew increasingly alarmed. "Lin Lei, are you okay?" he asked, worry etched on his face. "I'm perfectly well," Lin Lei reassured him, as he felt a faint connection to the little shadow mouse's soul. On the tranquil roads of Wushan town, Lin Lei and the shadow mouse exchanged glances, initiating their first communication. "What is your name, little shadow mouse?" Lin Lei inquired directly through thought. The small creature responded with excitement. "Bei, Bei." Lin Lei stared blankly at the shadow mouse. What was it saying? He could not comprehend. The elderly Derinkavate appeared beside him, conveying telepathically, "Lin Lei, this little shadow mouse is still in its juvenile phase. It cannot articulate precise syllables, even in soul communication. It can only convey simple meanings." Understanding their soul connection, Lin Lei felt the little shadow mouse's excitement, yet it could not articulate any coherent sounds. "You said Bei, so I shall call you Bei Bei." "How does that sound?" Lin Lei smiled warmly at the shadow mouse. The creature, appearing contemplative, eventually nodded joyfully. "Bei Bei." Lin Lei grinned widely. "Squeak, squeak." The little shadow mouse responded with exuberance. "Bei Bei, squeak, squeak, Bei Bei, squeak, squeak." An 8.5-year-old boy and a small shadow mouse excitedly called out together. "Lin Lei, what on earth is happening?" Hillman finally reacted, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What was that black magical array? Are you all right?" Hillman had heard tales of curses within dark magic, leading him to fear for Lin Lei's well-being. "Ha ha, it's nothing. Bei Bei has just become my magical beast," Lin Lei declared joyfully. "Come, Bei Bei, hop onto my shoulder." The little shadow mouse eagerly jumped up, perching itself on Lin Lei's shoulder. "You tamed it?" Hillman was left dumbfounded. Having witnessed the challenges of taming a magical beast, he was astonished that Lin Lei had managed to do so. "But you didn't even possess a soul contract scroll. How is this possible?" "Never mind that, Uncle Hillman," Lin Lei chuckled. "Let us hurry along. We have a long journey ahead to the capital, Finley City." With that, Lin Lei took hold of Hillman, resolutely continuing their journey toward the capital. Meanwhile, the little shadow mouse, Bei Bei, squeaked excitedly on Lin Lei's shoulder. As their voices faded, Lin Lei, Hillman, and the shadow mouse disappeared into the distance. Chapter 7. Finley City. To the west of the Yulon continent's Beast Mountain Range lies the division between the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance. With the Holy Alliance's kingdom being none other than the Finley Kingdom, Finley City serves as the capital of the Finley Kingdom and is also regarded as the holy city of the Holy Alliance. As the headquarters of the Light Church is situated in its western district, the city is primarily divided into the eastern and western districts. The eastern district is governed by the Finley Kingdom, while the western district falls under the jurisdiction of the Light Church. Due to its dual role as both the capital and the holy city, Finley City is renowned for its splendor, ranking among the most prosperous cities in the entire Yulon continent. Finley City sprawls across a vast expanse, accommodating a population exceeding 1 million, placing it among the top 5 largest cities on the continent. In the evening, Lin Lei and Hillman arrived in Finley City. Wow. As they strolled along the main thoroughfare of the Eastern District, Champs, Lysias, Lin Lei felt as though his senses were overwhelmed. The little shadow mouse, Bebe, was requested by Lin Lei to hide within his clothing, peeking out with curiosity. Squeak, squeak. The little creature was brimming with excitement. Thankfully, the bustling atmosphere of Champs, Lysias masked any sounds it made. Quiet, Lin Lei gently admonished the shadow mouse, which obediently ceased its noise but conveyed its exhilaration through their soul connection. The Champs, Lysias was paved with smooth bluestone, wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. Lining the streets were hotels, clothing shops, weapon stores, bars, and various commercial establishments. Additionally, both sides of the avenue were adorned with neatly arranged cypress trees. Ladies of high society strolled along the street in fashionable attire, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Some women nearby noticed Lin Lei's reaction and exchanged snickers, occasionally gesturing in his direction. Clearly, Lin Lei's demeanor marked him as a country bumpkin in the eyes of the urban elite, who harbored an inherent sense of superiority over rural folk. Humph, such a lack of refinement. Lin Lei frowned, discontented with the derisive remarks of the noblewomen. Having been raised within a family that emphasized decorum, he quickly quelled his agitation, adopting a more composed facade. What do you think of Finley City, Lin Lei? Among our holy alliance, it is the largest city, Hillman remarked as they walked along the street, observing passing warriors and the occasional mage. Indeed, powerful warriors and mages are quite common in Finley City, Lin Lei replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. According to what I have read, Finley City is the political, economic, and artistic center of the Holy Alliance. It is a paradise for the wealthy and influential. Hillman nodded, reflecting on the bustling atmosphere of Champs, Lysias, where luxurious carriages frequently passed by. After exploring the main avenue, Hillman led Lin Lei to a modest inn for their lodging. Adjacent to the inn was a small restaurant where they decided to have dinner. That night, within the inn, Lin Lei shared a room with Derinkavate. The room contained 2 beds, and as soon as they entered, the little shadow mouse Bebe jumped out from Lin Lei's clothing, energetically scurrying around and squeaking, "I know you're hungry. Go ahead and eat," Lin Lei said. Tossing a roasted duck from the restaurant onto the floor, Bebe eagerly began to tear into it. "Get some rest. We have to prepare for the magic test tomorrow morning," Hillman advised. "Understood, Uncle Hillman," Lin Lei replied. Though he moved to the window to draw back the curtains, the inn had 3 floors, with Lin Lei and Hillman on the second. Such height was uncommon in Wushan Town, but in the capital of Finley City, it was quite typical, with buildings reaching 7 or 8 stories. Gazing out the window, Lin Lei observed the bustling streets below. "It's been a while since I've seen a big city." A shimmering mist emanated from the dragon ring, transforming into the elderly figure of Derinkavate, who stood beside Lin Lei, both of them observing the lively streets below. "How do you find the big city, Lin Lei?" Derinkavate inquired with a smile. "It's nothing special," Lin Lei replied, pursing his lips. However, Derinkavate sighed, "You've only just arrived. You know little of large cities. Here, one can find various extravagant establishments, such as grand auctions. Some wealthy individuals may spend tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins on a single item. 100,000 gold coins? Lin Lei felt a dryness in his throat. What a staggering sum! His family would likely struggle to produce even 10,000 gold coins. There are indeed many affluent individuals, and the competition for wealth, power, and beauty is fierce. Here, people die every day. Derinkavate continued nonchalantly. In the slums of Finley City, it is not uncommon to discover corpses in the sewers, perhaps even those of nobles. Derinkavate smiled lightly. However, to stand firm in this world, one must rely on their own strength. Do not expect mercy from others. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. He gazed at Lin Lei. The dragon blood warrior lineage within Lin Lei instilled in him an innate thirst for battle and bloodshed. "If anyone threatens me or my loved ones, I will not hesitate to eliminate them," Lin Lei declared resolutely. Having read extensively about the rise and fall of families, he understood that showing mercy to enemies equated to cruelty toward oneself. If you let a foe go free, they may very well harm your kin. Yet, I know my current strength is still quite feeble. Lin Lei reminisced about his initial arrival in Finley City. He couldn't help but recall the disdainful glances cast upon him by certain noblewomen in the eyes of those highborn individuals. He was merely a poor country lad. With a serene smile, Lin Lei settled onto his bed, assuming a cross-legged position to commence his meditation and mental training. This practice of meditation, aimed at honing one's mental fortitude, essentially involves employing various methods to exhaust one's mental energy until it reaches a critical threshold, followed by rejuvenation through slumber. Within his chest, in the dantian, a hazy, earthy mist swirled. This mist represented the refined magical energy of the earth element. According to Dylan Kiwote's accounts, the magical energy of a 1st level to 6th level mage manifests as a mist. As one ascends in rank, the quality of the magical energy improves, and its density increases. Upon reaching the 7th level, this energy condenses into a liquid state, marking a significant transition from 6th to 7th level. Lin Lei's diligence was commendable. He even practiced his mental training at night. Hillman observed Lin Lei in his meditative state and couldn't help but admire him, recognizing that mental strength is of paramount importance to both mages and warriors alike. On the following morning, at Green Leaf Road in East Funlai City, a prominent thoroughfare adorned with opulent mansions and regal edifices, stood the grandest of structures, the Church of the Holy Light. The Holy Light Church presided over the 6 major kingdoms and 15 principalities of the Sacred Alliance, with the Pope wielding the highest authority, capable of deposing a kingdom's monarch. Thus, even in East Funlai City, the most towering edifice was that of the Holy Light Church. This morning, a throng of individuals, predominantly clad in the fineries of nobility, congregated outside the church. Carriages nearly filled the spacious square as the nobles engaged in cordial exchanges. At that moment, Lin Lei and Hillman arrived on the scene. "Uncle Hillman, there are so many people here today. Many nobles have brought their children," Lin Lei remarked with a smile, while his little shadow mouse, Bebe, peeked curiously from within Lin Lei's garments. Hillman nodded with a composed smile. "Nobles? Any graduate from the prestigious Ernst Academy can easily attain the title of Count in a kingdom." Upon hearing this, Lin Lei grasped the implications. While acquiring a noble title within a kingdom was relatively straightforward, obtaining one within an empire posed a considerable challenge. After all, any of the 4 great empires could rival the entire Sacred Alliance, far surpassing the Funlai Kingdom. "Oh, Lord Dor, you have arrived as well?" Hilbur interjected. "I am here for my son, Hess, to meet Uncle Hilbur." Nearby, a cluster of nobles exchanged pleasantries, discussing the upcoming magical enrollment tests, which required a registration fee of 10 gold coins. Once accepted into a magical academy, the tuition fee soared even higher, often reaching several hundred gold coins annually, an expense most families could scarcely afford. However, if their children were accepted, noble patrons would typically step in to assist. Not all magical academies demanded exorbitant fees. For instance, the first magical academy, Ernst Academy, waived tuition for any offspring of the Sacred Alliance, as only the most gifted individuals were admitted there, destined for remarkable futures. Those commoners and country folk think they can compete? What a delusion! Some nobles scoffed from a distance. Among the hundreds gathered in the square, a few were indeed commoners, or like Lin Lei, minor nobility from rural origins, generally looked down upon. "Lin Lei, do not stoop to their level," Hillman advised softly. Lin Lei glanced at the group of nobles and chuckled. "Uncle Hillman, I have no intention of engaging with such individuals. Under my father Hog's tutelage, I have learned not to be swayed by the self-important nobles of the capital." The square was distinctly divided into 2 circles. One comprised of loquacious nobles, while the other included commoners and lesser nobility. At that moment, 2 armored warriors stood guard at the church entrance, preventing outsiders from entering. A short while later, a priest clad in a black robe emerged and paused at the church's entrance. Smiling as he announced, "The magical test will now commence, and representatives from various magical academies are prepared. All those wishing to participate in the tests, please follow me into the hall." Chapter 8. The Magical Test, Part 1, under the guidance of the priest. All individuals in the square entered the church hall in an orderly fashion. The vast hall featured a gleaming marble floor and was adorned with enormous crystal chandeliers. The influx of hundreds did not render the space crowded. At the front of the hall sat a row of chairs occupied by representatives from different academies, with the testing area situated directly in the center. The black-robed priest addressed the crowd with a warm smile. "The testing area is in the center. Participants, please step forward one by one. Others are to remain outside the central circle. Those preparing for the test, please form a line, while family members wait to the side." Lin Lei, Here is the testing fee and your identification. Off you go, Dotto, and let Bebe stay with me for now. Having your little shadow mouse with you during the test might be cumbersome. Hillman instructed, Bebe, you stay with Uncle Hillman for now. I'll go for the test. Lin Lei communicated with the shadow mouse. Reluctantly, Bebe shifted in Lin Lei's arms, but eventually darted into Hillman's clothing upon Lin Lei's insistence. Lin Lei then took the 10 gold coins and joined the line, observing that the participants ranged from 17 or 18 years old to as young as 6 or 7. These children formed 2 lengthy queues. While the priest collected the testing fees, the central testing area, with a diameter of 10 meters, housed 3 adults, 2 responsible for conducting the tests and 1 for recording the results. The testing apparatus consisted of a crystal ball and a complex hexagonal magical array. First, the balding elder pointed at the crystal ball. Place your hand on the crystal ball to test your elemental affinity. The first participant, a boy of around 12 or 13, nervously placed his right hand on the crystal ball, which immediately emitted a faint red glow, occasionally interspersed with a hint of green. The balding elder glanced at his notes and coldly stated, age, 12 years, elemental affinity, fire, medium, wind, low. Now step into the magical array to test your mental strength. Remember to stand straight. Do not kneel or fall. Endure for as long as possible. The boy nodded and stepped into the hexagonal magical array, where the balding elder unleashed a pure white light that merged into the array. Casting the magic of the light element, intimidation, the testing method remained as rudimentary as ever. Dellen Kiwote suddenly appeared beside Lin Lei. Grandpa Dellen, Lin Lei felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing him. The magical test focused primarily on mental strength, while elemental affinity served as a supplementary factor. After 6 months of meditation, your mental strength should be 16 or 17 times that of your peers. Dellen Kiwote remarked with a smile, this will be a simple task for you. Moments later, the boy in the magical array collapsed, unable to endure any longer. His mental strength was only about double that of his peers, rendering him unlikely to become a mage. The balding elder announced coldly, the magical array ceases operation, as the boy exited with a downcast expression. A commotion arose among the onlookers. Silence, the balding elder commanded, and a hush fell over the nobles. Next, Dellen Kiwote observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. One by one, the youths were tested, with the first 10 failing to meet the criteria that moment. A girl stepped into the magical array and managed to endure longer than all the previous participants. The balding elder's eyes brightened, prompting him to amplify the magical array's power once more. After a considerable time, the girl finally knelt on one knee. The balding elder nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his face. Mental strength, 8 times that of her peers. She has met the baseline to become a mage. And her elemental affinity is also medium. She can indeed become a mage. The elder's pronouncement sealed the girl's fate. Splendid. The first voice to exclaim this was not the girl herself but her father. A middle-aged gentleman with a balding crown. Silence. The balding elder huffed in displeasure. Immediately, a priest approached to escort the girl and her father to the group of academy representatives. Many gazed enviously upon the girl, who had secured a future of status and power as a mage. As time passed, the hall grew increasingly crowded, for the magical test would continue for 7 days, allowing most individuals to remain patient. When it was Lin Lei's turn, the queue had extended well beyond the hall. Next, the balding elder called again. Lin Lei steadied his emotions and stepped forward, while Dellen Kiwote remained by his side. In Dellen Kiwote's eyes, only a being of the sacred domain could faintly sense his presence. Ordinary mages were utterly oblivious. Lin Lei placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Suddenly, akin to the sun, the entire crystal orb radiated with a dazzling brilliance. The earthy yellow and azure light intertwined in a magnificent display, occasionally interspersed with the faintest threads of fiery red. The blinding luminosity compelled those nearby to squint their eyes involuntarily. As they beheld this sun-like crystal orb, everyone within the grand hall was momentarily stupefied. The bald elder trembled as he glanced at the parchment in his hand, upon which it was clearly inscribed that Lin Lei was merely 8 years old. At the age of 8, his elemental affinity was noted as earth and wind, while his fire affinity was classified as moderate. The bald elder felt his heart racing violently. Typically, a magician's elemental affinity is regarded as moderate. Anything beyond that is exceedingly rare, and achieving a top-tier affinity is almost unheard of. It could be said that while others might take 10 hours to refine their magical energy, Lin Lei could likely achieve the same results in just 1 hour. A collective gasp echoed throughout the Grand Hall as the revelation of Lin Lei's top-tier elemental affinity, particularly his dual affinities, was nothing short of astonishing. Wind affinity at a top tier? Gasped Darren Kiwote beside him. Wait, I also excel in wind magic? Lin Lei himself was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously querying Darren Kiwote within his thoughts. Darren Kiwote chuckled awkwardly. Lin Lei, I previously mentioned that I could only assess earth elemental affinity. By the way, did you not sense any wind elemental energy while refining your magical energy? Wind elemental energy? Lin Lei pondered, recalling when Darren Kiwote first instructed him to focus solely on refining his magical energy, during which he had noticed azure light points around him but had not given them much thought. However, when he later absorbed earth elemental energy, he found himself enveloped by it, with no azure light points in sight. Darren Kiwote understood then. When cultivating magical energy, especially for a dual-element magician, focusing exclusively on one element would lead to the absorption of surrounding earth elemental energy, while wind elemental energy would be repelled. Henceforth, every time I cultivated, it was always surrounded by earth elemental energy, and I had not considered those azure light points. At this moment, Lin Lei felt a surge of joy within, for he recognized that the strength of a dual-element magician surpasses that of a single-element magician. Having completed the elemental affinity test, it was time to assess mental strength. Remember, during the mental strength test, you must endure, striving to prolong it as long as possible. Darren Kiwote suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I am not well versed in wind magic, and you must indeed pursue your studies at a magic academy. With such formidable elemental affinity, neglecting wind magic would be a grave loss. Lin Lei understood this implicitly. Please step into the magic circle, the bald elder said, unusually polite in his request. Even the gazes of the surrounding nobles toward Lin Lei had shifted. A top-tier elemental affinity indicated that he could refine his magical energy in a remarkably short time, allowing him to dedicate the rest of his time to honing his mental strength, promising a future of boundless potential. As Lin Lei stepped into the magic circle, warm white light enveloped him, and a wave of pressure directly impacted his soul. The light magic, intimidation, was weak, especially in comparison to the dragon might of the black dragon from half a year prior, which was of an entirely different caliber. Lin Lei's thoughts drifted as time passed. The brilliance of the magic circle intensified, and so did the degree of intimidation, causing everyone in the cathedral hall to hold their breath. Each person present understood that this seemingly ordinary youth was destined to become a formidable magician. Who is that boy? Which family does he belong to? Murmured the surrounding nobles. Such a promising youth, if befriended early, could potentially become a powerful ally in the future. His name is Lin Lei. Some recruiters from nearby testing personnel learned his identity. The group of recruitment personnel from various magic academies, who had been engaged in light-hearted conversation, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Every magic academy yearned to enroll prodigious talents. Within the magic circle, Lin Lei stood resolutely against the wave of intimidation. Breathing heavily, he felt a sense of dizziness overwhelming him as the immense pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, and this pressure continued to escalate. Nevertheless, Lin Lei persisted. Each moment of endurance could lead to an opportunity at a superior academy. Gritting his teeth, he held on. When the pressure reached its zenith, he could no longer withstand it, collapsing to one knee and supporting himself with his hands on the ground. All eyes turned to the bald elder, who, with a flushed face, proclaimed, mental strength is 18 times that of his peers, categorizing him as upper tier mental strength, top tier elemental affinity. At that moment, several recruiters from the magic academies surged forward. Greetings, Lin Lei. I am from Rand Magic Academy. We sincerely invite you to join our academy. Your tuition will be waived, and you will receive a scholarship of 1,000 gold coins each year. We will also arrange for senior magicians to instruct you. Lin Lei, I am from Willing Magic Academy. Upon witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the surrounding individuals, Lin Lei stood in stunned silence, marveling at how swiftly the recruiters had learned his name. How impressive! Ahem, everyone, please return to your designated positions. We still have more tests to conduct, the bald elder said gently. He could maintain arrogance toward ordinary folk, yet he remained courteous to the representatives of the esteemed magic academies. Lin Lei, we at Ernst Academy sincerely invite you to become a member of our academy. A voice resonated from afar, silencing the entire hall. Even the bald elder ceased his speech. Lin Lei turned to see a middle-aged man in a white robe approaching, smiling as he spoke, with top-tier elemental affinity and upper-tier mental strength. As well as dual affinities, Lin Lei, we at Ernst Academy warmly welcome you. Would you be willing to join us? Beside him, Zierman was momentarily taken aback before rushing to Lin Lei's side, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Ernst Academy? What does it mean to enter the foremost magic academy of the entire Yulan continent? It signifies that upon graduation, even a mere member of Ernst Academy could easily attain the status of a count within a kingdom. Outstanding students are earnestly invited by the four great empires. Furthermore, in the vast expanse of Yulan, Ernst Academy only enrolls 100 students each year. 100 students a year. What odds are those? All who enter Ernst Academy can be deemed geniuses, Lin Lei. Accept their offer, Zierman implored fervently. Lin Lei felt a rush of exhilaration within. Yet his mind remained remarkably clear and calm. He understood that becoming a member of Ernst Academy, coupled with Darren Kiwote's guidance, would make it feasible to attain the rank of 7th or 8th level magician in a matter of decades. His family would undoubtedly be revitalized. Sir, I would be honored to become a member of Ernst Academy. Lin Lei replied respectfully. The middle-aged man in white was astonished by Lin Lei's composure but maintained his smile as he said, Lin Lei, I will report all your identity information to the Academy. When you arrive, simply bring your identification, and you will undergo one final test to officially become a member of the Academy. Impersonation is futile, as you will still need to be tested upon arrival. The academic year begins on February 9th. You must reach the Academy by that date. Here is a letter of acceptance. The white-robed man produced a red envelope from his breast pocket. In truth, he had already inscribed Lin Lei's name on the acceptance letter upon learning of his test results, for he was convinced that no one would refuse an invitation from Ernst Academy. Thank you. Lin Lei accepted the red letter. While he appeared outwardly composed, Zierman was bursting with excitement. For what student of Ernst Academy was not esteemed? Lin Lei's future achievements were already a foregone conclusion. Uncle Zierman, let us depart, Lin Lei said, placing the red letter close to his heart as he and Zierman made their way toward the hall's exit. In the now crowded hall, both nobles and commoners alike instinctively parted to create a path. Even those nobles who had once looked down upon Lin Lei, a mere country boy, now wore friendly smiles, their attitudes remarkably amiable. A student of Ernst Academy, the very symbol of status, under the watchful eyes of countless nobles, commoners, and even members of the clergy, Lin Lei and Zierman exited the cathedral hall. Squeak! Upon leaving, the little shadow mouse squeaked excitedly, sensing the exhilaration within Lin Lei's heart. That moment, Lin Lei finally expressed his inner excitement. Clenching his fist tightly, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes as he turned to Zierman and exclaimed, Uncle Zierman, let us return at once, back to Wushan Town. I must share this news with my father. Chapter 10. The Dragon Blood Codex, Part 1, in Wushan Town, at the Baluk family estate. Lord Hogg had just finished lunch and was leisurely reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, two figures hurriedly entered the estate, none other than Lin Lei and Zierman, who had rushed back from Funlai City. The excitement on their faces was unmistakable, and Lin Lei called out from a distance. Father, I have returned. Lord Hogg, Zierman echoed, equally thrilled. Upon seeing the elated expressions of Lin Lei and Zierman, Hogg felt a premonition stir within him. With a sudden surge of determination, he stood up and gazed at Lin Lei and Hillman, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, how did the magical test go? The Baruch family had languished in silence for far too long. This ancient lineage desperately required a remarkable figure to restore its former glory. Lord Hogg, it is Ernst Academy. Lin Lei has been accepted into Ernst Academy, Hillman exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Hogg seemed momentarily petrified, his mind swirling as if deprived of oxygen. Lord Hogg, Hillman called out twice. Gradually regaining his capacity for thought, Hogg hurriedly turned to Hillman, disbelief etched across his face as he asked, Ernst? Did you say Ernst Academy? His eyes widened in astonishment. Father, here is the acceptance letter from Ernst Academy, Lin Lei said, handing over the crimson envelope. Hogg stood frozen for a moment before swiftly snatching the letter, tearing it open with bated breath as he scrutinized the acceptance notice within. The bright red names, Ernst Academy and Lin Lei, leapt out at him. Ha, ha, ha. Ancestors of the Baruch family, there is hope for our lineage. Hogg suddenly threw back his head in exuberant laughter, his body quaking with joy, tears streaming down his face. Our Baruch family has hope. The manic laughter and tears left Lin Lei momentarily stunned. Father, Lin Lei whispered hesitantly, fearful of interrupting his father's fervor. He had never witnessed such unrestrained ecstasy from his parent before. The tears cascading down Hogg's cheeks struck a chord deep within Lin Lei's heart. At that moment, the butler, Shiri, approached, equally astonished by Hogg's reaction, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Hogg took a deep breath, eyes brimming with overwhelming excitement as he looked at Lin Lei. Excellent, excellent, Hillman, Uncle Shiri. Tonight, we shall host a grand feast. Quickly, prepare everything. I am elated, immensely elated. With such a son, I can face the ancestors of the Baruch family without regret. Yes, Lord Hogg, both Hillman and Butler Shiri replied in unison. Suddenly, a small shadow mouse named Bebe leaped from Lin Lei's arms. Perching on his shoulder with indignation in its tiny eyes, Lin Lei sensed the mouse's displeasure and found it amusing. It had been peacefully sleeping in his embrace until Hogg's boisterous laughter jolted it awake. The young shadow mouse, known for its fondness for sleep and disdain for being disturbed, was understandably irate. The shadow mouse, a magical beast? Hogg's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the little creature. Father, Lin Lei quickly interjected. Anxious to prevent any rash actions, the shadow mouse and I have formed a soul contract. Hogg appeared as though struck by lightning, staring blankly for a while before stammering, You have tamed this magical beast? The conditions for taming a magical beast were twofold. First, to make it submit, and second, to set up a soul contract magic circle. Hogg was well aware of Lin Lei's meager strength, which made the prospect of him taming a beast, typically a Tier 3 creature at the very least, seem impossible. Yes, father, I have tamed him, Lin Lei affirmed solemnly. Hogg felt as if he was seeing a completely different son before him. Lord Hogg, Lin Lei truly tamed this shadow mouse. I witnessed it myself, Hillman interjected. This is the very creature Lin Lei has been nurturing with wild rabbits and mountain chickens these past few days. Hogg suddenly connected the dots, incredulity washing over him as he stared at Lin Lei. The magical shadow mouse you've been raising in that abandoned old house in the backyard? Lin Lei nodded earnestly. Hogg, torn between laughter and tears, was bewildered that a cute animal turned out to be a magical beast. Though curious about how Lin Lei had formed a soul contract with the shadow mouse, Hogg was in no hurry. His spirits were soaring. Enough of this. Uncle Shiri, Hillman, gather some guards and prepare quickly. I intend to throw a grand feast tonight, Hogg declared, his voice resonating with confidence. Lin Lei looked at his father, realizing he had never seen him so joyous throughout his entire life. That evening, the Baruch family was abuzz with excitement as they welcomed numerous guards and their family's .5 banquet tables were set up in the front yard, filled with laughter and cheer. Delicious, delicious. Young Woden eagerly grabbed various dishes, reveling in the feast. Young Master Lin Lei, congratulations on your acceptance into Ernst Academy. You are destined to become a formidable wizard, a family guard exclaimed, beaming at Lin Lei. During the banquet, Lin Lei was the center of attention, and everyone was thrilled to learn of his forthcoming journey to Ernst Academy. It was easy to envision that stepping into Ernst Academy would pave the way for a bright future. Lin Lei was destined for greatness beyond the confines of Wu Shan Town. Brother, they're all toasting to you. So I shall too, young Woden declared, raising a cup of juice, his hands sticky with food. Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, but lifted his own cup of juice to clink with Woden's. To us, my brother, Lin Lei smiled as they toasted. Later that night, in the ancestral hall of the Baruch family, only Lin Lei and Hogg remained. The doors were shut, and a row of candles illuminated the hall, creating a warm ambience. Hogg gazed solemnly at the array of ancestral tablets and spoke in a low voice. Lin Lei, since the birth of the fifth Dragonblood warrior, our Baruch family has faced generations of decline, even losing our treasured heirlooms. Each time I reflect on this, I am filled with profound shame. We are a noble family of Dragonblood warriors. Lin Lei stood silently behind him, sharing in the sense of disgrace. An ancient lineage of over 5,000 years, a family of Dragonblood warriors. Lin Lei felt immense pride. Yet, it was disheartening that they had fallen to the point of losing their cherished legacy. Lin Lei, Hogg suddenly turned, looking earnestly at his son. From this day forward, I shall no longer see you as a mere child, but as the cornerstone of our Baruch family's future. The fate of our lineage rests upon you. Yes, father, Lin Lei replied with unwavering conviction. Wait here. I will retrieve something. Hogg swiftly turned and walked towards the inner sanctum of the hall. Moments later, he emerged holding a tome. Lin Lei, take this and read it thoroughly. Memorize everything. What is this? Lin Lei asked, puzzled as he accepted the book, which bore no markings on its cover. However, upon flipping it open, he found the first page inscribed with 4 large characters, Dragonblood Secret Tome. The Dragonblood Secret Tome? Lin Lei exclaimed in astonishment, looking up at his father. Hogg smiled and replied, It is not merely the Dragonblood Secret Tome. This book contains a wealth of information pertaining to our Baruch family, including the Dragonblood Secret Tome, the crafting methods of Dragonblood needles, and accounts of our ancestors' deeds through the ages. As Lin Lei leafed through the pages, he indeed found that the first quarter of the book was dedicated to the Dragonblood Secret Tome, while the remaining 3 quarters covered various aspects of the family's history. Lin Lei, this book is of no use to outsiders. They cannot possibly cultivate from the Dragonblood Secret Tome, and as for the family matters, what significance do they hold for others? Therefore, there is no need for concern. Besides, we have several copies within the family. What you possess is merely a copy. The original has long since turned to ash with the passage of time. Hogg explained with a chuckle. Lin Lei couldn't help but laugh as well. Indeed, it would be futile for anyone else to possess it. He eagerly began to peruse the initial contents of the Dragonblood Secret Tome. The first chapter of the Dragonblood Secret Tome stated, to cultivate the Dragonblood Secret Tome, one must awaken the Dragonblood warrior lineage within. There are 2 primary methods to awaken this bloodline. First, the concentration of the Dragonblood warrior lineage must reach a certain level. If the concentration is insufficient, there exists a second method. Upon reading this, Lin Lei froze. Besides the requirement for the Dragonblood warrior lineage concentration, there was another way? Why had no one succeeded in the family for so many years? The second method required one to drink the blood of a living dragon, or that of a dragon that had just perished within a few minutes. If too much time had passed, the potency of the blood would diminish significantly. To drink the blood of a dragon could awaken the latent Dragonblood warrior lineage within. Ideally, one should drink the blood of a domain-level dragon for the best results. However, the chance of awakening the bloodline using the blood of a 9th-tier magical beast dragon was relatively low. Lin Lei was momentarily stunned. The ancestors of his family were indeed formidable. They had conceived the notion of drinking the blood of a living dragon to cultivate the Dragonblood Secret Tome. Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Go drink the blood of a living dragon, especially one of domain level? Lin Lei, your ancestors were truly remarkable. Darren Kawat suddenly appeared beside him. Astonished by the description in the Dragonblood Secret Tome, Hogg, oblivious to Darren's presence, sighed at Lin Lei. Lin Lei, you see, according to our ancestors, the Dragonblood warrior lineage lies dormant deep within our blood. To awaken it, only these 2 methods exist. However, the second method, to drink the blood of a living dragon, is no simple task. Moreover, Lin Lei, turn the page and take a look. Lin Lei flipped the page. However, the second method of drinking the blood of a living dragon was fraught with peril. The dragon's blood is extraordinarily domineering, simultaneously possessing the capacity to enhance one's physical constitution. When it is poured onto the body, one experiences a rapid elevation in vitality. However, this is accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to being skinned alive. This agony is merely from the application to the skin's surface. Consuming it internally feels as though one is being consumed by flames, potentially leading to a gruesome demise from ruptured blood vessels. Upon reading this passage, Lin Lei found himself at a loss for words. Father, who authored this Dragonblood secret manual? If it is so perilous, why would anyone dare to inscribe it? At that moment, Lin Lei was utterly speechless. Hogg, with a serious expression, replied, Lin Lei, this Dragonblood secret manual was penned by our family's founder, the first generation of Dragonblood warriors on the Yulon continent, Baruch. If he chose to document it, there must be a rationale behind it. Historically, 2 descendants of our family have attempted to consume the living dragon's blood from the sacred realm, only to meet with fatal ruptures of their blood vessels. Has anyone in history ever consumed the living dragon's blood from the sacred realm? Lin Lei inquired, astonished. It seemed plausible upon reflection. The first, second, and third generation leaders of the family were all dragon blood warriors, and during that era, the Baruch family was quite illustrious. Acquiring a dragon of sacred realm caliber for bloodletting was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the events of that time are too distant, and the true secrets are not thoroughly recorded in this tome. I only know that, due to this matter, the dragon race has engaged in negotiations with our Baruch family. Yet, since then, no one has dared to attempt it again, as the family declined. Opportunities to drink dragon blood became non-existent. Hog sighed, shaking his head. Lin Lei nodded in understanding. The pride of the dragon race is well documented across various texts. Capturing a sacred realm dragon for bloodletting would be a profound humiliation for them. It is indeed fortunate that the Baruch family was not annihilated in the wrath of the dragons. Yet, one can only imagine the grandeur of the Baruch family in those times. Wait, father, if no one has succeeded in becoming a dragon blood warrior through consuming dragon blood, why did our ancestors still write this manual, claiming that one could drink the blood of living dragons for cultivation? And why does it suggest that even level 9 magical beasts have some effect? Lin Lei's confusion deepened. Hog paused, then replied. Lin Lei, do not delve too deeply into this. My knowledge of our family's history is limited to what I have gleaned from this book. Yes, for what transpired 4 to 5,000 years ago. We are left in the dark. Hog smiled at Lin Lei. Lin Lei nodded, yet doubt lingered in his heart. If the text states that no one has succeeded through this method, why does the Dragon Blood Secret Manual still include it? Lin Lei, it is getting late. You should return to rest for the night, Hog said with a smile. Lin Lei nodded in agreement. As night fell, Lin Lei returned to his chamber, the book clutched in his hands. Still plagued by uncertainty, Grandfather Delin, you mentioned that no one has succeeded through this method. How then did it come to exist? Lin Lei could not comprehend this dilemma. Delin Korwat, a sage of considerable age, stroked his white beard and replied, Lin Lei, this question is quite simple. The dragon race is incredibly proud, and they are exceedingly powerful. I suspect that drinking the blood of living dragons for cultivation must possess some efficacy. Your family likely succumbed to pressure from the dragon race, leading to the alteration of some content in this book. Lin Lei's understanding crystallized. This was indeed a possibility. Under pressure from the dragons, the dragon blood warriors of the Baruch family were no longer permitted to capture dragons for blood consumption. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, Delin Korwat added with a calm smile. Moreover, Lin Lei, I believe that drinking the blood of living dragons is not a dead end. If one were to combine it with blue heartgrass, the harmful effects of the dragon's blood could be mitigated. However, this secret recipe is likely known to very few today. Lin Lei was taken aback, then elated. Grandfather Delin, are you saying that drinking the blood of living dragons in conjunction with blue heartgrass is safe? Delin Korwat nodded confidently. Indeed. Once, in the Puan Empire, a princess fell gravely ill, and it was precisely through the use of living dragon's blood combined with blue heartgrass that she was cured. I recall that the dragon I captured at that time was of sacred realm caliber. The royal court's old physician who provided this recipe once remarked that everything in the world balances itself. No material exists without another that can counteract it. This recipe was known only to that physician and me, and now, 6,000 years later, very few are likely aware of it. Lin Lei nodded. Excitement glimmering in his eyes. Living dragon's blood, blue heartgrass. Once I enhance my strength to that of a level 9 mage or higher, I will utilize living dragon's blood and blue heartgrass to transform little Woden into a dragon blood warrior. Lin Lei even entertained the thought that one day, he might partake himself if he could become a sacred realm mage and a dragon blood warrior. That would be a dream come true. Yet, capturing a sacred realm dragon remains a distant aspiration. The path ahead is still long. Time for rest. Tomorrow I must resume my training. Chapter 12. The charge time flowed swiftly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. February had arrived, and many trees on Wushan Mountain had begun to sprout new buds, heralding the subtle arrival of spring. Beneath an ancient tree, Lin Lei sat cross-legged, engaged in meditation to refine his magical power. In a meditative state, Lin Lei distinctly sensed a plethora of earthy yellow and azure light particles swirling around him, continuously entering his body from various points, permeating through his limbs and ultimately converging in the center of his chest. At the Zhong Dantian, within this Zhong Dantian, a haze of earthy yellow and azure fog filled the space. The earthy yellow mist represented earth-type magical energy, while the azure mist signified wind-type magical energy. Exhaling slowly, Lin Lei emerged from his meditative state. Dellen Korwat, clad in a moon-white robe, smiled as he sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the surrounding scenery. Upon noticing Lin Lei's awakening, he chuckled. Lin Lei, tomorrow you are departing for Ernst Academy. Yet here you are, still working diligently today. Lin Lei smirked. Grandfather Dellen, you yourself once said that a strong individual is forged through daily effort and unwavering dedication. It is only through persistent training that one can attain remarkable strength. Ah, you little rascal, now you're teaching me, Dellen Korwat chided with a laugh. Suddenly, a black shadow darted across the distance, appearing on Lin Lei's shoulder. It was the shadow mouse. Bebe, little Bebe bared its teeth at Lin Lei, gesturing towards a dead wild hare on the ground. Seeing Bebe's expression, Lin Lei chuckled. You want me to roast it for you? Bebe nodded vigorously. Lin Lei, Dellen Korwat's voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. This little shadow mouse is quite peculiar. Despite months passing, it appears to have grown not a whit. One would expect a noticeable change during its juvenile stage. I cannot fathom that either, Lin Lei replied, shaking his head. Indeed, while the shadow mouse Bebe had not visibly grown, its agility had certainly increased. It was truly enigmatic. Dellen Korwat glanced at Bebe, who remained blissfully unaware of the soul assessing it. It is getting late. We still have evening training ahead. Lin Lei stood, grasping the dead hare as he made his way down the mountain, while Dellen Korwat floated beside him, discontentedly stating, Lin Lei, you are to be a mage. Why are you still engaging in warrior training? Lin Lei smiled. Grandfather Dellen, engaging in warrior training now can bolster my perseverance. Enhanced willpower will, in turn, amplify my mental fortitude. I am well aware of that. Dellen Korwat retorted. But that primitive training cannot possibly compare to the meditation of a mage for enhancing mental strength. Lin Lei fell silent. While warrior training could indeed enhance mental fortitude, it was merely an excuse. The true reason he continued with warrior training was that, should he ever have the chance to drink living dragon's blood and cultivate the dragon blood secret manual, he needed to fortify his body. The body serves as a vessel, and the fighting spirit as the wine. The body is of utmost importance. By laying a solid foundation early on, his future cultivation of the dragon blood secret manual would be expedited. In truth, given Lin Lei's elemental affinity, he could refine magical power in a relatively short time each day. Most of his time was spent meditating to strengthen his mental faculties. However, constantly meditating could be exhausting. Thus, warrior training served as a refreshing diversion. The following morning, the residents of Wushan Town gathered in droves along the streets, all to bid farewell to Lin Lei. The emergence of a mage from Ernst Academy was an immense honor for Wushan Town. Throughout the Yulon continent, Ernst Academy only admitted 100 students each year. At that moment, Lin Lei remained at the Baruch family estate, with Hillman and a group of guards stationed outside the gates. In the front yard stood only Hogg, Lin Lei, Woden, and the butler, Shiri. Lin Lei, once you depart for Ernst Academy today, you will officially become a member of Ernst. When you graduate, you shall be a formidable mage. Hogg's heart brimmed with words he wished to convey as the moment of parting approached. Yet after a lengthy contemplation, he could only muster a few simple phrases. Lin Lei, remember the aspirations of our Baruch ancestors over these past centuries. Remember the shame of our Baruch family. Hogg's countenance bore a tinge of pallor. Upon your graduation, you shall at least be a level 6 mage. With diligent study, ascending to level 7 should not be insurmountable. Especially since you are a dual-element mage. A level 7 dual-element mage is undoubtedly a significant figure in the kingdom of Funlai. You possess every assurance of reclaiming your family's treasured legacy in the future. Should you fail to do so, I shall never forgive you, even in death. Hogg fixed his steely gaze upon Lin Lei. I would rather die than grant you forgiveness. This declaration sent a tremor through Lin Lei's heart. Before parting ways, this was the charge his father had entrusted to him. Father, rest assured, I vow to retrieve the ancestral treasure of the Baruch family within my lifetime. Lin Lei solemnly promised, his clear eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Hogg's eyes brightened, and he firmly patted Lin Lei on the shoulder. I believe in you, my son. On the small road east of Wushan Town, Lin Lei looked back at the hundreds, if not thousands, of relatives who had gathered to bid him farewell, all for the sake of his father and younger brother, Walton. Goodbye, brother. Walton waved vigorously. Watching his father and brother, Lin Lei too waved with all his might. His eyes glistening with unshed tears. Father, Walton? Lin Lei's heart was heavy with reluctance. Throughout his life, he had never truly been separated from home for an extended period. This time, however, he would be gone for a long while. At this moment, even his shadow mouse, Bei, sat quietly on Lin Lei's shoulder, sensing his somber mood. Beside him, Dellen Kiwot, who existed in a spiritual form, regarded Lin Lei with encouraging eyes. Lin Lei, let us be on our way, said Hillman, who was there to protect Lin Lei on his journey to the academy, as there may be bandits along the way. Lin Lei reluctantly gazed at his loved ones one last time before resolutely turning away. Stepping forward toward Ernst Academy, farewell, my beloved family, farewell, my homeland. In the year 9991 of the Yulan calendar, the 9-year-old Lin Lei departed from his hometown of Wushan Town, accompanied by his shadow mouse, Bei, and Hillman. The captain of the Baruch family S-Guard. Chapter 13. A gathering of talents. Ernst Academy, the foremost magic academy in the entire Yulan continent, is situated in a mountainous area 20 miles south of the holy city. Funlai, funded by the Radiant Church, Ernst Academy boasts vast grounds, nearly spanning a square 10 miles. Such an expansive institution rivals that of a small city. The area surrounding Ernst Academy is desolate, characterized by open mountain ranges. Dining halls, clothing shops, and bars are all located within the academy, allowing students to reside entirely on campus. What an impressive establishment, Lin Lei mused as he stood at the entrance of Ernst Academy. The academy's main gate stretched 50 meters wide, topped by a colossal crescent-shaped structure adorned with various arcane magical runes. Just observing its complexity reveals that the magical array at the entrance is a grand one. At that moment, the entrance bustled with activity. A line of administrative staff was present, and a young boy was processing his enrollment with an acceptance letter and identification. Lin Lei promptly followed suit, presenting his own documents. Classes were set to commence on February 9th, and today was February 8th. According to the notice, all must arrive by the deadline. The boy ahead of him must have been residing nearby to have arrived just today. Lin Lei thought to himself. The boy before Lin Lei, who could only be described as a child, was shorter than Lin Lei by half a head. Accompanying him was an elderly man. Hello, I am Reno from the O'Brien Empire. The boy suddenly turned and greeted Lin Lei warmly. Upon hearing Reno's origin, Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. The O'Brien Empire? One of the 4 great empires, the O'Brien Empire lies east of the Beast Mountain Range. While Ernst Academy is located to the west, to reach Ernst Academy, one must circumvent the mountain range from either the northern or southern extremes. After all, aside from those at the 9th level or in the sacred domain, few dare to traverse the Beast Mountain Range, which stretches over 10,000 miles. The journey from the O'Brien Empire alone would be nearly 20,000 miles, and if he hailed from the eastern part of the empire, the distance would be even greater. Such a journey would likely take a full year. I am Lin Lei. From the kingdom of Funlai, Lin Lei replied politely to the boy named Reno. Reno blinked his large eyes and exclaimed, The kingdom of Funlai? How fortunate you are. It took me a whole year to travel from my home to Funlai. Your journey must have been much shorter. Indeed, I took merely half a day to arrive here. Lin Lei answered honestly. Reno's expression was quite entertaining. One took a year to travel, while the other took only half a day. Hurry up, students. The tester called out impatiently. One aspect of the enrollment process involved re-evaluating the students' abilities. As Ernst Academy was wary of anyone attempting to impersonate others using stolen acceptance letters, Reno promptly went for his assessment. However, upon seeing the results, Lin Lei was taken aback. The boy named Reno had an elemental affinity rated as excellent, while his mental prowess was, Reno, at the age of 8, possessed a mental strength 32 times that of his peers, rated as excellent. Lin Lei's eyes widened at the numbers announced by the tester. Yet the evaluators remained unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. Lin Lei, what's wrong? Surprised? Reno remarked nonchalantly. This is Ernst Academy, after all. Each year, it admits only 100 students from the entire Yulan continent. Each one is a genius. My level can only be considered average among the students. However, Ernst Academy tends to favor the Holy Alliance during admissions. The Academy accepts 50 students from the Holy Alliance, while the 4 Great Empires and the Dark Alliance combined account for only 50. How unfair, Reno lamented. Lin Lei chuckled at this. Ernst Academy is indeed established by the Radiant Church, so it naturally favors the Holy Alliance. It is now my turn, Lin Lei said as he approached the testing station. Reno wrinkled his nose. This Lin Lei is from the Holy Alliance. He has a significant advantage over me during the admissions process. I doubt his talent can surpass mine. Reno was brimming with confidence. When the tester announced Lin Lei's results, Reno was left speechless. Mental strength rated as excellent, elemental affinity rated as excellent, and dual element. Reno was utterly at a loss for words. Possessing a single elemental affinity rated as excellent is already a rarity. Yet Lin Lei had achieved dual elemental affinities, both rated as excellent. That was the definition of genius, surpassing even Reno in strength. After all, a dual element mage is indeed formidable. Reno, stop dawdling, let us go, Lin Lei said with a smile. Oh, Reno replied, though he appeared younger than Lin Lei by 2 or 3 years despite being only 1 year his junior. Lin Lei and Reno received their student identification cards and dormitory keys. At Ernst Academy, regardless of wealth, all students must reside in dormitories. Both tuition and accommodation fees are entirely waived. However, you have to pay tuition? Lin Lei observed as an elderly man beside Reno assisted him with the payment. His surprise evident, Hillman chuckled beside Lin Lei. Lin Lei, the tuition and accommodation fees at Ernst Academy are waived for those from the Holy Alliance. Anyone else must pay exorbitant fees. Reno nodded in agreement. The elderly gentleman accompanying Reno smiled warmly at Lin Lei. Yes, it's not just Ernst Academy. Even the continent's premier warrior academy, O'Brien Academy, follows the same policy. Students from the home country enjoy free tuition, while those from other regions must pay substantial fees. Lin Lei, not one to miss the implications, quickly grasped the situation. Lin Lei, my young master shares the same dormitory key as you. You two will be roommates. I hope you can support one another in the future, the elderly gentleman said kindly. Reno grumbled, all right, Grandpa Lum, you can head back now. I'm already at Ernst Academy. Uncle Hillman, you can leave as well. I will take good care of myself. Lin Lei smiled at Hillman, who nodded reassuringly. Lin Lei, I shall take my leave now. Work hard, Hillman encouraged. Lin Lei nodded playfully in response. Lin Lei, let us go? Reno said, enthusiastically grasping Lin Lei's hand as they hurried into the academy. Goodbye, Uncle Hillman. Hillman and the elderly gentleman watched as the two children entered the academy before departing sometime later. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hillman, Lin Lei and Reno stepped into Ernst Academy. Inside, the academy was lush with greenery, featuring lakes, stone bridges, and ancient architecture. An air of antiquity enveloped them. Just the sight of trees large enough for 7 or 8 people to encircle hinted at their age. Truly, this was different from the ostentatiousness of newly built academies. This was a place rich in heritage. Reno, with his wide eyes, gazed around in curiosity, marveling at his surroundings. Within Ernst Academy, various signs indicated the paths to different areas. Clearly designed to assist new students, Lin Lei, let us head to the dormitory, he urged Reno, leading the way. The dormitory number was 1987. As Lin Lei and Reno processed their enrollment, they were astonished to find countless single-door residences. Numbering in the thousands. In addition to these individual units, there were also rare 2-story small apartments. 1987. Lin Lei and Renoir gazed at the numbered signs, continuously sprinting towards the south. The accommodation area was meticulously organized. Commencing with 0001, with each row comprising 100 single-family courtyards. Upon reaching the 20th row, Lin Lei finally spotted 1901. He then veered eastward, with Renoir panting heavily behind him until they arrived before the numbered courtyard 1987. Chapter 14. The Four Brothers of 1987, Part 1. I'm utterly exhausted, Lin Lei. How do you possess such remarkable stamina? Renoir gasped. Yet Lin Lei appeared completely unfazed. Is this truly tiring? Lin Lei chuckled. It's merely a short distance. I felt nothing when I ran from Wushan Town to Ernst Academy. Place the box over there. Be careful not to damage it, or you won't be able to afford the repairs. A melodious voice echoed from within the courtyard of 1987. Lin Lei and Renoir exchanged curious glances and ventured inside. Upon entering, they witnessed several sturdy men busily transporting various items. In the center stood a lavishly dressed youth, directing the activity. Upon noticing Lin Lei and Renoir, the youth's eyes lit up with excitement as he dashed over. Haha, you must be my roommates. I've been waiting for ages. Currently, I'm the only one here. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yelu, and I can barely be considered a member of the Holy Alliance. What do you mean by barely a member of the Holy Alliance? Renoir replied with a smirk. I am Renoir, from the O'Brien Empire. I am Linley, from the Finley Kingdom of the Holy Alliance. Linley added with a smile. Ah, Renoir, Linley, it's a delight to meet you both. Those fitness tools should be placed over there. Yelu instructed his servant. Fitness tools? Renoir blinked in astonishment. Yelu, what do you need those for? Are you planning to become a warrior? Yelu wrinkled his nose and chuckled. Although we are noble magicians, we must also cultivate a fine physique. Otherwise, how can we attract beautiful women? There are plenty of lovely sorceresses among the magicians, especially at Ernst Academy, who are not only beautiful but also possess great poise. It's quite impressive to boast about having a girlfriend from Ernst Academy. Renoir was left speechless. Linley found himself at a loss for words as well. Upon seeing the fitness equipment, he had hoped to engage in some training, only to discover it was merely Yelu's means to attract women. I am 8 years old this year. Yelu, and you? Renoir inquired cheerfully. Yelu, being quite tall, was already towering over Linley, who had just surpassed 1.5 meters at 9 years old. I'm 10 years old. Haha, not too young, huh? My brother lost his virginity at 12, so I must prepare early. Yelu's eyes sparkled with mischief. What do you mean by lost virginity? Renoir asked, puzzled, looking at Yelu. Indeed, what does that mean? Linley mirrored Renoir's confusion. Yelu glanced at his two roommates, momentarily at a loss for words, while Darren Kiwat, standing beside Linley, was laughing heartily. This prompted Linley to quietly inquire, Grandfather Darren, what is so amusing? Young master, everything has been arranged. A gentlemanly middle-aged man respectfully reported, you may all return now. Tell my father that he needn't bother me unless necessary. Oh, and remember this, don't forget to transfer funds to my magic crystal card every year. You know how costly a magician's staff and gems can be, Yelu nonchalantly instructed. The middle-aged man replied obediently, yes, young master. Yelu nodded in satisfaction and waved dismissively, sending the group of servants away. A magic crystal card? Renoir exclaimed in surprise. Only the 4 nations bank established by the 4 great empires can issue those, right? I've heard the fee for obtaining a magic crystal card alone costs 100 gold coins. Indeed, Yelu acknowledged. A magic crystal card requires a minimum deposit of 1,000 gold coins. However, even that amount might not last a month for me. Linley silently lamented in his heart, recognizing Yelu's wealth. His father provided him with an annual allowance of 100 gold coins. In Linley's eyes, 100 gold coins were sufficient, as the average commoner toiled for only 20 or 30 gold coins a year. Truly wealthy, Renoir scoffed. My father only gives me 200 gold coins a year, insisting I focus on cultivating and studying magic. I only receive 100 gold coins. Linley chuckled, but a simple life suffices for me. Hey, brothers, my money is yours. If you're short, come to me. Yelu proclaimed with great generosity. We're going to be together for decades. After all, decades of brotherhood. Why should we split anything? Yelu's words left Linley and Renoir momentarily stunned. Decades? Linley echoed, astonished as he gazed at Yelu. Of course, at Ernst Academy, one must reach the 6th level of magic to graduate. Progressing as a magician becomes increasingly difficult. Generally, it takes decades to attain the 6th level. Linley frowned at the thought. Decades? Will my father bear the expenses for that long? Grandfather Darren, why didn't you mention this to me? Darren Kiwat's voice resonated in Linley's mind. Do not worry. Linley, while it may take others decades to reach the 6th level, under my guidance, you will achieve it in 10 years. 10 years. Linley felt a sense of relief. By that time, he would be merely 19 years old. Has everyone arrived? A clear voice interjected, revealing a child of similar height to Renoir. However, this child appeared composed. Hello, everyone. I'm George, 10 years old, from the Yulan Empire. Yelu, Renoir, and Linley briefly shared their backgrounds. The Yulan Empire? Linley was taken aback. The Yulan Empire, the oldest empire in the entire Yulan continent, unified the land at the dawn of the Yulan calendar. However, as time passed, the Yulan Empire faced continuous strife and fragmentation, ultimately becoming one of the 4 great empires today. Nonetheless, it remained the leading economic power and a prolific source of magicians. The Magic Academy of the Yulan Empire was second only to Ernst Academy. George, your magic academy in the Yulan Empire must be quite exceptional. Why did you come here? Yalu asked in surprise. George smiled slightly. While the Imperial Magic Academy is strong, it pales in comparison to Ernst Academy. If one is to pursue magic, one should aim for the best. Though the journey may be longer, it serves as a trial. George, you're 10, yet you seem about the same height as me. Renoir remarked. George smiled wryly. The 8-year-old Renoir and 10-year-old George were indeed the two shortest among them. Lin Lei towered over them by half a head, while Yalu was the tallest of all. Speaking of which, I checked while enrolling. Among the 100 new students this year, the mental strength and elemental affinity are all at least above average. I even discovered that there are some exceptionally talented individuals among this year's students. George appeared well informed. Yalu scoffed. That's to be expected. Who among Ernst's students is weak? My mental strength and elemental affinity are merely average, placing me at the bottom of the 100. If it weren't for my father's connections with the Church of Light, I wouldn't even be here. Lin Lei felt astonished at Yalu's background. His father must be quite influential to have ties with the Church of Light. The most talented in our dormitory is Lin Lei. However, there's an absolute genius at Ernst Academy. Have you heard of him? Yalu glanced at the others. Lin Lei and Renoir shook their heads, but George nodded with a smile. I know of him. The current #1 genius at Ernst Academy is Dixie, hailed as the greatest genius of the century, a dual-element magician, with both elemental affinity and mental strength at the top tier. Particularly, his mental strength is a staggering 68 times that of an average peer. Typically, anything above 30 times is considered top tier. Lin Lei was astounded. A dual-element magician with such extraordinary mental strength. He barely reached a fraction of that compared to his peers. Lin Lei marveled at the concentration of talent at Ernst Academy, realizing he could only be regarded as an above-average individual. However, he had the backing of a legendary magic tutor from over 5,000 years ago. Chapter 15. The Four Brothers of 1987, Part 2. Students at Ernst Academy typically spent decades in the institution, leading to strong bonds among those assigned to the same dormitory at this moment. Regardless of whether it was Yalu, Renoir, George, or Lin Lei, they exhibited a maturity beyond their years, yet still possessed the essence of childhood. After a brief conversation, the four brothers felt an immediate closeness. Let us take some time to familiarize ourselves with the academy today. I'll treat you all tonight, Yalu declared heartily, thumping his chest. This guy has a magic crystal card. Who else would we take advantage of? Renoir teased, prompting mischievous laughter from George and Lin Lei. Squeak at that moment, the little shadow mouse baby suddenly poked its head out from within Lin Lei's clothing. Having just awoken from slumber, eager to break the silence. What is this creature? Reno exclaimed in surprise. Bebe, you've woken up? Lin Lei chuckled as he gently patted Bebe's head. The little mouse squinted its eyes in enjoyment, then glanced at Reno, Yale, and George with its shiny black eyes, snorting disdainfully. A magical beast. This is a shadow mouse. I have read about them in books, Yale suddenly exclaimed. Lin Lei, you possess a magical beast? Both Reno and George were astonished. They were merely children. How could one make a magical beast submit? Bebe is just a juvenile magical beast. I merely fed it a little, and it grew fond of me. Thus forming a contract, Lin Lei replied with a smile. Good heavens, this is a magical beast. Lin Lei, you truly are remarkable. I have dreamed of owning a magical beast since childhood, Yale said, his eyes sparkling at Bebe. Although I have a soul contract scroll, I lack the strength to make a magical beast submit, Yale said dejectedly. Unable to make a magical beast submit. Is it so difficult to tame a juvenile magical beast? Lin Lei laughed. Yale shook his head. I haven't even reached the level of a first-level mage. With my current strength, I could probably only tame juvenile first- or second-level magical beasts. But what use would I have for such weak creatures? Juvenile 7th or 8th level magical beasts are exceedingly rare to acquire, and their strength far surpasses mine even in their juvenile state. Lin Lei silently agreed. The current strength of the little shadow mouse Bebe was nearly that of a 5th level magical beast. Far stronger than Lin Lei, however, after being together for almost half a year, Bebe had not physically grown at all, which puzzled both Lin Lei and Dellen Kiwa. Lin Lei, your shadow mouse is named Bebe? Could I hold Bebe for a moment? Reno could hardly tear his gaze away from the little shadow mouse, Bebe. Lin Lei immediately communicated with Bebe through their soul bond. No, Beibei's soul was now capable of expressing simple sentiments to Lin Lei, and it bared its teeth at Reno, squeaking angrily. Reno couldn't help but pout in resignation. Reno, let me share a trick with you. Beibei particularly loves roasted meat. If you often provide it with roasted duck or roasted chicken, I believe Beibei will harbor less hostility towards you, Lin Lei said with a grin, and Reno's eyes instantly lit up. All right then. Suddenly, Reno furrowed his brow and looked at Yale. Yale, if I run out of gold coins in the future, you must lend me some. I will repay you when Grandpa Rum arrives. No problem, Yale replied generously. It seems we haven't thoroughly explored Ernst Academy yet. How about we take a stroll around now and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings? George suggested with a smile. Among the four brothers, George appeared to be the most amicable and composed, Reno the most childlike, Yale the most flamboyant, and Lin Lei, at least in the eyes of the other three, the most enigmatic. With dual elemental affinities and a magical beast, he indeed exuded an air of mystery. The ancient Ernst Academy, with its numerous historical buildings dating back thousands of years, bore inscriptions detailing notable figures who once studied there. Over the millennia, Ernst Academy had cultivated several domain-level powerhouses and even more ninth-level powerhouses. The four boys, aged between 8 and 10, gazed in admiration at the biographies of these renowned individuals, particularly inspired by the lives of the domain-level powerhouses. Their hearts ablaze with ambition, each dreaming of when they might ascend to such heights themselves. Yet, a persistent voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. They are merely upstarts, boasting of slaying a purple-striped black bear? To have defeated a ninth-level magical beast, yet still falter against the domain-level magical beasts is merely a sign of having just entered the domain level. Many prominent figures of Ernst Academy, in Dellen Kiwat's view, were hardly worthy of mention. The four brothers of Dormitory 1987, along with the little shadow mouse Beibei, thoroughly explored the academy, gaining a general understanding of their surroundings. That evening, they indulged in a lavish feast at a luxurious hotel not far from their accommodation, though their drinks consisted solely of fruit juice. The following day, February 9th, marked the official start of their academic journey. There were no classes on this day. Actual lessons would commence on February 10th. February 9th was merely an occasion for the children, aged 6 to 12, to listen to the introductory speeches from the academy's leaders in a classroom designed to accommodate hundreds. Many of the children dozed off during the speeches, and once the opening ceremony concluded, they joyfully departed. After dinner, in the courtyard of Dormitory 1987, four chairs were set, and the brothers discussed their upcoming courses. This is quite relaxed. Only one class a day. Oh, but Lin Lei has dual elemental affinities, so he has 2 classes, Yale remarked. However, Ernst Academy truly is lenient. Attendance is optional, George added with a calm smile. Yale, don't become complacent. Although the academy has few requirements, there is an annual assessment of strength. Only those who advance a level in strength will move up a grade. If one does not diligently train, do you intend to remain at Ernst Academy for 100 years? Moreover, there is a regulation that those who do not reach the 6th level mage status within 60 years will be expelled from the academy. Lin Lei looked at the regulations in his hands and nodded in agreement. The academy's management was indeed relaxed. One could remain idle for 60 years. However, should one fail to reach the 6th level mage status after 60 years, expulsion would follow. Expelled from the academy? Yale exclaimed, his eyes wide. If that happens, my father would likely kill me. Being expelled from Ernst Academy would carry a dreadful reputation. No one wishes to endure that, especially since being accepted here indicates one's potential. Classes begin tomorrow. But I wonder what the quality of the teachers here is like. If they can't measure up to my Grandpa Rum, then what's the point of coming here? Reno grumbled. Reno, your Grandpa Rum is a mage? Lin Lei asked, somewhat surprised. Of course. From the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy, Grandpa Rum has been teaching me magic all along, Reno said proudly. While Lin Lei chatted and joked with the other 3 brothers, he felt a tinge of anticipation within. The Earth Magic course was not of great importance, as surely the teachers at Ernst Academy could not compare to Grandpa Dellen in terms of magical prowess. What he truly looked forward to was the Wind Magic course. He wondered how it would fare. As dusk descended, laughter and joy echoed through the courtyard of Dormitory 1987 at Ernst Academy. Chapter 16. Wind Magic. The courses at Ernst Academy consisted of classes almost daily for the past month, with only the last 2 days free of lessons. Earth Magic was scheduled from 8 to 10 in the morning, Fire Magic from 10:30 to 12:30, water magic from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, wind magic from 4:30 to 6:30, lightning magic from 7 to 9 in the evening, and light magic from 9:30 to 11:30 at night. Most students were single-element mages and only needed to attend classes for 2 hours a day. Linley, being a dual-element mage, had 4 hours of classes each day. Furthermore, attendance was optional. No one was compelled to attend if they chose not to. Earth magic was divided into 6 grades, with each grade housed in its own building. Beginners and first-level mages were in the first grade, second-level mages in the second grade, third-level mages in the third grade, and so forth, up to sixth-level mages in the sixth grade. Students in the sixth grade could apply for graduation at any time, though they could also choose to continue their studies on February 10th. In the first grade Earth magic classroom, the room was quite spacious, containing hundreds of seats. At that moment, over 20 students were already present, and Linley found a seat near the front. By 8 o'clock. More than 50 students filled the classroom. Linley mused that perhaps only a portion were new students, wondering how long the others had been studying. After all, it typically took several years for a novice to reach the status of a second-level mage. Hello, everyone. Standing at the front of the classroom was a kindly middle-aged man with brown hair. I am Wendy, your Earth magic teacher. Today we welcome nearly 20 new students, and as usual, let's have everyone introduce themselves in turn. One by one, students began to introduce themselves. I am Girhan, from the Great Plains of the Far East. Upon hearing this, Linley was taken aback. Indeed, students from all corners of Yulon continent were present, including someone from the Eastern Plains. In the geographical layout of Yulon continent, the Holy Alliance and the Dark Alliance lie west of the magical Beast Mountain Range, while the 4 great empires are situated to the east. Beyond the 4 empires lies a vast plain, home to 3 kingdoms. The distance from the Great Plains to Ernst Academy is immense, requiring 2 to 3 years of travel on foot. I am Linley. Hailing from the Holy Alliance, Linley stepped forward to introduce himself briefly. As the group of students completed their self-introductions, the Earth Mage, Wendy, began to boast about the prowess of Earth magic. It was not until the latter half of the lesson that teacher Wendy delved into the intricacies of Earth magic. Linley and his companions listened attentively, with Darren Cowett making an appearance beside him. This Wendy displayed a solid foundation. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, his ability to instruct first-level mages likely surpassed that of 8th or 9th-level mages. Darren Cowett nodded in admiration. Linley was quite familiar with Earth magic, and the lecture felt exceptionally easy to him. However, he remarked, Grandpa Darren, while his foundation is indeed solid, his explanations are not as clear and accessible as yours. They seem somewhat convoluted. Darren Cowett chuckled with pride, his white beard bristling. Naturally, a Sanctum mage's comprehension of magic far exceeds that of 8th or 9th level mages. The Sanctum represents a brand new realm. My explanations are undoubtedly clearer, penetrating straight to the essence of magic. After listening to the class, Linley resolved that starting today, he would attend the Earth magic lessons once a month. He was not inclined to squander his time. Linley also harbored a plan in his heart, intending to practice magic outdoors every day. As for the location for his training, he had settled on a spot on the rear mountain of Ernst Academy, which was nestled within a forested area surrounded by numerous mountains. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Linley was attentively listening in the first-year wind magic classroom. Hello, everyone, a handsome young man with golden hair said with a smile. I am Trey, a 6th-year student at the academy. From today onwards, I will be responsible for your wind magic instruction. I reside in dormitory 0298, so feel free to approach me with any questions after class. 6th-year students, being 6th-level mages, were eligible to apply for graduation and had the authority to teach 1st and 2nd-year students. Before we proceed, let us introduce ourselves, Trey added with a smile. This was a fundamental aspect of the first class of the semester, and each student took their turn to introduce themselves. Hey, Linley, have you noticed that there are quite a few charming young ladies among the wind magic students? Look, that golden-haired girl is smiling at you. Darren Cowett exclaimed animatedly beside Linley. That golden-haired girl introduced herself as Delia. What a delightful name. With my nearly 1,300 years of experience, I can assure you that this young lady will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Linley, you should smile back and cultivate a good relationship. It could lead to greater opportunities in the future. At that moment, Linley completely ignored Darren Cowett's remarks, his focus fixated on the wind magic instructor, Trey, as he attentively absorbed Trey's teachings. Wind mages were the fastest and most agile among magicians, and they were the only ones capable of flight without attaining the sanctum level. Trey's words brimmed with enthusiasm as he expressed his passion for wind magic. Do you wish to soar through the skies on your own abilities? To gaze down upon the boundless mountains and rivers? How marvelous and enchanting that would be! The students below were captivated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Flight? Who wouldn't desire it? While only sanctum-level mages could fly, it was exceedingly rare for a sanctum-level mage to emerge from Ernst Academy in a century. However, once a wind mage reached the 5th level, they could cast the levitation spell. Trey confidently proclaimed. Moreover, wind mages possess the highest speed, and the auxiliary magic acceleration can significantly enhance your velocity. Of course, those are merely the basics. The legendary wind magic forbidden spells Destructive Storm and Dimensional Blade are the most powerful destructive magic and the strongest single-target attack spells, respectively, Trey declared with fervor. The young boys below widened their eyes in awe, filled with longing. Is the Destructive Storm truly the most powerful destructive magic? What about my earth spells, Cataclysm and Meteor Strike? Darren Cowett, listening alongside Lin Lei, expressed his dissatisfaction. Grandpa Darren, what of the Dimensional Blade? Lin Lei inquired, sensing that Darren Cowett's omission indicated the Dimensional Blade was indeed the most formidable single-target attack. The Dimensional Blade. It can slice through the spatial barriers of the material plane. Naturally, it is formidable. However, despite its overwhelming attack power, it remains a one-time strike. Unlike our Earth spell Earth Guardian, which allows for continuous combat, Darren Cowett retorted. Lin Lei perceived that the Dimensional Blade undoubtedly possessed terrifying power, and it was likely more complex than Darren Cowett indicated. One-time attack. That depends on whether the opponent can evade it. If I were to become a Dragonblood warrior in the future and employ wind magic as support, then? Lin Lei's mind began to race. As the lecture progressed, Lin Lei's interest in wind magic deepened. The 4 elemental schools, earth, fire, water, and wind, were all vast and profound, akin to an ocean of magic that was boundless and immeasurable. And Lin Lei found himself irresistibly drawn into its depths. Chapter 17. The Journey of Learning, Part 1. As spring turned to autumn, Lin Lei had spent over half a year at Ernst Academy. During his time there, Lin Lei resembled a parched traveler in the desert, eagerly absorbing the foundational knowledge of magic. His understanding and prowess in wind magic continually advanced, while Darren Cowett would occasionally offer his insights. One bright day, after lunch, the 4 brothers from dormitory 1987 donned their sky-blue robes, the standard attire issued by the academy. Due to their regular training, Lin Lei's tall figure looked particularly striking in the sky-blue robe, which explained why several young ladies from the wind magic class often approached him for conversation after class. At that moment, the 4 brothers were strolling together, engaged in lively discussion. By the way, Lin Lei, are you attending the new student social gathering this afternoon? George asked with a cheerful smile. George was quite enthusiastic about public events and adept at gathering information and making friends among various students. Despite having only been at the academy for half a year, he had already become a notable figure among the first-year students at Ernst Academy. I'm not going, Lin Lei replied succinctly. Haha, I knew Lin Lei wouldn't participate. Renault laughed from the side. Yale, draping an arm around Lin Lei's shoulder, sighed. Lin Lei, don't work too hard on your training. With your talent, a little effort will surely see you become a 6th-level mage within 30 years. Why push yourself so relentlessly? You should enjoy life. There are plenty of charming young ladies at the gathering. Indeed, quite charming, Renault chimed in, his eyes wide with excitement. Lin Lei chuckled helplessly. Renault, the innocent youth, had been led astray under Yale's influence. Yale, you rascal, stop dragging me into this. All right, I must get back to my training. Tomorrow marks the end of the month, and I'll join you for some fun then, Lin Lei said with a smile. The last 2 days of each month were Lin Lei's designated days off. Yale, Renault, and George understood Lin Lei's temperament and nodded in agreement. Lin Lei promptly set off, briskly making his way toward the rear mountain of the academy. There were thousands of students at Ernst Academy, along with numerous mages conducting research experiments and several service personnel. The campus was bustling with activity. Along the way, he encountered many fellow students clad in sky-blue robes. A low growl echoed. Lin Lei turned toward the sound, his eyes brightening. A magical beast, with its flowing mane, sleek azure fur, and powerful limbs. The creature's fierce gaze held the predatory intensity characteristic of wolves. And its cold, metallic claws sent a chill down one's spine. It was a wind wolf, a terrifying magical beast with speed akin to the wind in the magical beast forest. Encountering a pack of wind wolves was a dire situation. Their speed made escape nearly impossible. At that moment, a handsome young man with dark hair sat atop the majestic wind wolf, surveying the surroundings with evident pride in possessing such a magical beast. Lin Lei surmised he was likely a 5th or 6th year student. Indeed, many at Ernst Academy owned magical beasts, including specially appointed mages and some 5th and 6th year students who had purchased soul contract scrolls to tame magical beasts as mounts. Is it truly worth boasting about just having a magical beast? Lin Lei thought dismissively of the dark-haired youth's arrogance. Upon exiting the academy's back gate and entering the rear mountain, Lin Lei found the area to be vast and expansive. Long ago, magical beasts roamed these woods, but they had all been eradicated by the academy's mages. Nowadays, only ordinary wild animals remained. Once in the woods, Lin Lei felt his speed surge. The wind magic auxiliary spell acceleration naturally activated, making him feel as light as a falling leaf, allowing him to nimbly navigate through the forest. After running several miles, Lin Lei reached his destination, a clearing near a stream. Chirp chirp BB called out to Lin Lei. Lin Lei smiled and instructed, "Off to play again? All right, but don't wander too far." He had great trust in BB, who had not grown larger in size after a year but had significantly increased in speed. If faced with an 8th or 9th level warrior, they might catch the little shadow mouse, but for mages, only a sanctum mage would stand a chance. Lin Lei was well aware of the physicality of mages. The little shadow mouse, Bei Bei, darted swiftly into the forest. "Grandpa Derlin, come out and guide me," Lin Lei called out fervently in his heart. A wisp of mist emerged, transforming into Derlin Cowett, who gazed at Lin Lei with a playful expression. "Lin Lei, what brings you here today? Normally, you focus on meditative practice, ignoring this old man. Have you come to disturb my sweet dreams?" Lin Lei merely smirked. Despite Derlin being a sage-level archmage, one soon learns that beneath his amiable and benevolent exterior lies a mischievous spirit akin to a child. "Grandpa Derlin, I feel that I have reached the realm of a 2nd-level mage, and I would like your assistance in testing my abilities." Lin Lei finally stated his purpose. "A 2nd-level mage?" Derlin Cowett mused with interest. "Ah, it has only been a year and a half since you began learning magic from me. Very well. Demonstrate your mastery of the basic spell Shattering Stone and push yourself to your limits, understood?" Shattering Stone is regarded as a progressive spell. Among Earth-type 1st-level spells, Shattering Stone exists, yet it also appears in forbidden magic, known then as Meteoric Descent. As an Earth mage grows in strength, the potency of Shattering Stone naturally escalates. "Understood, Grandpa Derlin." Lin Lei began to recite the incantation, the once tongue-twisting words now flowing effortlessly from his lips, as if his mind had transcended the need for conscious thought. As he silently chanted the spell, Lin Lei felt his entire soul entering a unique state. The earth magical energy within his chest surged forth, drawing the elements of nature towards him. Suddenly, the ground beside him cracked open, and 5 stones, each the size of a head, soared into the air. Hovering above Lin Lei's head, each stone radiated a golden-brown glow, and with a sudden spark in his eyes and a low shout, Lin Lei sent the stones hurtling into the distance, accompanied by a rush of wind. With a resounding thud, the 5 glowing stones struck a tree trunk as thick as a basin, causing it to tremble violently yet remain unbroken, before the stones finally fell to the ground. "Excellent," Derlin Cowett remarked, his eyes gleaming. "You managed to control 5 shattering stones simultaneously, and their speed was quite impressive. You have indeed attained the strength of a 2nd-level mage." Derlin Cowett was pleased with Lin Lei's performance, prompting a smile to surface on Lin Lei's face as he felt himself drawing closer to his goal. He would never forget his father's words. "If you do not reclaim it, even in death, I shall not forgive you." This phrase hung like a sharp blade above Lin Lei's heart, incessantly driving him onward. At that moment, Derlin Cowett chuckled and said, "However, Lin Lei, you must understand that being a 2nd-level mage is hardly significant. According to the hierarchy of mages, 1st and 2nd levels are considered basic, 3rd and 4th levels are intermediate, 5th and 6th levels are advanced. The 7th level is referred to as Great Mage, the 8th as Archmage, and the 9th as Grand Archmage. That it is from the 7th to the 9th levels that true power lies. The road ahead remains long. I understand." Lin Lei nodded in agreement. "Very well, Continue your training diligently." With that, Lin Cowett retreated into the Dragon Ring once more. Lin Lei suppressed his excitement at achieving the status of a second-level mage and calmly settled into a meditative position to continue his practice. True strength is cultivated step by step through diligent effort and accumulation. Meanwhile, approximately 2 to 3 miles away, Lin Lei's wind magic instructor, the 6th-level mage Trey, furrowed his brow. Earth magic shattering stone? Its power suggests a second-level spell. A first-level mage has come to practice on the back mountain? Who could it be? Trey had just cast the wind magic winds of insight and detected the magical fluctuations emanating from Lin Lei's direction. With his 6th-level mage prowess, Trey's auxiliary spell extreme far surpassed Lin Lei's capabilities. He floated gracefully through the forest like a wisp of fog. In a brief moment, he found himself 100 meters away from Lin Lei. Observing him from beside a large tree, I asked that him? Trey recognized his student instantly, Lin Lei, the young man who rarely spoke in class, always standing aside while others attempted spells, never revealing his abilities. To think this young man, Lin Lei, had already become a second-level mage. I recall he was a new student. Who would have thought he was such a genius? Lin Lei was indeed capable of casting spells. But during class, he preferred to observe rather than participate in collective activities, earning a reputation for his mystery among his peers. Wow, I have such a genius among my students. I should be in line for some awards in this year's first-year competition. Trey's face radiated with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Lei, immersed in meditation, remained oblivious to Trey's presence 100 meters away. Chapter 18. The Journey of Learning, Part 2. It has been nearly a month since Lin Lei achieved the status of a second-level mage. Inside the wind magic classroom for first-year students, Lin Lei had only occasionally attended earth magic classes, while he diligently participated in every wind magic lesson. Today, he settled into his usual spot. Lin Lei? You here? A charming young girl took the seat beside him as he sat down. Lin Lei glanced at the girl and smiled. Delia, you're quite early. There is still some time before class begins. Sitting next to a beautiful girl was indeed a delightful experience, and Lin Lei was not one to decline. Delia was no ordinary individual. Her brother, Dixie, was currently the most talented student at Ernst Academy, hailed as a once-in-a-century magic prodigy. He was a dual-element mage with an elemental affinity of exceptional caliber and a mental capacity 68 times that of his peers. Delia, being Dixie's sister, was not far behind. I knew you would come early, Delia said, her eyes crinkling with joy as they chatted. Time flew by, and before they realized it, class had begun. Professor Trey was passionately lecturing at the front, while Lin Lei listened attentively. Delia, however, occasionally stole glances at Lin Lei. All right, today's lesson concludes here. However, before we dismiss, I have something to announce, Professor Trey said with a smile. The students below immediately began to murmur among themselves. The older students were likely already aware that Ernst Academy held a tradition of conducting an annual grade competition in the last 1 or 2 months of each year. The grade competition was the most exciting time for the entire academy, and winning it could significantly enhance one's chances of being recognized as an outstanding student upon graduation. Upon graduation, it was likely that the 4 great empires would extend invitations to you. Professor Trey continued, naturally, our wind department will participate as well. Those interested in signing up, please let me know. His gaze subtly drifted towards Lin Lei. Professor, I'm willing to participate, several enthusiastic students quickly declared. Excellent. Trey immediately produced a piece of paper and a quill to record their names. However, after noting down a dozen students, he noticed that Lin Lei and Delia were engaged in conversation, showing no intention of signing up. Trey approached them. Lin Lei looked up and respectfully called out, Professor Trey. Delia also bowed respectfully beside him. Professor Trey nodded with a smile and said, Lin Lei, this grade competition is an excellent opportunity for practice. I believe nearly all the elites of the first-year class will participate. Why don't you sign up? Such an opportunity is rare. I'm not interested. Lin Lei replied directly. Trey was momentarily taken aback. Lin Lei? You do realize that there are rewards for winning this competition, don't you? He tried to entice. Rewards? Lin Lei's interest piqued. His family's financial situation was not particularly great, and if he could secure some money for himself, participating in this competition would not pose a significant issue. Indeed, you should know that most students reside in ordinary dormitories, like those single-room accommodations we have. However, the top 3 winners of the grade competition earn the privilege of residing in a 2-story apartment for a year. That's a symbol of status, and the apartments are far more comfortable. Trey continued, Lin-Lei, I was unaware that the 2-story apartments are limited, typically occupied by powerful mages of the 7th and 8th levels. So it appears that the top 3 of each grade have eligibility for 1 year's residency. Lin-Lei was taken aback by this revelation. Accommodation conditions? He couldn't care less about that. I still won't participate. Lin-Lei reiterated. Trey grew a bit anxious. In truth, he was also a 6th-year student, and if he could help his students secure a top 3 finish, it would not only bring him rewards, but also enhance his own reputation. Young people are often proud. Trey leaned closer to Lin-Lei and whispered, Lin-Lei, are you concerned about revealing your abilities? I am well aware that you have reached the rank of a level 2 mage. Upon hearing this, Lin-Lei was taken aback and looked up in surprise at Teacher Trey. How did Teacher Trey ascertain his strength? After all, it is quite difficult to gauge a person's abilities merely by their appearance. Observing Lin-Lei's expression, Teacher Trey assumed he had struck a chord, and with a smile, remarked, Lin-Lei, do not conceal your power. Even if you choose not to participate in the competition and intentionally hide your abilities. Be wary, for I might just expose your secret. Whatever, I have no intention of participating. Lin-Lei replied nonchalantly as he stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, Goodbye, teacher. Without paying heed to Teacher Trey's astonished expression, he gracefully departed. That lad, Teacher Trey chuckled as he regained his composure, while nearby, Delia stifled her laughter behind her hand. The wind system class concluded, and it was already past 6 in the evening. Darkness was beginning to envelop the sky. Lin-Lei hurried towards his dormitory, for the camaraderie among the 4 brothers in dormitory 1987 was exceptionally strong, and they typically dined together in the evenings. Lin-Lei, you're back, exclaimed a curly-haired youth from dormitory 1986, greeting him warmly. Harry, have you had dinner yet? Lin-Lei replied with a smile. Lin-Lei maintained a good relationship with several students from the surrounding courtyards. Harry nodded with a grin. Of course, your 3 brothers from our courtyard are waiting for you. Lin-Lei has returned. Let us go eat. Yale's voice rang out. Clearly, Yale had heard Lin-Lei's arrival from the courtyard. Yale, Reno, and George approached to greet Lin-Lei, and the 4 brothers made their way to the dining hall. The Ernst Academy also boasted a luxurious hotel, and under Lin-Lei's persuasion, Yale no longer frequented the Grand Hotel as much. The small dining hall offered reasonably priced dishes that were quite satisfying. After ordering some food, the 4 brothers began to converse. Lin-Lei mostly learned about the various activities within the academy from his 3 brothers. Otherwise, being immersed in rigorous training on the academy's back mountain, he would likely remain oblivious to the happenings within the institution. Hey, in just over a month, the first year will come to an end. During the last month or 2 each year, the entire academy holds a grade competition, Yale announced. Grade competition? Lin-Lei chuckled, for he had just received this information in class. Haha, I am definitely going to participate. Reno declared confidently. Yale scoffed. You became a level 1 mage on your journey from the O'Brien Empire to Ernst Academy. BY now. You must be quite close to reaching level 2 mage, right? It hardly seems fair. Reno had spent an entire year traveling from home to the academy. During that time, he had learned magic under the guidance of his steward and had achieved the rank of a level 1 mage within that year. George smiled at Lin-Lei. Hey, let us not forget Lin-Lei. He was also a level 1 mage upon enrollment. Given his fervent training and dual elemental affinity, I believe he must be the strongest among us in the dormitory. Lin-Lei grinned. George, please, no need to flatter me. Lin-Lei, have you truly reached level 2 mage? Be honest. George scrutinized Lin-Lei. How could it be so quick? It takes at least 2 years to progress from level 1 to level 2 mage. Even if one is exceptionally talented, Reno interjected, wrinkling his nose. That's not necessarily true. I find Lin-Lei rather mysterious, Yale added, gazing at Lin-Lei. Lin-Lei, have you attained level 2 mage? Lin-Lei casually nodded. What was so surprising about reaching level 2 mage? He had already been a level 1 mage before the magic test, and after a year of hard work, if he had not advanced to level 2 mage by now, all his efforts would have been in vain. You really achieved it? Yale, Reno, and George exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. You must participate in the grade competition. Lin-Lei, go and show them what you're made of. Bring honor to our dormitory 1987. Yale insisted eagerly. At that moment, the waiter brought their dishes to the table. Let us eat. As for the grade competition, I have little interest in competing against weaker opponents. Such competitions are merely for show, Linley remarked, uninterested. Yale and the others exchanged glances, knowing full well Linley's dedication to training. While there were certainly gifted students in the first year with elemental affinity and mental prowess, none matched Linley's diligence. Additionally, with his dual elemental abilities, they secretly believed Linley was likely the strongest in the first year. It would indeed be a pity if you didn't participate. This time, others will steal the limelight, Yale pouted. If I had your strength, Linley, I would have already flaunted it and perhaps even attracted a few beauties. Linley chuckled. All right, let us eat and stop daydreaming. Linley remained indifferent to the grade competition, yet the majority of students in the academy were very enthusiastic about it. Not only the students, but even many mages from Ernst Academy were closely following the event. Chapter 19. Who was the best? Part 1. The back mountain of Ernst Academy was eerily quiet. Linley sat cross-legged beside a stream, listening to the gentle murmur of the water, naturally entering a meditative state. The surrounding earth and wind elements were vividly clear, and everything within a 10-meter radius of Linley was exceptionally distinct. The earth and wind elements flowed into his body, nourishing his muscles, bones, and internal organs, as his physical prowess slowly but steadily improved. A significant amount of the earth and wind elements, after being refined, ultimately gathered in the center of his chest, in the zhong dantian. The soothing sound of the flowing stream continued. While beside him, his small shadow mouse, Bebe, was gnawing on a wild chicken, creating a serene and harmonious scene that seemed to belong in a painting. However, while this place was tranquil, the interior of Ernst Academy was bustling with noise. Thousands of students and numerous magic teachers, along with many prominent figures from outside, had gathered at Ernst Academy to witness the grade competition. The students of Ernst Academy were the C-Armée de la C-Armée. Each arena battle was spectacular, with first-year competitions featuring fireballs, lightning, and wind blades exchanged in rapid succession. The battles of third and fourth-year students were even more thrilling, showcasing various support spells and area of effect attacks, like shattered stone, where dozens or even hundreds of large rocks would come crashing down, accompanied by continuous lightning strikes. As for the fifth and sixth-year competitions, they were truly astonishing, with dazzling spells unleashed in rapid succession and terrifying explosions echoing throughout. The cheers of the onlookers resonated, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Most of the Academy's populace had congregated here. The grade competition lasted nearly a month, marking the most vibrant and frenzied period in Ernst Academy. During this time, Linley only occasionally observed the fifth and sixth-year battles, spending the majority of his time in solitary training. The competition also had rules forbidding participants from intentionally putting others in mortal danger. Such constrained matches hardly felt like competitions at all. Under the influence of Drinkwat, Linley harbored a disdain for these ostentatious contests. Linley, your current task is to focus on training and accumulating strength. As for combat experience, you can gain that when you reach level 5 mage and venture into the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range for a true life and death trial, Drinkwat advised Linley earnestly. The Waldeli Hotel, the most luxurious establishment within Ernst Academy, was where Yale treated his friends. The four brothers from Dormitory 1987 gathered for a meal at Waldeli Hotel on the first floor. The hotel's floor shimmered like a mirror, with a row of beautiful female waitstaff standing attentively, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Among the patrons were numerous students in their uniforms, and those who could afford to dine here were generally of considerable economic standing. As even a simple meal could cost dozens of gold coins, Linley, however, could not afford such extravagance. With the grade competition freshly concluded, most of the students in the hotel were discussing the event. While the majority of the clientele were young, one table was occupied by 4 children. Thinking back on the grade competition brings bad luck. I was so close to making it to the semifinals. Who knows, I might have even secured a spot among the top 3. Reno expressed his dissatisfaction. Being the youngest and the most arrogant among the brothers, Reno was particularly vocal. It's indeed a pity. I didn't expect that Rand would take first place, Yale remarked with a smile. George, the easygoing one, chose not to add much to the conversation. Rand? Right, I've heard you mention him. Isn't he among the new students with exceptional elemental affinity and mental prowess? Linley recalled the name Rand. George nodded with a smile. Yes, that's him. His innate talent is already high, and even without training, his natural mental capacity has reached the requirements for a level 2 mage. This past year has merely been about accumulating enough magical power. Achieving first place in the first-year arena competition with the strength of a level 2 mage is not particularly challenging. What does talent matter? Can he compare to our academy's top prodigy, Dixie? Yale curled his lip in disdain, expressing his contempt for Rand. What is so impressive about winning first place in a first-grade arena? Linley, you should have seen his smug demeanor after his victory. I can only imagine how insufferable he would be if he were to win the 5th or 6th grade competition. The higher one ascends in the ranks of magic, the more arduous the training becomes. Hence, among the thousands of students at Ernst Academy, most are upperclassmen, where the competition in the senior arenas grows increasingly fierce. Reno nodded in agreement, adding, I too find him quite intolerable. Our Academy's most gifted student, the 3rd grader Dixie, displayed such grace after winning his competition. The contrast between the two is stark. Moreover, our first grade champion is not even Rand. True, you missed out on participating, but if you had? Yale remarked. The group of youths, consisting of Yale, George, Linley, and Reno, stood in a line, with the three affectionately referring to each other as Old 2 and Old 3. Hey, what are you all talking about? Linley, Yale, and the others turned to see 4 boys descending the staircase from the 2nd floor of the Waldeli Hotel. The golden-haired boy among them cast a cold glance at Linley and his companions. Yale, unabashed, exclaimed, Oh, it's you, Rand. Did you not hear what we were discussing? Linley could only smile wryly to himself. Yale was a fearless individual, unashamed even in the face of adversity. Don't think I'm oblivious, Rand replied icily. The brown-haired boy beside Rand scoffed, adopting a haughty tone. Rand, don't stoop to their level. It's not worth your time. What are you staring at, Reno? Are you still sore about losing in the arena? Reno fixed his gaze on the brown-haired boy, curling his lip in mock disdain. And who are you? Just because you got lucky and beat me once, you think you're something special? The brown-haired boy's expression darkened in response. That moment. George interjected with a laugh. Rand, enough of this. It's wrong of us to criticize you without cause. Let us just leave it at that. Shut up, George. You have no right to speak here, Rand snapped, his eyes fixed on Yale. Yale, I found your arrogance at the Sycamore Bar quite displeasing. If you have the guts, let us settle this in the arena. Why do you lack the courage to compete? Rand chuckled smugly as he spoke. Yale felt a surge of anger, but he knew he was outmatched. Instantly, the other patrons in the hotel began to take notice of the brewing confrontation, with many of the upperclassmen at Ernst Academy rising to watch with keen interest. It was evident that both parties were merely children of around 10 years old. I recognize that golden-haired boy. His name is Rand, the first-grade arena champion. His future achievements will surely be noteworthy. The brown-haired boy beside him seems to be named Ryson, the 3rd in the first-grade arena. Rand's group appears to hold the upper hand in terms of strength. This could get interesting. A group of 5th and 6th grade sorcerers exchanged amused banter, all eyes focused on the escalating tension. Rand, basking in the attention and pride as the first-grade champion, regarded Linley and his friends with increasing disdain. Oh, you're still drinking juice? Yale, I truly feel embarrassed for you. My dorm mates and I are already enjoying Kelfer while you're stuck with juice. Seeing Rand's relentless taunting, Linley furrowed his brow. Rand, my friends and I are here to eat. Kindly keep your distance. Linley's expression darkened as he coldly regarded the 4 boys. Had he been practicing? Any beast that dared disturb him would have been swiftly dispatched. And who is this? Rand's eyes lit up as he focused on Linley. I never knew there was someone like you in Yale's dormitory. Linley's gaze turned icy white in an instant. He lunged forward like a cunning rabbit, causing Rand's eyes to widen in shock. Before Rand could react, Linley seized him by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with sheer strength. Rand struggled to emit a sound, his eyes wide with terror. Linley's cold gaze bore down on him, and Rand felt as though his life hung by a thread. That moment, Linley sensed the blood warrior within him surging. An insatiable thirst for battle rising to the surface. He frowned, reminding himself, this is Ernst Academy. I cannot kill without cause. The 3 students beside Rand stood frozen in fear. Get out of here, Linley waved his arm, sending Rand crashing to the ground like a discarded sack of potatoes. Now nearing the threshold of becoming a 2nd-level warrior, Linley possessed the strength to lift a 100-pound object with ease. While a 1st-level warrior could manage only half that, cough. Rand clutched his throat, recovering enough to glare furiously at Linley. How dare you? All right, Yale suddenly shouted, excitement radiating from his face. That was exhilarating. I never realized your strength was this impressive. Old 3. That kid is barely older than a child but possesses remarkable power. The 5th and 6th grade sorcerers looked on in astonishment, as did some of the Academy's magic instructors. To witness an 11 or 12-year-old boy so effortlessly wielding such might was indeed a spectacle. Hey, Rand, didn't you claim to be the first in the first grade arena? Yale teased. Rand's face flushed crimson with humiliation and anger as he glared at Lin Lei. Are you a sorcerer? If so, let us compare our magical abilities. What sort of brute strength is this? A noble sorcerer resorting to the crude abilities of a warrior. Rand was filled with indignation, having just claimed victory in the first grade arena. Yet Lin Lei's grip around his throat had instilled a profound fear in him. Yes, let us see who has the better magic. Are you still a student at Ernst Academy? Ryson and the others chimed in. Though deep down, they felt a flicker of fear towards Lin Lei's remarkable strength. Magic? Reno burst into laughter, speaking proudly. Rand, do you truly believe that winning a first-grade arena title makes you the strongest among us? Dream on. Our true champion is none other than Old 3 from our dormitory. You're merely an afterthought. Old 3, show him what you're made of, Yale encouraged. George, having just been reprimanded by Rand, showed no mercy. Rand, let me tell you, don't overestimate yourself. Many of our Academy's top talents disdain to compete in grade-level tournaments. Don't fool yourself into thinking you're so exceptional. Rand's expression darkened further. A competition will reveal the truth. Rand, let us see who can outperform the other using magic. Those watching found the unfolding drama amusing, as the first-grade students' squabbles were a source of entertainment. Rand, merely 10 years old, had long considered himself a genius, ranking among the elite even at Ernst Academy. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? First place. It's not just a title spoken into existence. It must be proven through competition? Rand seethed, confident in his magical prowess, having won through numerous challenges. By the way, why hasn't the hotel management intervened? Some spectators remarked, noticing the peculiar absence of authority. In truth, the management of the Waldilai Hotel stood at a distance, unwilling to intervene, as they recognized the significance of these students. More importantly, they didn't want to provoke Yale. After entering Ernst Academy, Yale's status within his family had skyrocketed. Let them have their fun. Even if they demolish the hotel, it's none of my concern, the hotel manager sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, first place is not merely a matter of words. It must be demonstrated through action. Lin Lei rose, his expression cold as he faced Rand. This magical duel needs some stakes to make it worthwhile. If you win, I will avoid you in the future. But should I win, you will steer clear of me. Rand smirked disdainfully. Those stakes are rather paltry. The loser should not only avoid the winner, but also present them with 100 gold coins. What do you say? Lin Lei frowned at the mention of 100 gold coins. That was his entire annual allowance, and he certainly wasn't among the wealthier students. How 100 gold coins? That's hardly worthy of mention. How about this? The loser presents the winner with 1,000 gold coins. Yale interjected triumphantly. 1,000 gold coins. The mere suggestion sent a chill through the onlookers. That was no trivial amount. Among the students present, only a handful could afford to part with such a sum without a second thought. 1,000 gold coins. Rand felt a tremor of apprehension at the thought. Although his family could be considered a large one, the annual allowance he received amounted to a mere 3,000 gold coins. He did not frequent the Waldley Hotel daily. This visit was solely to celebrate his and Raisin's achievement of first and third place in the grade competition. Ha! Feeling intimidated? Yale remarked, twirling the magic crystal card in his hand. Rand, accept his challenge, Raisin urged from the side. We 4 brothers can certainly gather 10,000 gold coins. I refuse to believe that this unknown upstart could possibly be your match. Rand exchanged glances with his 3 brothers. Very well, 10,000 gold coins it is, Rand declared loudly, then cast a disdainful glance at Lin Lei, adding, let us not linger here. This place is too small for a proper contest. Let us head to the arena where the grade competition was held. If you have the guts, follow me. With that, Rand strode out of the hotel with an air of arrogance, his brothers following suit with equal confidence. We shall go as well. Yale's eyes sparkled with excitement. Reno and George shared in the exhilaration, and Lin Lei merely nodded, responding with a calm smile. 10,000 gold coins offered by others? How could we possibly refuse? The four brothers, Linley, Yale, Reno, and George, exited the hotel and made their way outside. Meanwhile, the hotel buzzed with chatter. A competition with the prize of 10,000 gold coins was a rare occurrence, even among sixth-year students. Particularly intriguing were the competitors. One was Rand, fresh off his victory in the grade competition, while the other was an enigmatic newcomer who had yet to be heard of. Soon, a throng of spectators settled their bills and surged toward the arena. The arena, constructed from sturdy blue stones, was now the stage where Linley and Rand stood on opposite sides. Below them, a large gathering had amassed in mere moments, as it was dinner time. And word had spread quickly from the Waldley Hotel to the arena. The prospect of a contest with a 10,000 gold coin prize was enough to draw attention. Observing the growing crowd and the ensuing clamor, Rand felt a swell of pride. Today, I shall engage in a magical duel with this fellow named Linley. The loser will forfeit 10,000 gold coins and must avoid the victor in future encounters. I ask for your impartial witness, Rand proclaimed loudly, relishing the attention of the audience, showing no signs of stage fright. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Having participated in the grade competition, Rand had garnered a following. While Linley's supporters were few and far between, Linley, however, remained composed at the edge of the arena. Have you finished speaking? Linley inquired nonchalantly. Rand, with a confident smile, replied, Let us begin. Both Rand and Linley silently chanted their spells almost simultaneously. As second-level magicians, their incantations were relatively brief, consisting of merely a line or two. With a whoosh, 7 azure wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing toward Rand. Experienced observers in the crowd quickly recognized the level of magic being employed. Simultaneously, Rand unleashed his own spell, sending 5 crimson fireballs hurtling toward Linley. The wind blades traveled faster than the fireballs. Rand had to roll away hastily to avoid them. In contrast, Linley gracefully sidestepped the fireballs, all the while subtly continuing his incantation for a second spell. The earth magic. Earthquake. Suddenly, Rand felt the ground beneath him tremble as if rippling with waves. In that moment, he found it impossible to concentrate on his own spell. Almost immediately, Linley unleashed another spell, sending 5 boulders, each the size of a human head and glowing with a faint earthy hue, crashing toward him. With the ground shaking, Rand struggled to maintain his footing, managing to evade only 2 of the boulders. Thud. One stone struck him squarely in the abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he hurriedly raised his arm to shield his head. The impact sent Rand tumbling off the arena, his body covered in dust. Victory to Linley in this arena duel. Linley cast a calm glance at the fallen Rand, confident in the precision of his attack. He knew that Rand would only need a month to recuperate. Had he been ruthless enough to aim for Rand's head, the outcome could have been dire. A second-level dual-element magician? Do we truly have such a talent among the first-year students? Gasped some onlookers. It was already a rarity to find a second-level magician in the first year, but a dual-element magician was a formidable presence indeed. What incredible control and agility, murmured some 5th and 6th-year students, astonished at how Linley had managed to chant his spell while evading the fireballs. Ha, Rand, did you genuinely believe yourself to be the top of the first years? Our third roommate can easily overpower you using magic alone. Yale laughed heartily. Coughing, Rand rose, clutching his chest. He understood that Linley had indeed shown restraint. Yale, tomorrow you must take Linley with you. I'll join you to transfer the 10,000 gold coins at the Four Nations Bank. I stand by my word, Rand said, casting a lingering glance at Linley. This defeat shattered Rand's delusions of grandeur, awakening him to the truth. Talent alone would not suffice without hard work. Linley, thank you. Rand bowed sincerely, leaving Yale and the others momentarily stunned. Then, fixing a determined gaze upon Linley, he declared, But mark my words, I shall defeat you one day. With that, Rand, still holding his chest, was assisted by his brothers as they departed. Linley, you were spectacular. I feel so proud to be your brother, Reno exclaimed as he embraced Linley after stepping down from the arena. Linley surveyed the crowd, noting that many were discussing him with astonishment. No one had anticipated that a first-year student could so effortlessly defeat Rand, the reigning champion of the grade competition. Greetings, Linley. I am Danny, a first-year water magician. It's a pleasure to meet you. A tall golden-haired girl approached Lin Lei with a smile. "Hello, I am Lin Lei," he replied, feeling somewhat uneasy about conversing with a stranger. "I apologize, but I must meditate and practice now." With that, Lin Lei exchanged a knowing glance with his brothers. Yale and the others understood immediately, and the four brothers swiftly departed, leaving Danny with a furrowed brow of disappointment. Chapter 21. The Pruxis Guild, Part 1. The Four Nations Bank, established through the collaboration of the four great empires, is spread across the entire Yulan continent. Only those of considerable wealth can process a magic crystal card there. After all, obtaining a magic crystal card alone costs 100 gold coins, a sum that most would be reluctant to part with. 10,000 gold coins, contained in small bags, would require an impressive 100 bags, heavy enough to fill half a large sack used for storing rice. 100 gold coins, just like that, Lin Lei mused as he exited the Four Nations Bank within Ernst Academy, clutching a newly acquired magic crystal card. He recognized the need for caution. Given that he resided within Ernst Academy, keeping a pile of gold coins in his dormitory would be unwise. Converting them into a magic crystal card was a far safer option. After all, the production cost of a magic crystal card is significant. Having been developed by alchemists over the past few centuries, based on the unique patterns of each individual S-palm. Each magic crystal card can only be used by the person who procured it, which explains the hefty 100 gold coin processing fee. With this 10,000 gold coins, my living expenses at Ernst Academy will be more than sufficient, and I will have plenty left over to assist my father as well. Lin Lei thought joyfully. Yale draped an arm over Lin Lei's shoulders, whistling proudly at Rand and Raison. The four of them had risked their entire living allowance, and it appeared they had less than 1,000 gold coins remaining. Fortunately, the academic year was nearing its end. Reno and George engaged in light-hearted banter, teasing Lin Lei. However, in truth, neither Reno nor George had suffered much hardship. "Tomorrow is the end of the month. My father's people will arrive. I can arrange for a carriage and guards for us four to explore the Holy Capital. What do you think?" Yale suggested. The Holy Capital? Reno, George, and even Lin Lei's eyes lit up. "Finley City. The Holy Capital is a place of immense splendor," Lin Lei exclaimed. "I've only been to Finley City for 2 days since arriving at Ernst Academy, and there are many places I haven't visited yet." Reno quickly added. Both George and Lin Lei nodded in agreement. "There are so many places to see there. Tomorrow, I'll take you all on an adventure," Yale said mysteriously. The next morning, Yale led Lin Lei, Reno, and George to breakfast before heading to the main entrance of Ernst Academy to await his father's convoy. After waiting for about 2 hours, the convoy had yet to arrive. Squeak, Bibi, perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, chirped impatiently. "Yale, you dragged us out here early, and still no sign of the convoy," Reno complained from the side. Yale chuckled apologetically. "I truly had no idea it should be here soon." Lin Lei gently patted Bibi's head. "It's here," Yale suddenly exclaimed loudly. Beside him, the nearly slumbering Renaud, George, and Lin Lei all turned their gazes towards the distance, where indeed, for carriages accompanied by hundreds of knightly guards approached with great pomp. Above the procession, 7 or 8 griffins soared through the sky. Among those hundreds of knights, a dozen or so rode on magical beasts, some upon bloodthirsty iron bulls, while others rode on winged wolves. The convoy of the Yale family was truly formidable. Lin Lei couldn't help but marvel, and the eyes of Renaud and George sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Darren Cuiter, who was basking in the sun beside Lin Lei, also brightened at the sight of the convoy. In no time, the 4 carriages and their entourage reached the Academy's entrance, where 3 mages were quick to welcome them from the foremost carriage. A middle-aged man alighted. He did not engage the 3 mages in conversation, but instead walked directly to Yale. "Uncle, why did you arrive so late?" Yale expressed his dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man, Yale's uncle, chuckled and replied, "Oh, were you anxious? Well, your carriage is ready. The last one carries some goods, which I've instructed them to unload. You all may proceed to the Holy Capital. Cass, you are to accompany the 3 and ensure the safety of young Master Yale." He commanded directly. From afar, a bald knight dismounted and approached Yale respectfully, saying, "Cass greets young Master Yale." Darren Cuiter, sitting beside Lin Lei, remarked with gleaming eyes, "Lin Lei, your brother Yale is no ordinary person." Just the way Cass dismounted and walked, not to mention a mere glance, I can sense that he possesses strength far superior to your Uncle Hillman. He is truly a master. Moreover, the eagle perched on his shoulder must be a level 7 magical beast, the azure-eyed thunder eagle. Being praised as a master by daring curators signified Cass was indeed remarkable. Lin Lei, let us go. Quickly board the carriage. We are heading to the holy capital, Yale beckoned. Lin Lei and the other three promptly followed suit. Entering the spacious interior of the carriage, which accommodated them comfortably. Meanwhile, the coachman set the carriage in motion towards the holy capital, Finley City, while Cass and the other 4 knightly guards flanked it. Inside the carriage, they discovered an assortment of fruits and even sealed fine wine, prompting the 4 brothers to indulge while engaging in lively discussions. The distance between Ernst Academy and Finley City was merely about 20 miles. And after approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at the holy capital Finley City. Upon disembarking, the 4 brothers, under the protection of Cass and his companions, began to explore Finley City. So, where should we go now? Finley City has plenty of exciting attractions. The East City is filled with extravagant venues and numerous beautiful attendants, while the West City boasts many artistic halls, such as the renowned Proxus Pavilion. Yale, well acquainted with Finley City, suggested. Beautiful attendants? Excellent. Let us head to the East City. Renault's eyes sparkled with mischief. It was still morning. The evening was when those places became truly entertaining, but Yale affirmed, we can go now. Lin Lei, however, felt somewhat reluctant about those venues and interjected, Yale, never mind. What do we children have to do there? You just mentioned the Proxus Pavilion. It's named after the master Proxus. It must be extraordinary. Let us go take a look. Proxus, the foremost figure in the stone sculpture realm throughout the history of the Yulan continent. Master Proxus? I've heard of him. It is said that one of his works was sold for millions of gold coins. I believe that piece was called Hope. Millions of gold coins? Good heavens, what immense wealth! Renault exclaimed. George, brimming with confidence, replied, from prehistoric times to the present, countless stone sculptures have been passed down. Any of the top 10 sculptures commands a price in the millions of gold coins. And among those top 10, Master Proxus alone occupies 3 slots. He can be considered the foremost figure in the stone sculpture realm throughout history. Lin Lei inhaled sharply. Millions of gold coins? What a staggering sum. Even if my family sold our ancestral home, we might only gather a mere 100,000 gold coins. Let us go see, Lin Lei declared decisively. Chapter 22. Proxus Pavilion, Part 2, The Proxus Pavilion. The premier institution of the stone sculpture world, has branches in several major cities across the Yulan continent. The Proxus Pavilion occupies a vast expanse, and most of those entering and exiting are individuals who consider themselves cultured. Within the Proxus Pavilion, wearing a few magical diamond rings would likely earn you disdain and mockery for lacking refinement, art, and culture. These are of utmost importance here. The entrance fee to the Proxus Pavilion is 1 gold coin per person. The melodic sounds of water flowing serenely emanated from the Proxus Pavilion, instilling a sense of tranquility in the heart of anyone who heard it. Visitors streamed in, including nobles, wealthy ladies, and elegantly attired young maidens. Each exuding a sense of taste. In front of the Proxus Pavilion, commoners could not help but feel a sense of inferiority. The 4 brothers, along with Cass and the 4 guards, arrived at the plaza in front of the Proxus Pavilion. Anyone with a discerning eye would notice the distinctive Ernst Academy uniforms worn by the brothers and the azure-eyed thunder eagle perched on Cass's shoulder, prompting a humble demeanor from those around them. Cass, you should come in with us. The other 3 will wait outside, Yale casually instructed. The 4 brothers, along with Cass, stepped inside the Proxus Pavilion. The central hall featured a grand human-shaped stone sculpture, representing the master of the stone sculpture realm. Master Proxus. The atmosphere in the Proxus Pavilion was exceptionally serene. Everyone, regardless of their status, spoke in hushed tones, fearful of disturbing others. Yale, Renault, George, and Lin Lei gazed in awe at the exquisite stone sculptures on display, each piece undeniably a masterpiece. The exhibition hall of the Proxus Pavilion is primarily divided into 3 sections: Ordinary Exhibition Hall, Master Exhibition Hall, and Grandmaster Exhibition Hall. The Ordinary Exhibition Hall showcases works from amateur stone sculptors who submit their pieces for public appraisal and pricing, with a display duration of 1 month, after which the highest bidder takes ownership. These works are generally mundane, valued at a few gold coins, with the exceptional ones reaching several dozen. Yale explained with a smile, the Master Exhibition Hall is quite different. It consists of independent exhibition rooms, each dedicated to the works of a single master. Typically, to be recognized as a master, one's stone sculpting prowess must be acknowledged, with their pieces generally valued around 1,000 gold coins. As for the Grand Master Exhibition Hall, it is even more prestigious. Within the innermost section of the pavilion, only a handful of masters' works are displayed, and the prices for these pieces are staggering, with each easily reaching tens of thousands of gold coins. While some of the master's renowned works can fetch hundreds of thousands, Lin Lei listened intently, feeling breathless. The mere thought of a master's work being worth tens of thousands of gold coins rendered money trivial for such artists. However, he understood that stone sculpture masters rarely produce works, as they strive to avoid any blemishes on their reputations. Creating a timeless piece requires strength, talent, and a moment of inspiration, Yale remarked thoughtfully. The works in the ordinary exhibition hall merely appear decent. Let us move forward. Yale led the way as they traversed the tranquil and spacious Proxus Pavilion. Accompanied by the soothing music, Lin Lei felt as though he were immersed in a sea of artistry. At that moment, Darren Cueter emerged from the Dragon Ring, also appreciating the surrounding sculptures. What rubbish! What level of craftsmanship dares to be displayed? Darren Cueter expressed his dissatisfaction. Grandpa Darren, Lin Lei turned to him. This is merely the ordinary exhibition hall. Ahead lies the Master Exhibition Hall and the Grand Master Exhibition Hall. The Proxus Pavilion? Darren Cueter paused, falling silent. Grandpa Darren, Lin Lei called out internally, noticing that Darren Cueter remained lost in thought and chose not to disturb him further. He continued alongside Yale, Renaud, and George to the Master Exhibition Hall, which indeed differed significantly. Within the Master Exhibition Hall, each Master's information and independent exhibition room locations were clearly displayed. Yale and Lin Lei entered one independent exhibition room after another. Although Lin Lei did not possess much knowledge of stone sculpture, he could clearly perceive that the works of these masters exuded a distinct aura, setting them apart from the ordinary pieces outside. As Lin Lei immersed himself in the various works, he suddenly heard Darren Cueter's voice in his mind. Not bad. You've grasped the basics. Darren Cueter nodded in appreciation. However, compared to Proxus's works, there remains a significant gap. Lin Lei was at a loss for words. Grandpa Darren, how could they possibly compare to Master Proxus? Lin Lei shook his head with a wry smile. Proxus was the unrivaled figure in the stone sculpture realm throughout history. Darren Cueter furrowed his brow, his white beard bristling with discontent. What's wrong? Was Proxus born a master? He too grew from an ordinary stone sculptor, eventually becoming a true master. Lin Lei was taken aback. Upon hearing Grandpa Darren's words, he found merit in them. After exploring each master's independent exhibition room, the four brothers proceeded to the innermost Grand Master Exhibition Hall. Everyone, remember, when in the Grand Master Exhibition Hall, do not reach out indiscriminately. If you damage something, the consequences would be dire. Yale reminded, as he stepped into the Grand Exhibition Hall. A serene atmosphere enveloped him. The hall was vast, yet the displayed masterpieces were remarkably few. With only a handful of masters represented, each showcasing merely 4 or 5 pieces, in this expansive space, there were only 20 or 30 artworks in total. Despite their scarcity, when Lin Lei and his companions beheld the stone sculptures, they were struck by an ethereal essence, as if these works were imbued with life itself. Indeed, I never expected that after 5 or 6 millennia, the craftsmanship of these stone sculptures would reach such heights, exclaimed Dellen Cowett, marveling. If they were to advance further, they might even rival the works of Prux. Immersed in the sanctum of art, Lin Lei and his companions felt their souls elevated. Evening descended at the entrance of Ernst Academy. Lin Lei and his companions disembarked from the carriage. You two, second and third, I told you to enjoy yourselves in Finley City tonight. Yet you? Yale lamented, his irritation evident. Yes, Renaud chimed in, echoing Yale's sentiments. George and Lin Lei exchanged a glance. Sharing a resigned smile, hurry, open the door, came a voice filled with fury and urgency. The four turned to see a young man, disheveled and clutching a bloodied youth, accompanied by a striking young woman. The injured youth's face was ashen, his left arm severed, exposing bone, and his chest marred by several claw marks. It appears yet another has suffered injuries during the trials in the Beast Forest. How many batches have we seen now? Yale remarked casually. The Beast Mountains lie to the east of the Holy Alliance. In truth, They are quite close to Ernst Academy, merely 100 miles away. Typically, a healthy individual could traverse that distance in half a day, George noted. At Ernst Academy, I have encountered the most beasts. Oh, there are those that soar through the skies and others that roam the earth. A diverse array. However, the majority of beasts are owned by the Academy's magical instructors and a select few upperclassmen. He continued. As the four brothers approached the Academy entrance, suddenly, Lin Lei, a familiar voice resonated. And Lin Lei turned, his face lighting up with surprise. Uncle Hillman, Chapter 23. A pleasant surprise. Hillman was standing in a corner near the Academy's entrance, now approaching with a smile. Ernst Academy is quite strict. They wouldn't let me enter and only permitted a guard to fetch you. I didn't expect you to come from outside. Yale, you three head back to the dormitory. I shall return shortly, Lin Lei instructed. Turning to his companions, Yale, George, and Reno exchanged smiles with Hillman before entering the academy. Uncle Hillman, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to wait until the end of the academic year to come for me? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Come, let's speak over here. Hillman pulled Lin Lei aside, unable to conceal his joy. Lin Lei, I have wonderful news, truly delightful news. Lin Lei's eyes brightened. What is it? He urged. Hillman smiled. You know about Little Warden's birthday, right? Yes, January 3rd. What does this have to do with Little Warden's birthday? Lin Lei asked, perplexed. Hillman chuckled. It is now December, so Little Warden is nearly 6 years old. Just last night, your father tested the concentration of the Dragon Blood Warrior bloodline in the Ancestral Hall, and the results were ... Ha ha. Hillman chuckled again. Lin Lei felt his heart race. The bloodline concentration test? Could it be that? Lin Lei pressed. Has Little Warden's Dragon Blood Warrior bloodline concentration reached the threshold? Hillman nodded enthusiastically. Yes, your father was overjoyed, celebrating with me until midnight. He said his greatest pride in life is having 2 sons, one a great magician and the other a Dragon Blood Warrior. Haha, that's fantastic. Lin Lei felt a surge of excitement. The Dragon Blood Warrior lineage, which had endured for over 5 millennia, had placed the responsibility squarely on Lin Lei's shoulders when Little Warden had yet to meet the bloodline threshold. The greater the past glory of the Dragon Blood Warriors, the heavier Lin Lei's burden became. But now, his brother's bloodline concentration was sufficient. With several decades of diligent training, he could ascend to become a formidable Dragon Blood Warrior. I came to share this joyous news. Your father also mentioned that the strongest individuals in Wushan Town are myself and your father, and we are merely 6th-level warriors. Our experience and skills cannot adequately teach your brother. And the records of your family can only be regarded as theoretical, Hillman stated with a serious expression. Therefore, your father has decided to send your brother to the O'Brien Academy in the O'Brien Empire for training. In the mightiest military empire, at the highest-ranking warrior academy, your brother will receive the best instruction. Lin Lei concurred. If one possesses great strength without sufficient skill or experience, one is merely a brute. Akin to a gorilla. But wait, Lin Lei frowned, looking at Hillman. Uncle Hillman, the tuition for O'Brien Academy must be exorbitant. They may offer free enrollment for local students, but the fees for external students are quite steep. I recall how much Reno's tuition at Ernst Academy was. Hillman nodded. O'Brien Academy charges approximately 5,000 gold coins per year. Your father intends to have Butler Sheely accompany Warden to the O'Brien Empire to care for him. The tuition is indeed high. Over 10 years, it amounts to 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. This would nearly require the Baruch family to liquidate almost all their assets, by the way. Uncle Hillman. Hillman regarded Lin Lei with curiosity as Lin Lei produced a magic crystal card from his pocket. Hillman exclaimed, a magic crystal card? How do you possess one? Your father does not even have one. Lin Lei grasped Hillman's arm and replied, I won this magic crystal card from a wealthy young lord in a magical duel. Come, let us visit the Four Nations Bank, at that moment. The security personnel at Ernst Academy did not obstruct Hillman, recognizing Lin Lei, who had left the academy that morning. For Lin Lei, having an excess of gold coins served little purpose. Being able to assist his family was more than sufficient. In the Baruch family mansion in Wushan Town, Hogg was deep in thought. Since a descendant of the family had achieved the requisite concentration of the Dragon Blood Warrior bloodline, they must cultivate him well. Even if it meant exhausting their fortunes, this was indisputable. He pondered over who to sell the stone-carved screen in his bedroom to. Philip, that miser, would never offer a fair price. Hogg continued to deliberate. The costs of sending little Warden to O'Brien Academy were staggering. He needed to devise a plan to sell some family possessions at high prices. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Hogg looked up and said, "Hillman, you're back? What is that you are carrying on your shoulder?" Hillman dropped the heavy bag to the ground, the thud indicating its weight. "Lord Hogg, this is something Lin Lei asked me to bring back." Hillman unfastened the bag and poured its contents onto the floor, revealing a pile of yellow pouches, the sound of coins clinking within them clear and distinct. Notably, these yellow pouches were specifically designed by the Four Nations Bank to hold gold coins. Each pouch typically contained exactly 100 coins. Gold coins? This many coins must total nearly 10,000. Hogg stared at Hillman in astonishment. "You say this is from Lin Lei?" Hillman affirmed solemnly. "In total, there are 9,900 gold coins. Lin Lei asked me to bring this to you." The wealthy young man at Ernst Academy lost a wager against Lin Lei in a magical duel, which resulted in a payment of 1,000 gold coins. Lin Lei stored it all in a magic crystal card and has now withdrawn every last coin. Hogg fell silent, gazing at the pile of gold coin pouches before him. Chapter 24. The Flat Blade School. Days later, at Ernst Academy, Lin Lei finished breakfast and set off towards the back mountain to train. As he walked along the path within the academy, a shadow mouse perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, surveying the surroundings. Given the presence of numerous magical beasts within Ernst Academy, no one paid any heed to Lin Lei's shadow mouse. Just then, he heard a clear voice nearby. "That's Lin Lei, the true #1 magician in our first year." He turned to see two adorable girls whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at him. When he caught their gaze, they giggled and covered their mouths. "I've become somewhat of a celebrity," Lin Lei thought to himself, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. In recent days, he had often overheard others discussing him. Having defeated Rand, the champion of the year in competition, Lin Lei was subtly recognized as the foremost expert in his year. Who's that ahead? Lin Lei's attention suddenly fixed on a slender figure in the distance. The golden-haired figure, petite in stature, bore a resemblance to Renua, exuding an aura of frigid indifference as she traversed the path. "Dixie?" Lin Lei's pupils involuntarily contracted. Dixie, now also 9 years old, was even younger than Lin Lei by a month when calculated by months. Yet, this mere 9-year-old child had already achieved the rank of a level 3 mage. Although it is known that advancing as a mage becomes increasingly arduous, attaining level 3 at such a tender age is still nothing short of astonishing. "It is indeed Dixie. I heard that her results from yesterday's year-end assessment indicated she has already reached level 4 mage." Some nearby girls aged 17 or 18 conversed amongst themselves. Most in the third year had already surpassed the age of 16, leaving only the prodigious Dixie in their midst. Level 4 mage. Lin Lei felt his heart constrict painfully. Both were 9 years old, with Dixie being a full month younger, yet she had already attained level 4 while he was merely a level 2 mage. Dixie's icy demeanor brushed past Lin Lei. The unparalleled genius Dixie was unmatched among her peers. A flash of light erupted from the dragon ring. As Dellen Kiwat smiled beside Lin Lei, "Lin Lei, your gap is not insurmountable." When Dixie enrolled, her mental prowess was 68 times that of her contemporaries. This indicates that she had not yet begun her training, yet her mental capacity had already reached the level 3 mage threshold. Thus, during her first year at Ernst Academy, she merely needed to accumulate sufficient magical energy to achieve level 3. Now, nearly 2 years into her enrollment, reaching level 4 is only to be expected. Lin Lei understood this well. Dixie's innate talent was extraordinarily high. She was born with such formidable mental strength, coupled with an affinity for elemental magic, enabling her to accumulate magical energy rapidly. While her training progressed swiftly, he estimated that it would take her 3 to 4 years to ascend from level 4 to level 5, and 4 to 5 years to reach level 6 from level 5. You are currently a level 2 mage, while she is a level 4 mage. However, I am confident that I can help you catch up within a decade, Dellen Kiwat asserted confidently. Lin Lei, however, was skeptical. "Grandfather Dellen, the higher the talent, the faster the training. Her innate abilities far surpass mine, and she is now 2 levels ahead of me. How could I possibly catch up in a mere 10 years? Lin Lei was no fool. His studies at Ernst Academy had illuminated the arduous journey of mages as they ascended each level. In the past, Dellen Kiwat had promised that Lin Lei would reach level 6 mage within 10 years. Yet Lin Lei harbored doubts about this, especially considering his current rate of progress. While conversing, Lin Lei had already exited the back gate of Ernst Academy and ventured directly into the mountains behind. As he swiftly navigated through the forested area, Dellen Kiwat suddenly spoke. Lin Lei, let us find a spot against the mountainside. Against the mountainside? Lin Lei queried, puzzled. Do not ask so many questions. When we arrive, I shall explain, Dellen Kiwat replied with a smile. The rear mountain was largely cloaked in vegetation and wild grasses, adorned with towering trees. After a brief search, Lin Lei discovered a suitable location that met Dellen Kiwat's request. Standing at the base of a protruding peak several hundred meters tall, Grandfather Dellen, what have you brought me here for? Lin Lei inquired, bewildered. Dellen Kiwat chuckled. Lin Lei, do you not believe that I can help you catch up to her within a mere decade? Ha ha, Lin Lei, as a holy domain mage, I possess a unique method for enhancing mental strength. A method for enhancing mental strength. Is it not meditation training that achieves this? Lin Lei questioned, eyeing Dellen Kiwat with curiosity. I concede that meditation training is quite effective, Dellen Kiwat replied with a faint smile, but it leaves one exceedingly fatigued. Of course it does. Meditation training entails the continuous exertion of mental energy until one reaches a threshold, followed by allowing that energy to recover. It is only natural to feel exhausted, Lin Lei remarked, furrowing his brow. Dellen Kiwat proudly stated, my method differs entirely. It does not deplete mental energy but instead serves as a form of entertainment. Entertainment? Lin Lei was taken aback. Indeed, this form of entertainment is sculpting. A glimmer of pride illuminated Dellen Kiwat's expression. Sculpting? You mean the kind of stone carving done at the Pluxus Guild? Lin Lei exclaimed in surprise. Dellen Kiwat smiled precisely. While others may labor intensely, sweating profusely during their sculpting, my approach may be somewhat taxing at first, yet the results in the latter stages are exceptionally rewarding. Is that truly the case? Lin Lei remained skeptical. Dellen Kiwat fixed him with a stern gaze. Lin Lei, do you doubt me? As a revered holy domain mage of the Puang Empire, several of my stone sculptures were sought after by nobles willing to pay 1,000,000 gold coins for them. How could I part with my proud creations? Such prowess. How is it that I've never heard of you among the names of sculpting masters? Lin Lei queried, puzzled. Dellen Kiwat awkwardly replied, well, I have concealed my works in a hidden chamber, unknown to all. After over 5,000 years, I no longer recall its exact location. Time has transformed the landscape. The former imperial capital of the Puang Empire has been leveled. Who knows where my hidden chamber lies? Oh, it remains a mystery. Lin Lei chuckled. You don't expect me to believe that? Dellen Kiwat retorted. Do you not? That young upstart Pluxus once came to me, pleading for a glimpse of my works. After studying them, he achieved a breakthrough, ultimately rising to become a master in his own right. By all accounts, he should be considered my disciple. Lin Lei was taken aback. Pluxus? You truly astonish me. The foremost figure in the world of stone sculpture, Pluxus, is considered a disciple of Grandfather Dellen? Naturally, Dellen Kiwat continued. While Pluxus may strive for perfection in his works, my creations pursue an entirely different extreme. I have named my sculpting technique the flat blade style. The flat blade style diverges from all other sculptural techniques, venturing into an entirely different realm. Initially, this method may appear laborious and cumbersome, yet in the latter stages, one will savor the true rewards. A look of unwavering confidence adorned Dellen Kiwat's face. His gaze shifted to Lin Lei as he smiled. Of course, until now, I have been the sole practitioner of the flat blade style. Starting today, you shall also join this lineage. Lin Lei, harboring immense trust in Grandfather Dellen, resolved to learn sculpting. Moreover, if what Dellen Kiwat claimed was true, not only would his own abilities flourish swiftly, but he could also become a master sculptor, potentially supporting his younger brother's tuition solely through his sculpting endeavors. Written records of history date back only several tens of thousands of years. Prior to that, in the vast expanse of time, written language had not yet fully formed, yet stone carving had long existed. Dellen Kiwat mused, tracing back hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, our ancestors would carve their observations and thoughts. This is the most ancient form of cultural transmission. Lin Lei nodded in agreement. Regardless of the artistic medium, none could rival the antiquity of stone carving. Throughout history, among countless forms of art, there exists none older than stone carving, nor any that can express human experiences, the joys, sorrows, and emotions, as profoundly as stone carving. This enduring legacy has ensured the art of stone carving thrives over millennia. Stone, with its inherent hardness, presents a significant challenge to sculpting. To imbue a piece with a unique spirit demands even greater skill. The more challenging the endeavor, the more precious the successful outcome becomes. Dylan Kiwat lamented. Lin Lei concurred inwardly. For instance, in painting, one may easily create a natural stroke. Yet achieving a similarly natural incision in stone is exceedingly difficult due to its hardness. The shape, texture, grain, and color of the stone convey not only tangible forms, but also the essence of beauty itself. Employing a chisel to remove excess stone reveals the elegant forms within, allowing them to emerge into view. This is the essence of stone carving. The process of sculpting is, in fact, a method of shaping both form and space. When sculpting, one begins externally, gradually removing waste material, step by step revealing the form. With each successive removal of waste, the form becomes increasingly distinct, allowing the creator to experience the exquisite sensation of the work emerging from its shell. As Dylan Kiwat spoke of stone carving, he could not be silenced. Yet Lin Lei also sensed Dylan Kiwat's deep admiration for the art. Conventional sculpting methods often require numerous tools, such as rounded chisels, flat chisels, angled chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, axes, saws, and many others. The multitude of tools is necessitated by the hardness of the stone itself. They utilize rounded chisels for shaping, flat chisels for cutting, triangular chisels for. While listening, Lin Lei began to grasp the fundamental principles of stone carving. Dylan Kiwat suddenly chuckled, however. My sculpting method diverges from all others, as I employ but a single tool, the flat chisel. Thus, I have dubbed my technique the flat blade. How could that be possible? How can one carve using only a flat chisel? Lin Lei immediately countered. You just mentioned, for instance, the scales of a fish. How could one sculpt that with a flat chisel? It seems utterly impossible. Not impossible for others, but entirely feasible for us earth mages, Dylan Kiwat asserted confidently. Earth mages can perceive the stone itself. With sufficient wrist strength, one can indeed sculpt solely with a flat chisel. Certainly, the art of the flat knife style is not as simple as it may seem. Your task today is to procure a sufficiently sharp flat knife. Starting tomorrow, I shall dedicate 3 hours each day to instructing you in the craft of stone carving. Chapter 25. 6 years the stream flowed gently, while Lin Lei sat cross-legged, wielding a flat knife and a stone the size of his palm. Beginning with the fundamentals, he practiced with this small stone. In the secluded mountains behind Ernst Academy, Lin Lei embarked on his journey of learning to sculpt, guided by daring Kurtid. As his understanding of the art deepened, Lin Lei gradually comprehended the reasons behind the flat knife style's ability to enhance one's mental fortitude in its later stages. While others required an array of tools for carving, often losing themselves in the complexities of switching implements, the flat knife style relied solely on a single tool. However, the challenge of mastering this singular tool was immense. The precision required to carve with a flat knife, especially in areas where a jade bowl knife might suffice, demanded an almost exacting understanding of the stone's texture. Furthermore, strength was paramount. Larger debris necessitated the use of an axe for cleaving. Relying solely on the flat knife required considerable might. The mastery of stone could be felt through the unique abilities of earth mages, while wrist strength demanded diligent training. At present, Lin Lei had achieved the rank of a second-level mage. And his wrist strength was commendable, yet it was still insufficient for larger works. Nevertheless, Lin Lei was merely laying the groundwork. As the academic year drew to a close, Lin Lei returned to Wushan town. After the new year, not long after reuniting with his younger brother, Woden, they departed for the O'Brien Empire under the care of butler Sheely, leaving Lin Lei watching with reluctance as the 6-year-old Woden, tears streaming down his face, parted ways with 10-year-old Lin Lei. Time flowed on. At Ernst Academy, Lin Lei remained an outlier, dedicating most of his day to rigorous training in the mountains. As he entered adolescence, his appetite surged, his stature grew, and his physical prowess and strength advanced exponentially. With Darren Cowert's guidance and Lin Lei's own diligent efforts, he made notable progress in stone carving. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered. And 3 years passed in the blink of an BYA waterfall in the mountains behind Ernst Academy. The cascading waters thundered down, crashing into a deep pool below. Lin Lei stood beside the waterfall, a flat knife nearly 30 centimeters in length in hand, continuously carving away at a stone towering above his waist. The flat knife danced, creating a blur, as stone debris flew away, revealing the rough shape of the sculpture beneath. From dawn until dusk, the stone carving grew increasingly distinct. Lin Lei's gaze was entirely absorbed in his work, his being seemingly immersed in nature, his spirit resonating with the essence of the stone. This extraordinary sensation dulled his awareness of time's passage, and the profound connection to nature rejuvenated and invigorated his mental energy. Unbeknownst to him, he wielded the flat knife with the ease of a master. As the remnants of stone diminished, the sculpture's form became ever clearer. When the sun set, Lin Lei finally halted his work. With a sigh of relief, he watched as stone fragments scattered, revealing the full form of his sculpture. A lifelike mouse, nearly half a meter long, stood before him, so realistic that it could easily be mistaken for a living creature. This provoked a flurry of squeaks from his pet shadow mouse, Bei, who observed the scene with excitement. The entire piece had been executed in one fluid motion. What a marvelous sensation! At that moment, Lin Lei realized his mental acuity had significantly increased. Darren Cowart, clad in a moonlight-hued robe, stood nearby with a beaming smile. Lin Lei, from this day forth, you may consider yourself as having officially entered the realm of sculpture. You have felt that remarkable sensation, have you not? However, your work can only be deemed a semblance of the real thing. Fit for display in the ordinary hall of the Pluxus Guild. Presenting it elsewhere would be a disgrace. Yes, Grandfather Darren. With a series of swift movements, Lin Lei sliced the sculpture into several pieces. Over the course of that year, he had indeed made his foray into the world of stone carving, and he was now 13 years old. Day after day, year after year, as he delved deeper into the art, Lin Lei's mental prowess advanced at an accelerated pace. Specifically, he had attained the rank of a second-level mage by the age of 9 and reached the third level by 11. By the age of 13? He had ascended to the fourth level. The challenges of progressing through the ranks of mages intensified dramatically, and it was typically expected that the transition from fourth to fifth level would take nearly 3 years. Yet, astonishingly, in the autumn of the year 9996 of the Yuan calendar, when Lin Lei was merely 14 and a half, he achieved the rank of fifth-level mage, accomplishing this feat in just a year and a half, an even swifter progression than from third to fourth level. This, indeed, was the transformative power of the flat knife style. In the spring of 9997 of the Yuan calendar, Lin Lei entered his 7th year at Ernst Academy, now at the age of 15. Clad in a sky-blue robe, he traversed the paths of the academy, his beloved shadow mouse, Bei, perched upon his shoulder. Remarkably, even after 6 or 7 years, Bei's size had remained unchanged. Lin Lei now stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. Exuding an aura of calm maturity, the continuous enhancement of his body through earth and wind elemental magic, coupled with relentless training and the innate advantages of his dragon blood warrior lineage, endowed him with the strength of a fourth-level warrior. He could effortlessly lift boulders weighing several hundred kilograms and shatter stones with a single blow. The study of the flat knife style had also significantly bolstered Lin Lei's mental prowess since he turned 13. At the beginning of 9997, he entered the 5th grade at Ernst Academy, sharing the same year as the Academy's top prodigy, Dixie. Dixie had spent 3 years achieving the rank of 5th-level mage, yet he struggled to progress from 5th to 6th level. At 15, Lin Lei was a 5th-level mage. Both he and Dixie were regarded as extraordinary individuals, but in the eyes of most, Lin Lei was the more remarkable one. After all, based on the Academy's assessment timeline, Lin Lei had seemingly attained the 5th level in just 1 year after reaching the 4th. His astounding rate of progress left everyone in awe. Lin Lei and Dixie were widely recognized as the 2 unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy. Look, it's Lin Lei. He reached 4th-level mage 2 years ago and has already achieved 5th-level mage just last year, merely a year apart. It's astonishing. I predict Lin Lei will surpass Dixie and reach 6th-level mage even sooner. As Lin Lei walked along the path, many whispered in hushed tones, captivated by the presence of the Academy's acknowledged prodigies. Despite his formidable abilities, Lin Lei chose not to participate in any competitions or tournaments. A genius? Lin Lei chuckled to himself. He never considered himself a genius. Rather, his achievements were the result of relentless dedication to his craft over 6 years, coupled with Grandfather Darren's meticulous guidance. Yet still, he thought, my strength is still inferior to Bei's. Turning to his side, he asked, Bei, What level have you reached now? Squeak, Bebe grinned at Lin Lei, communicating through their bond. I am not quite sure. I haven't tested my skills against other magical beasts. But you, my friend, are no match for me. Hee hee. Bebe seemed quite pleased, disregarding the admiration and chatter of those around them. Lin Lei calmly exited the rear gates of Ernst Academy and ventured into the mountains once more, resuming his arduous training, which was instrumental to his success. He moved gracefully through the woods. While Bebe engaged in lively conversation with him through their mental connection, Lin, when will we embark on the magical beast forest trials? You've achieved 5th level mage status. It's time for you to start the trials. And I, Bebe, can truly shine. There's no rush, Lin Lei replied succinctly. Oh, how disheartening. I'm a magical beast, yet I've never set foot in the magical beast forest. How tragic. After 6 years, Bebe's articulation had noticeably improved. Quiet. If you keep making noise, I want tea roast meat for you today, Lin Lei warned, causing Bebe to immediately fall silent. As Lin Lei navigated through the woods, Darren Cowart floated nearby, watching Lin Lei with a sense of pride. Lin Lei, Darren Cowart suddenly called out. Lin Lei turned, smiling at Darren Cowart, and they engaged in a mental exchange. Grandfather Darren, is there something you wish to discuss? With a smile, Darren Cowart replied, based on your recent works, I can officially inform you that your stone carving skills have reached a level of initial mastery. Lin Lei's eyes brightened with excitement. Grandfather Dellen possesses a peculiar temperament. He insists that any stone carving not meeting his exacting standards must be destroyed, regardless of its completion. In the words of Dellen Cowart, such works, if left to exist in this world, would tarnish the reputation of our flat chisel school and bring disgrace upon me, a distinguished archmage of the sacred realm. Consequently, Lin Lei finds himself compelled to demolish numerous works that could otherwise be sold. Entering the Hall of Mastery? What do you mean, Grandfather Dellen? Lin Lei inquires, his eyes gleaming with surprise as he gazes at Dellen Cowart. The latter nods with delight, replying, indeed, from this day forth, your stone carvings, upon completion, shall not be destroyed. They are worthy of existence. Naturally, you may also choose to present your works at the Plux Hall for sale, thereby enhancing the reputation of our flat chisel school while earning some gold in the process. Chapter 1. The Stone Carving, Part 1. The warmth of spring sunlight enveloped the courtyard, where the youth of dormitory 1987 lingered. Yale, George, and Reno engaged in lighthearted banter. Now, both Yale and George had reached the age of 16, while Reno was 14. The trio had grown remarkably tall, with even the shortest among them, George, standing at over 1.60 meters, and the tallest, Yale, towering at an impressive 1.90 meters. George, stop pretending with us. The fourth has already lost his virginity. Are you still playing coy with the third? Yale jested, lifting 2 small stone weights as he exercised his chest muscles. Each of these small stones weighed approximately 20 to 30 pounds, objects that Lin Lei would typically overlook. Come on, Yale, don't push me. You two go to Crystal Paradise in Finley City, while I'll just enjoy a drink outside with the third. Sounds splendid. Doesn't it? George replied with a smile. Reno chimed in with a smirk. George, you're hardly a man. George could only manage a resigned smile. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Yale set down the small stone weights and glanced toward the entrance, remarking, it must be the third coming. Let us prepare for a meal. His words were abruptly cut off. Lin Lei appeared, shouldering a massive stone, which stood nearly 1 meter tall and surely weighed several hundred pounds. Yet, he carried it with apparent ease into the courtyard, leaving Yale, George, and Reno utterly speechless. Lin Lei casually placed the enormous stone in a corner of the courtyard, the heavy thud upon impact sending a shiver through the hearts of his companions. What in the world is this? Third, I know you possess great strength, but how can it be so immense? Yale stared at the stone, pondering if it might be hollow. Approaching it, he wrapped his arms around it in an attempt to lift it. Humph! Yale strained with all his might, his face turning crimson, yet the stone remained steadfast, unmoving. Yale, don't waste your energy. You can't lift that. Lin Lei chuckled. Yale's strength was less than that of a first-tier warrior. How could he possibly move it? Reno's eyes widened as he gazed at the stone, marveling, then turned to Lin Lei, puzzled. Hey, Lin Lei, what do you need such a large stone for in the dormitory? Ah, I see. Reno's eyes lit up. I once saw a formidable warrior using massive stones for weight training. Are you planning to do the same? He mused. That stone could crush me into a pancake. George looked at the stone, expressing his amazement, then turned to Lin Lei with curiosity. Third, what purpose do you have for bringing this stone into the dormitory? Lin Lei smiled at his three good brothers. Uttering two words, stone carving. According to Delinquator, his stone carving had already reached the threshold of mastery, yet the process of sculpting a stonework is time-consuming. 1 or 2 days is hardly sufficient. In the past, he could carelessly leave his projects in the back mountains without concern for damage, but times had changed. Stone carving? Yale, Reno, and George stared at Lin Lei with astonished eyes. Is it surprising? Lin Lei asked his three companions. Reno quickly responded, not just surprising. It's beyond belief. We've been together for 6 or 7 years, yet we've never seen you carve anything. Are you truly planning to start learning stone carving today? Lin Lei chuckled. Who said I'm starting today? I've been practicing sculpture in the back mountains for over 5 years. This time, once I finish this piece, I intend to exhibit it at the Plux Hall and see if I can sell it for some gold. To gather enough gold for his younger brother, Walton, to study under the stewardship of Hiri in the O'Brien Empire, the Baruch family's wealth had been nearly depleted. Yet, even so, Hogg was quite pleased. What did it matter if the family coffers were empty? His eldest son, Lin Lei, was a student at Ernst Academy, destined to emerge as a respected and powerful mage, while his youngest son, Walton, had the potential to become a dragonblood warrior. Hogg could foresee the glory that awaited the Baruch family. Plux Hall? Yale and the others exchanged surprised glances at Lin Lei. He was the pride of their dormitory 1987, having entered the 5th year at Ernst Academy at the tender age of 15. Widely recognized alongside Dixie as the two unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy, Yale and the others acknowledged Lin Lei's genius. But stone carving is an incredibly profound art. Many toil for decades, only to achieve the status of an ordinary craftsman. As a tradition steeped in age, could success be so easily attained? Lin Lei audaciously aspired to showcase his work at the pinnacle of stone carving. The Plux Hall. Third, don't let your head get too hot. George joked, attempting to console him. Lin Lei, I worried will anyone even buy your work? Reno frowned skeptically. Yale laughed heartily. What sort of talk is that? Third, go ahead and exhibit it. As long as it's your creation, I'll buy it for 10,000 gold to show my support. I mean it. Lin Lei retrieved a flat chisel from his pocket. A flat chisel? Reno exclaimed in surprise. It seems you are well prepared. But I initially intended to learn stone carving as well. There are many tools for it. Flat chisels, round chisels, triangular chisels, jade bowl chisels, and even axes. Are you only going to use this one tool? Both Reno and Yale, along with George, had a general understanding of various arts. Lin Lei did not elaborate further. With the flat chisel in hand, he naturally entered a state of tranquility, sensing the elemental flow within the massive stone. He could faintly perceive the internal grain of the stone and smiled as he swung his chisel. The glint of the blade reflected the sunlight, causing Reno and the others to squint involuntarily. Yet they remained fixated on the stone. With swiftness and grace, the chisel danced repeatedly over the same area, sending a large fragment of waste stone flying. How is this possible? Yale gasped in astonishment. Such sizable fragments should require an axe to cleave, yet he was merely using a flat chisel. What tremendous strength must this require? Reno and George fell into a stunned silence. Strength, to achieve the elegance Lin Lei displayed. With such smooth and even cuts, it was clear that raw strength alone was insufficient. Lin Lei exuded a serene demeanor, as calm as a tranquil lake, the flat chisel flowing as an extension of his right hand. Swiftly carving into the stone, with shards of stone continually being cast aside. The gracefulness of Lin Lei's chisel work was a visual delight. Third, he, Yale, George, and Reno exchanged glances, each harboring a profound realization. Lin Lei was indeed a master of stone carving. Tranquil, natural, harmonious. Lin Lei reveled in the sensation of carving. At his current level, he required no conscious thought regarding the force needed for each stroke. The flat chisel would effortlessly achieve perfection. This was a matter of subconscious instinct. In contrast to the flat chisel school, other carving styles could not offer such fulfillment. Their masters needed to employ various tools for different techniques, requiring considerable mental effort in this state of natural harmony. Lin Lei's mental acuity flourished, akin to grass nourished by spring rain, rapidly growing. This sensation of natural growth brought him to the pinnacle of delight, a profound comfort emanating from within. Abruptly, Lin Lei's right hand halted. Stone debris flew, settling to the ground only after a considerable pause, and the massive stone had begun to take on the rough embryonic form of a reptile. "What are you three standing around for?" Dumbfounded, Lin Lei laughed, turning to his companions. "I've merely created the most basic rough shape. The time required for the subsequent details will be considerable. Come, let us go have lunch." Yale, Reno, and George exchanged glances, just from Lin Lei's earlier display. They were certain he was a master. Impressive, Yale remarked with admiration. A genius, Reno marveled, further adding, a genius among masters. George concluded, even among those who study stone carving, finding someone who could reach Lin Lei's level in 5 or 6 years is exceedingly rare, perhaps one in a century. Chapter 2. The Stone Carving, Part 2. At the Waldley Hotel, as Yale remarked, "Today I discovered that the third is actually a master of stone carving. We ought to celebrate this properly. Come, let us head to the Waldley Hotel." Thus, the four friends entered the Waldley Hotel, where the moment they stepped inside, numerous students on the first floor turned their heads in their direction. The majority of the students' gaze was fixed upon Lin Lei. Dixie, Lin Lei. The two most dazzling prodigies of Ernst Academy, wherever they went, were the center of attention. In the distance, several students began to whisper among themselves. The four brothers took their seats, and just as the dishes were being served, a sudden squeak. The slumbering Bebe emerged from the collar of Lin Lei's outer robe, his bright eyes fixated on a glossy roasted chicken on the table. Reno immediately seized the chicken and offered it to the little shadow mouse. "Bebe, here you go." "Lin Lei, I'm off to eat." Bebe instantly communicated a message of the soul to Lin Lei. Before Lin Lei could respond, Bebe sprang onto the table and seized the roasted chicken. Devouring it voraciously in less than 10 seconds, the entire chicken was consumed by the little shadow mouse, which was even smaller than the chicken itself. "Third brother, every time I see Bebe eat like this, my heart feels a twitch," Yale chuckled. After finishing, Bebe turned to Lin Lei, who frowned at the sight of Bebe's greasy paws. "Squeak." Bebe playfully called out to Lin Lei a few times, then squinted his little eyes in satisfaction. Emitting a black glow from his entire body, in an instant, the black light vanished, leaving Bebe's once greasy paws and mouth spotless. Bebe puffed out his little face, looking at Lin Lei while chirping, simultaneously transmitting a message. "Lin Lei, all cleaned up now, right?" Lin Lei couldn't help but laugh. With a flick, Bebe darted into the folds of Lin Lei's clothing. The four brothers then casually chatted and feasted. "By the way, third brother, if you wish to send your stone sculptures to the Pruxis Gallery, there are a few points to consider," Yale advised Lin Lei. "Oh, what should I pay attention to?" Lin Lei inquired, as he was utterly unaware of the regulations regarding the submission of works to the Pruxis Gallery. Yale smiled and explained, "Typically, the lower left corner of a stone sculpture must bear your name or code, indicating that it is your work. That is the first point. Second, when sending your sculptures to the Pruxis Gallery's warehouse, they must be sealed to prevent damage during transport. Once the sealed sculptures arrive at the warehouse, personnel will inspect the works for integrity and meticulously record your identification information. Generally, within 3 days, your works will be displayed in the ordinary exhibition hall of the Pruxis Gallery." Lin Lei nodded. "Engraving a code and name on the sculptures is to prevent impersonation. Sealing them for protection makes sense. Some sculptures are intricately carved, and collisions during transport could lead to damage. Sealing them and stuffing some paper or rags inside for protection would indeed be much safer." "How does the Pruxis Gallery handle pricing?" Lin Lei pressed further, as he was eager to earn money to improve his family's financial situation. Yale replied proudly, "Once the sculptures are placed in the exhibition hall, potential buyers will set the prices. After a month, the highest bid will secure the sculpture, and you will receive your payment. Of course, the Pruxis Gallery will take a 1% commission, capped at 10 gold coins. If your sculpture's price exceeds 1,000 gold coins, the commission remains at 10 gold coins, regardless of how high the price goes." Lin Lei understood. "Third brother, rest assured, I will arrange everything properly in Finley City to ensure your satisfaction," Yale said, playfully draping an arm around Lin Lei's shoulder. "If your sculptures sell well, I will also gain face." George, observing Lin Lei, couldn't help but exclaim, "Third brother, you are now a 5th-grade student and destined to become a master sculptor. Your future is limitless, far surpassing ours. A master sculptor? Please, spare me the flattery. Lin Lei replied with a self-deprecating smile. The four brothers continued to eat and chat, relishing the comfortable life at Ernst Academy. Yale set down his goblet and suddenly sighed. I remember when I was younger, training at home was far more grueling than this. Reno chimed in. We are all students of Ernst Academy. Why Grandfather Lum once told me that the world outside is chaotic, filled with killings and endless strife. It's only because the Church of Light stands behind Ernst Academy that we can live in peace. Once we venture out for trials, we will truly understand the cruelty of this world. Indeed, Lin Lei nodded in agreement. Now that I am in the 5th grade, many students in my class have already gone out for training. From their accounts, some students have lost their lives in battles, with many severely injured or crippled. Without experiencing real life and death combat, it is difficult for us to grow. We are like pets raised by nobles, living comfortably, but how can we compare to the savagery of wild beasts outside? George lamented, I truly yearn for the bloody life and death battles that upperclassmen face. Such exhilarating days must be thrilling. Yale, George, Reno, and Lin Lei were all around 15 or 16 years old, each harboring a desire for the thrilling days that awaited them in the outside world. However, the likes of Yale and the others were too weak. Venturing out to fight in the realm of life and death would entail a high mortality rate. Lin Lei, you are already in the 5th grade, right? Reno suddenly remarked. Yale and George turned their attention to Lin Lei, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Lei took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I am a 5th-level mage, considered a high-level mage. I plan to train in the Monster Mountain Range for 2 months, starting in June and return in August. Lin Lei had long since formulated this plan. The Monster Mountain Range? Yale, George, and Reno gasped in shock. The Monster Mountain Range, the premier mountain range of the entire Yulon continent, lies less than 100 miles east of Ernst Academy and is indeed a common sight for many upperclassmen's 2nd and 3rd trials. Most students choose less hazardous tasks for their first trials, such as escorting goods. You plan to undertake your first trial in the Monster Mountain Range? Reno pressed, with Yale and George sharing a look of concern. Don't worry. I have confidence in myself, Lin Lei assured them. With the strength of a 5th-level mage and a 4th-level warrior, coupled with the swift pace of a 4th-level warrior, using the Wind Magic Extreme as support would enable Lin Lei to reach the speed of a 6th-level warrior. Most importantly, Lin Lei could cast the advanced Wind Magic Levitation. Chapter 3. The night of Crystal Waters Paradise. As time flowed by, it was already the end of May. Over the past 2 months, Lin Lei had spent the majority of his time meditating, with some time dedicated to sculpting and reading. The library at Ernst Academy boasts an immense collection of books, and during his reading, Lin Lei's knowledge continued to expand. On the morning of May 29, Lin Lei, Yale, Reno, and George stood in the square in front of the Pruxis Gallery, beside a carriage laden with 3 wooden crates. Over the past 2 months, Lin Lei had completed 9 stone sculptures. However, for this first submission to the Pruxis Gallery, he decided to test the waters with just 3 pieces. You all carry these 3 crates, Yale instructed. Immediately, some servants from Yale's family lifted the crates. Third brother, follow me, Yale said, clearly familiar with the route, leading the way to the side entrance of the Pruxis Gallery. The gallery was vast, and a modest door stood a few hundred meters from the main entrance, guarded by a middle-aged gentleman dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing Yale and the others approach, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he promptly greeted them with a smile. Young Master Yale. Welcome, Yale nodded with a smile. You should be aware of my purpose for coming. This is my good brother Lin Lei, and these 3 stone sculptures are his. Please have your warehouse staff move these crates inside promptly. Just a moment, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Soon, several porters arrived from inside the passage. The middle-aged man turned to Lin Lei with a grin, saying, Young Master Lin Lei, according to our regulations at the Pruxis Gallery, we must record your identification information. You just need to provide your Ernst Academy student ID for me to document. The Ernst Academy student ID was sufficient to verify his identity. Lin Lei took out his student ID from his pocket. The middle-aged man took the ID, opened it, and his eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at Lin Lei. 5th grade? It was evident from Lin Lei's age that he had achieved the level of a 5th-level mage at such a young age, which was indeed impressive. Yale couldn't help but boast, my brother here is one of the 2 unparalleled prodigies of our Ernst Academy. He reached the 5th-level mage realm by the end of last year at just 14. 2 unparalleled prodigies of Ernst Academy? The middle-aged man understood immediately that Lin Lei's potential was boundless, and his demeanor became much more humble. After recording Lin Lei's identification information, He marked the 3 crates accordingly. Young Master Linley, everything is in order. You only need to return in a month to collect your remuneration, the middle-aged man said with a smile. A month later? I won't have time then. Is it possible to delay for 2 or 3 months? Linley inquired. In a week or 2. Linley is preparing to venture into the Magic Beast Mountains, a journey expected to last nearly 2 months. There is no rush. As long as your works are sold, you can collect your remuneration at any time. The middle-aged man nodded and affirmed. Yale furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the matter? I recall that in the past, you required an inspection of the interior of the stone sculptures before accepting them. Why is there no inspection this time? The middle-aged man replied, Inspecting the insides of the wooden crates is to prevent individuals from delivering damaged stone sculptures. If we do not conduct an inspection, they might later claim that the sculptures were damaged by our gallery and attempt to extort us. However, these 3 stone sculptures were sent by you. Young Master Yale and young Master Linley, I believe that individuals of your stature would never resort to such deceit. The middle-aged man was keenly aware of Yale's reputation. Would he truly engage in extorting the Plux gallery? The paltry sum he might gain from such a scheme would hardly suffice for Yale's casual expenditures. As for the creator of the stone sculptures, Linley, he was renowned as one of the 2 unparalleled geniuses of Ernst Academy. Such a person would never lower himself to engage in extortion. That night, on the 3rd floor of Azure Paradise deep within the Champs, Lycées of Finley East City, Linley and his companions were occupying a private room. The nightlife in Finley City was exceptionally lively, and the atmosphere in Azure Paradise reached the zenith of exuberance, with the sounds of flirtatious laughter from women and the hearty guffaws of men echoing throughout. The 4 brothers were enjoying drinks and casual conversation, accompanied by 4 charming young ladies. Eldest brother, second brother, I will retire to rest now. You too, Yale said, wrapping his arm around a girl with green hair. Reeking of alcohol, all right, Yale, do stop your rambling, shall you? Linley interjected. Yale and Reno exchanged glances, casting disdainful looks at Linley and George, before each took a beauty and exited the private room. Since 2 years ago, Linley and his companions had frequented this place. Generally, Yale and Reno indulged in merriment while Linley and Reno merely enjoyed drinks and light conversation. Young Master Linley, we have known each other for 2 years. Yet you, the girl named Ella, seated beside Linley, remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Linley felt a headache coming on. Ella, if you are tired, please return to rest. It will not cost you a copper coin. Linley replied coldly, which caused Ella to refrain from further protest. It was indeed a rarity to come to Azure Paradise and only drink. A stream of light burst forth from the dragon coil ring, transforming into Darren Cowett. With a broad smile, Darren Cowett looked at Linley and teased, Oh, Linley, with women before you, why this grim demeanor? Alas, it is a pity that I, a grand archmage of the holy domain, now exist merely as a soul. I cannot even touch a woman, and you rascal, still present this way? Grandfather Darren, Linley frowned and communicated his displeasure telepathically. Darren Cowett smirked, You have yet to savor the pleasures of women. Once you do, I imagine your demeanor will change entirely. Linley turned his gaze towards the window, choosing to ignore the lecherous old man. The cool air from outside brushed against his face, calming his mind. What exactly lay within the Magic Beast Mountains? In a week or 2, he would soon embark on his journey. At Ernst Academy, Linley had heard many legends about the Magic Beast Mountains, and Darren Cowett had shared numerous tales as well. However, Linley had never set foot there. All he could do was imagine the scenery of the mountains. 1 week later, as he gazed at the endless night sky through the window, Linley made a decision. Chapter 4. The Price, Part 1. At the Plux Gallery, the music resonating throughout the establishment flowed like a gentle stream through the hearts of its visitors, who quietly admired each stone sculpture on display. The gallery was primarily divided into 3 grand exhibition halls: the Ordinary Hall, the Master Hall, and the Grand Master Hall. Among them, the Ordinary Hall was the largest, showcasing the most stone sculptures. In the northeastern corner of the Ordinary Hall, 3 unique pieces were displayed, possessing a distinctly special aura that anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about stone carving would immediately perceive. Yet, with over 10,000 sculptures in the Ordinary Hall, these 3 pieces were akin to a needle in a haystack, easily overlooked. Most of the sculptures were impressive in appearance, yet lacked substance. The now 160-year-old Count Juno strolled leisurely through the main hall of the Plux Gallery, his gaze sweeping over the various stone sculptures. Count Juno had no particular hobbies apart from his passion for stone sculptures, dedicating every morning to leisurely perusing the gallery. However, few pieces in the ordinary hall ever caught his eye. "My Lord Count, what stone sculpture has captured your attention?" A beautiful female attendant approached him. Given Count Juno's daily visits, the staff at the Plux Gallery had grown quite familiar with him. Count Juno shook his head with a smile. "Not yet, Lord Count. The works in the ordinary hall are far inferior to those in the Master Hall and Grand Master Hall. Why do you spend so much of your time in the ordinary hall?" The attendant inquired with curiosity. Count Juno feigned a mysterious smile and replied, "You wouldn't understand. There are so many pieces in the ordinary hall that one might just stumble upon a hidden gem. The feeling of sifting through sand to find gold is truly enchanting, oh?" The attendant looked at Count Juno with a hint of confusion. Count Juno chose not to elaborate further and continued admiring the sculptures. However, upon reaching Lin Lei's three pieces, Count Juno's eyes lit up. With a century of expertise in stone sculpture, he immediately discerned the uniqueness of these works: cool, natural, aloof. Count Juno involuntarily remarked it was an essence. For a stone sculpture to be deemed a masterpiece, it must possess a particularly distinctive aura. Count Juno was captivated by the refreshing and proud quality radiating from these three pieces, which deeply moved him. "Come here and record the price. For these three pieces, I shall offer 100 gold coins each," Count Juno instructed the attendant beside him. She immediately smiled and retrieved a notepad from her bosom, noting down the numbers of the three sculptures and inscribing the price. She then produced 3 stickers, affixing them beside each of the sculptures, each marked with 100 gold coins, as the attendant recorded. Count Juno scrutinized the 3 sculptures with increasing admiration. "Wait, something's not right." Count Juno's dim eyes suddenly brightened as he fixated on one particular sculpture of a velociraptor. The seamless carving of the scales on its back and the outline of its legs was astonishing. Logically, the scales should have been carved with a round chisel, while the leg contours would require a flat chisel. Achieving such perfect fluidity was virtually impossible. Having studied stone sculptures for a century, Count Juno was not particularly wealthy, yet his unique insight allowed him to acquire sculptures at low prices and sell them at high prices, making him one of the affluent in Finley City. Could it be achieved using a single tool? Impossible. The curvature of the scales and the depth of the recesses, besides a round chisel, what other tool could achieve such perfection? Count Juno's brow furrowed deeply. He had never encountered such an enigmatic sight. "Why, Lord Count?" The attendant, noticing his intensity, softly called out. Count Juno's eyes brightened as he thought, "I did not expect to encounter such extraordinary pieces in the ordinary hall. If I mark them at 100 gold coins, it might attract scrutinizing eyes, potentially elevating their value significantly." Count Juno swiftly made a decision. He would wait until the last day or two of the exhibition to adjust the prices accordingly. "Please rescind my offer," Count Juno directly instructed the attendant beside him. "Rescind?" The attendant was taken aback. Generally, once an offer was made, it could not be retracted. However, given Count Juno's status as a regular patron, she promptly removed the 3 stickers. "May I ask, my Lord Count, why have you rescinded?" the attendant inquired. Count Juno smiled mysteriously and replied, "That is not for you to question. By the way, when does the exhibition of these 3 sculptures conclude?" The attendant carefully checked her records and smiled as she informed him, "The last day of the exhibition for these 3 pieces is June 30th. They were just moved here for display yesterday afternoon." Count Juno nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall continue to explore. You may attend to your duties," he said with a smile. However, Count Juno's heart swelled with delight. He believed that each of these 3 sculptures could realistically command a price of around 3,000 gold coins. Typically, the works of skilled artisans fetched about 1,000 gold coins. The unique carving techniques employed in these 3 pieces alone could elevate their prices by a factor of 2. Count Juno, a daily visitor to the Plux Gallery, was indeed not mistaken. The sheer plethora of stone sculptures in the ordinary hall ensured that these 3 exceptional works went unnoticed. Even if someone did catch a glimpse, they would likely only perceive them as commendable without comprehending their true value. On the 10th of June, Count Juno once again arrived at the Proxys Pavilion, casually observing the ordinary exhibition hall. However, when he approached the 3 stone sculptures created by Lin Lei, His expression abruptly changed, for each of the sculptures bore a price tag. Each piece was priced at 300 gold coins. Upon seeing this price, Count Juno inwardly cursed. Fool! Even if these sculptures are exceptional, the initial price should not be set so high. Is this merely a ploy to attract attention? Filled with indignation, Count Juno found himself powerless. As he lacked the authority to rescind another's bid he had anticipated. On the 12th of June, when Count Juno returned, he discovered that the price tags had changed. 500 gold coins. His eyes narrowed. It seemed there were indeed many discerning patrons. On the 30th of June, it was quite unusual for Count Juno to arrive in the morning. He chose to come in the evening, as the Proxus Pavilion remained open until midnight. Lin Lei's 3 stone sculptures would also remain until after midnight. The previous bid was 625 gold coins, and he intended to place his final offer. Count Juno smiled as he approached the sculptures. 900 gold coins? Who was the imbecile who made that bid? Upon seeing the price, Count Juno's anger surged. The previous bid had merely been 625 gold coins, and now it had escalated to this amount. Even in his fury, Count Juno felt helpless. He resolved to wait patiently. After a considerable time, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock, with only an hour before closing. A smile crept onto Count Juno's face. Within Finley City, Count Juno was regarded as a moderate noble. In his youth, he had faced considerable hardship, but through his collection of stone sculptures, his wealth gradually increased. And he now possessed assets amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, making him a respectable, affluent individual. Count Juno, is that you? A middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, dressed in a tailcoat, approached with a smile. Count Juno's expression involuntarily shifted upon recognizing the visitor, yet he maintained a composed smile. Ah, it is Count Demu. What brings you here at this late hour? Internally, however, Count Juno sensed impending trouble. Count Juno and Count Demu were both well-known collectors within the stone sculpture circles of Finley City. Me? I am here for these 3 stone sculptures, Count Demu declared, his mustache curling in self-satisfaction. Count Juno, look at the unique charm of these 3 pieces. They are incredibly captivating. The master who created such sculptures must be an extraordinary individual. Count Juno felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, Count Demu also valued these 3 sculptures. And it seemed he had come at 11 o'clock with similar intentions. Miss, could you come here for a moment? Count Demu politely called to a nearby female attendant, who approached with a smile. Count Demu gestured towards the 3 sculptures crafted by Lin Lei. For each of these pieces, I bid 1,000 gold coins. The attendant nodded politely. Please hold on. She took out a record book, noted the identification numbers and bid amounts, and affixed new price tags beside the sculptures. 1,000 gold coins. Count Juno's eye muscles twitched slightly. Count Demu smiled and looked at Count Juno. Count Juno, these 3 sculptures are indeed remarkable. By the way, Count Juno, why are you out at this late hour? Surely, you are not here just for these sculptures. Count Juno pondered briefly. He had not anticipated Count Demu's keen interest in these sculptures. He had not paid them much mind until now. Allow me to observe them more closely, Count Juno replied with a smile, then focused intently on the 3 sculptures, disregarding Count Demu's presence. Observing this, Count Demu smirked inwardly. Old fool, do you think I cannot discern your intentions? The sound of music, as natural as a babbling brook, filled the Proxus Pavilion, as both Count Demu and Count Juno quietly admired the other artworks. Enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, suddenly, the clock on the wall chimed. Midnight had arrived. Miss, come here for a moment, Count Juno called to the distant attendant, who promptly jogged over. For these 3 pieces, I bid 110 gold coins. Count Juno placed his bid at the last moment. The attendant noted that the original price of the sculptures was 1,000 gold coins and silently thought to herself that it was fortunate Count Juno had raised his bid by 10 coins rather than just 1. Please hold on. The attendant retrieved her record book. Count Juno, you only raised your bid by 10 coins? I bid 1,100 gold coins. Count Demu's voice rang out, causing Count Juno to frown and glance up. Count Demu approached with a confident demeanor, a hint of triumph in his eyes. Clearly, he had been monitoring Count Juno's actions closely. I bid 1,200 gold coins, Count Juno stated in a low voice. His anger palpable, the attendant sensed the competitive tension between the 2 nobles and temporarily closed her record book. eagerly watching the unfolding drama in the Proxys Pavilion. The attendants relished witnessing such competitive bidding wars. Count Amu looked surprised at Count Juno's bid. Count Juno, the pieces in the master exhibition typically sell for around 1,000 gold coins. You, who are so frugal, are bidding 1,200 gold coins? Frugal? It's called stingy? Count Juno, known for his infamous thriftiness, retorted. Since I have bid 1,200 gold coins, I cannot be outdone. I bid 1,300 gold coins. Count Amu replied with a smile. Count Juno's gaze turned icy as he said, I am bidding high because I cherish these 3 sculptures. Their true value is just over 1,000 coins. If you, Count Amu, bid any higher, they shall belong to you. Count Juno declared his final figure. To be honest, Count Amu lacked the discernment of Count Juno. He had failed to notice the intricate details that made these 3 sculptures truly unique. To Count Amu, the sculptures contained a special charm. Categorizing them as good pieces, valued at around 1,000 gold coins. Further bidding seemed of little significance. Ha ha, Count Amu laughed. Since Count Juno is being so generous, I shall not deprive you of your wish. These 3 sculptures shall belong to you. At that moment, the attendant recorded the bid details in her book. My lords, it is now midnight. The pavilion must close. Count Juno, our staff will deliver these 3 sculptures to your estate tomorrow. The attendant said with a smile, prompting Count Juno to finally reveal a smile of his own. He cast a disdainful glance at Count Amu, thinking to himself, You young one? How many years have I studied stone sculpture? Lacking sufficient insight, you dare to compete with me? Chapter 6. The invitation. 3 stone sculptures in the ordinary exhibition have sold for 1,500 gold coins. A Proxys Pavilion manager, Ostoni, was astonished as he reviewed the records. Upon perusing the details of the creator, Lin Lei, he was even more amazed to discover that this young artist was only 15 years old. The world of stone sculpture is undoubtedly structured like a pyramid. At the pinnacle, there are only 5 or 6 master sculptors, while around 100 skilled sculptors exist below them. This illustrates the rarity of true masters in stone sculpture. Those deemed skilled have a profound understanding of life, and their artistry allows them to imbue their works with a unique charm. A 15-year-old master sculptor? Remarkably rare. This Lin Lei is also associated with Ernst Academy? Ostoni was increasingly astonished. Ernst Academy is renowned as the foremost magic academy in the entire Yulan continent. And he was merely a 5th-year student? A 15-year-old 5th-year student? Ostoni gasped, a prodigy. Even if the 3 sculptures were valued at only a little over 1,000 gold coins, the creator's age and status alone could elevate their worth several times over. Ostoni quickly concluded that a 15-year-old who could produce such high-caliber stone sculptures was indeed extraordinary. If this prodigy were also a 5th-year student at Ernst Academy, he would undoubtedly be a genius among geniuses. And the value of his sculptures would rise accordingly. That afternoon, Ostoni set out for Ernst Academy, as the Proxys Pavilion had not welcomed a new master sculptor in quite some time. Ostoni made a swift decision. The fact that Lin Lei's 3 pieces had sold for such high prices indicated his prowess. It was sufficient for the Proxys Pavilion to establish a dedicated exhibition space for him in the Master Exhibition Hall. That afternoon, a carriage arrived at the entrance of Ernst Academy, with Ostoni accompanied by 2 guards. Presenting his identification representing the Proxys Pavilion, he was escorted by a guard from Ernst Academy. This is the gathering place for the 5th-year magic instructors. Mr. Ostoni. The guard smiled as he pushed open the door to the instruction office, where a dozen or so wizards were engaged in lighthearted conversation. Those capable of instructing 5th-grade students were at least 7th-level wizards. If not 8th-level, as the door swung open, these esteemed wizards turned their attention toward the entrance. Esteemed wizards, this is Mr. Ostoni from the Pluxus Guild, who seeks your assistance, the guard announced respectfully. The wizards nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The Pluxus Guild has branches in several major cities of Yulan, and it is renowned for its formidable power. Thus, even these proud wizards exhibited a relatively cordial attitude toward the guild. Esteemed wizards, Ostoni said with a smile, I have come in search of a 5th-grade student named Lin Lei. Lin Lei? The wizards chuckled. One middle-aged man in a purple robe remarked, Lin Lei is indeed one of the 2 great prodigies of Ernst Academy. He possesses both earth and wind magic. You might inquire with the respective teachers of these 2 elements, and they will surely inform you. As for the earth magic class, I've only seen Lin Lei twice in the last 3 months, grumbled a red-bearded elder. However, he attends the wind magic classes almost religiously, added an elderly man in silver robes with a smile. I am Lin Lei's wind magic instructor, and I am quite familiar with him. Feel free to ask me anything. Astoni nodded. Lin Lei delivered 3 stone sculptures to our Pluxus guild a month ago. His works already exude an extraordinary aura. Based on their valuation over the past month, our guild has determined that Lin Lei qualifies for an independent exhibition space in our elite gallery, hence my visit to present him with a silver magic crystal card. The wizards were taken aback. As noble wizards, they possessed a deep appreciation for the art of sculpture, and they understood the immense challenge of creating lifelike stone carvings, let alone imbuing them with unique charm. To have an independent exhibition space at the Pluxus Guild was a dream cherished by many master sculptors. Are you certain it's Lin Lei? He has been exceptionally diligent in his training, and he is only 15, the silver-robed elder remarked incredulously. Astoni smiled reassuringly. There is no doubt. Our records at the Pluxus Guild were logged using Lin Lei's student identification, and according to the records, he was accompanied by Master Yale when he visited our guild. The wizards nodded in understanding, and soon they erupted into vigorous discussion, marveling at the fact that one of Ernst Academy's 2 top prodigies had achieved mastery in sculpture, prompting the Pluxus Guild to grant him an independent exhibition space, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Esteemed wizards, could you kindly inform me of Lin Lei's whereabouts? Astoni inquired. The silver-robed elder replied with a smile. Lin Lei resides in Dormitory 1987. Dormitory 1987? Upon hearing this, Astoni promptly set off toward it. The silver-robed elder continued, please wait a moment. Although Lin Lei resides in Dormitory 1987, he left our academy for trials 2 or 3 weeks ago. So unfortunately, you have made a wasted trip. Trials? Astoni paused, realizing that 5th and 6th level wizard students were permitted to embark on trials, a pursuit that Ernst Academy fervently encouraged. He sighed inwardly, disheartened by the unexpected outcome of his eager visit to Ernst Academy. Very well, esteemed wizards, I shall take my leave, Astoni said respectfully as he bowed. The wizards nodded casually in acknowledgement, returning to their animated discussions. They were all astonished to learn of Lin Lei's remarkable accomplishments. Chapter 7. The Journey, Part 1. The scene shifts back to June 5th. On that morning, after bidding farewell to his 3 close friends, Lin Lei shouldered his sturdy leather pack and embarked on his journey toward the Beast Mountain range. Squeak, squeak, the little shadow mouse frolicked happily on Lin Lei's shoulder. Boss, we are finally heading to the Beast Mountain range. Wow, I am so excited, the shadow mouse exclaimed in Lin Lei's mind. Lin Lei merely smiled faintly, and at that moment, Delancawart, clad in a moon-white robe, walked alongside him. Lin Lei, be careful on your own. You might encounter bandits, Delancawart advised. Understood, Grandpa Delan, Lin Lei replied with a grin. Delancawart had reiterated the precautions for venturing alone countless times. At that moment, Lin Lei was dressed in sturdy linen trousers and a sleeveless vest, his well-defined muscles giving him the appearance of a true warrior. According to Delancawart, wearing a wizard's robe in the Beast Mountain range would be cumbersome. Thus, this attire was far more suitable. Lin Lei moved swiftly, and despite the challenging terrain leading to the Beast Mountain range, his 4th-level warrior strength allowed him to effortlessly cover 40 miles in just 1 hour. Suddenly, he spotted 3 individuals ahead. Huh? Lin Lei's gaze fell on one of them, who was wearing the standard robe of Ernst Academy. The other 2 were a robust man carrying a massive sword on his shoulder and a lean man with a short blade at his waist. The slender youth turned to look at Lin Lei with a wary expression. Lin Lei had no intention of engaging with the trio and attempted to pass by them. Lin Lei, is that you? A voice suddenly called out. Lin Lei turned in confusion, and the youth clad in the academy robe smiled and exclaimed, Lin Lei, it's me, De Shader. Do you remember me? De Shader, it's you? Lin Lei halted his steps. He recognized De Shader, a fellow 5th-grade wind magic student. Although they were not particularly close, they were classmates nonetheless. De Shader approached with the 2 warriors, smiling warmly as he said, Lin Lei, I never expected to see you dressed like this as a wizard. I almost didn't recognize you. When I spotted the little shadow mouse on your shoulder, I took a closer look to confirm. Kava, Matt, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Lei, one of Ernst Academy's 2 top prodigies. Already a 5th-level wizard at just 15, De Shader enthusiastically introduced. Kava, the robust man resembling a bear, and Matt, the lean warrior, listened intently. One of Ernst Academy's 2 top prodigies. I have heard De Shader speak of you. But I never imagined I would be fortunate enough to meet you today, Matt said politely, while Kava blinked in astonishment. You're a wizard? You look like a warrior to me. Linley refrained from elaborating and instead asked, Are you also heading to the Beast Mountain range? Deshader nodded. Yes, Kava and Matt accompanied me on trials last year, and we worked well together. This year, we plan to explore the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Linley, why not join us? It's safer that way. Linley considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. For now, he would travel with them. Deshader was from the same academy and could be trusted. They could part ways once they reached the Beast Mountain range. Having made his decision, Linley set off with Deshader and his companions toward the mountains. The four moved swiftly. Even Deshader, with the least physical prowess, was able to cast the auxiliary spell Extreme, propelling them forward along the arid path. Kava's booming voice broke the silence. Linley, if you join us, we will have 2 5th-level wizards. Together, we might even take down a 6th-level magical beast. The magic crystal core from a 6th-level beast is worth 1,000 gold coins, enough to secure our living expenses for 100 years. The average person required only several dozen gold coins for a year's living expenses, making 1,000 gold coins a substantial fortune. Linley felt a stir of excitement as memories of the tomes he had perused in the library of Ernst Academy regarding magical beasts flooded his mind. The tomes described the magical energy core, the magic crystal core, formed within the heads of magical beasts of level 3 and above. However, the market value of magic crystal cores from level 6 and below was relatively low, likely inferior to that of his sculptures. Linley mused, contemplating the disparity between the rewards of battling magical beasts and creating exquisite stone sculptures. In the Beast Mountain range, true self-improvement awaited him. The magic crystal cores would merely be a secondary gain. Linley silently resolved, casting a glance at the other three, who were animatedly discussing their aspirations for the magic crystal cores. Deshader casually dismissed concerns about the value of the cores, stating, If we manage to slay a 7th-level beast, that would be something else entirely. As he spoke, Deshader's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Like humans, the transition from a level 6 mage to a level 7 mage represents a monumental leap. And similarly, the strength of level 6 beasts to level 7 beasts is also a significant escalation. The magic crystal cores of level 7 beasts are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If one were to successfully hunt such a beast, it could indeed elevate them to the status of a small fortune in the countryside, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Level 7 beasts? Given the strength of our quartet, it would likely be a death sentence, Linley remarked casually. He had previously encountered the Velociraptor, a level 7 beast, and with its astounding defenses, even Linley would find it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. If he couldn't even break through, how could he possibly hope to slay a level 7 beast? The most astute among the three, Ma, nodded and said, It's uncertain whether we could even contend with a level 6 beast. Engaging a level 7 beast would undoubtedly lead to our demise. I was merely speaking out loud. Kava shrugged, a hint of disdain in his voice, as the four engaged in their light-hearted banter. A figure clad in green, his face smeared with a verdant substance, emerged from the dense forest over 100 meters away. He wielded a formidable compound longbow and coldly observed Linley and his companions. The man's lips moved incessantly, seemingly reciting an incantation. Meanwhile, the bow was drawn to its full moon shape, and suddenly, an arrow was loosed, its tip shimmering ominously with a bluish glow. The speed of the arrow reached a terrifying velocity, tearing through the air and traversing the distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. That moment, Linley, who had been conversing with Deshat and the others, felt every hair on his body stand on end, his heart sinking into his stomach. Danger! Linley swiftly dodged to the side, and with a sickening thud, the arrow, like a bolt of lightning, pierced through Deshat, who was clad in the robes of Ernst Academy. The arrow penetrated Deshat's neck, exiting with a gruesome hole, before flying several dozen meters forward. Deshat clutched his throat, his eyes wide with horror. Uttering indistinct sounds, blood gushing from the wound, Deshat's eyes reflected a desperate yearning for life, mingled with an overwhelming dread. Yet, as blood poured from his throat, it wasn't long before his gaze dimmed completely, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Linley, Kava, and Ma quickly crouched low in the thick underbrush, warily glancing back. Chapter 8. The Journey, Part 2. a wind magic archer, armed solely with the extreme and precision magical enhancements of that single arrow, clearly indicated that this wind magic archer had reached at least the level of a level 5 mage. The voice of Delan Cowett echoed in Lin Lei's mind, warning him that with the power of this archer, within 50 meters, even dodging would result in severe injury. They needed to flee. Lin Lei's heart raced. "Surrender all your valuables, and I might spare your lives," a chilling voice rang out, and soon, a dozen figures clad in green emerged from the distant woods, each armed with bows and short blades, approaching Lin Lei and his companions with cold indifference. The speaker remained concealed. Lin Lei and his companions exchanged glances, neither willing to relinquish their belongings, their vigilance unwavering as they observed the encroaching figures. "Fire!" the cold voice commanded, and the wind magic archer, evidently resolute, ordered an immediate assault as Lin Lei and his companions refused to submit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a sudden flurry, the archers released their arrows simultaneously, and Lin Lei, Kava, and Ma instantly took evasive action, with Kava brandishing his massive battle knife to deflect the incoming projectiles. Lin Lei employed the wind magic auxiliary spell Extreme, gracefully evading the arrows while still managing to keep an eye on the other two. Ma, in a state of heightened caution, continuously dodged while occasionally using his short blade to block. Kava, however, acted recklessly, relying on his massive battle knife and a thin layer of fighting spirit for defense. Indeed, the arrows shot by the dozen archers were not overly powerful. A level 5 warrior like Kava could withstand them. "Die!" Kava bellowed, charging toward the archers with his gigantic battle knife. The hidden wind magic archer, observing this spectacle from the treetops, felt a surge of murderous intent. Drawing his powerful bow back to full tension, he silently recited the extreme and precision spells, causing the arrow's metal tip to glow with an ominous blue light. Kava roared as he charged at the archers, but just as he reached midway, he noticed a sudden flash of blue light. Before he could react, an arrow was upon him. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he desperately raised his massive battle knife to shield himself. However, thud! The arrow penetrated Kava's skull, splattering brain matter. Kava stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face. He had clearly raised his battle knife in defense. How could the arrow have struck him? Overwhelmed with confusion and disbelief, Kava's eyes dulled, and he collapsed like a mountain falling. Lin Lei felt a jolt in his heart. The wind magic auxiliary spell precision had truly been effective. Having studied wind magic himself, Lin Lei understood that this spell allowed the wind magic archer to make slight directional adjustments to the arrow mid-flight. What should have been blocked by Kava's battle knife had been subtly redirected, resulting in Kava's demise. The combination of wind magic with a powerful bow was indeed formidable. Lin Lei was taken aback, but in an instant, he began to chant his own incantation. "Come out, you two, and surrender." The cold voice echoed from the forest, the archers tauntingly shouting in triumph. The wind magic archer required not only formidable magic, but also sufficient strength to wield such a powerful bow. They were fearsome long-range attackers. Lin Lei's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his gaze fixed upon the distant archers as if they were already dead. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and sharp spikes erupted beneath the feet of the archers. Each one, glistening with earthy yellow light, pierced through their thighs and abdomens, blood spilling onto the ground amidst their cries of agony. The earth magic spell, Earth Spike Formation, had been unleashed. The screams rose in a cacophony as dozens of spikes emerged simultaneously, capable of impaling a person in an instant. The dense formation of spikes descended upon the archers like a sudden calamity, plunging them into a state of torment. "Help! Help me!" cried one archer, impaled through the groin. Another, struck in the thigh, writhed on the ground in pain. 4 of the archers perished on the spot, nearly 10 others severely wounded. The combat capabilities of the archers had been almost entirely obliterated. A mage of the earth, the leader of the archers, who had been lurking in the woods, was taken aback. He had relied on ambush tactics to rob many travelers near the monster mountain range. Acquiring considerable wealth, he typically targeted mages first, as their ability to attack from a distance posed a significant threat. He never anticipated that after slaying one mage, another would appear. Retreat. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Lei cast the auxiliary spell Extreme and swiftly darted forward, disappearing into the distance in no time. He understood that he could not attack the concealed wind magic archer. The distance was too great. And magic had its limitations. If he approached, he would likely be unable to withstand the archer's counterattack. Lin Lei sprinted for approximately 20 to 30 miles, fueled by urgency. Boss, why are you fleeing? That magic archer poses a threat to you, yet I could easily deal with him if you let me take action. The indignant voice of the shadow mouse, Bei, echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Lin Lei was well aware of Bei's strength. When he was merely 8 years old, Bei had already surpassed level 6 warrior speed, and now, at 15, 7 years later, while Bei's size had not changed, its speed likely rivaled that of a level 9 warrior. With such swiftness, the magic archer would scarcely have time to aim. This is my trial. I must rely on myself, Lin Lei replied resolutely. The shadow mouse jumped onto Lin Lei's shoulder, its tiny claws scratching him in frustration, baring its teeth and chattering angrily, while mentally insisting, Boss, you are being unreasonable. I want to undergo trials. I want to fight. Seeing Bei's fervor, Lin Lei couldn't help but smile. All right, once we reach the monster mountain range and encounter formidable beasts, I'll let you take the lead. How does that sound? Now that sounds more reasonable. Bei stood upright, crossing its forelimbs over its chest, its little nose wrinkling in satisfaction as it closed its eyes in delight. Just then, the previously overcast sky suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. And Lin Lei looked up to see flashes of lightning illuminating the darkened clouds, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. It appeared that a torrential downpour was imminent. Lin Lei's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Lei hastened his pace, swiftly heading towards the direction of the Beast Mountain range. As he approached within 10 miles of the mountains, raindrops began to fall, soon followed by a torrential downpour that engulfed the entire world. Thunder rumbled continuously, while the deluge obscured everything in sight, creating a vast, misty expanse filled with heavy rain. However, Lin Lei remained relatively dry, for hovering just 10 centimeters above his head was a wind shield, a several-meter-wide barrier. This wind shield possessed formidable defensive capabilities, easily repelling the falling raindrops, requiring only a minimal amount of magical energy for its maintenance. The wind is formless, and the shield appeared as a faint, translucent azure layer. From a distance, it was nearly invisible, allowing Lin Lei to press on undeterred. Before long, he beheld an unending mountain range stretching endlessly from north to south, a colossal formation that almost bisected the continent of Yulon, the renowned Beast Mountain Range. Gazing at the vast and continuous peaks from several miles away, Lin Lei could not help but catch his breath. What an immense mountain range! The mountains extended far beyond the horizon, their eastern slopes undulating infinitely. While to the south and north, the range continued unabated. Facing this boundless Beast Mountain range felt akin to confronting an endless ocean, limitless. This was indeed the Beast Mountain Range, the foremost mountain range of the continent. Home to countless magical beasts, including many formidable sacred beasts. At this moment, Dellen Kiwote appeared beside Lin Lei, his gaze distant. The Beast Mountain Range. It has been quite some time since my last visit, he mused. Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Onward, he exclaimed, filled with vigor as he dashed toward the mountains amid the relentless rain, while his companion, the little shadow mouse Bei, chirped excitedly from his shoulder. Through the expansive curtain of rain, Lin Lei swiftly integrated himself into the distant embrace of the Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 9. The Beast Mountain Range, Part 1. The Beast Mountain Range was vast and infinite. Upon entering, one would find ancient trees, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, towering above, their canopies blocking the sunlight. Various weeds carpeted the ground, and thickets of thorns thrived. Fallen leaves blanketed the earth, producing a natural rustling sound underfoot. Surrounded by dense vines and underbrush, in this ancient forest, where time seemed to stand still, it was conceivable that a magical beast could be lurking just 10 meters away. Hidden from sight, Lin Lei felt a shiver run down his spine. Dellen Kiwote, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, "Don't be surprised, Lin Lei. Even within this thicket before you, a large python could be concealed." Lin Lei turned his gaze toward the dense undergrowth, which reached nearly waist-high. Indeed, such thick vegetation could easily conceal a python. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lei stood still, silently reciting a magical incantation. Suddenly, A gentle breeze emanated from him, dispersing outward in all directions before dissipating into the atmosphere. This was the wind magic, Wind of Awareness. Typically, one could cast Wind of Awareness upon reaching the 3rd tier mage level. However, the stronger the mage, the greater the range of this spell. A 3rd tier mage's Wind of Awareness could detect within a radius of several meters, while a 5th tier mage could extend it beyond 100 meters. Within this nearly 200-meter radius, only a 1st tier magical beast, the bubble rabbit, and a few 2nd tier magical beasts, the earth scorpions, were detected, Lin Lei confidently stated. The Wind of Awareness could discern the shapes and presence of creatures, though not be overly confident. Powerful magical beasts can burrow underground, and some sacred beasts can even disguise themselves, Dellen Kiwo cautioned. Then added with a chuckle, of course, for a small fry like you, those powerful beasts need not bother with disguises or stealth. Lin Lei, hearing this, became increasingly cautious. Stealth? Disguise? The text had indeed recorded that magical beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. A notion that did not seem far-fetched. He glanced at the little shadow mouse, Bebe, perched on his shoulder. This little creature already displayed remarkable intelligence, a fact not to be taken lightly, with a surge of energy surrounding his feet. Lin Lei activated the wind-based auxiliary magic, Extreme. He stealthily advanced through the Beast Mountain range, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, while Bebe also observed carefully, its small, bright eyes darting about. The two, a man and a magical beast, gradually delved deeper into the mountains. The Beast Mountain range stretched over 10,000 miles in length and typically spanned 700 to 800 miles in width, in the outermost 100-mile zone. Lower-tier magical beasts predominated, while venturing beyond 100 miles led to encounters with 5th and 6th-tier beasts. Further still, one could encounter 7th, 8th, and even 9th-tier beasts, with the possibility of sacred beasts lurking as well. Dellen Kiwote continued to share insights about the Beast Mountain range. Of course, this is not absolute. A bored 9th-tier beast might wander into the outer regions, he jested. You might even be unfortunate enough to stumble upon a massive pack of over 10,000 magical wolves. If such a fate were to befall you, it would simply be a matter of ill fortune. Lin Lei, upon hearing Dellen Kiwote's remarks, couldn't help but scoff. What nonsense! The Beast Mountain range is so vast. How could I be that unlucky? Besides, if anything were to happen, you, as a mere spirit without magical power, would be of no help. Without magical power, what strength does a sacred mage possess? Lin Lei retorted. Dellen grandfather, I am already well aware of this. Please remain silent. I need to concentrate. Dellen Kiwote chuckled, stroking his white beard, and ceased his chatter. Within the depths of the Beast Mountain range, the dense canopy of ancient trees blocked nearly all raindrops, allowing only a few to trickle down. After traversing the area for some time, Lin Lei realized that the outer regions of the Beast Mountain range posed little danger. With a slight exertion of his legs, Lin Lei gracefully leaped to a branch 8 to 9 meters high, cautiously scanning the distance. Boss, there's a wild boar off to the right. In the far distance, Bebe's voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Lei turned to look, and indeed, at a distance of about 100 meters, he spotted a solitary horned wild boar cautiously surveying its surroundings. Had Lin Lei not been perched high, he likely would have missed it altogether. The horned wild boar, a 3rd-tier beast of Earth attribute, could only utilize the Earth spike attack. Lin Lei recalled the information regarding the horned wild boar. Though merely a 3rd-tier magical beast, the wild boar could certainly serve as a satisfying lunch. The meat of wild boar was quite delectable. Like a nimble shadow, Lin Lei stealthily approached the horned wild boar. Taking advantage of the dense underbrush, which concealed him from the creature's view as he neared within 10 meters of the wild boar, he concealed himself among the weeds, allowing him to see the wild boar through the tangled foliage. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Lei sprang forth from the thicket, resembling a dragon emerging from its lair. As the wild boar turned in alarm, Lin Lei descended upon it with the force of a tempest. The wild boar let out a frantic roar, its long, thick horn aimed directly at Lin Lei. Ha! Lin Lei grasped the horn with his right hand, exerting tremendous force to lift the several hundred-pound wild boar off the ground, sending it soaring several meters into the air. Lin Lei then leaped, his right leg swinging down like a blade, striking the wild boar's head with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, The sound of shattering bone echoed through the air as the wild boar collided heavily with a nearby tree, crashing down with such force that the ground trembled beneath them. The wild boar's skull had been shattered, brain matter seeping from the cracks, and blood oozing from its mouth. After a few feeble thrashes, it lay still. For Lin Lei, slaying a third-tier magical beast with sheer physical strength was not particularly challenging. Although the magical crystal core of a third-tier beast was worth only 10 gold coins, it would be a waste to disregard it. Lin Lei retrieved a simple knife from his leather pouch and, with just a few deft strokes, cleaved open the wild boar's skull. A small, unassuming earth-colored crystal core popped free, which Lin Lei swiftly scooped up and wiped clean before placing it in his pouch. He then skillfully sliced through the wild boar's thigh skin, securing 4 sizable wild boar hooves. Gathering some twigs, Lin Lei conjured a small flame with a flick of his wrist, crafting a makeshift grill to roast the hooves. Bei watched eagerly, drooling with anticipation. The meat from those hooves is the best. Boss, hurry. Why not just use fire magic to cook them faster? Fire magic. My proficiency in fire magic is merely mediocre. Besides, cooking meat is not simply about having higher flames. It requires the right temperature. Lin Lei replied, rolling his eyes while sprinkling coarse salt over the hooves. During his assessment of magical aptitude, he found his affinity for earth and wind elements to be equal, while his fire affinity was merely average. While a moderate magical talent is commendable for most, Lin Lei had little desire to expend energy on fire magic. After all, achieving mastery in fire magic to match his abilities in earth and wind would require tenfold effort. Thus, he typically only practiced refining his fire magic casually, though casting fireball was still a trivial task. After roasting 2 pig's trotters, Lin Lei and the little shadow Mousebaby each enjoyed one, while simultaneously continuing to roast another pair. Wow, this is truly delectable, Bei exclaimed excitedly as she savored the wild boar trotters, engaging in conversation with Lin Lei. The flavor of these wild pig trotters far surpasses that of domesticated ones. They are exceptionally delicious, and of course, your grilling skills are commendable. Bei playfully flattered Lin Lei, prompting a smile from him. Boss, I want more, she pleaded pitifully after finishing one, casting a forlorn glance at Lin Lei. However, unaffected by her sad demeanor, Lin Lei sternly replied, this wild pig trotter, which is attached to the thigh, is far larger than a roasted chicken. One is quite sufficient. The remaining 2 will serve as our dinner. With that, he disregarded Bei's pitiful expression. Once the 2 trotters were perfectly roasted, Lin Lei wrapped them in large leaves and placed them in a compartment of their pack, continuing their journey with Bei. Chapter 10. The Beast Mountain Range, Part 2. The Beast Mountain Range was an unbroken chain of peaks, with various plants having grown for countless years, making travel within the mountains quite cumbersome. The greatest challenge was frequently having to traverse over mountains or take convoluted routes. When moving through the Beast Mountain Range, it was advised to avoid clearing thorny bushes and to opt for detours instead. Art shared numerous experiences with Lin Lei, who listened attentively while advancing. Remember, in the Beast Mountain Range, it is crucial to avoid making excessive noise, as this could attract many beasts if you do make a sound. Be swift in vacating the area, Art continued. Moreover, even if you sustain injuries, attempt to conceal any bloodstains, as the scent of blood can lure beasts. Their sense of smell is far superior to ours. Lin Lei looked up at the sky, the canopies of countless trees nearly obscuring the entire expanse above. This sight reminded him of certain knowledge gleaned from the library of Ernst Academy regarding survival in dense forests, where discerning the cardinal directions becomes imperative. With the agility of a monkey, Lin Lei deftly maneuvered over the entangled branches and vines obstructing his path. However, after taking just a few steps, he gasped in horror upon witnessing a gruesome scene a mere distance away. The bodies of 3 men and 2 women lay scattered a few meters ahead, their remains not significantly decomposed, yet the signs of gnawing and devouring were unmistakable. The corpses were mangled beyond recognition. One male had most of his thigh consumed, and his abdomen bore a gaping hole, with intestines spilling onto the ground. One female's head was partially devoured, with a solitary eyeball remaining, and her pale skull was crawling with maggots. Lin Lei's expression turned pale, and he held his breath, realizing they must have perished 2 or 3 days prior. Art appeared at Lin Lei's side, examining the 5 corpses with a calm demeanor. Lin Lei, observe closely. There are inconspicuous bloodstains on the clothing over their heart regions. If my observations are correct, these 5 were killed by a human, and likely by the same individual. Linley was taken aback. Grandpa Derinkavart, you mean they were murdered by a person? He asked, astonished. Derinkavart smiled faintly. Linley, this is your first visit to the Beast Mountain Range in time. You will come to understand that in addition to facing the threats posed by beasts, one must also remain vigilant against other humans. Why would humans attack? In the Beast Mountain Range, where countless beasts hold the upper hand, it is disheartening to witness humans not only failing to unite, but also turning against one another. Derinkavart stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Linley's heart swelled with indignation, realizing that many ventured into the Beast Mountain Range seeking magical crystal cores. Slaying a beast yielded 1 core, while killing a human could result in several, or even more, from their belongings. Linley, you must exercise caution, Derinkavart warned. From my observations, the assailant who dispatched these 5 possesses formidable strength. Look at their attire. 4 were warriors, and 1 was a mage. All 5 were slain with their hearts pierced, indicating a swift and ruthless method that chills the soul. It remains unclear how powerful they were, making it difficult to gauge the true strength of the killer. However, it is evident that those brave enough to enter the Beast Mountain Range are not weaklings. Thus, we can surmise that the killer's strength is at least on par with yours. Linley stepped closer for a better look, nodding in agreement. The method of murder was indeed chillingly efficient. We are still on the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. You should hasten your pace, Derinkavart advised with a smile. Linley nodded and pressed onward. As they delved deeper into the mountains, remnants of both beasts and humans became increasingly visible, along with numerous rusted weapons. Linley encountered several relatively weak beasts along the way. As night fell, Linley and Bebe each consumed a wild pig's trotter and prepared to rest. Linley sat on the ground, while Bebe curled up beside him. It was imperative not to light a fire in the Beast Mountain Range at night, as Derinkavart had reiterated. Understood, Grandpa Derinkavart, Linley replied, recalling the essential survival knowledge he had acquired. Beasts were not ordinary creatures. They were not deterred by common flames. Sitting quietly on the ground, Linley gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of earth elements beneath him, as well as the movement of wind elements around him, a sensation akin to being cradled by his parents. The affinity for earth and wind elements allowed Linley to perceive their currents with remarkable clarity, the pulse of the earth and the rhythm of the wind. A serene smile graced Linley's face as he slipped into a state of slumber. In such a condition, he felt exceptionally confident. Any vibrations nearby or disturbances in the air would rouse him. This was the innate ability of an earth and wind mage. As the night deepened, the little shadow Mousebebe nestled beside Linley emitted the faintest of snores. The night breeze calmed, but the summer nights in the Beast Mountain Range only turned cool in the late hours, while daytime brought oppressive heat in the pitch darkness of midnight. A soft rustling sound emerged, delicate movements of limbs brushing against the grass. 2 robust wind wolves with striking azure fur stealthily traversed the forest floor, their green eyes alert to their surroundings, and their powerful limbs moving silently. Their pale fangs glimmered ominously in the dark. Chapter 11. The Wolf Pack, Part 1. Linley, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide and gazed southward, where a tangle of thorns lay, the very spot he had chosen to rest. From within the thicket, ordinary beasts would hardly notice his presence. 2 beasts were drawing near. Approximately 40 meters away, Linley deduced their presence through the fluctuations of wind elements. Silently, he approached the edge of the thorns, peering through the dense foliage to see 2 powerful wind wolves advancing quietly, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, heading directly towards him. Linley felt a slight weight on his shoulder as Bebe perched there. Boss, aren't those wind wolves? We've seen them several times at Ernst Academy. Bebe communicated without a hint of concern. Linley's gaze remained fixed on the approaching creatures. Yes, they are wind wolves. The wolf species can be broadly categorized into 3 groups: fong wolves, wind wolves, and snow wolves, with snow wolves being the strongest overall and fong wolves the weakest. The wind wolf clan occupies the middle ground, where even the most ordinary wind wolves are classified as level 4 magical beasts. With elite members reaching levels 5 or 6, it is said that the top-tier wind wolves can attain level 8. The ordinary ones are certainly not comparable to the wild boar. Lin Lei felt a surge of excitement. Realizing the challenge ahead, observing the two wind wolves as they stealthily approached, Lin Lei's lips moved slightly as he began to chant a spell, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Boom, 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 boom. A series of low rumbling sounds echoed through the dark night as several large stones, each about a meter tall and glowing with an earthy hue, hurtled towards the two wind wolves. The creatures, alert to the impending danger, lifted their heads and swiftly dodged the incoming projectiles. The sound of impact resonated as one wolf's hind leg was struck while the other narrowly escaped unscathed. Impressive speed for a wind wolf, Lin Lei mused, silently reciting the spell for the wind-enhancing magic extreme. Grasping his carving knife, Lin Lei burst forth from the thicket, surging towards the injured wind wolf, empowered by the extreme spell. Lin Lei, as a level 4 warrior, matched the speed of the uninjured wind wolf, while the injured one lagged far behind. The wounded wind wolf, filled with fear, attempted to flee, baring its fangs. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing towards Lin Lei. The wind wolves, possessing heads of copper and tails of iron yet having waists as fragile as tofu, were no match for Lin Lei's agility. With a series of deft movements, Lin Lei nimbly evaded the oncoming wind blades by leaping lightly on the ground, finally closing in on the injured wind wolf. His right leg whipped out like a tempest, striking the wind wolf's midsection with the force of an iron whip. Thud! The wind wolf was sent soaring, emitting a howl of agony. Lin Lei sprang forward, his blade shimmering with a mournful gleam as it slashed across the wind wolf's abdomen. He felt as though his weapon had encountered the tough hide of a resilient fabric, making it arduous to carve a wound from which blood gushed forth into the air. Although the wind wolf's waist was not particularly sturdy, its pelt was remarkably tough. Perhaps it was not that his blade lacked sharpness. It sufficed for hewing ordinary stone, but it struggled to penetrate the hide of a fourth-tier magical beast. Lin Lei contemplated this while remaining vigilant of another approaching wind wolf. The second wind wolf did not advance. Instead, it fixated its eerie, green-tinged eyes upon Lin Lei, exuding a palpable aura of menace, accompanied by a low growl. If the wind wolf were uninjured, with its agility, Lin Lei knew that relying solely on his warrior abilities to defeat it would be nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Lei understood well that the wind wolf excelled in speed, and without the assistance of wind magic, he would be no match for it. Without delay, Lin Lei began to recite a spell once more. But midway through, his expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. The wind wolf's low growls reverberated from all directions, echoing ominously around him. Lin Lei glanced around. At that moment, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged in all directions. In the darkness, these pairs of emerald orbs instilled a chilling dread within him. It was not just one wind wolf, but a pack. The tension in Lin Lei's heart tightened instantly, and even the seemingly yawning little shadow mouse beside him, Bei, stood alert, its fur bristling in alarm. Boss, it seems we're in danger, it seemed to say. Old man Lin, your predictions are rather prophetic, Lin Lei grimaced, eyeing the monster mountain range. Encountering formidable magical beasts or a pack of wind wolves often spelled a dead end. Prophetic nonsense. I warned you about encountering a horde of thousands of magical wolves. Unless you can fly, it's a certain demise. This situation is somewhat better. There are at most 20 or 30 wind wolves. Lin Corvette remarked casually, though his expression was grave. But Lin Lei, you must understand. I am merely a spirit with no magical power to assist you. Your fate rests entirely in your own hands. Lin Lei felt a pang of despair. 20 or 30 wind wolves, each at least a fourth-tier magical beast, with speed and magical attacks to boot. He was but a fifth-tier magician. Lin Lei felt an immense weight of pressure as the cacophony of growls suddenly ceased around him. From the fray emerged two exceptionally robust wind wolves, larger by a full measure than those Lin Lei had previously encountered. The lone survivor among the wind wolves approached these two giants with a show of deference, whimpering softly as if recounting something. The size of these elite wind wolves, along with their similarly large emerald eyes, sent a tremor through Lin Lei's heart. They were the elite of the pack, at least fifth-tier magical beasts. He hoped they were not sixth-tier. Lin Lei's anxiety heightened as he swiftly contemplated his options. Even facing two fifth-tier beasts alongside a horde of fourth-tier wolves, Lin Lei lacked confidence. The speed of the 4th-tier wind wolves had already reached his limits, and the 5th-tier wolves would likely outpace him, even with the aid of his extreme enhancement. The two leading wind wolves, their indifferent emerald gazes fixed upon Lin Lei, radiated nothing but murderous intent. It seemed that this time, he was truly compelled to fight for his life. Surrounded by the pack, Lin Lei felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and back, his heart racing as he hastened his incantation. Howl, one of the two leading wind wolves, suddenly let out a low growl, prompting the surrounding 30 or so powerful wind wolves to surge toward Lin Lei with a gust of wind. Their ghastly white fangs bared, accompanied by a barrage of over 100 potent, deep green wind blades. Chapter 12. The Wolf Pack, Part 2. At this moment, more than 20 wind wolves encircled Lin Lei, with the air thick with a multitude of deep green wind blades, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Lin Lei sprung into action, propelling himself with great force, leaping towards a sturdy tree ahead. However, the sheer density of the wind blades meant that several still struck him. Thud, 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 thud. The wind blades collided against him like strikes upon resilient fabric, causing Lin Lei's body to veer in midair. In a desperate maneuver, he grasped a protruding branch and flipped himself upward, climbing hastily to a height of 20 or 30 meters before pausing to survey the perilous scene below. This was indeed a harrowing situation. Lin Lei let out a quiet sigh of relief as he noticed a layer of armor resembling stone enveloping his body, its surface shimmering with a faint earthy glow, exuding a robust elemental essence. The Earth Magic, Earth Guardian Armor. This protective spell could only be cast by a magician of at least the 5th tier. The Earth Guardian Armor, formed from the gathering of earth elements into a rocky form, boasted considerable defensive power, capable of withstanding several attacks of the same level. These wind blades were merely 3rd or 4th tier in strength. Lin Lei peered downward, where he saw over 20 wind wolves stirring beneath him, their feet stirring up gusts of wind. Suddenly, the two leading wind wolves leaped with astonishing agility, soaring over 10 meters to perch upon the thick tree branches, their powerful claws gripping the trunk with remarkable steadiness. The wind wolves possessed exceptional balance, making tree climbing a trivial feat for them. Lin Lei felt his blood surge with adrenaline. The increasingly dangerous circumstances only heightened his exhilaration, in terms of climbing prowess. The magical wolves were slightly inferior to humans, and Lin Lei swiftly leapt from tree to tree, pursued by the enraged pack in the outer regions of the monster mountain range. The Wind Wolf Pack was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. Even a 6th-tier warrior would find themselves only able to flee from such an assembly. After all, the resilience of a 6th-tier warrior's physique could hardly withstand a strike from these wind wolves. Lin Lei was now being pursued by over 20 wind wolves at a height of 20 meters, with the two leading wolves outpacing him. He was forced to continuously change direction to evade them. Suddenly, one of the leading wind wolves unleashed a barrage of wind blades. Lin Lei swiftly altered his course to evade. Crack! Several branches were severed by the wind blades, plummeting to the ground. Thwack! One of the wind wolf's claws grazed Lin Lei's back, causing the Earth Guardian armor to shudder, its earthy glow flickering in response. Swish, swish, swish. The leading wind wolves moved with astonishing speed and agility, their claws landing numerous strikes upon Lin Lei's body, targeting his head and neck. Fortunately, the Earth Guardian armor, being an amalgamation of magical elements, could alter its form to provide protection, even morphing to encase his head like a helmet. However, under the relentless assault from the leading wind wolves, the earthy glow of the armor flickered dangerously. The speed of the leading wind wolves was overwhelming, and the Earth Guardian armor was on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, Lin Lei ascended higher. Climbing with increasing fervor, in terms of weight, humans were considerably lighter than wind wolves, and their climbing abilities surpassed those of the wolves. Upon reaching a height of 80 meters, the wolves below could no longer pursue him. They could only unleash wind blades in an attempt to strike him down. Lin Lei adeptly dodged, using the Earth Guardian armor to absorb any unavoidable impacts. "Do you think you can survive the fall?" Lin Lei thought as he quickly recited his incantation, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the perilous situation, a testament to his long practice in stone carving, which had cultivated his tranquil mindset. Thud! A wind blade struck the Earth Guardian armor, which was already on the brink of collapse, finally disintegrating into earthy light that dissipated into the AI art in quick succession. Another wind blade sliced through the air toward Lin Lei. He realized with a jolt that the typical wind blades from ordinary wind wolves were equivalent to those produced by a third-tier magician. They could not kill a fourth-tier warrior. Lin Lei continued his incantation, allowing a wind blade to strike him. A gruesome wound opened on his chest, blood flowing freely. Lin Lei merely frowned slightly but persisted with his spell. Boom, 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 boom. Over 100 stones, each the size of a human head, glimmering with an earthy glow, hurtled toward the 20 or so wind wolves below. Among them, 30 stones landed squarely upon the 2 leading wind wolves, forcing them to be knocked from their perch. The sheer number and density of the stones produced a cacophony of howls as the wind wolves plummeted, with even the branches snapping under the weight. As this maneuver was executed, a significant number of the wind wolves were struck down to the ground. However, these creatures displayed remarkable agility. Their robust fur provided ample protection, allowing them to claw at the branches as they fell. Only a few wind wolves sustained minor injuries, and none met their demise. Though the wounds appeared gruesome, they were not profound, yet the continuous bleeding could not be overlooked. Suddenly, flames erupted from Lin Lei's right hand, which he pressed against the site of his injury. A hissing sound emanated as he involuntarily inhaled sharply, his brows furrowing in response. The scent of roasting flesh wafted from his chest as the wound was cauterized, leaving behind an unsightly scar. While performing this action, Lin Lei seized the opportunity to swiftly leap among the branches, covering considerable distance before directly jumping to the ground. From a height of over 80 meters, he plummeted, yet the air currents surrounding his body mitigated his descent. During his fall, he began to intone a magical incantation. The pack of wind wolves pursued closely behind, soon catching up. 2 leading wolves landed first, low growls escaping their throats as they regarded Lin Lei with a hint of confusion. Why wasn't he fleeing? These highly intelligent magical beasts were now wary of any potential tricks he might employ. With a low growl, one of the leading wolves issued a command, prompting a 4th-level wind wolf to leap towards Lin Lei. In an instant, Lin Lei sprang upward, pointing a finger at the gathering pack of wind wolves. Whispering, "Gravity spell? Earth magic, gravity spell." This formidable earth magic harnessed the flow of earth elements to manipulate the gravitational pull within a designated area, significantly increasing the pressure on the targeted entities. Only a 5th-level mage could wield such a spell effectively, and the potency of the gravity spell amplified with the strength of the mage. A hum resonated as the air trembled. The ground within a 100-meter radius of Lin Lei shimmered with a faint earthy hue. All wind wolves caught within this range felt an overwhelming pressure. The leaping wolf, unable to withstand the sudden increase in weight, fell back to the ground, while the others exhibited signs of fear. Yet, the 2 leading wolves, driven by rage, charged recklessly towards Lin Lei, but it was evident they could barely reach half the speed they once had. "Your speed is drastically reduced, yet mine remains unaffected." Lin Lei glowed with an earthy yellow light, harmonizing with the ground's hue. The gravitational element exhibited unique vibrations. Each earth mage's manifestation differed slightly. Mastery over these fluctuations allowed one to counteract the effects of the gravity spell. With the enemy's speed diminished and his own markedly superior, Lin Lei adeptly evaded their attacks while rapidly reciting another incantation. Suddenly, dozens of earthen spikes protruded unexpectedly from beneath the wind wolf pack, piercing 7 wolves through their abdomens, blood spilling profusely. Several others were gravely injured by the deadly spikes. The 2 leading wolves, now anxious, found their speed hindered by the gravity zone, unable to intercept the agile Lin Lei. In a direct confrontation, 5th-level wind wolves could easily eliminate Lin Lei, yet they could not approach him. With Lin Lei's prowess as a 5th-level mage, dealing with them posed little challenge. With a low growl, the 2 leading wolves turned tail, prompting the remaining dozen wolves to flee in unison. In the darkness, these wind wolves vanished from Lin Lei's sight in an instant. That moment, Lin Lei darted forward, resembling a fierce gust of wind as he swept past 3 wounded wolves unable to escape. With a series of powerful kicks, he struck their heads, the sound of shattering skulls echoing as they fell lifeless to the ground. In total, 10 wind wolves had perished, including those impaled by the spikes, but Lin Lei's vigorous movements caused his previously cauterized chest wound to reopen, blood oozing forth. Chapter 13. Crisis, Part 1. Finally. "I've made my escape," Lin Lei exhaled in relief, He was acutely aware that, as a mere 4th-level warrior, engaging in close combat with 5th-level wind wolves would be tantamount to seeking death. His only recourse was magic. Yet, without sufficient speed, how could he recite incantations in time? Thankfully, his swiftness had yielded these results. A 6th-level mage would have struggled to achieve what he had done if a 6th-level mage were to arrive. They would find it nearly impossible to evade the wind wolves' relentless pursuit, likely unable to cast a single spell amidst the onslaught. At this moment, Lin Lei appreciated the wisdom of his earlier decision to enhance his physical abilities. He glanced at the dragon ring adorning his left middle finger, a treasure he had worn since adolescence. Fortuitously, the ring allowed him to cast multiple 5th-level spells in rapid succession. While a typical 5th-level mage could manage a maximum of 2 such spells before exhausting their magical energy, Lin Lei had just unleashed 3 5th-level earth spells: Shattering Stone, Gravity Spell, Earth Guardian Armor, and Earth Spike Formation. In total, he had executed 6 5th-level spells, primarily due to the Dragon Ring. The Dragon Ring, a gift discovered by Darren Kiwat, revealed an astonishing truth. When casting magic through the ring, one could achieve the same effect using merely 1/6 of the magical and mental energy. The Dragon Ring evidently facilitated a superior connection to the earth elements, allowing for greater manipulation with minimal strain on the user's mind and magical reserves. 1/6 implies that a domain-level mage, capable of casting a formidable destruction storm once, could instead unleash 6 such storms when equipped with the Dragon Ring. Such a remarkable artifact, Darren Kiwat deemed it a divine gift from the Mother of Earth, hence naming it the Earth Ring. According to Darren Kiwat, although other powerful treasures existed on the continent of Yulon, none matched the efficacy of the Earth Ring. After acquiring the Dragon Ring, Lin Lei discovered its versatility. Not only did it enhance his earth magic, but it also proved beneficial for wind and even his rudimentary fire magic, requiring only 1/6 of the magical energy to connect with the elemental forces. Lin Lei gazed at the Dragon Ring, his heart swelling with joy. Darren Kiwat appeared beside him, commenting, "I have never disclosed the origins of the Dragon Ring. Were others to learn of it, countless domain-level experts would converge to seize it. Yet, I never anticipated that the ring would assist not only with earth magic, but also with wind and fire spells." Lin Lei nodded, affirming, "I too shall keep this secret close." He understood the value of the Dragon Ring. Should word get out, he would likely face the wrath of numerous domain-level mages eager to claim it for themselves. "Boss, are we finished?" came the voice of the shadow mouse, Bebe, who had been observing the battle from a nearby thicket. Lin Lei smiled faintly. "Phew, it still hurts," he muttered, glancing at the tattered state of his shirt and the blood seeping from his chest wound. He began to carefully clean the injury while directing the earth element to flow over it, gradually healing the wound. Bebe, watching Lin Lei tend to his injury, expressed concern. "Boss, next time, I must intervene. No. Only if you see that I am inevitably doomed should you act. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve for me to endure the trials of the monster mountain range?" Lin Lei's tone was firm, and Bebe fell silent. The shadow mouse had longed for an opportunity to unleash its fury, but Lin Lei consistently forbade it that moment. A dark figure lay concealed about 30 meters away in the underbrush, silently observing. Throughout the battle, Lin Lei had cast 6 5th-level earth spells, though formidable. The ability to cast them multiple times suggested he was a 6th-level mage, while his warrior strength hovered around 4th level. With the aid of wind magic, it was evident he possessed some proficiency in that realm as well. The shadowy figure calculated its chances, determining it had a 90% likelihood of success, and decided to strike. Just as Lin Lei relaxed after the intense battle, the lurking figure sprang forth, moving like a phantom toward him. Lin Lei was suddenly struck by a wave of astonishment, causing him to leap sideways in an attempt to evade the impending danger. As he turned to glance behind him, he beheld a shadowy figure clad in black, brandishing a glinting blade that lunged directly towards him. The cold gleam of the weapon sent a jolt of fear through Lin Lei's heart, and the pair of indifferent eyes, brimming with murderous intent, tightened the knot in his chest. Such swiftness! As Lin Lei retreated, it became evident that the shadow was even faster. The blade, shimmering with dark light, was already at his forefront. Clang! Lin Lei instinctively swung his flat blade to parry the attack, but the shadow's weapon collided violently with his own, producing a series of sharp, resonant clangs with a resounding crack. Lin Lei's blade shattered completely, the jagged shards slicing across his face and drawing blood. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, 7 or 8 wind blades manifested in front of Lin Lei, slicing towards the shadow. With his current strength, he could effortlessly conjure the wind blades. Upon striking the shadow, however, the dark aura enveloping the figure absorbed the impact, causing the wind blades to dissipate. Dark attribute battle energy, Lin Lei quickly deduced. Although the wind blades failed to halt the shadow, they momentarily distracted it, allowing Lin Lei to pivot on his heels and propel himself sideways like an arrow. The shadow, reacting with remarkable speed, leapt after him even faster. In midair, the shadow thrust the swirling black blade towards Lin Lei, aiming squarely for his heart. At that moment, images of the 5 corpses he had encountered upon entering the Beast Mountain flashed in his mind. Those individuals had also been pierced through their chests. Die! The shadow, filled with confidence, thrust the dark blade forcefully into Lin Lei's chest. In that moment, Lin Lei found himself unable to evade, resorting to a rudimentary defensive spell. Earth Shield, a diminutive shield, merely a third the size of a standard one, appeared in front of his heart. Humph! The shadow scoffed, its blade piercing through the Earth Shield at an alarming speed, rendering the low-level magic ineffectual against such an assailant. The diminishing shield still bore considerable defensive power per unit area, yet it could only slow the blade's advance without stopping it. Lin Lei felt a searing pain in his chest as the blade punctured the shield. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek pierced the air. The shadow rat Bebe materialized beside the shadow's wrist, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a fist. With razor-sharp teeth, it clamped down fiercely on the shadow's wrist, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the shadow's wrist was completely severed. Only a feeble, severed hand remained, clutching the dagger embedded in the small earth shield covering Lin Lei's chest. Chapter 14. Crisis, Part 2. Our segment of the wrist has been devoured. The agony inducing a wretched scream from the shadow. The shadow rat Bebe darted forward, positioning itself directly in front of the shadow, who gazed at this seemingly pet-like creature in terror. What kind of monster is this? The shadow could not fathom that this was a shadow rat, having encountered others before that were far less fearsome. Gritting its teeth against the pain of its severed wrist, the shadow summoned a shroud of black battle energy, desperately attempting to flee. Just as it did, the horrifying little creature before it seemed to shimmer and distort, followed by a sudden, excruciating pain as Bebe's wide mouth clamped down on the shadow's throat, shattering the dark energy shield in the process. Crack! The sound of flesh being rent echoed in the air as the shadow's neck was nearly severed, its head and torso barely connected by a thin layer of skin. Its eyes dimmed, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Lei landed shortly thereafter, swiftly drawing a dagger as blood soaked through his garments, glancing down at the gaping wound in his chest. A chill ran through him. Had the dagger penetrated just a fraction deeper, his heart would surely have been pierced. That was too close to death. Grateful for his narrow escape, Lin Lei turned to the little shadow rat Bebe, who anxiously inquired, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine, thanks to you," Lin Lei replied with a smile, grateful for Bebe's timely intervention. Upon hearing this, Bebe's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Standing upright on its hind legs, it playfully wiggled its little bottom at Lin Lei, communicating in a teasing tone, "Boss, you really are quite weak. You spoke of testing yourself, and yet, you nearly fell victim to an ambush." Bebe seized the opportunity to jab at Lin Lei. However, Lin Lei could only chuckle in response. "Thank you, Bebe. You saved my life." As he surveyed the gruesome wounds on his chest, Lin Lei couldn't help but lament, and this is only the first day. At that moment, Darren Cowder also revealed himself, expressing astonishment. The stealth capabilities of this assassin are truly formidable. We owe our lives to this shadow rat. Had it not been for Bebe, Lin Lei, you would have been in dire straits. As for me, this old fool is left with nothing but spirit, unable to aid you. Lin Lei understood that Darren Cowder, the archmage of the Holy Domain, existed solely as a spirit. Grandpa Darren, how could this assassin be so fast? Even with my wind-enhancing spells, I couldn't match his speed, Lin Lei remarked incredulously. Darren Cowder elucidated, this assassin is likely a level 6 warrior, but he is trained in a peculiar dark attribute battle energy and has undergone specialized training in stealth and breath suppression. Such a uniquely trained level 6 warrior typically possesses greater offensive power than an ordinary counterpart. The dark attribute battle energy is quite treacherous. He must employ some secret technique to enhance his abilities. Linlei nodded slightly. Dark attribute magic or battle energy is forbidden in the Holy Alliance but permitted in the 4 great empires, much like how the Dark Alliance prohibits the cultivation of light magic or light attribute battle energy. "Boss, come quickly," Bebe called out, bouncing around the corpse of the assassin. Linlei looked over in confusion. "What is it, Bebe?" "The assassin has a concealed package on his back," Bebe exclaimed excitedly. Linlei turned his gaze to the assassin's body. Noticing that the black clothing on the back had been torn, evidently the work of the shadow rat. Beneath the tattered fabric lay a tightly bound package. "I surmise that the 5 individuals before were also slain by this assassin. With his strength, he has likely killed many. The magical crystal cores concealed within that package must be substantial," Darren Cowder remarked with a smile. Linlei felt a surge of excitement, considering the assassin's prowess. Even an ordinary level 6 warrior would likely fall to him. The treasures he possessed must be plentiful. Squeak, squeak. Bebe bit down on the package and leaped onto Linlei's shoulder. Observing this, Linlei marveled at Bebe's astonishing speed. While the assassin was swift, he was only marginally faster than Linlei. Bebe's speed was such that Linlei could hardly react, and it was no wonder the assassin had met his demise at Bebe's jaws. Squeak! With the package clamped in its mouth, Bebe stood on Linlei's shoulder, shaking the package eagerly. "Boss, hurry and open it," Bebe urged through their mental connection, curious about its contents. Linlei chuckled as he took the package. It was entirely black and crafted from leather, clearly of superior quality compared to his OWNIT, was likely made from the hide of a formidable magical beast. Upon unfastening the package's clasp, Linlei's eyes lit up at the sight within. The package contained a set of clothing, some seasonings for roasted meat, a bag of gold coins, and the largest compartment held a substantial bag of items. As he opened the large bag, Linlei gasped in astonishment. How many lives had this assassin taken? How many magical beasts had he slain? Linlei was taken aback to find the bag filled with an array of colorful magical beast crystal cores, interspersed with a few magical crystal stones. Just how many magical beast crystal cores were there? At least several dozen, Linlei thought, excitement coursing through him. He quickly began to count and categorize the magical beast crystal cores by their levels. For a mage, distinguishing the energy contained within the crystal cores was not difficult in no time. He had thoroughly assessed the contents of the large bag in total. There were 102 magical beast crystal cores and 7 magical crystal stones. Among the magical beast crystal cores, there were 5 level 6 cores, 26 level 5 cores, and 71 level 4 cores, with none from level 3. Of the 7 magical crystal stones, 6 were mid-grade, and 1 was of high grade. Linlei felt his heart racing with exhilaration. He had no idea that the assassin had also acquired level 3 magical beast crystal cores, which he had simply disregarded. As for the magical crystal stones, they were typically embedded in wands to replenish magical energy, and the assassin must have pried them from the wands of slain mages. The 102 magical beast crystal cores were worth approximately 13,000 to 14,000 gold coins, while the 7 magical crystal stones were valued at around 1,600 gold coins. In total, that amounted to roughly 15,000 gold coins. Linlei was astonished by this figure. Such wealth contained within a single assassin's package. What about his own family? In the beginning, in order to enable his younger brother Wotton to study in the O'Brien Empire, the family almost exhausted their resources. Now, the Baruch family would find it exceedingly difficult to muster even 10,000 gold coins. On the very first day I entered the Beast Mountains, I reaped such rewards. How much more will I gain in the subsequent 2 months? Linlei felt a twinge of anticipation in his heart. However, he was also acutely aware that it would be implausible to encounter such a bountiful sheep every time, and that formidable sheep possessed great strength. Linlei had nearly lost his life during this encounter. Recalling that scene, Linlei instinctively touched the wound on his chest as well as the laceration on his face caused by a flat blade. Suddenly, he glanced at the 10 deceased wind wolves. 10 level 4 beast cores together amounted to several hundred gold coins. They could not be wasted. Holding the short blade used by the assassin earlier, Linlei pried the magic cores from the skulls of the 10 wind wolves. In doing so, he realized that this short blade was evidently much sharper than his own flat blade. Chapter 15. The Cruelty, Part 1, by a water source in the Beast Mountains. Lin Lei tended to his wounds, absorbing earth elements to facilitate healing. The Mother of Earth was the most benevolent and selfless. With his feet planted on the ground, feeling the gradual improvement in his body, Lin Lei's heart was enveloped in tranquility and peace. His backpack had been replaced. His original pack, whether in leather quality or internal design, paled in comparison to that of the assassins. The organization of layers and clasps within the assassin's pack ensured that once a clasp was tightened, the contents would be held securely, not hindering movement at all. Moreover, the assassin's black short blade was significantly sharper and more convenient to wield. With agility, Lin Lei stealthily traversed the mountains and forests. Hardly paying attention to the typical level 1 and level 2 minor beasts, he primarily sought after level 3 and level 4 beasts. Should he encounter a solitary level 5 beast, Lin Lei would dare to engage in battle. As he ventured deeper into the Beast Mountains, Lin Lei endured numerous bloody and brutal battles, surviving several ambushes from the shadows. With each confrontation, the wounds on his body multiplied, and concurrently, his spirit grew increasingly resilient. The battles between life and death tempered Lin Lei's fortitude, sharpening his methods into something far more ruthless. Before long, a month had passed since Lin Lei first entered the Beast Mountains. A month later, atop a large tree by a stream, Lin Lei crouched, a faint scar marking his left cheek, resembling a leopard lying in wait. At that moment, he concealed himself among the dense foliage, cautiously observing below. Several dozen meters from the tree where Lin Lei perched lay a small stream, beside which stood a robust bloodthirsty war boar, its nose adorned with a crimson horn, muscles rippling across its body, veins protruding like the roots of an ancient tree. The bloodthirsty war boar was a level 5 beast, imbued with fire attributes. This creature boasted thick skin and formidable defenses. Even a ground spike would likely fail to penetrate its tough hide. An idea sparked in Lin Lei's mind, prompting him to make a decision. His lips silently moved as he mentally recited a spell, gradually gathering wind elements around him. Before long, a translucent blue spear materialized before Lin Lei, its tip swirling with gusts of wind. Level 5 wind magic, wind howl. With a piercing sound, the vacuum spear shot downward at a terrifying velocity. As Lin Lei leaped from the treetop, following the spear in a swift descent, the bloodthirsty war boar, drinking from the stream, lifted its head at the shrill sound. But the spear traveled too swiftly, closing the distance to mere meters in an instant. The spear, propelled by its speed, generated a circular airflow at its tip. Roar! The enraged, bloodthirsty war boar let out a low growl, its crimson horn lunging toward the spear's tip. Bang! The vacuum spear created by wind howl struck the boar's forehead with tremendous force, shattering upon impact, and the level 5 magic attack caused the beast to instinctively kneel, a trace of blood appearing on its forehead. Puff! Before the war boar could fully comprehend the assault, Lin Lei, wielding the sharp short blade, plunged it forcefully into the center of the beast's forehead. The black blade penetrated deep into its skull, and at that moment, Lin Lei swiftly retreated. Roar! The mortally wounded, bloodthirsty war boar bellowed in a frenzy, flames erupting from its body, charging forward with reckless abandon, its terrifying momentum striking fear. However, after a mere 10 meters, it collapsed, convulsing a few times before falling still, the flames extinguishing. Among level 5 beasts, the bloodthirsty war boar and the bloodthirsty iron bull were arguably the least intelligent. Lin Lei approached the boar's lifeless form, withdrawing the short blade and extracting the fire attribute level 5 beast core. Reflecting on the past month in the Beast Mountains, Lin Lei couldn't help but acknowledge that despite still being a level 5 dual element mage and a level 4 warrior, his combat prowess had significantly improved compared to when he first entered the mountains. Having faced life and death numerous times, the scars on his body bore witness to the cruelty of the past month. Particularly noteworthy was the horrific wound on his abdomen, a reminder of a moment when he truly flirted with death, saved only by the little shadow mouse. That wound was not inflicted by a beast, but rather by a seemingly innocent young girl. At that time, he had genuinely believed her, convinced that her friends had been slain, leaving only her, injured and alone. Lin Lei recalled with a shiver the events of 2 weeks prior. The girl had appeared so kind and pure. When he found her, the other 3 men and another girl had already perished, leaving only her in a state of terror. Lin Lei instinctively sought to comfort, assist, and care for her. It seemed she had suffered a grave shock, appearing exceedingly frightened. Each night, she required Lin Lei's embrace to fall into a peaceful sleep, and each time he beheld her serene slumber, his heart swelled with joy. This idyllic existence lasted 3 days. On the third day, she lay quietly in Lin Lei's arms once more, but abruptly, she used a dagger to pierce Lin Lei's unsuspecting abdomen. In an instant, the enraged shadow mouse Bebe unexpectedly grew in size, swiftly crushing the girl's skull in a single bite, killing her instantly. Following that, Bebe returned to its original form. However, Lin Lei's abdominal wound bled profusely, and it was only through the use of dark magic that the little shadow mouse ultimately sealed the injury. In retrospect, Lin Lei wished he had heeded grandfather Darren's advice. Recognizing his own lack of experience, he lamented, recalling how Darren had warned him several times, and ultimately, given Lin Lei's stubbornness in caring for the seemingly pitiable girl. Darren had thrown up his hands in despair, yet still urged Lin Lei to save her, cautioning him not to let her get too close. Yet, in her fright, she could not sleep peacefully without his embrace. And Lin Lei had ultimately succumbed to comforting her. Who could have predicted her acting prowess would be so formidable? After all he had done for her, how could she turn so cruelly against him? Lin Lei sighed inwardly. Each time he recalled the moment she stabbed his abdomen, the coldness in her eyes sent chills down his spine. What could have led this girl to such callousness? Did his 3 days of care fail to touch her heart? Thankfully, grandfather Darren had repeatedly advised him, preventing him from revealing the true strength of Bebe. Lin Lei had to admit that his life had been saved by grandfather Darren and the little shadow mouse. What am I thinking? Am I dwelling on that girl again? Darren Corvid appeared beside Lin Lei. Sensing Lin Lei's expression, Darren surmised that the girl's dagger strike had inflicted significant harm, not only physically but emotionally as well. From that day forth, Lin Lei vowed to trust others less readily. Darren had long suspected the girl was trouble. Who else would dare enter the Beast Mountains and be so petrified by death? Alas, Lin Lei remained ensnared by the girl's performance, believing her to be genuinely unfortunate. Lin Lei, what does her performance amount to? During my time in the Puan Empire, I encountered countless spies from other nations, capable of masquerading for decades without detection. The art of deception far surpasses your imagination, Darren Corvid remarked with a faint smile. Remember, do not let your guard down around strangers. Lin Lei nodded slightly. Chirp, chirp, the little shadow mouse Bebe began to chatter beside Lin Lei. Lin Lei looked up to see Bebe leap onto the corpse of the bloodthirsty warboar. Boss, when did you reach the core area of the Beast Mountains? Bebe communicated with mild dissatisfaction. In these parts, the strongest beasts are merely level 6. There is not much challenge here. I want to challenge a level 7 beast. Boss, I want to challenge a level 7 beast. Lin Lei cast a glance at the little shadow mouse. Enough, don't be too arrogant. You claim level 6 beasts pose no challenge? How did you fare against the Azure Wind Eagle last time? Not my fault. Little Bebe touched her nose with her tiny paw and huffed, saying, Boss, did you see that? The Qingfeng Eagle is just hovering in the air, not coming down. The wind blades seem to be wildly slashing as if they do not require any magical power. Am I supposed to just let it attack me? Lin Lei chuckled softly. After several battles, he had gained some understanding of the strength of the little shadow mouse, Bebe. In terms of speed, Bebe had reached a terrifying level. But due to her size limitations, her attacks relied solely on her claws and mouth. Dealing with 6th-level magical beasts was manageable, but facing a 7th-level beast would likely pose a challenge. At that moment, Lin Lei furrowed his brows, turning his head warily to look into the distance, where a blurry figure emerged in his line of sight. Chapter 16. The Cruelty, Part 2. Lin Lei, it's really you. How wonderful, a voice filled with joy called out as a lean young man jogged over. This young man was someone Lin Lei had met on the way to the magical Beast Mountain range. The other 2 companions, his classmate Deshat and the brawny Kawa, had perished at that time. When confronted by a wind element archer, Lin Lei had unleashed the earth magic earth spike array, and the agile 5th-level warrior Matt had seized the opportunity to escape. However, Lin Lei did not mind Matt's retreat, as they had little camaraderie. Oh, be honest, among the 3, Lin Lei had only a modicum of trust in his classmate Deshat, and he had a decent impression of the brawny Kawa. But Matt had left the most average impression on him. So it's you, Matt? I never expected we would meet again in the magical Beast Mountain range after a month apart. Lin Lei remained calm. Yet, Matt displayed immense excitement. This is fantastic. Throughout this month in the magical Beast Mountain range, I nearly became a magical beast snack several times, but fortunately, I survived. Huh, you killed a bloodthirsty war pig? That's impressive. Lin Lei smiled, and I am quite hungry. I've heard that the meat of the bloodthirsty war pig and the bloodthirsty iron bull is incredibly chewy and flavorful. I haven't had lunch yet. Would you mind sharing some of the bloodthirsty war pig meat with me? Matt joked. The bloodthirsty war pig is so large that its meat must weigh several hundred pounds. It would certainly be enough for 10 people. Of course, I don't mind. Lin Lei flipped his hand to retrieve a short dagger, preparing to butcher the bloodthirsty war pig. Lin Lei, you don't need to do that. This bloodthirsty war pig is your trophy. How can I let you do all the work? Allow me. My grilling skills are quite remarkable. As he spoke, Matt approached the bloodthirsty war pig, drawing a short knife from his waist. Matt skillfully began to dissect the pig, separating its limbs, tongue, and tail, and washing them clean in a nearby stream. Boss, his technique is quite proficient. It seems he is not any worse than you. The little shadow mouse Bebe jumped onto Lin Lei's shoulder and communicated telepathically. Lin Lei glanced at the adorable little shadow mouse on his shoulder and internally sighed. Oh, the untrained eye. This little black shadow mouse might appear to be an ordinary creature, posing little threat. However, Lin Lei vividly remembered the terrifying scene of Bebe in a fury, slaying that shadow assassin and the hypocritical little girl point. One must not judge by appearances. This applies to magical beasts as well. Lin Lei mused. Meanwhile, Matt rapidly set up a grill, retrieving some coarse salt from his pack. Lin Lei, the thigh meat of this bloodthirsty war pig is undoubtedly chewy, and the tongue is tender and fragrant. While the tail is also quite delightful. As he spoke, Matt skillfully sliced the tongue and tail into several portions. Watching him ignite the wood with flint, Lin Lei, despite being able to use fire magic, chose to stand aside, observing as Matt quickly grilled the meat. After a considerable amount of time, Matt cheerfully declared, "It's almost ready. Give it a taste." He eagerly handed a pig's thigh to Lin Lei. However, Lin Lei turned and gave the thigh to Bebe, who gleefully accepted it and began devouring it voraciously. The thigh was several times larger than Bebe, yet in a short while, she polished it off completely. This scene left Matt wide-eyed with astonishment. Truly remarkable. Even the black shadow mouse can eat so much, he exclaimed, before offering Lin Lei a piece of the grilled pig's tongue. Lin Lei, come try my cooking. Lin Lei smiled and politely declined, saying no need. I'm not used to eating it. The thigh meat will suffice. Grabbing a piece of the pig's thigh, Lin Lei indulged without restraint, while Matt chuckled, then I want to insist. If you're not eating it, I will, haha. Matt savored the grilled tongue and tail slowly. By the time Lin Lei finished the entire thigh, Matt had yet to touch his own grilled pig's thigh. You've finished already? Haha, well, I suppose I'm half full now. I'll save this pig thigh for later. Matt took a piece of oiled cloth from his pack to wrap the pig thigh and placed it inside. Lin Lei glanced at Matt, sensing that he intended to accompany him. Matt, navigating the magical Beast Mountain range alone is sufficient for me. We should part ways here, Lin Lei stated directly. Matt frowned immediately, saying, Lin Lei, the magical Beast Mountain range is exceedingly perilous. It's much safer for us to stay together. Frankly speaking, for the past month, he had been on edge, even unable to sleep soundly at night. Well, do as you wish, Lin Lei replied curtly, proceeding deeper into the forest alone. Matt's face broke into a smile as he hurried after Lin Lei, though his gaze occasionally flickered over the leather pack on Lin Lei's back, glimmering with a hint of intrigue. This pack was different from the one Lin Lei had carried a month ago and appeared much fuller. Matt snickered internally, though his expression remained friendly. Unlike Lin Lei, Matt had undergone numerous trials in other locales before entering the magical Beast Mountain range. He quickened his pace, jokingly saying, Lin Lei, you're truly wonderful. Being with you makes me feel much more at ease. Two are certainly stronger than one at night. We can take turns keeping watch, so we have to be vigilant all night. Lin Lei remained silent, his gaze occasionally darting around, cautiously observing the magical beasts in the vicinity. As they gradually advanced northward through the magical Beast Mountain range, Lin Lei dared not continue eastward, for that direction likely led to perilous territories filled with magical beasts. Currently, He was in an area where 5th and 6th level beasts roamed. Matt followed closely beside him, appearing quite cheerful. 2 days later, during the evening, as darkness descended, Linley and Matt continued forward, one behind the other. Linley, do you think we should head back? To be honest, we've spent quite a long time in the magical Beast Mountain range, Matt quietly suggested. Linley merely shook his head lightly in response, remaining silent. Matt felt a tinge of resentment. Linley was always on high alert at night, leaving no opportunities for him. Matt was uncertain whether he could kill Linley, given that surviving in the magical Beast Mountain range for so long was evidence of strength. Suddenly, Linley, sensing something amiss, turned sharply to look toward a thicket in the distance, where a vague shadow was concealed. Seeing Linley turn his back to him, a glimmer of greed and excitement flickered in Matt's eyes. With practiced ease, he thrust his short knife toward Linley's back without hesitation. Linley spun around abruptly, seizing Matt's wrist just as he was about to strike, looking coldly at him. What do you think you're doing? You. Matt was taken aback, unable to believe that his surprise attack had been thwarted. With a sinister grin, he retorted, What am I doing? Great magical genius, I'll tell you. I'm going to kill you. Confident in his ability, he thought, how could a 5th level warrior not be able to kill a 5th level mage at close quarters? With a sudden surge of energy, Matt pushed Linley's hand away, his aura flaring as he lunged forward, brandishing the short knife. Die, he snarled, eyes locked onto Linley. A terrifying roar echoed through the air. What? Matt felt a tremor of fear at the sound, and before he could comprehend, a small black figure appeared before him in an instant. What is this? As he finally recognized the figure as the little shadow mouse, Bebe, the mouse opened its mouth, filled with a myriad of sharp teeth, and lunged for Matt's face. No. Matt instinctively recoiled, turning his head to evade. But Bebe's speed far exceeded what he could anticipate, and with a swift swipe of her claw, she inflicted a deep gash across Matt's neck. Blood gushing uncontrollably. Gah! Clutching his throat, Matt's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the shadow mouse, terror flooding his mind. Is it really a black shadow mouse? At the moment of death, when consciousness fades away, Matt's heart is filled with bewilderment and terror. He has prepared for this strike for a long time, yet he did not heed the presence of that black shadow mouse. The weakest among its kind, however, in that fleeting moment before demise, Matt realizes that this seemingly adorable little shadow mouse is, in fact, the most terrifying of monsters. Boom. Matt's hands, which clutched at his throat, ultimately fell powerless to his sides, and he collapsed weakly, blood staining his garment and the ground beneath him. Chapter 17. The Strength of Bebe, Part 1. Linley stood before Matt's lifeless body, observing it for a moment before letting out a deep sigh, unable to suppress the urge to touch his abdomen, where a wound still lingered, one that had nearly claimed his life. Compared to Nina, you are vastly inferior, Linley muttered, shaking his head with a sigh. In truth, his connection with Matt was tenuous at best. They had only shared a brief acquaintance on the journey here, hardly enough to engender trust. Moreover, after his encounter with Nina, how could Linley so readily entrust his back to another? Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the little shadow mouse Bebe scurried over, clutching Matt's pack in its mouth, eagerly transmitting a thought to Linley. Boss, quickly open it and see how many magic crystal cores there are. The assassins who sought to kill you this past month have not gathered as many cores as this first assassin did. Delinkavate appeared beside Linley. Linley, your little shadow mouse seems to have developed a penchant for counting magic crystal cores, he remarked with a smile. Quite so, Linley replied, unwrapping the pack while jesting with Bebe. It seems that you did not employ your sharp teeth to kill this Matt, but rather your claws. Why not use your most formidable weapon? Bebe stood upright, proudly squeaking, while communicating, Boss, my prowess is formidable indeed. My claws are hardly inferior to my teeth. Besides, this Matt was too treacherous. Biting him would have sullied my mouth. Bebe then pretended to spit in distaste. The sight of a little mouse standing upright and feigning disgust was remarkably anthropomorphic, causing Linley to chuckle. All right, oh, Bebe, look here. There are quite a few magic crystal cores in Matt's pack, over 30. It seems he hasn't been idle this past month. However, among these cores, the finest are merely level 5, Linley meticulously counted. Over the past 30 days, He had amassed more than 300 magic crystal cores from slaying monsters and retaliating against those who sought his life. He estimated their total worth to be around 40,000 gold coins. The mere thought of presenting such a sum to his father filled Lin Lei with joy. Your ability to gather such wealth is quite normal. Delincavate remarked, of your 300 cores, nearly 50 were obtained from your own hunts, while the rest came from the packs of various assassins. Lin Lei nodded in acknowledgement. The first assassin to target him had yielded a staggering 15,000 gold coins, while the others combined had only slightly exceeded that first bounty. The Monster Mountain range was perilous, typically requiring groups to venture in together, as assassins rarely targeted groups due to their penchant for swift, lethal strikes. They preferred to ambush solitary individuals. Delincavate suddenly chuckled, his white beard twitching. Lin Lei, look at you. Despite your tall and robust stature, your face still bears the innocence of youth, and the fuzz on your lips speaks volumes. You are still but a boy. He laughed heartily. In the vast expanse of the Monster Mountain range, do you think those assassins would spare a boy with such youthful features, attempting trials alone? In just a month, you have encountered several assassins. While those who band together may not see a single one in the same time frame, and of course, the 5 we met upon entering are an exception. Their strength was insufficient, and the assassin they faced ultimately fell to Bei. Lin Lei chuckled in agreement. Just 15 years old. Despite his height of nearly 6 feet, anyone with a discerning eye could tell he was still a youth. Typically, level 5 or 6 mages could expect to earn only a few thousand gold coins over a month in the Monster Mountain range. And even then, it would be hard-won, given the inherent dangers. Indeed, it is perilous, Lin Lei concurred. This day, I have remained on the outskirts, facing only level 6 beasts, yet I have sustained injuries more than once. Had it not been for the Dragon Ring, my dual affinity for earth and wind magic, my status as a level 4 warrior, and the presence of Bei, I would have perished long ago. He glanced at the little shadow mouse Bei, who was currently playing with the magic crystal cores. Calming his thoughts, Lin Lei gathered the cores and set forth once more into the depths of the Monster Mountain range, determined to spend 2 months in this treacherous realm as per his original plan. Each day, Lin Lei engaged in fierce battles with the monsters, honing the synergy between his magical and martial attacks, while gaining invaluable practical experience with earth and wind magic. Consequently, the likelihood of injury diminished. However, as he unconsciously edged closer to the core of the Monster Mountain range, the frequency of level 6 monsters increased, prompting Lin Lei to remain ever vigilant. On the 46th day of his sojourn in the Monster Mountain range, a sudden ripple disturbed the tranquil lake surface, revealing a figure emerging from the depths. It was Lin Lei, who casually wiped himself down with a cloth. The little shadow mouse Bei, watching enviously from the shore, squeaked before leaping into the water with abandon. Lin Lei chuckled at the sight, resuming his bath. Ha ha! Don't be a nuisance, Bei. He laughed, unable to contain his mirth. Ah, boss, you fear being tickled, Bei exclaimed joyfully, leaping from the water, its glossy eyes shimmering with pride. Lin Lei, amused, climbed ashore, changing into a fresh set of clothes. After bathing, he felt remarkably refreshed and comfortable. He washed his soiled garments by the lake, hanging them on a nearby branch to dry. Then, he effortlessly leaped to another tree branch, reclining as he watched Bei frolicking in the water. Bei gleefully leapt from the surface, diving beneath and gliding along the lake's surface. Suddenly, a faint tremor coursed through the ground, rhythmic and reminiscent of footsteps. Lin Lei's heart raced, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A towering, indistinct shadow appeared among the dense foliage to the south. In an instant, the figure came into focus. Standing 2 stories high, its massive body was covered in fiery red scales, resembling shields. Its stout limbs were similarly armored, and a tail as long as half its body moved with the grace of a whip. Its eyes, as large as lanterns and as red as rubies, locked onto the lake's surface, while sulphurous white vapors occasionally erupted from its nostrils. Lin Lei felt an electrifying surge of tension, akin to a cat caught by its tail. The Velociraptor, a level 7 beast. Chapter 18. The Strength of Bei, Part 2. From childhood, Lin Lei had been fascinated by magical beasts, particularly after witnessing the terrifying might of a velociraptor during his early years in Wushan town. The velociraptor was an unstoppable force, annihilating buildings with its fearsome power, a spectacle that left Lin Lei profoundly shaken. At 8 years old, he had been merely a child, but now, at 15, he had grown into a level 5 dual-element mage. Boss, it's mine. Bebe's excited voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. He turned to the lake. Observing Bebe's fur standing erect like steel needles, its muscles bulging with newfound strength. The little shadow mouse, which had been merely 20 centimeters long, now approached half a meter in length. This was the greatest transformation Lin Lei had witnessed in Bebe. Yet even at half a meter, Bebe appeared minuscule in comparison to the colossal velociraptor. The creature's eyes, glowing like red lanterns, fixed their cold gaze upon Bebe, letting out an enraged roar that reverberated through the forest. In response, Bebe raised its head, emitting a piercing shriek. The low growls and sharp cries echoed back and forth. Lin Lei, perched on the tree branch, observed the scene unfolding before him, realizing that the velociraptor and Bebe were akin to two evenly matched adversaries locked in a standoff. With a sudden, thunderous roar, a torrent of flames erupted from the mouth of the velociraptor, instantly engulfing the space ahead for dozens of meters. The surface of the lake sizzled as the water was rapidly vaporized. Yet Bebe remained motionless, impervious to the flames that surrounded it. Despite its small stature, Bebe possessed formidable defenses, rendering the fire, akin to the power of a 5th or 6th level spell, ineffective against it. Lin Lei observed this scene in silence. Throughout his time in the monster mountain range, Bebe had yet to encounter a true adversary worthy of a fierce battle. Suddenly, Bebe sprang into action. With a terrifying shriek, it transformed into a dark blur. Charging directly at the velociraptor, the creature's ruby-like eyes flared with intensity, and its whip-like tail lashed through the air with astonishing speed. The velociraptor's tail moved with such rapidity that it approached the agility of a shadow mouse. Bebe's trajectory was remarkably erratic. It deftly evaded the velociraptor's swift tail and lunged for its neck. In an instant, the velociraptor pivoted, baring its massive jaws in an attempt to snap at Bebe. However, Bebe was significantly quicker, delivering a vicious bite to the velociraptor's neck. The sound of crunching echoed as thick scales were torn away, swallowed whole by Bebe, who was accustomed to consuming hard substances like stone and bone. Just then, the velociraptor's tail swung back, cracking against the air with a sharp sound that sent a shiver down Lin Lei's spine. But Bebe had already darted away. The flesh on the velociraptor's neck was thick, and despite Bebe's bite, it only sustained a minor wound. Lin Lei held his breath as he watched this clash between two vastly different beasts. The velociraptor's tail was a master of unpredictability, capable of sharp turns even while in motion. Once more, Bebe transformed into a shadow, bursting forth from the water, narrowly avoiding the tail. However, the tail's trajectory abruptly shifted, striking Bebe with force and sending it crashing into the depths of the nearby woods. Lin Lei's heart tightened at the sight. The velociraptor, sensing danger, focused intently on the direction of the woods. Yet, Bebe suddenly swooped down from the treetops, and the velociraptor's tail lashed out again. Having learned from its previous encounter, Bebe adeptly maneuvered its own tail to change direction. The two shadows, Bebe and the velociraptor, chased each other, the shadow mouse occasionally being struck by the tail but retaliating with fierce bites. Their battle raged from the lake's edge into the dense forest. Where giant trees were felled by the tail's might, it appeared that Bebe held the advantage. Lin Lei watched anxiously as the velociraptor's body became marred with several wounds, blood oozing from multiple gashes and staining its scales a deep crimson. Its furious roars echoed through the air as the tail lashed out, obliterating trees in its path. The sheer power of the tail was daunting. Any impact against stone shattered it, and any strike against a tree rendered it splintered. Lin Lei felt a chill at the thought of being struck himself. Once more, Bebe was flung aside. Yet in an instant, it transformed into a shadow and charged back with a furious shriek. The velociraptor, now drenched in blood and covered in wounds, let out a final roar of rage before retreating swiftly into the depths of the forest. After pursuing for a short distance, Bebe returned. Lin Lei leapt down from the branches, and Bebe scurried over, returning to its original size. "Bebe, are you all right?" Lin Lei inquired through their mental connection. Bebe leapt onto Lin Lei's shoulder, standing upright on its hind legs, gazing proudly with its glossy little eyes. "Boss, what kind of monster do you think I am? Am I afraid of that velociraptor?" A triumphant expression spread across Bebe's adorable face. Suddenly, it smacked its lips and remarked, "But that velociraptor's tail is indeed quite vicious. It stung quite a bit." Seeing this, Lin Lei couldn't help but chuckle. The velociraptor's tail was not merely fierce. It was exceptionally so. Bebe had endured numerous strikes without suffering significant harm, which filled Lin Lei with joy. The velociraptor's scales and flesh are remarkably thick. Even at my maximum size, I could barely puncture its skin, Bebe lamented. However, if I keep at it, I could make it bleed to death. But that velociraptor is quite cunning. Its muscles shift so that I can't bite the same spot twice. Lin Lei smiled inwardly. The leap from 6th to 7th level was a critical threshold, significantly enhancing both attack power and other attributes. The velociraptor's intelligence likely rivaled that of humans, so it would not allow Bebe to target the same wound repeatedly. The velociraptor recognized that continuing the fight would not bode well for it, which is why it chose to flee. "Bebe, would you like to challenge an 8th level monster?" Lin Lei teased mentally. Bebe's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, don't joke with me. That 7th level monster nearly exhausted me. I've heard that an 8th level monster is 10 times more powerful than a 7th level one. While the 8th level monster might not be as mobile as me, its attack speed would likely surpass mine. Mobility and attack speed are two distinct concepts. For instance, the velociraptor may have appeared slower in movement, but its tail struck with astonishing rapidity. Some larger monsters, despite their slow movement, could unleash attacks with lightning speed. After all, any creature deemed an 8th level monster was not to be trifled with. You're quite humble." Lin Lei chuckled, affectionately patting Bebe's head. "All right, my clothes are almost dried. Let's rest in the trees for a bit and have something to eat before continuing our journey." With that, Lin Lei pushed off the ground, soaring effortlessly to a height of 7 or 8 meters, and then gracefully alighting on a branch 30 meters high, where he leaned back to relax. Chapter 19. The Black Short Blade, Part 1. On the 51st day in the Monster Mountain Range. Did these assassins think me easy prey? Lin Lei gazed at the lifeless body of a black-clad woman before him. Her strength was merely that of a 5th-level warrior. It was solely through the assistance of magic that Lin Lei had managed to defeat her. "Dellen Kiwote," he chuckled. "With just a few glances, one can discern that you're merely a boy unaware of the vastness of the world, wandering alone in the Monster Mountain Range. Who wouldn't he want to take advantage and kill you?" Lin Lei felt a sense of helplessness. Just 15 years old, despite his adult-like stature, his youthful features still betrayed his age. This woman had died without inflicting any lasting damage, though I wouldn't mind a few more scars on her. It was unfortunate that my clothing had been ruined. Now, I was left with only one set of clothing. Lin Lei glanced at the tattered remnants of his attire, a mixture of laughter and tears. "Boss, the magic crystal core in this assassin's pack is worth several thousand gold coins. Can a piece of clothing compare to that?" Bebe interjected. Lin Lei chuckled at this. During his month-long venture into the Monster Mountain Range, he had accumulated numerous wounds, yet his pack also brimmed with magical crystal cores. "Forget it. I won't wear anything on my upper body anymore. I'll save the last set of clothing for when I return. After all, there aren't many people around here." Lin Lei tossed the tattered garment aside, baring his torso and wielding the black short blade as he pressed on. This black short blade had proven quite beneficial during his travels. After walking for some time, Lin Lei instinctively began to chant a spell. Soon, a gentle breeze radiated from him, dispersing outward. This was the wind of perception. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, no monster or person could escape Lin Lei's awareness. Typically, he would cautiously utilize the wind of perception after covering a significant distance. After some time, he cast it again and exclaimed, A group of people. What could they possibly be hiding in the trees?" Curiosity piqued, Lin Lei stealthily approached. Moving slowly and cautiously, he finally caught sight of a dozen individuals concealed among the branches of an ancient tree, the trunk so robust that it would require several people to encircle it. A group of over a dozen individuals, each clad in a black ensemble, bore a black dagger at their waist's point. One of these daggers caught Lin Lei's gaze. Its design and hue were identical to the black dagger he himself possessed. The presence of these shadowy figures, concealed among the ancient trees, evoked an eerie sensation within Lin Lei, reminiscent of his initial encounter with a certain assassin. Clad in black, armed with black daggers, Lin Lei also discerned a slight bulge on the backs of these individuals, reminiscent of the way the previous assassin had tightly wrapped a parcel against his body, concealed beneath his clothing. It was only when Bei Bei had torn the assailant's back garment that the package was revealed. They belonged to the same organization. Even a fool could perceive this at this juncture. Lin Lei's heart raced slightly as he observed the black-clad figures murmuring amongst themselves atop the ancient tree. Where are numbers 18 and 7? One of the figures expressed his dissatisfaction. They might be dead, another black-clad individual remarked coldly. If they do not arrive by nightfall, whether alive or deceased, they will be considered failures. Another voice chimed in, prompting a heavy silence among the rest. Lin Lei, hidden amidst the thicket, surmised that this speaker was likely the leader of the small contingent. He felt a jolt of alarm. The assassins sent to eliminate him were all 6th-level warriors trained in dark attribute fighting energy, suggesting that this team leader might possess even greater strength. That moment, Lin Lei resolved to retreat, but as he took a few steps back, the speaker suddenly furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Lin Lei's location. With a swish, a black streak shot towards him, causing Lin Lei to startle, fully aware of the peril. He had been exposed. In a flash, Lin Lei invoked the wind-based auxiliary magic extreme and darted deeper into the beast forest at the utmost speed. He believed that the deeper he ventured into the forest, the more perilous it became, potentially deterring his pursuers from following him into the depth. He planned to run several miles and before changing direction to escape. The black-clad individuals, noticing the package on Lin Lei's back and the black dagger in his hand, exchanged glances. Number 2, go deal with him, the leader commanded. The closer the number, the stronger the individual. From Lin Lei's evasive reaction, the leader had already assessed his capabilities. Yes, sir. One of the black-clad figures immediately leaped from the tree, pursuing Lin Lei with astonishing speed. However, Lin Lei had already gained some distance, and with his initial head start, the gap was initially around 70 to 80 meters. Yet the speed of this black-clad pursuer was remarkable, perhaps even faster than the initial assassin who had targeted Lin Lei. Such incredible velocity. Lin Lei navigated the forest with agility, climbing and leaping between trees. The black-clad figure, however, relentlessly pursued him, the distance rapidly diminishing. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As Lin Lei continued to flee, the assassin drew ever closer. 10 meters. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. Though Lin Lei appeared to be fleeing in a panic, he was, in fact, heading deeper into the mountains. The black-clad pursuer recognized Lin Lei's use of wind-based auxiliary magic, observing that despite its assistance, Lin Lei's speed was still relatively slow, surmising he was at most a peak 4th-level warrior. The assassin felt confident in his ability to eliminate Lin Lei, as the distance continued to shrink. On the surface, Lin Lei seemed frantic, yet internally, he remained remarkably calm. After running several miles, the distant assassins had not yet noticed him. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Lei's eyes, while Bei Bei, the shadow mouse perched on his shoulder, suddenly sprang into action. Whoosh! The black shadow mouse expanded in the pursuer's vision, almost instantaneously closing the distance, its sharp teeth visible to the assassin. The black-clad figure, now just 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Lei, had never regarded the shadow mouse as a threat, but in that moment, fear gripped his heart. What speed was this? The assassin swiftly swung his black dagger. Clearly, this individual was stronger than the first assassin, as he had time to react to the shadow mouse's advance. Whoosh! Bei Bei's claws slashed fiercely. Clang! The impact of Bei Bei's claws against the black dagger was explosive, shattering the weapon, and in the next instant, Bei Bei's claws viciously struck the assassin's head, causing it to splatter in a gruesome display of violence. The disparity between 6th and 7th level warriors was stark. Lin Lei watched this unfold with a mix of awe and admiration. However, Bei Bei was a fearsome shadow mouse capable of driving even a 7th level beast, the velociraptor, to flee. Thus, dispatching a 6th level warrior was as effortless as a mere meal. Hissing softly, Lin Lei rushed over and tore at the assassin's back garment to seize the black package, disregarding everything else as he turned and fled northward once more, with the wind at his heels. Lin Lei moved gracefully and swiftly, leaving hardly a trace of his escape within the forest. Moments later, a group of black-clad figures finally arrived at the scene, their leader's brow furrowed at the sight of number 2's lifeless body. A beast? Thoughts of various creatures flooded the assassin's mind. Was it a 6th-level azure shadow mouse? Or perhaps a 7th-level purple shadow mouse? Or even a 7th-level golden stone-eating mouse? Such small claw marks could only belong to mouse-like beasts. In the Beast Mountains, many believed the most terrifying encounters were with 8th and 9th-level beasts or fearsome packs of wolves. Yet in the hearts of these black-clad figures, the true horror lay in facing a horde of stone-eating mice or shadow mice. Stone-eating mice possessed strong defenses, with sharp teeth and claws, while shadow mice were swift and equally dangerous. Thousands of shadow or stone-eating mice surging forth could easily overwhelm even a battalion. We retreat. Without hesitation, the leader of the black-clad figures issued the command. Amidst towering mountains and jagged rocks, Lin Lei had already sprinted deep into a peak, having covered 100 miles in one breath. He was confident that even if they pursued, they could never catch up to him. "Boss, hurry and see what's in the package," Bei Bei urged. Lin Lei, filled with anticipation, knew that the more formidable the assassin, the more magic crystal cores would typically be found within their package. The first assassin had left him nearly 15,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cores and stones. He wondered how much this assassin, known as Number 2, had left for him. Upon opening the package, he discovered 2 more sets of clean clothing. Lin Lei glanced at the garments before retrieving a bulging bag from the inner compartment. This Number 2 had spent over a month longer in the Beast Mountains than the initial assassin, and was presumably stronger. So, Lin Lei's breath caught as he beheld the contents of the bag brimming with magic crystal cores. So many. Most were 5th level, with a significant number of 6th-level cores. Having frequently acquired magic crystal cores, Lin Lei had developed the ability to judge their levels by their luster, and he immediately began meticulously counting. 9 6th-level magic crystal cores, 56 5th-level cores, 12 4th-level cores, and 7 magic crystal stones. Roughly estimating, the total value exceeded 20,000 gold coins. Adding this to his previous 50,000 gold coins, he now possessed a staggering total of 70,000 gold coins. As Lin Lei calculated his gains, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. 70,000 gold coins. Such wealth would surely astonish his father. In just 51 days since entering the Beast Mountains, 2 assassins from the same organization had gifted him 35,000 gold coins. The other assassins he had encountered over the past month added up to another 30,000 gold coins. His own efforts in slaying magical beasts had yielded merely 5,000 gold coins. At that moment, Darren Cowett emerged from the ring of the coiling dragon, observing Lin Lei's astonished expression with a knowing smile. "I finally understand why so many people in the Beast Mountains prefer to assassinate others. After toiling for a month to earn just a few thousand gold coins, one can simply eliminate others to claim their entire bounty." Lin Lei placed the bag of magic crystal cores into his own pack, carelessly discarding the original package into the underbrush. 70,000 gold coins, and only 5,000 of that is from my own efforts in slaying magical beasts. The rest was obtained from the assassins, Lin Lei reflected with a shake of his head. Darren Cowett stroked his white beard and chuckled. "It seems your age has worked to your advantage. Had you been more mature, perhaps fewer assassins would have targeted you." Lin Lei couldn't help but laugh. "Grandpa Darren, I heard the assassin team mention that entering the Beast Mountains was part of their test?" Lin Lei inquired, somewhat puzzled. Darren Cowett smiled lightly. "Lin Lei, any force that has managed to endure on the continent of Yulon for an extended period possesses its own military might, and that military might is cultivated through training. Sending their personnel to the Beast Mountains for training is a common practice among large organizations." Lin Lei nodded in understanding. "Lin Lei, there are many forces on this continent that you are unaware of." "In truth, I too am uncertain. After over 5,000 years, the powers from the era of the Puang Empire have likely long since perished," Darren Cowett remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Lin Lei chose not to probe further. Yet he felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. The continent of Yulon was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. After organizing his belongings, Lin Lei donned a suit of armor and shouldered his pack. Continuing his journey with agility through the forested mountains, he leapt over rocks and scaled towering trees, advancing steadily. However, upon reaching the summit of a grand mountain, one that stretched for hundreds of miles and was densely forested, Lin Lei found himself standing at the edge of a precipice. To reach the opposite cliff, he would need to leap across a distance of several hundred meters. The gorge appeared peculiar. Lin Lei noticed that as the cliffs on either side extended outward, Their proximity to one another diminished. He sprinted along the cliff's edge, and as he drew nearer to the brink, the distance to the opposing cliff diminished. After running for about 4 or 5 miles, he discovered that the two cliffs were merely a meter apart, allowing him to cross with a single stride. Was it the same on the other side? Lin lay positioned one foot on his current cliff and the other on the opposite one. Gazing across to the far end of the gorge, it appeared that the two cliffs converged in the distance. Odd, indeed. Having spent quite some time in the Warcraft Mountains, Lin Lei had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Peering down into the gorge, he observed a thick, ethereal white mist swirling below, obscuring whatever lay within. Its depths unfathomable. Curiosity bubbled within him, yet a flicker of caution regarding the misty gorge lingered in his heart. As he navigated the cliff's edge, he attempted to discern what might be hidden within the fog, which, apart from the two cliffs connecting at either end, bore another enigmatic characteristic. The deeper one ventured into the misty gorge, the further apart the cliffs became. For instance, while the cliffs above were only hundreds of meters apart, those below could span thousands of meters, perhaps even dozens of miles. Ah, what was that? Lin Lei felt as though struck by lightning. His gaze fixed intently on a faintly visible tuft of grass against the backdrop of the mist. A small, verdant plant that radiated a subtle blue aura, the blue heart grass. Recalling the images and descriptions of plants from the Ernst Academy library, Lin Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The grass growing on the cliff was an exceedingly rare and precious herb known for counteracting the harmful effects of living dragon blood. The blue heart grass. Chapter 21. The Misty Gorge, Part 1. To cultivate, one must awaken the dragon blood warrior lineage within. There are only 2 methods to achieve this. First, the dragon blood warrior lineage must reach its fundamental threshold. Second, one must imbibe living dragon blood to incite it. Yet, consuming living dragon blood is fraught with peril. Even bathing the body in dragon blood causes immense pain, let alone ingesting it in the natural order. One creature preys upon another, and the blue heart grass is the optimal companion to living dragon blood. However, the blue heart grass is incredibly valuable. Lin Lei had inquired about its price. A single blue heart grass could command tens of thousands of gold coins, yet it is often unavailable. Furthermore, Drinkavat had previously mentioned, living dragon blood is exceedingly domineering. Typically, one blue heart grass is insufficient, and if one drinks a significant amount of dragon blood, more blue heart grass is required. Could Lin Lei afford such a costly herb? Perhaps the 70,000 gold coins he earned over a month would suffice for merely one blue heart grass. Blue heart grass, how fortunate I am. With a surge of joy, Lin Lei exerted himself and leapt several meters to land on the opposite cliff. He then promptly recited a spell, and in mere moments, wind elemental energies enveloped his body, creating an aura of swirling air around him. The 5th level wind magic, levitation. Although Lin Lei could only achieve levitation and not true flight, he was able to ascend and descend directly. Taking a step forward, he floated above the gorge, gradually descending into the misty depths. Bei, enviously perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, followed suit. Although powerful, Bei could not fly, as he was not a flying-type beast. Only by transcending to a sacred beast could he potentially achieve flight. In the misty gorge, dense clouds of swirling white fog enveloped them. As they delved deeper, Lin Lei noticed the distance between the cliffs widening. At this moment, he had floated near the blue heart grass. The grass, with its vibrant green leaves shimmering with a faint blue glow, felt icy to the touch. When its leaves were torn, a verdant liquid oozed forth, refreshing to the palate. Lin Lei recalled the essential phrases regarding blue heart grass from the Ernst Academy library. Observing the blue heart grass swaying gently in the breeze, he took a deep breath and carefully uprooted it. Indeed, it was cold to the touch. Grasping the blue heart grass, which felt as though it were made of ice, he promptly placed it in his pack and cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wondering if there might be more blue heart grass nearby. The presence of one blue heart grass suggested the possibility of another. Under the influence of the levitation spell, Lin Lei cautiously and slowly descended while straining to gaze below. The mist swirled and rolled, rendering everything hazy, yet Lin Lei discerned that the cliffside was entwined with thick vines. How vast! The deeper he flew, the more he realized the gorge below was expansive. While the cliffs above were merely hundreds of meters apart, he was now certain that the distance between them was at least several thousand meters. Given how closely he had been flying along one side of the cliff, Roars echoed from below, various low growls resonating sporadically, suggesting the presence of at least 100 magical beasts. Lin Lei's heart raced. Many beasts lurked below. He instinctively pressed against the stone wall, gripping the vines for a cautious descent. "Boss, I sense danger below," Bei communicated urgently through their bond. Lin Lei felt a knot tighten in his throat. The deeper he descended, the clearer the sounds of the beasts became. The deep, powerful roars undoubtedly belonged to large magical creatures, and typically, no large beast was weak. While formidable magical beasts do not necessarily possess great size, those of considerable girth are invariably powerful. Suddenly, Lin Lei spotted another blueheart grass growing on a distant cliff, surrounded by verdant vines and other plants. Not one to shy away from danger, upon seeing the blueheart grass, Lin Lei began to climb the vines, carefully maneuvering himself toward it. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that amid the surrounding green vines lurked a massive green python, over 20 meters long and as thick as two people embracing. The giant serpent's scales, entwined with vines and blending seamlessly with the greenery, rendered it nearly invisible in the hazy mist. Lin Lei descended closer to the blueheart grass. Bei urgently warned, "Boss, be careful. It's a magical beast python." "A python?" Lin Lei's heart skipped a beat. Serpentine magical beasts are often exceptionally powerful. Even the weakest of them, the triangular venomous snake, is a 6th-level beast. Lin Lei immediately scrutinized his surroundings, and at that moment, he found himself less than 100 meters from the massive green python. Upon closer inspection, he realized the true size of the creature. Gasp! Lin Lei inhaled sharply. The serpent, measuring over 30 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, sent a chill down his spine. The green-striped giant python, a 7th-level magical beast. Lin Lei's mind flooded with information regarding the green-striped giant python. He understood now why the gorge was shrouded in such thick white mist. The water mist spell is merely a 1st-level water magic, but a 7th-level magical beast like the green-striped giant python can create an endless expanse of white mist with its breath. The sheer density of the mist suggested that there were undoubtedly more than one of these beasts lurking within the gorge. Suddenly, the concealed green-striped giant python shifted, its colossal head turning toward Lin Lei, its chilling gaze locking onto him. A terrifying roar erupted from its maw, and the python lunged forward with alarming speed. The valley echoed with the cacophony of various beastly roars and the heavy thud of their movements. Lin Lei cast a quick glance downward, spotting a dozen colossal reptiles approaching. Yet this was merely a fraction of the magical beasts hidden within the white mist. Run! Faced with the onslaught of the green-striped giant python, Lin Lei soared upwards, harnessing the power of the wind elemental forces. As the levitation surged beyond his weight, he ascended at an astonishing speed. While flying, Lin Lei noted another green-striped giant python racing along the cliffside from a different direction. Its icy gaze fixated on him, its chilling calls echoing ominously. Caw, caw! A piercing shriek erupted as a swarm of massive flying creatures, the winged dragons, descended upon him. Lin Lei's complexion drained of color. Chapter 22. The Misty Valley, Part 2. A dozen winged draconians, each several times larger than a griffin, swiftly pursued Lin Lei. He immediately activated the dragon ring, striving to maximize his ascent speed, while simultaneously reciting the incantation for the Earth Guardian sacred armor. With a rush of wind, Lin Lei had already distanced himself from the green-patterned giant python. However, the winged draconians were remarkably swift, closing the gap between them. As Lin Lei soared to the cliffside of the canyon, the dozen winged draconians surged forward, relentlessly hunting him down. Lin Lei dashed through the forest, leaping and evading. Yet no matter how fast his legs moved, they could not match the flight speed of the winged draconians. A harsh screech pierced the air. The wings of the draconians spanned over 20 meters, and as they spread their wings, they practically obscured the sky above Lin Lei. He felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him as the draconians dove down, unleashing torrents of searing flames from their mouths, igniting the surrounding trees in an instant. The Earth Guardian's sacred armor enveloped Lin Lei, safeguarding him from harm. The flames crackled against his armor, which shimmered with a dusty yellow glow. Among dragonkin, winged draconians, and ground drakes were considered the lowest tier. Yet even the weakest of dragons were formidable 6th-level beasts. Particularly, both the ground drake and the winged draconian were known for their pack behavior. A dozen 6th-level beasts attacking from the sky would pose a threat even to a 7th-level warrior. As the winged draconians dove down. Swoosh. One of their razor-sharp claws struck Lin Lei's Earth Guardian sacred armor with a resounding impact, causing it to tremble and its golden glow to flicker. He could not withstand such force. Startled by the power of the blow, Lin Lei bolted through the woods, deliberately veering toward more treacherous terrain. He leaped, climbed, and scrambled for his life while the draconians above clawed desperately at him. Suddenly, a furious shriek rang out. Bibi had transformed, puffing up from a mere 20 centimeters to a full half-meter in length. However, even at half a meter, Bibi was still a mere speck compared to the winged draconians, whose wings spread wide above. In a flash, Bibi darted from Lin Lei's shoulder, becoming a blur as it lunged at one of the descending draconians. The sound of splintering bones and the draconian's agonized cries echoed as it plummeted from the sky. Without pause, Bibi sprang from the fallen draconian to another, delivering 2 fatal bites to its neck, ending its life. While winged draconians were merely 6th-level beasts, Bibi had the prowess to send even 7th-level beasts like the raptor fleeing in terror. Moreover, the divide between 6th and 7th level was substantial, representing a significant gulf in power. Though Bibi could not fly, once atop a winged draconian, its demise was assured. In mere moments, 3 of the winged draconians had met their end. The remaining draconians, now filled with dread, took to the skies, leaving Bibi powerless to pursue. The terrifying canyon had Lin Lei breathing a sigh of relief. As he extracted the magic crystals from the fallen draconians, he contemplated the mysteries of the Misty Valley. "Grandpa Derlin," he called, and Derlin Covet emerged from the dragon ring, clad in his eternally pristine moon-white robe, smiling at Lin Lei. "What troubles you, Lin Lei?" Lin Lei's mind was still in turmoil. "Grandpa Derlin, I just ventured into a misty valley and was astonished to find it teeming with magical beasts, including green-patterned giant pythons and enormous reptiles. I could hardly see clearly, but they were not smaller than raptors. Moreover, what I witnessed was merely a fraction of the valley. I have yet to glimpse its true nature." Lin Lei was taken aback by the sheer concentration of magical beasts in such a valley. "Oh," Derlin Covet replied, intrigued. "So many magical beasts dwell within the Misty Valley? Fascinating. Typically, magical beasts of the same species gather together. Yet you describe various types cohabitating. It is indeed curious. If I were still alive, I would certainly venture inside to investigate." Lin Lei shook his head with a wry smile. "That valley also contained blue heart herbs. I managed to collect only one before I had to flee." "Blue heart herbs?" Derlin Covet's eyes sparkled. "Wherever blue heart herbs grow, it is never an ordinary place. The Misty Valley undoubtedly harbors treasures or formidable magical beasts. Perhaps even 9th level or even sacred domain beasts." However, Derlin Covet's brow furrowed. Powerful magical beasts typically possess territorial instincts. If such beasts reside within, they would not permit winged draconians or green-patterned giant pythons to coexist. Yet, how can it be that winged draconians, green-patterned giant pythons, and the various reptiles you mentioned are able to coexist? It is indeed perplexing. Lin Lei smiled. "Grandpa Derlin, let us not dwell on it. I shall explore the valley further once I attain the rank of 7th level mage and can cast flight. Upon reaching 7th level, the Earth Guardian's sacred armor will advance to Jade grade, and my auxiliary spells will gain considerable potency. At that time, I will possess the absolute confidence to confront those winged draconians, and with flight, I shall surely venture into the Misty Valley." 7th level mage? You are only a 5th level mage now. That is quite a stretch, Derlin Covet remarked, dousing Lin Lei's enthusiasm. Lin Lei understood well. While reaching 6th level mage might be feasible, transitioning from 6th to 7th was a formidable challenge, a daunting obstacle to overcome. Lin Lei smiled gently. "I have been in the magical Beast Mountains for nearly 2 months now. It is time to return. The journey of nearly 1,000 miles will take several days, providing ample opportunity to hone my skills." With Bibi perched on his shoulder, Lin Lei commenced his journey homeward. Chapter 23. The Girl Named Alice, Part 1. On the return journey, the magical beasts encountered grew weaker. Upon stepping into the outer regions, Lin Lei found himself facing predominantly 3rd and 4th level beasts, posing little threat. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, unwilling to fully lower his guard. Walking alongside Lin Lei, Derlin Covet harbored a sense of unease. Although Lin Lei exuded a calm demeanor, He was merciless in battle. His eyes, once filled with sincerity, now bore an icy detachment that kept others at bay. Lin Covet recalled how, prior to entering the magical Beast Mountains, Lin Lei's gaze had been warm and trusting. After much contemplation, Lin Covet finally conveyed through soul communication, Lin Lei. Lin Lei, agilely navigating through the forest, turned his head in curiosity. Grandpa Lin, is there something on your mind? Lin Covet nodded solemnly. Before entering the magical Beast Mountains, I cautioned you about the nature of humanity, advising you not to trust others too easily and to maintain a cautious heart. Lin Lei acknowledged. You are right, Grandpa Lin. One cannot trust others lightly. Had I heeded your advice sooner, I might have avoided that wound to my abdomen. Lin Covet shook his head. While one should not trust too easily, neither should one become excessively wary. If you continue like this, how will you ever interact with others? Remember, one must not be too cold towards others, nor too trusting. Trust is built gradually through consistent communication. Do not let mere words sway your judgment. Lin Lei, being astute and well-read, understood the wisdom in Lin Covet's words. However, the harsh realities of the past 2 months had exposed him to the cruelty of human nature, making it difficult for him to place his faith in others. I understand, Grandpa Lin. Lin Lei replied with a nod. Lin Covet inwardly sighed in relief, grateful that Lin Lei still had the company of his little shadow mouse, BB, and some good friends from Ernst Academy. At the very least, he would not become excessively cold-hearted. Lin Covet recalled a powerful swordsman who had been a peer in the sacred domain of the former Puan Empire thousands of years ago. This swordsman was an extraordinary individual yet profoundly reclusive. Grandpa Lin, Lin Lei suddenly asked, what do you think my father will say upon seeing all these magical beast crystals? His eyes sparkled with the anticipation of receiving praise, reminiscent of a child eager for their parents' commendation after excelling in an exam. Are you planning to present all these magical beast crystals to your father? Lin Covet inquired with a smile. Lin Lei nodded eagerly. Of course. These magical beast crystals are worth over 70,000 gold coins, and as long as I am not left hungry, a few dozen gold coins a year will suffice. The father, managing the entire family, also bears the burden of young Walton's tuition fees, thus the monster cores must certainly be given to him. Lin Lei had no intention of selling the monster cores himself. After all, he possessed no experience in trading and would likely be deceived without even realizing it. Haha, I believe your father will jump for joy, Delin Kiwat chuckled. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile slightly, then quickened his pace along the return journey. He was too lazy to hunt level 3 or 4 monsters, skillfully maneuvering through the monster mountain range. Lin Lei leaped over a small creek. He heard fierce roars of monsters and the intense shouts of humans from a distance within the forest. Anyone daring to venture into the monster mountain range must at least be a level 5 warrior, while the outer areas generally host level 3 and 4 monsters. Why is the battle so fierce? Lin Lei pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. In the inner regions of the monster mountain range, level 5 and 6 monsters were abundant, and even the occasional level 7 monster could cause such brutal clashes. However, such occurrences were rare in the outskirts, where battles typically ended swiftly. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped 7 to 8 meters, effortlessly hopping between the trees, and soon arrived at the battlefield. Perched on a branch, Lin Lei observed quietly. 2 boys and 2 girls were fiercely battling a bloodthirsty war pig. One of the boys clad in white armor commanding the fight loudly. Second, don't run around, protect Alice. I'll distract this brute. Nia, stay calm and aim for its vital spots. These 4 clearly lacked experience. They panicked at the sight of danger, with only the lead boy in white armor appearing somewhat composed. They were certainly audacious. The boy in white armor seemed to possess the strength of a level 5 warrior, while the other 3 barely reached level 4. Lin Lei shook his head internally. How bold of them to enter the monster mountain range without even achieving level 5. Another boy, red-haired and panicked, shouted, Kalen, didn't you say the outskirts only had level 3 and 4 monsters? This is a level 5 monster. The boy named Kalen, feeling helpless, was a level 5 warrior leading his 3 friends into the outer regions of the monster mountain range for trials. Expecting no danger, yet unexpectedly facing a level 5 monster. Suddenly, a dozen earth spikes erupted around the bloodthirsty war pig, 3 of which pierced its thick hide, but the pig's tough skin merely deflected them. With a roar, The war pig turned its fury towards the only mage among the four. As it charged, its presence was terrifying, flames occasionally bursting from its nostrils, causing one of the boys to panic. "Dodge, Alice! Get out of the way!" Kalen shouted. The girl named Alice, with long golden hair and dreamy, hazy eyes, was startled and attempted to flee. However, being a level 5 monster, the war pig, though not highly intelligent, was still much smarter than an ordinary beast. It pursued Alice relentlessly. Seeing the war pig charge towards her, Alice was terrified and tried to escape, but tripped over a vine, tumbling headfirst. Turning back, she saw the bloodthirsty war pig, its eyes glowing red, rushing at her like a mad beast. With her delicate physique, she would surely be crushed under the pig's weight. Paralyzed by fear, Alice stood frozen. The other two boys and the girl were equally terrified. Unable to react in time to rescue her, "Alice!" Kalen cried out in anguish. Although he was a level 5 warrior, he was clearly lacking in experience. Suddenly, several sharp earth spikes, glowing with a rich ochre light, surged forth. Despite the bloodthirsty war pig's thick skin, 2 of the spikes penetrated its hardened muscles, blood gushing from its abdomen. Unfortunately, the spikes had merely pierced the muscle, failing to damage any internal organs. In pain, the war pig let out a deafening roar. Then, a black dagger descended from above, like a bolt of lightning, piercing the war pig's eye, causing its eyeball to burst. The dagger traversed through its skull, and the war pig writhed in agony, trembling violently before falling still. Kalen, Nia, and Alice were left breathless, their hearts racing. They watched as a robust boy clad in blue warrior attire expertly extracted the monster core from the bloodthirsty war pig, and then turned to leave. Kalen, however, was the first among them to regain his composure, calling out, "Wait, friend?" Lin Lei turned, frowning slightly. Kalen approached, expressing his gratitude. "I am Kalen. I sincerely thank you for your help. Without you, Alice may have perished." The girl named Alice soon joined them, still shaken, her chest heaving as she caught her breath, her curious, hazy eyes fixed on Lin Lei. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Alice Dafu, a geomancer as well." Lin Lei's gaze lingered on Alice for a moment. He couldn't help but acknowledge her innate grace, a charming aura that required no embellishments or cosmetics to manifest. "Lin Lei, it seems that in the Monster Mountain range, you typically refrain from intervening when others are in peril. Yet today, what compels you?" Dellen Kiwat's teasing voice echoed in Lin Lei's mind. "Ah, I see. You must have taken a liking to this Alice girl." Lin Lei furrowed his brow. "Dellen, it is not that I do not wish to help. Rather, within the inner regions of the Monster Mountain range, the monsters encountered are often several level 6 or 7. I simply lack the capacity to assist," he immediately clarified to Dellen Kiwat. Dellen chuckled and said no more. "I am Tony. May I ask the name of the esteemed mage?" Another boy interjected. Lin Lei replied coolly, "How long have you been in the Monster Mountain range?" "Today is our first day," Kalen responded helplessly. "We certainly did not expect to encounter a level 5 monster on our very first day. It is quite unfortunate. According to the books, the outer areas should host only level 3 and 4 monsters. We thought we would not encounter significant danger." "Foolish," Lin Lei shook his head. The girl archer named Nia immediately retorted. "Hey, what with your arrogance? You only saved Alice. What gives you the right to criticize us?" "Nia," Kalen admonished. Lin Lei continued, "I truly admire your audacity in daring to enter the Monster Mountain range. Simultaneously, I must assert that you are quite fortunate not to have encountered any bandits on your way here." "Bandits?" Kalen and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed not encountered any. The Monster Mountain range spanned over 10,000 miles. With numerous entry points, it was not unusual to avoid bandits, I'll tell you this. If you wish to survive, leave the Monster Mountain range immediately, Lin Lei stated bluntly. "Why? Are there many level 5 monsters in the outer regions?" Tony inquired, puzzled. Lin Lei replied calmly, "In the Monster Mountain range, particularly in the outer areas, the most dangerous threats are not the monsters, but rather, humans. You four, lacking both strength and experience, would attract the attention of any greedy individuals. I suspect that since it is only your first day in the Monster Mountain range, you have not yet been discovered. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated already. The most dangerous threats are humans?" Kalen furrowed his brow, but soon his expression changed dramatically. He respectfully addressed Lin Lei. "Esteemed mage, We just entered the Monster Mountain Range today and only have a general understanding of it. This trip was a private decision. I hope you can assist us in leaving the Monster Mountain Range safely. Lin Lei frowned. He disliked complications, yet the danger these five faced on their return journey from bandits was palpable. Esteemed mage, please help us, Alice pleaded earnestly. Lin Lei glanced at Alice, her pleading gaze stirring a sense of empathy within him. Imagining the scene of her being slain by bandits softened his heart, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, I will guide you on your way out. However, if we encounter bandits, I can only promise to assist to the best of my ability. If any of you fall victim, I cannot be held accountable. Kalen rejoiced, nodding vigorously. We would be immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed mage. Lin Lei acknowledged him with a nod and continued onward, turning his back to the four, stating, "Follow me." Kalen and the others promptly followed Lin Lei, traversing the Monster Mountain Range under his protection as they made their way toward the city. During the return journey, Kalen and the others learned Lin Lei's name. And Alice, being a fellow geomancer, admired him greatly. At-15, Alice was regarded as a prodigy at the Wayland Magic Academy. Yet, despite her talents, she had only just reached level 4 mage this year, a level of achievement that, in Ernst Academy, could only be deemed average. As the journey paused, Lin Lei, along with Kalan, Alice, and others, commenced their meal. Lin Lei and Alice were seated closely together. Brother Lin Lei, you are truly remarkable. You achieved the rank of a level 5 mage at just 14. I reckon I won't reach that until I'm 20. Alice gazed at Lin Lei with admiration. I'm nothing extraordinary. Our Academy's top prodigy, Dikashi, became a level 4 mage at 9 and ascended to level 5 by the age of 12. Lin Lei casually remarked, omitting the fact that he was a level 4 mage at 13 before advancing to level 5 just a year later, thus surpassing Dikashi by 3 years. 9 years old and already a level 4 mage? I am 15 and have only just become a level 4 mage myself. I'm still considered the top genius at our academy. Our Wayland Magic Academy pales in comparison to your Inst Academy, Alice sighed. Brother Lin Lei, I feel that your Earth Spike Array possesses immense power, seemingly surpassing that of some level 5 students from our academy. What is the reason for this? As a fellow Earth mage, Alice naturally noticed Lin Lei's distinctiveness. Lin Lei smiled nonchalantly. It's not just about power. The speed at which the Earth Spike Array manifests is also exceedingly swift. He proceeded to explain to Alice that Earth magic originates from the elemental force of the Earth. In terms of understanding Earth mages, Lin Lei surpassed even the instructors at Inst Academy, owing to his tutelage under a realm-level mentor. Alice gazed up at Lin Lei, listening intently. As one spoke and the other listened. The distance between them gradually diminished. Lin Lei, fully engrossed in his narration, only realized how close their faces were, merely a fist's breadth apart, when he paused for a moment. Startled, Lin Lei had never been this close to a girl before, especially not so near that he could see the haziness in Alice's eyes, her delicate nose, and even feel her breath and catch a whiff of her fragrance. Brother Lin Lei, why have you stopped speaking? Alice inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. However, within moments, she regained her composure, quickly creating distance between them, her face flushing a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Lin Lei also made an effort to calm his heart, standing up and addressing the others, feigning nonchalance. All right, everyone is full now. Let us resume our journey and strive to reach the city early. Chapter 25. The Purple and the Night Wind, Part 1. In the capital city of the Holy Alliance, Finley Kingdom. On Greenleaf Road, numerous luxurious mansions congregated. In front of one such mansion, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. On behalf of the D-Bus family, we thank you, Lin Lei, for your assistance. If it weren't for you, young Kalan would have faced significant peril. An elderly man with silver hair, impeccably groomed, smiled at Lin Lei. Beside the silver-haired elder stood Kalan, with Alice, Tony, and Naya nearby, accompanied by a retinue of servants from the D-Bus family. The elder turned to a servant behind him and nodded, prompting the servant to pull out a small yellow pouch from his cloak. The elder accepted the pouch, handing it to Lin Lei with a smile. This contains 100 gold coins. While it may not be a substantial amount, it represents our family's gratitude. I hope you will accept it. There's no need. I merely lent a helping hand, Lin Lei replied courteously. Well then, I shall take my leave. The elder did not insist further, cheerfully watching Lin Lei depart. Tony, you three should head home as well. Your parents must be quite worried, the elders said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Kalan, Alice, Naya, and Tony each made their way home. Once Kalan and the elder entered the parlor, the elder's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, "Kneel." Kalan immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Second granduncle, I was wronged. I did not ascertain the dangers of the monster mountain range and recklessly took my 3 friends there. Please punish me." "Hmph, reckless?" The elder's icy gaze swept over Kalan. "Kalan, you are already of age and are the future heir of the Debus family. How could you make such a foolish mistake? The dangers of the monster mountain range are beyond your imagination. To venture there without reporting to the family and taking risks on your own. Humph, your punishment will be left to your father to decide. I just want to remind you, if you continue to act so thoughtlessly, even if the family were to entrust you with its affairs, you would ruin it." Kalan bowed his head in silence, not daring to speak. The Debus family ranks among the top 3 families in the Finley Kingdom, not due to high status, but because they are partners with the Dawson Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major trading firms in the entire Yulon continent. The Dawson Chamber of Commerce is immensely wealthy, with business extending throughout the Yulon continent. Each of the 3 major trading firms possesses terrifying financial and military strength. In the Finley Kingdom, many families aspire to collaborate with the Dawson Chamber of Commerce, as such an alliance is akin to boarding a powerful war chariot. The Debus family's connection with the Dawson Chamber of Commerce is indeed formidable. After all, the attitudes of the 3 major trading firms are such that they primarily court the 2 great alliances and 4 empires. Having departed from Finley City, Lin Lei set out for Instacademy, with Bei Bei perched on his shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings, while Dylan Kibo walked alongside him. "Grandpa Dylan, don't you think this world is a bit frightening?" Lin Lei communicated through thought. Dylan Kibo nodded in agreement, but did not elaborate. "Simply listening quietly, I felt no particular unease during my previous visit to Finley City, but upon returning from the Monster Mountain Range, I have come to realize much. The cruelty and survival of the fittest in the Monster Mountain Range are stark and bloody, devoid of any pretense. Yet, in Finley City, the nobles, mages, and formidable warriors all present themselves impeccably, treating others with courtesy. The entire city appears so prosperous, yet the hierarchy within is cold and rigid. Even in the law, the rights of the nobles vastly overshadow those of the commoners. Although Finley City is vibrant, filled with laughter, the underlying rules are far more intricate than those in the Monster Mountain Range. In the Monster Mountain Range, there is no distinction of status, only a difference in strength. At this moment, Lin Lei gradually began to comprehend the nature of this world. In this realm, the great nobles reside at the pinnacle while the commoners are exploited. Regardless of how gentlemanly the nobles may appear or how hypocritical their demeanor, they cannot conceal the entrenched hierarchy of the world. To attain status, one must become a great warrior or a powerful mage. Without effort, one is destined to be eliminated. Human society is far more complex than the world of the Monster Mountain Range. It is merely the brutal competition of the Monster Mountain Range cloaked in a lavish facade. Yet, at times, this splendid exterior proves to be remarkably useful. A flicker of disdain for the insincere nobles began to brew within Lin Lei. The stark contrast between the brutality of the Monster Mountain Range and the opulence of Finley City brought about a shift in Lin Lei's mindset. "Are you afraid of competition?" Dylan Kibo suddenly asked. Lin Lei grinned widely. "Afraid? No, I relish it. If there were no competition in the world, every day would be mundane and devoid of meaning. I thrive on competition, on exhilarating rivalries, dancing on the edge of a blade. That's where the thrill truly lies." Chirp chirp nearby, Bei Bei joyfully chirped in agreement. Upon entering Instacademy, having traversed the Monster Mountain Range and gained insight into the treachery of human nature, Lin Lei cherished the camaraderie within the academy even more. Approaching the dormitory, he overheard voices from within. "Hey, Yale, Lin Lei still hasn't he returned? He won't be in danger in the Monster Mountain Range. Will he? Shut your mouth, old 4. Old 3 will be back safely, of course. Let us go eat," Yale said. As soon as he caught sight of Lin Lei at the courtyard entrance, he froze, and so did George and Reno for a moment. Then, the 3 of them rushed over in excitement. "Ha ha, old 3, you're finally back," Yale exclaimed, giving Lin Lei a bear hug. Reno shouted, "Wow, Lin Lei, Yale and George have been fretting about you every day, while I always believed you would return safely." Old 4, George shot a glare at Reno. Didn't you just express your worries about Old 3's safety? Me? Reno feigned confusion. Did I say that? Linley looked at his three good friends. His heart warmed. Yale waved his hand grandiosely. All right, you two, stop chit-chatting. Old 3 has returned safely from the Monster Mountain Range. This is cause for celebration. Let us go and have a proper feast. Old 2? Old 4, Linley chuckled. Let us go. I'll treat today. Eh? Reno's eyes widened. You're treating? Yale burst into laughter. Right? Old 3 is treating. Don't forget, a few days ago, the Procus Pavilion sent an invitation. And Old 3's 3 sculptures sold for over 4,000 gold coins. We ought to celebrate him properly. The invitation from Procus Pavilion? Linley was taken aback. Yale quickly added, Old 3, your stone carvings sold for a hefty price. Procus Pavilion has fully recognized your sculpting skills and is inviting you to set up an independent exhibition space in their master showcase. Ah, I'll go fetch the invitation for you. Yale, upon uttering his words, dashed towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Reno, with a hint of mystery, addressed Linley. Linley, you are unaware, but ever since the representatives from the Procus Pavilion visited the Academy, the news of your invitation to establish an independent exhibition space at Procus has spread throughout the entire institution. Your reputation has soared. Spread throughout the Academy? Linley was somewhat bewildered, as he had only just learned of it himself. Indeed, it seems you were the last to be informed about this matter. George chimed in with a smile. Linley, here is the invitation from the Procus Pavilion. Yale emerged from the dormitory, clutching a white envelope adorned with gold trim. Chapter 26. The Purple in the Night Breeze, Part 2. During the evening, the four brothers from dormitory 1987 strolled along the tranquil pathways of Ernst Academy, casually chatting about the events of the past 2 months. Such brutality? Reno exclaimed in shock, lifting Linley's shirt to reveal a grotesque wound on his abdomen that resembled a writhing worm. Causing him to gasp, George fell silent momentarily, while Yale chuckled, "Ha, you all are rather sheltered, aren't you? I've seen far worse in my childhood." Yale, is that for real? Reno asked incredulously. Yale, with an air of pride, replied, of course it's true. I've witnessed many such horrors, from the execution of prisoners to watching live battles between humans and beasts. During those spectacles, affluent onlookers surrounded the scene. It was quite the bloodbath. Upon hearing Yale's account, Linley could vividly imagine the gruesome scenes described. The Academy is truly a haven, George sighed. Linley nodded in agreement, noting how, during these evening hours, one could often see couples leisurely walking hand in hand or sitting together on magical beasts, enjoying the serene atmosphere of the Academy. By the way, Yale, aren't you supposed to be with your girlfriend tonight? Why aren't you with her? Reno suddenly inquired. Yale shrugged nonchalantly. Girlfriend? My brother has just returned from the perilous Beast Mountain, and you expect me to accompany a girl? Remember, Reno, brothers are like limbs, while women are merely garments, just for a bit of fun. Reno immediately adopted a look of disdain. Linley, a joyful voice suddenly called from a distance. The four turned to see a tall, graceful beauty with flowing golden hair running towards them, her face alight with excitement. Linley, you've returned from the Beast Mountain. How wonderful. You were gone for 2 months. I was so worried. Are you hurt anywhere? Delia, I'm fine, Linley replied with a smile. Delia was someone Linley had known since he first entered Ernst Academy, and they shared a close bond. When he was with her, Linley felt completely at ease, free from any mental burden, as if he were among his 3 good brothers. Delia, Uncle's carriage is still outside. Let's not waste any time. A cold voice interrupted. Linley looked up to see a young man clad in the Academy's robes standing at a distance. Delia's brother, Dixie, one of Ernst Academy's 2 prodigies. His robe was immaculate, without a single blemish, and his eyes were strikingly clear. Oh, Delia responded with a hint of disappointment. Turning to Linley, she said, Father wants me to return with my brother. The carriage is waiting outside. So I must leave now. All right, Delia, we will talk again when you return, Linley said with a smile. Yes, goodbye. Delia clearly felt disappointed at not having more time to chat with Linley. As Dixie approached, he merely glanced at Delia, who then walked towards him. Dixie, however, turned to Linley and said, Linley, I heard you underwent trials in the Beast Mountain. Congratulations on your success. Linley was taken aback. Dixie was actually speaking to him? Dixie's cold demeanor was well known throughout Ernst Academy. Most felt pressure in his presence, especially when those clear eyes were fixed upon them, creating an overwhelming psychological burden. "Oh, thank you," Lin-Lei managed to respond. Dixie nodded slightly and then proceeded with his sister towards the Academy's entrance. The following morning, within the Procus Pavilion in the capital city of Finley, Lin-Lei. "Please take a seat," Ostoni warmly invited. "Yale, you and your companion should rest as well." Ostoni scrutinized Lin-Lei and exclaimed, "Lin-Lei, I must say, you are truly a prodigy, a remarkable genius, a mere 15-year-old lad. Yet you have become a distinguished scholar at the foremost magic academy in the entire Yulon continent. Not only that, but your skills in stone carving have also reached an extraordinarily high level. What you have accomplished is nothing short of miraculous. To be deemed a magic genius is one thing, but among stone carving experts, those we invite to establish independent exhibition spaces at Procus Pavilion are typically over 40 years old. You are by far the youngest. Historically, only two extraordinary talents could be compared to you. However, unlike them, you are not only a stone carving genius, but also a magic genius. Truly a prodigy." Ostoni's praise left Lin-Lei somewhat bashful. "Ostoni, spare us the flattery and get on with the matters at hand. My brothers and I wish to enjoy ourselves," Yale urged. Realizing his oversight, Ostoni quickly retrieved a silver magic crystal card from a nearby folder and handed it to Lin-Lei with a smile. "Lin-Lei, this silver magic crystal card has been specially crafted for us by the Four Nations Gold Bank for the Procus Pavilion. The card signifies your status as a stone carving expert. All the gold from the sale of your stone carvings will be directly deposited into this card. Currently, it is unassigned. Please verify it with your fingerprint. You will be able to use it thereafter." Ostoni handed the magic crystal card to Lin-Lei and discreetly inquired, "By the way, have you brought any stone carvings with you this time?" Lin-Lei nodded slightly. "Yes, I brought 3 pieces." Ostoni's smile grew even more radiant. That night, within the elegant chambers of the Azure Water Paradise, only Lin-Lei and George were present, enjoying drinks and laughter with 2 ladies, while Reno and Yale had long since retreated into their rooms with their companions. "Those two are something else," Lin-Lei remarked after taking a sip of his drink, addressing the lively George beside him. "Old 2, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I think I'll step outside for some fresh air." "All right," George replied, continuing his conversation with the girl beside him. Lin-Lei exited the bustling Azure Water Paradise, and as the cool night breeze greeted him, his mind cleared. Compared to the lively atmosphere within, the outside was noticeably peaceful. He meandered along the streets of Finley, enjoying the refreshing night air. As he strolled along the quieter streets lined with noble residences, he noticed that the estates here were clearly of a lesser caliber compared to those on Greenleaf Road. On the balcony of a 2-story building, Alice was savoring the cool night breeze. Gazing at the moonlit sky, her thoughts drifted to Lin-Lei, the one who had saved her life in that moment of despair. When she faced imminent death, it was Lin-Lei who had descended from above, vanquishing the bloodthirsty war pig and sparing her life. The shock of his arrival during her darkest hour left an indelible mark upon her heart. Lin-Lei is somewhat quiet, but when he speaks of magic, he is quite charming, Alice mused, a smile creeping across her face. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar figure walking down the street below. Recognizing him, her face lit up with surprise as she waved and called out, "Lin-Lei, Lin-Lei." As Lin-Lei enjoyed the tranquility of the night, he turned in confusion upon hearing his name called in the distance. On the balcony of the small building, the figure clad in purple stood out strikingly against the backdrop of the moon. To Lin-Lei, she appeared as an ethereal being illuminated by moonlight, her purple attire billowing gently in the night breeze. Alongside her flowing hair in that fleeting moment, Lin-Lei seemed to catch a whiff of Alice's enchanting fragrance, irresistibly alluring. "Alice," Lin-Lei instinctively made his way towards the small building. Chapter 1. The Return Home, Part 1. The walls of Alice's estate were only 2 meters high. Lin-Lei approached the wall, pushing off from the ground, and leaped gracefully onto the balcony where Alice stood. "Quick, crouch down," Alice urged, pulling Lin-Lei down in haste. Confused, Lin-Lei complied. "Shoo," Alice cautioned, glancing below before exhaling in relief. "Fortunately, the guard is asleep. If he had seen you, I would be in trouble." Lin-Lei nodded in understanding. "Let's sit down. The balcony's guardrail conceals us from view," Alice replied with a sly smile, resembling a cunning little fox. After wiping the floor with a cloth from the balcony, she and Lin Lei settled down side by side. Seeing Alice filled Lin Lei with joy. Alice, it's already late. What are you doing out here on the streets? By the way, didn't you say you were from Ernst Academy? What brings you to Finley? Alice, filled with curiosity, rapidly fired off several questions. Why are you in Finley City? Lin Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He couldn't exactly say he was there with his 3 brothers for a jaunt to Paradise Lake. I came to Finley City for a bit of sightseeing with a few friends, and feeling a bit restless at night, I decided to take a stroll. Lin Lei could only respond vaguely. Alice nodded in understanding. Alice, it's quite late. Why are you still awake? Lin Lei inquired, puzzled. Alice shrugged in exasperation. I went to bed early, but just as I was drifting off, my utterly inebriated father disrupted my sweet dreams. You have no idea how outrageous my father is, gambling and drinking every day. Making a ruckus even when he's home, it's infuriating. Having a father like that is truly unfortunate. And what about you, brother Lin Lei? How is your father? Alice turned to Lin Lei, who sat beside her. My father? A myriad of memories with his father flooded Lin Lei's mind. His father did not gamble, and even when he drank, he never got drunk. However, he was exceedingly strict in his upbringing, a trait that had persisted throughout Lin Lei's childhood. Alice sighed enviously. Brother Lin Lei, you are so fortunate, unlike me. Under the moonlight of the late night, the young man and woman engaged in light-hearted conversation, transitioning from topics about their fathers to education. From education to their respective academies, and then to their close friends, sharing amusing anecdotes along the way. Lin Lei spoke joyfully, and as their conversation deepened, he grew increasingly familiar with Alice's life. Gradually, the long night faded, and a faint light began to break over the eastern horizon, filling the earth with the refreshing air of dawn. Lin Lei and Alice, engrossed in their discussion, remained blissfully unaware of the passage of time until the first light of day illuminated their surroundings. Ah, it's dawn. Lin Lei finally noticed the hour. Alice, too, came to the realization. I'm so sorry for keeping you up all night, brother Lin Lei. Suddenly, an awkward silence enveloped them, and Lin Lei felt the atmosphere shift uncomfortably. I should be going. Sensing the change, he stood up abruptly. Will you come back to Finley City in the future, brother Lin Lei? Alice pressed. I will, definitely, if time permits, Lin Lei replied, and with a swift motion, he vaulted over the balcony and landed effortlessly on the wall, propelling himself down to the street below. Without looking back, he waved a casual farewell. Alice watched as Lin Lei's figure disappeared into the distance, feeling a bittersweet sense of loss as she retreated to her room. As the sun blazed in the late August sky like a fiery orb, Lin Lei set off towards his hometown. Wushan Town. After enjoying lunch with his 3 brothers, he trekked along the road, carrying a package filled with magic crystals valued at over 70,000 gold coins. Squeak, squeak, Bibi chirped excitedly from Lin Lei's shoulder. Lin Lei glanced at Bibi and smiled, mentally inquiring, Bibi, are you happy to return to Wushan Town? By the way, I've never asked, how did you end up in my family's abandoned ancestral home? I don't know. Bibi replied, shaking his head. I've been in your family's ancestral home for as long as I can remember, and I don't know who my parents are. However, there's always been a voice in my memory saying, stay here. Don't wander off. Stay here. Don't wander off, Lin Lei pondered. Could that voice be a remnant from Bibi's parents? At first, I only ate stones, obeying that voice and not daring to leave your ancestral home. Later, you fed me wild chickens and rabbits. You're the only one who has ever treated me so well, and I don't want to leave you, big brother. Bibi scrunched his little nose. Lin Lei recalled the moment when Bibi hesitated at the entrance of Wushan Town, eventually biting himself to forge their soul bond when he realized Lin Lei was truly leaving. All right, Bibi, we will always be together. Lin Lei affectionately patted Bibi's head, who closed his eyes contentedly. Lin Lei walked at a leisurely pace, covering about 20 miles an hour. By the time he reached the outskirts of Wushan Town, dusk was settling in. As he neared the town, he heard a familiar voice. Stand tall. Don't slouch. If anyone's rear touches the branches below while painting, it's a violation. Double the training. The voice of Uncle Hillman echoed from afar. Lin Lei turned to see a group of children aged 6 to 16, divided into 3 teams, training diligently under the stern supervision of Hillman and 2 other instructors. Sweat soaked through their shirts, a sight that brought back memories of Lin Lei's own training. Lin Lei? Hillman spotted him from a distance, quickly relaying a message to his companions, Rory and Roger, before rushing over to Linley and enveloping him in a bear hug. "Uncle Hillman, it's been a while," Linley exclaimed joyfully. "Haha, come on, let us head home. Lord Hog will be thrilled to see you," Hillman replied with a grin, and together they made their way into Wushan town. "Young Master Linley," Rory and Roger greeted warmly from afar. "Uncle Rory, Uncle Roger." Linley waved back and continued walking with Hillman towards his family estate. "Linley, why are you carrying such a hefty package?" "What's inside?" Hillman inquired, noticing the bulging bundle on Linley's back. Linley smiled mysteriously. "A gift, for my father." Chapter 2. Returning Home, Part 2, in the courtyard of the Baruch family estate. Hog was reclining in a chair, engrossed in a very thick book. "Lord Hog, dinner is ready," a maid announced respectfully. Since the butler, Shire, had taken young Walton to the O'Brien Empire, there hadn't been a single servant left in the Baruch family. As the patriarch of a dragon-blood warrior family, Hog certainly couldn't be expected to perform menial tasks. Thus, he had reluctantly hired a maid. Oh, Hog closed his book and glanced at the maid, reflecting that it was fortunate the nobles recognized his son's talents as a genius sorcerer at Ernst Academy and were willing to lend him gold coins. Otherwise, life would be even more challenging. With Wushan Town's current tax rates, he was barely managing to meet the kingdom's tax obligations and pay the guard salaries. Hog felt stifled at the thought. By the time the family reached his generation, most of their sellable assets had been exhausted. Fortunately, he had two sons, two remarkable sons. Linley was already a level 5 sorcerer, nearing graduation. Soon, the family could be entrusted to him, and Hog could pursue the endeavors he had always dreamed of. Hog rose and headed to the living room when suddenly, Lord Hog, Hillman's voice called out from a distance. Hog, puzzled, turned to the estate's entrance, and moments later, Hillman entered, accompanied by a robust young man. Upon seeing the youth, Hog's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily. "Linley, you're back. This is such a wonderful surprise. Agatha, please prepare a more lavish dinner," Hog said, affectionately patting Linley on the shoulder. "My boy, you've grown taller than me, by the way. Don't you usually return at the end of the year? What brings you back now?" Linley smiled mysteriously. "Father, I'll tell you after dinner." "How mysterious?" Hog feigned a frown. Nearby, Hillman chuckled. "Lord Hog, Linley has told me he has a secret gift for you. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me." "Uncle Hillman." Linley frowned at Hillman. "All right, I won't say anything." Hillman laughed heartily. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth, and several candles flickered in the Baruch family's living room, illuminating the space. After dinner, once the maid Agatha had cleared the table, Linley placed his package before his father. "What is this?" Hog asked, puzzled, glancing at Linley. "Just wait a moment before you open it," Linley replied. Rising to close the living room door, Hog chuckled. "So mysterious? You have to close the door?" With confidence, Linley settled back down. "Father, go ahead and open the package. I'm curious to see what you've brought," Hog said, eagerly opening the bundle. To his surprise, inside was a large bag tightly secured at the top, filled to the brim with magic crystals. As Hog touched the bag, he wondered aloud. This large bag doesn't seem like it contains gold coins. Could it be filled with pebbles? Hog pondered, perplexed, as he began to open the bag. As soon as the bag was unfastened, a dazzling array of colors burst forth, the various magic crystals radiating vibrant hues. Hog's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen such a magnificent display of magic crystals in his entire life. "Is this magic crystals?" Hog gasped, staring at Linley in shock, then swallowed hard, realizing he had never encountered such a vast quantity of magic crystals before. "So many magic crystal cores, they are truly a feast for the eyes." Linley nodded and said, "Indeed. This bag is filled almost entirely with magic crystal cores, with only a handful of magic crystals. According to the recorded value of the magic crystal cores in the books, their worth should exceed 70,000 gold coins. 70,000 gold coins. Hog felt a sharp jolt in his heart. Over the years, Hog had been plagued by financial concerns. Now, if he were to present 500 gold coins, he would likely have to borrow money. His predicament was evident. 70,000 gold coins. What a concept. Such an amount could sustain the entire Baruch family for over a century. Of course, 70,000 gold coins was merely a figure based on outdated prices. The current value would likely be somewhat higher. Estimated to fetch around 80,000 gold coins, Lin Lei honestly replied. Hog gazed at the vibrant array of magic crystal cores before him, feeling as if he were in a dream, his spirit light and airy. Taking several deep breaths, Hog struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. Lin Lei, where did you acquire these magic crystal cores? Hog suddenly realized, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lin Lei. Did you venture into the Beast Mountain range? Lin Lei nodded. Yes, father. All these magic crystal cores were obtained from the Beast Mountain range. You? Hog's irritation flared. The Beast Mountain range is the most perilous place in the entire continent. Entering it is no trivial matter. Why did you not consult me before recklessly going in? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is inside? As soon as the words left his mouth, Hog let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lin Lei had already been there. Of course he understood the inherent dangers. Observing Lin Lei's lowered head and his demeanor of attentively listening to reprimands, Hog could not help but shake his head and sigh. Lin Lei, it is not that your father wishes to scold you. You must understand that you are now a prodigious mage at Ernst Academy with limitless potential for the future. The burden of the Baruch family will fall upon your shoulders. After all, your younger brother is still quite young, and it may be some time before he becomes a true dragon-blooded warrior. You carry my hopes, the hopes of our family, so you cannot treat your life lightly. Lin Lei dared not speak. Take off your shirt. Let me see if you are injured, Hog suddenly commanded. Take off my shirt? Lin Lei hesitated, knowing all too well the horrific scars that marred his body, hidden beneath his clothing. Remove it, Hog insisted, a frown creasing his brow. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Lei finally acquiesced, shedding his shirt to reveal his muscular torso, which bore a multitude of scars, some of which were even life-threatening. Upon seeing the terrifying scars etched across Lin Lei's body, Hog felt his heart tremble. With trembling hands, he slowly reached toward Lin Lei's chest and abdomen, where the nearly fatal wounds lay. The sight of these injuries tugged painfully at Hog's heart. How had his son endured such trials and survived the brink of death? Hog could scarcely fathom it. Lin Lei, you. Hog choked on his words. Father, I'm perfectly fine, Lin Lei quickly reassured him. Hog glanced at the pile of magic crystal cores, a symbol of immense wealth, and then at the terrifying scars crisscrossing Lin Lei's body, causing him to tremble slightly. He felt rage. Rage at his own powerlessness, his inadequacy. Taking a deep breath, Hog looked skyward in silence, then spoke in a subdued tone. Lin Lei, you have traveled far and must be tired. It is best that you rest early. Yes, father. Lin Lei departed quietly, leaving Hog alone in the dimly lit living room, where the candlelight flickered. Chapter 3. Hog the next morning, at the dining table in the Baruch family's living room, Lin Lei was astonished to find his father looking radiant, his demeanor entirely transformed. Setting down his knife and fork, Hog smiled at Lin Lei. Lin Lei, stay at home for a while longer. It has been ages since I last saw you. Let us spend some quality time together. His father encouraging him to stay at home longer? Lin Lei was taken aback, for in all the years he had never heard such words from Hog. Originally, Lin Lei had planned to visit Finley City and see Alice. But at that moment, thoughts of Alice were cast aside. All right, father, Lin Lei replied happily, nodding. Hog nodded in delight, though there seemed to be something more in his gaze. Lin Lei lingered in Wushan town for over 10 days, even delaying his return to Ernst Academy for the upcoming semester. Remarkably, Hog did not urge Lin Lei to return to the academy. On the eastern slope of Wushan, beside a babbling brook, Lin Lei sat cross-legged, quietly meditating to refine his magical powers. Earth and wind elements permeated his body, naturally enhancing his physique as they flowed through his muscles and meridians. After absorbing a small portion, most of the elements were ultimately refined and gathered at the dantian in his chest. The elements, like rivers converging, eventually pooled together there. Lin Lei sat in this manner for half a day, and when he finally opened his eyes, the sun had already set. It was time to return to the academy. Standing up and exhaling deeply, Lin Lei reflected on how, since he had given those magic crystal cores to his father, Hog's demeanor towards him had improved significantly, becoming much more affable. These past 10 days had been the most harmonious Lin Lei had ever experienced with Hog. What could have prompted such a dramatic shift in his father's attitude? The magic crystal cores. Surely, it was not merely about wealth. Or perhaps, it was the scars I bear? Lin Lei pondered, unable to fully ascertain the reason for his father's newfound kindness. The phrase concern and warmth aptly described Hogg's current attitude towards Lin Lei. Upon entering the Baruch family mansion, Lin Lei immediately spotted his father engrossed in reading. "Father, it's getting quite dark. Perhaps you should save the reading for tomorrow." "Oh, Lin Lei, you're back," Hogg exclaimed, closing his book with a smile. "You make a valid point. I shall save it for tomorrow." "Lin Lei, you must be thirsty after your long training outside," Hogg said, pouring a glass of warm water from a kettle on the side table. "Here, quench your thirst. The temperature is just right, neither hot nor cold." "Thank you, Father." Lin Lei felt warmth spread through him. For these past 10 days, Hogg had treated Lin Lei with such kindness, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Sipping the tea, Lin Lei spoke up. "Father, I have been home for a while. I plan to return to the academy tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Hogg paused slightly, then nodded. "Very well. Please make sure to return early by the end of the year." "Understood," Lin Lei replied. Hogg gently admonished, "Lin Lei, your father may not possess great abilities. The future of our family relies on you. The magic crystal cores you provided should cover your brother's expenses in the O'Brien Empire. At this stage, I am quite content, yet I still bear the shame of our family in my heart. I hope you do not forget that our family's treasured legacy still lies beyond." Lin Lei felt the weight of his father's expectations, taking a deep breath and nodding slightly at this moment. "I seek nothing more than to witness the blade slaughter before my time ends." Hogg's voice was heavy with emotion. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Lin Lei immediately interjected, "Father, do not be so pessimistic. You are only 40 years old. There are many days ahead of you. I am confident that within a decade, I will return with the blade slaughter and restore it to our family's ancestral hall." "A decade? Good. Hogg nodded gently. The following afternoon, Lin Lei departed from Wushan town, and that very night, in the Baruch family's living room, sat two individuals, Hogg and Zierman. The living room door was tightly shut, and on the dining table lay that bag of magic crystal cores. Zierman was awestruck by the sight of so much wealth, and Hogg spoke up, "Zierman, I intend to sell these magic crystal cores in the near future, and I hope you can assist me in safeguarding the resulting gold." Zierman snapped out of his reverie, hurriedly replying, "Lord Hogg, no, how could you entrust such a vast fortune to me? Surely you can manage it yourself." "Zierman, do not call me Lord Hogg. Just refer to me as Brother Hogg," Hogg said with a warm smile. Suddenly, Hogg stood up, facing the east. "You suggest I manage it myself? Ha ha. Zierman, you are perhaps the most knowledgeable about our Baruch family and my affairs." Zierman paused, unsure of why Hogg brought this up. The incident had been buried in his heart for nearly 11 years. For all this time, he had felt as though his heart was being gnawed upon by ants. Enduring day after day, year after year, and now, 11 years had passed. Hogg trembled slightly, Zierman's expression changed, and he abruptly stood up, alarmed. "Lord Hogg, you intend to?" "Yes, I must investigate the events of that year. I must avenge Lena." Hogg's face twisted in rage. "Lord Hogg," Zierman quickly interjected, "did we not already investigate? The opposing forces are incredibly powerful. We only uncovered a portion of the truth, which was already terrifying. If you pursue this, you might lose your life." Hogg roared, "Death? Am I afraid of death? Zierman, you have no idea of the torment I have endured these past 11 years, the anguish of my soul. I have had enough. Now that Lin Lei has gifted me these magic crystal cores, their value should be around 80,000 gold coins, more than sufficient to cover Warden's expenses. With this gold, I am free of any burdens. For so many years, I have endured. All for what? They are still just two sons. Now that Lin Lei has grown up, Walton is also in the O'Brien Empire. I no longer have anything to worry about." Hogg grasped Hillman's shoulders with both hands, gazing intently into Hillman's eyes. "Hillman, although you address me as Lord Hogg, over the years, we have shared a bond akin to brotherhood. At this juncture, I hope you can grant me my wish." "Hogg, you?" Hillman replied anxiously. He was acutely aware that should Hogg truly investigate the events of that year, it could very well cost him his life. "And my mind is made up, Hillman. You must understand, these days are unbearable for me," Hogg said, his eyes reddening. Seeing Hogg in such distress filled Hillman with helplessness. He understood Hogg's thoughts. For all these years, why had Hogg always been so stern and aloof, while others may not have known? Hillman was well aware that before the death of Lin Lei and Walton's mother, Lena, Hogg had been a remarkably cheerful individual. However, ever since Lena's passing, Hogg's demeanor had changed drastically. Although Hogg publicly claimed that Lena had died during childbirth, Hillman, along with the butler Heary, knew the truth. Hillman, you need not persuade me any further. I simply ask you, will you assist me? Hogg fixed his gaze upon Hillman. Hillman stared at Hogg for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well. I will help you. A flicker of a smile appeared on Hogg's face, one that spoke of relief. Chapter 4. The price of stone carvings in the quiet streets of Finley City. Alice stood on the balcony of her two-story house, resting her chin on her hands as she observed the passers-by below. Ever since Lin Lei's last departure, Alice had taken to watching the street daily, hoping for Lin Lei's return. Yet, tomorrow marks the beginning of classes. And today, I must leave. Alice sighed inwardly, casting one last glance at the street. She merely wished for Lin Lei to visit her once more, but regrettably, he had not shown up in over 10 days. Just then, the voice of her dear friend Nia echoed from the entrance below. Alice, hurry up. Nia, Tony, and Kaylin were waiting at the door. Kaylin, Nia, and Tony were from the Warrior Academy, and their institution was relatively close to Alice's Wayland Magic Academy. Since all four resided in Finley City, their bond was quite strong. All right, I'll be right down. Alice glanced at the street in front of her residence before descending with her prepared bag. On the evening of the third day after Alice left Finley City, Lin Lei arrived in front of her courtyard, gazing up at the empty balcony of the two-story house. Hey, what are you doing? Called the middle-aged man guarding Alice's home. Lin Lei turned to him, smiling as he inquired, Hello, I am from Wayland Magic Academy and a close friend of Alice. Is she home? Oh, the middle-aged man chuckled in response. Miss Alice left home nearly 3 days ago. She has already arrived at the Magic Academy. I see. Thank you. Lin Lei replied politely. He turned and walked away along the street, glancing back at the empty balcony with a sense of resignation. On the road to Ernst Academy, a white streak of light emerged from the dragon ring, transforming into a moon-white robe worn by Darren Cowett. With a smile, Darren Cowett looked at Lin Lei and said, Lin Lei, have you developed feelings for Alice? A bit, Lin Lei admitted without hesitation. Darren Cowett stroked his white beard and chuckled. I never imagined you would finally be smitten with a woman. However, Lin Lei, you and Alice are in different magic academies, separated by distance. It will be quite difficult for any romantic progression to occur. I understand. I will let fate take its course. If something comes of it, so be it. If not, then that is how it shall be. Lin Lei's mind conjured images of moments spent with Alice, her panicked expression during their first encounter with the bloodthirsty war pig, her bashful demeanor during their conversations on their return from the Beast Mountain, and the enchanting sight of her beneath the moonlight, like a moonlit sprite. Is this what they call first love? Lin Lei chuckled self-deprecatingly. At his age, the four brothers often discussed girls in the dormitory, and both Yale and Rayner had long had girlfriends. Lin Lei held a flicker of anticipation in his heart regarding romance. At Ernst Magic Academy, Lin Lei diligently practiced as always, dedicating part of his time daily to the carving of the flat knife style. Both his mental and magical prowess steadily increased. A month passed in the blink of an eye. As per routine, Lin Lei and his 3 brothers brought 3 stone carvings to the room of Ostoni at the Plux Guild in Finley City. 15,000 gold coins? That's quite a sum. Lin Lei exclaimed in surprise at the price of the 3 stone carvings. Ostoni laughed heartily, saying, Lin Lei, this is quite normal. The works of skilled stone carvers typically fetch around 1,000 gold coins. Our Plux Guild emphasized your identity as a 15-year-old magical prodigy, and simply because of your status, the price of your stone carvings has doubled. What's more, your stone carvings are remarkably unique. While others may create beautiful pieces, they often lack fluidity. Your lines are exceptionally smooth. For instance, where you utilize the flat knife and jade bowl knife, one cannot discern any discontinuities. They connect seamlessly. Lin Lei couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Discontinuities? My stone carvings using the flat knife style employed only a single flat knife from start to finish, without the need for various carving tools, resulting in naturally perfect lines. Because of this unique aspect, combined with the inherent aloof quality of your work and your identity, the price has reached nearly 5,000 gold coins. However, there are still minor shortcomings in the handling of intricate textures. Otherwise, the price could have been even higher, Ostoni praised. Lin Lei understood this well. Intricate texture handling? He mused, shaking his head inwardly. Although he could somewhat achieve certain special patterns using the flat knife, the effect would undoubtedly be inferior to that of specialized carving tools such as the angled knife or round knife. Simultaneously, Lin Lei couldn't help but marvel at how easily he could sell 3 stone carvings for 15,000 gold coins. If he dedicated himself wholly to carving, he could undoubtedly produce 10 pieces in a month. 10 pieces would amount to nearly 50,000 gold coins. I spent 2 months in the Beast Mountain, facing life and death crises repeatedly and even killing several assassins. Yet I only acquired 70 to 80,000 gold coins. Being a skilled stone carver is akin to a money-making venture, Lin Lei reflected. The prices of Lin Lei's works ranked among the upper echelons of skilled stone carvers. If being a skilled stone carver could be viewed as a lucrative endeavor, what then could be said for a master stone carver? Lin Lei pondered deeply. The further he delved into this realm, the more he marveled at the stark income disparity within the world of stone carving. There were only about 100 skilled stone carvers throughout the entire Holy Alliance. Such a scarcity was unimaginable. Lin Lei, work hard and I believe you will undoubtedly become a great master stone carver in the future. Ostoni encouraged that a master stone carver not only possesses immense wealth, but also holds a prestigious status. They stand at the pinnacle of this ancient art. Even high-ranking nobles would not dare to act arrogantly in their presence. The title of master is an extraordinary accolade, one that cannot be acquired through mere wealth or power, but is bestowed upon individuals who have reached the pinnacle of their field, earning universal recognition. Chapter 5. Roses in Winter, Part 1. That evening, Lin Lei, Yale, and the other 3 emerged from a hotel. Following tradition, their next destination should have been the Azure Water Paradise. Yale, you 3 go ahead. I'll wander around for a bit, Lin Lei said as he stepped out of the hotel. Yale, Rainer, and George exchanged surprised glances at Lin Lei. I'm not particularly fond of the atmosphere at Azure Water Paradise. You all go ahead. I'll join you in a couple of hours, Lin Lei explained. At that moment, Bei, perched on Lin Lei's shoulder, chirped a couple of times and conveyed through their soul connection, Boss, are you planning to visit Alice's house? Having followed Lin Lei closely, Bei was naturally aware of his intentions. Despite Bei's stunted growth, its intellect rivaled that of an average human youth. You little rascal, Lin Lei shot a glare at Bei. All right, you go explore for a while, but don't take too long. We will wait for you at the usual spot. Yale chuckled before Lin Lei parted ways with his 3 close friends and headed towards the quiet Dry Street. The foot traffic on Dry Street was sparse, lending it a tranquil ambience. Along the street, there were several taverns and restaurants, frequented mostly by local residents. As Lin Lei approached Alice's house, he gazed towards the empty balcony of the 2-story building. Once more, he found himself smiling self-deprecatingly, for he held only the faintest glimmer of hope. He then turned and entered a nearby tavern, choosing a seat by the window. Through the glass, he could clearly see Alice's balcony. Bring me a bottle of emerald green and 2 glasses. Lin Lei ordered casually, selecting a mild beverage. Certainly, sir. The waiter, though puzzled by Lin Lei's request for 2 glasses, did not inquire further. Bei, take it easy with the drinking. Lin Lei prepared a cup for Bei and set it aside. Bei immediately leaped onto the table and began to sip slowly, mimicking Lin Lei's manner. Holding his wine glass, Lin Lei gazed out towards the balcony, savoring his drink. The man and the magical beast continued their leisurely drinking. After nearly 2 hours spent finishing 3 bottles, Lin Lei settled the bill and rose to depart the tavern with Bei perched on his shoulder. Big brother, are you very disappointed? Bei inquired telepathically. Lin Lei affectionately patted Bei's little head, chiding gently, You little rascal. He then strolled along the streets of Funlai City, making his way towards the paradise of clear waters while admiring the city's nighttime scenery. The following day, September 30th, Lin Lei and his 3 brothers departed Funlai City to return to Ernst Magic Academy. The next evening, Alice and Kalen arrived back in Funlai City. This coincidence occurred because the holidays of Ernst Magic Academy differed from those of Wyron Magic Academy. Ernst Magic Academy observes holidays on the 29th and 30th of each month, while Wyron Magic Academy and Wyron Warrior Academy have theirs on the 1st and 2nd. Alice returned on the evening of the 30th. Alas! Alice leaned on the balcony, resting her chin on her hands as she observed the bustling streets below. Occasionally, a figure resembling Lin Lei in the distance would spark her excitement, but as the figure drew closer, her hopes would be dashed. On the afternoon of October 2nd, Alice reluctantly returned to the Magic Academy. On October 29th, Lin Lei delivered 3 stone sculptures to the Pluxus Guild, That evening, he visited the tavern along the dry path once more. Choosing a window seat and ordering the ever-familiar emerald green wine, he and Bei Bei sipped slowly together. "Big brother, it seems you might be disappointed again," Bei Bei remarked with its round, expressive eyes. Communicating telepathically. "Disappointment is simply a matter of fate," Lin Lei replied, tilting his head to finish the remaining wine in his glass. By this time, he and Bei Bei had consumed 2 bottles of emerald green. Yet the figure he longed to see had yet to appear on the balcony. The waiter approached, and Lin Lei began to order another bottle, but his words faltered as his eyes brightened. Fixating on a figure emerging on the balcony of Alice's 2-story house. "Check, please," Lin Lei suddenly exclaimed, standing up. The waiter, caught off guard, quickly regained his composure. After settling the bill, Lin Lei strode towards the exit. With Bei Bei leaping onto his shoulder, it was nearly 8 in the evening, and the dry path was dimly lit. Being a less frequented route at night, it was Alice. Lin Lei felt a surge of certainty within. "Wow, big brother, you finally get to meet this beautiful girl. Haha, are you excited?" "Thrilled," Bei Bei chattered with delight. Ignoring Bei Bei, Lin Lei nimbly dashed towards the wall of Alice's courtyard, propelling himself over with a swift motion that left only a dark blur as he landed on the balcony. At that moment, Alice caught sight of Lin Lei approaching from the direction of the courtyard wall. "Big brother Lin Lei," she exclaimed, recognizing him instantly, her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. Alice felt a wave of relief. After not waiting for Lin Lei during her last visit, she had returned earlier this time, having learned about Ernst Academy's holidays. "Big brother Lin Lei, what a coincidence," Alice said with a smile. Lin Lei, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Alice, it truly is a coincidence." Alice chuckled, then quickly pulled Lin Lei down, whispering, "Sit down quickly, we mustn't be seen by the gatekeeper." Lin Lei complied, and the two found a discreet spot behind the balcony railing. Engaging in a hushed conversation, Derinkavate appeared nearby. Lin Lei, he called. "Grandpa Derinkavate, is there something you need?" Lin Lei replied, slightly annoyed. Derinkavate laughed heartily. "Kid, stop talking about trivial matters with this girl. Be more affectionate and take the initiative." "You're such a fool. Look at Alice. She clearly has feelings for you." "There's no rush," Lin Lei thought, though he felt a tinge of uncertainty. "What a fool," Derinkavate grumbled in exasperation. Ignoring Derinkavate, Lin Lei focused on chatting with Alice. Watching the two, Derinkavate ultimately became a streak of light, retreating into the dragon's spiral ring. Lost in conversation with Alice, Lin Lei remained oblivious to the passage of time. "Big brother Lin Lei, you're so impressive. There must be many girls pursuing you at Ernst Academy," Alice inquired casually, though her heart raced with anticipation. Fortunately, Lin Lei, engrossed in their dialogue, spoke without much thought. "What a fool," echoed Derinkavate's voice in Lin Lei's mind.